towards A, but that's crumbling as well.
Ops is in a huge amount of trouble. He's gonna try and take matters into his own hands. Couldn't find the second shot fast enough, but Dax, he drops in. Oh, talk about an Estonian. Oh, about a superstar. Talk about the elite.
The USPs and the A-ramp is shut down. Starry gonna get his name onto the feed with a 3K. Oh my God, one more. Nex is able to cross over. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit. Nexa, don't do this to him. Don't steal it with the smoke defuse. Nexa, no! A knife!
And he wants a hunt, but is he ready? Sun Pious! He was, and now FaZe, you can hear they're coming for you. They're coming for you, Sun Pious! Continue! Oh! Break! Oh, God!
And here we go. That's right. The CAC starts back up for just one more final day. It is a championship Sunday. My name is Trace, and I'm glad to be here. Thankful to have you here with us as well. I'm not alone. We got Pimp down on the end. Not yet. Keep trying.
Bled in the middle.
There we go. Yeah, it's part of the trick, you know. So, Bled in the middle. Guys, we've arrived. This is it. The final destination. Hopefully not.
The final justification, as a famous man once said. And yeah, I'm ready for this. I'm super hyped.
Yeah, a lot of things to look into today. Astralis v MOUZ on our first semifinal. We look at FaZe versus ENCE there with the second one. Then we have the big grand final, Jacob.
Yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be interesting day of Counter-Strike. There's a lot of stuff going on with the games today. High quality teams coming into it, of course. Some of the world's best ENCEs too. So I am excited, Trace.
As you should be. We had a long day of games up to this point. A lot of things to catch on to. So let's catch you up to speed.
The quarterfinals of CAC 2023 are underway. Hometown heroes Lynn Vision Gaming looking to put their best foot forward here, show us they can compete at this level and maybe make a run to the semifinals.
Frozen, he was in Connector previously, but he's decided to come help out, and
Beautiful stuff.
half of them are going to be running through the smoke, and Jimmy's on the other side just doing excellent work. He spins around, he's looking for the quad kill, he lined up the headshot right there.
They didn't necessarily confirm it was clear, but now they're going to know exactly what's up. So this comes down to these frags. Young Jimmy arrives at the scene of the crime, mows them down with the quad kill there. Nothing but headshots on that Glock. Joining them, Amelia's going to get a lot more than he bargained for here. Big spray, and I think he goes down. No, Jimpad actually comes out on top.
Just thinking about it, there's down to 19 seconds. There comes the flash you were talking about, but it doesn't even matter. He just ran into the smoke, managed to find the shot, and it will be MOUZ leading off into the semi-final of face-off against Astralis.
That opens up the chance again to further this for ENCE.
They're going to go right at him, right at the weak player. Then it's going to be on Headtrick and Config to find a way to shift downstairs.
This time it's Essetag and Headtrick. The wombo combo coming through the decon door. It's Headtrick with another quick shot on Snappy. Defuse being stuck through that smoke. He's not getting the position. He's not getting it. And that's Headstrike right through the smoke. Nails it for 5 at the half for NIP.
Good shot from Snappy.
And the confidence finally betrays Rez. The peak goes down. And now it's Config. He can still go beast mode. He can still break them apart. And from the truck, he peeks first. It's Snappy at low health. Gets away unscathed. Now the peek out. That's the bomb down. 10 seconds left. That's it. That's going to be the map. Config does it in 3. If they don't molly in the middle of that ramp, he can get into that beehive and have a position here. Rez is looking to fight him. And the confidence works against him this time. And Madden's not stopping. He wants more control, and he might get it as well. Config finally puts him in his place, but he's not really followed up on it. And Config shows he can do it better. He can do it much better.
Config gets that space. S-Tag needs something. Kill this.
Oh, it might be. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't betray him. And he gets a lineup of 2 players looking the wrong way, and Nerfs gets the double, sinks the ship of Nip. That is the one that probably has broken the back of the ninjas in Pyjamas. It's Nerf, Snappy, and Vladin taking one huge leap forward.
Wrap it up, boys.
That's it. Semi-finals locked in. ENCE have a matchup with FaZe, and NIP are out in China.
Nip, sinking ship. Yeah, I like what you did there, Nico. Nip are out of here. In fact, they were done in the quarters, and that is the end of their road. But yesterday gave us a lot of the results, set us up pretty nicely for today. If we take a look at the playoff bracket, it'll probably paint that picture as well, huh, Jacob?
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, we saw MOUZ getting it done against Lynn Vision Gaming relatively easily, you know, convincingly. No problems whatsoever. They won that game, moved on. No problems moving on to Astralis today. Whereas for ENCE, they had to fight a little bit forward, and that's been the tournament for them so far. They're playing with a stand-in in Vladin. He's doing all right as an individual, but you can definitely feel that ENCE is not playing on all cylinders right now. So that semi-final matchup against FaZe Clan, that's going to be another rough game.
Yeah, I think this is the best scenario here if you're looking at the quality of Counter-Strike, so to speak, right? The 3 Asian teams are unfortunately falling short, NIP falling in that battle of the stand-in situation. And for ENCE, you know, if they're able to continue the form they showed yesterday, I think they were looking pretty good in a couple of maps right there. Potentially, they could at least make FaZe sweat, because it is a bit of a revenge matchup with the caveat that there is, of course, a stand-in situation, Trace. But that being said, both the games, potential bangers.
Yeah. Potentially. Now, that is the idea. The first semifinal we're going to have today is Astralis v MOUZ, and then the second one's going to be that of FaZe and ENCE. So that sets us up for a grand final. Again, we talked about the confines of teams playing today and what it has to happen in order to play in that grand final and succeed. You have to first play your semifinal, win it.
Yep.
Have to win it.
Yep.
Otherwise, who cares?
100%.
Have to win that to play in the grand final. But again, there's a psychological effect to that and a bit of a tiresome effect as well, Jacob.
Yeah, it is kind of an interesting format in the sense that you're playing 2 best-of-3 games in one day. You're playing your semifinal and your grand final on the same day, especially for the second semifinal between ENCE and FaZe. The turnaround time is roughly 1 hour from that game is finished into the grand final starts. So you have to be on top of your things, right? You can't really prepare for a final where you don't know what opponent you're meeting in set final. So it'll be a little bit more of a Wild West type of Counter-Strike game where everyone is coming in as unprepared as each other, and I think that's kind of cool.
It takes me back to some of the the earlier years of CS:GO, Trace, where you wouldn't you'd play maybe 2 or maybe even 3 best-of-3s in a day, and then eventually you have to come on top. It's going to be a marathon session here, but if you're kind of the favorites in these 2 matchups, for me personally it would be MOUZ, and of course on the other side would be FaZe. You want to make this a quick affair. You want to make it a 2-0 affair, get a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of prep time, have a banana, glass of water, and jump into the game.
Yeah, but don't have too many bananas. You don't want to become lethargic. That's a lot of nutrients, I guess, entering the body at once. You know what else you can take in right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the results of MOUZ and Astralis across the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, let's do that. Astralis, much more quicker affair. They make very quick work of Lynn Vision there, and then taking down ENCE. Even though it was a 2-1 affair, the 2 maps they won were super, super convincing. 16-2, 16-2, taking down ENCE, and then, of course, for the side of MOUZ, dismantling Wings Up. A great, I think the best series we've seen so far was the game against FaZe, of course, where they fell short at the very end. And then again, making quick work of Lynn Vision. They're looking good with Jimmy. They lost to FaZe. That's fine. They're the best team in the world.
Yeah, I would agree with that. No doubt. MOUZ have been looking hot to try. Not their fault. They're in the same group as FaZe Clan. Notoriously a matchup that is not going too well for MOUZ, but maybe they get another shot in a couple of hours in the grand final. So I'm not worried on behalf of MOUZ. Whereas for Astralis, sure, at this tournament they played some decent Counter-Strike, but leading up to it online, they've looked pretty poor. So I'm not sure where to place Astralis just yet, and I think this semifinal we're about to see is going to help me understand a little bit better where that.
It's going to be the real test, right? Because taking on Lynn Vision, look, great job, but I'm not going to be reading too much into that.
No.
And then you've taken on ENCE convincingly, fair enough, but ENCE with Vladin's debut in this team as a stand-in, now going up against a world #2 team. This is where I want to see where Astralis stand. Is it just a bit of a what do you call a flash in the pan, or is it going to be a real thing? Yeah, or is it going to be a flame and inferno?
It's is it a fallacy or is it real? That's kind of what you have to ask yourself, right, Blay?
Yes.
Wow, guys, killing me here. Astralis v MOUZ. I look at the MOUZ side, and you think about those caveats of having come in here, stand in, this, that, or the other. But they've made it this far, Jacob.
They made it this far, and fortunately for MOUZ, they're not dealing with a stand-in situation anymore. They did in Sydney, unlucky for them. Still did a decent job. Now they're coming into this tournament full squad, and honestly, a great opportunity to win a trophy. There's not going to be that many CS2 lands until the end of the year. MOUZ haven't qualified for the Blast Ball Finals, for that matter as well, and then we have the World Finals, and that's about it. So if you're MOUZ right now, you got to be super motivated. You got to work extra hard to go into this tournament right here and see if you can claim your first trophy, because there's not that many opportunities left.
For me personally, I'm looking at MOUZ and the sort of mentality they need to have. If I was in their camp, for example, wouldn't be obviously you have to give respect to Astralis and obviously get that win. But for you, the eye is that rematch against FaZe. So probably going to be the 4th time they're playing in the past 3 or 4 weeks, or this month rather, of which 3 matchups would be on LAN. But that is where you're looking to get a little bit of revenge and proving that you are a top 2 team, maybe even top 1.
Top 1.
Top 1.
That's a big one. It's not a top CAC. It's a top 1.
It's a top G right there.
But excuse me?
Top G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a top game. I agree. Of all things that G could stand for, I will go with game.
That's exactly what I meant, Trace. Top game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How's your up dog, Jacob?
No.
Interesting. Very, very interesting stuff. Yeah, so MOUZ Astralis, I want to know about the crossover there when it comes down to where we're going to play. Like, it's not a super, insane mathematical problem that we're talking about here. We're talking about a best of 3.
I am curious who's going to blink first and ban out Anubis, right? Both these 2 teams don't play Anubis. But if I'm MOUZ, and you are kind of the favorites here. You don't take any chances. You're like, you know what, I'm just going to ban it out.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think MOUZ have to play the top dog role right there, the up dog role, to keep it in Trace's phrases. Astralis, yes, again, as I said, they've looked so far decent in this tournament. They've only beat ENCE with a stand-in where they also lost a map. So if you're MOUZ and you're coming in scared of Astralis, scared of the map pool, or by any chance or stretch of the imagination are changing your approach to the game, I think you already lost it there. So I don't expect MOUZ to be afraid of Astralis at all. And to be completely honest, I think MOUZ can do whatever they want to in this veto.
Yeah, I feel like Astralis, they just banned on Mirage. It's a map to struggle on. MOUZ like playing that map as well. Anubis gets banned by MOUZ. Assuming Astralis pick Overpass, it's a map that looked pretty damn solid on. They go for that as a first pick. And if you're the underdog here, you just go for your safe options. For MOUZ, just go for Inferno. It's going to be Overpass Inferno, I believe. And maybe they might just shake hands on a potential, I don't know, like Nuke, maybe an Ancient.
So tell me how this looks out. If you look at it from a top-down perspective, Anubis, neither team playing that, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got this real Aki Momo with Astralis and Mirage.
Aki Momo. Is that what it's called, Jason?
Well, yeah, after hours. Though.
Okay, cool.
Only after work hours. Tell me how a veto like this takes shape. Like, how do you go into your camp when you think about, okay, we both don't play the same map?
Well, it depends on, again, how you approach the game. Obviously, it depends on who's banning first. You know, you have the opportunity, if you're the team banning as the second, you can float it, you can take a bit of a risk. But as me and Blur discussed right here, if you're MOUZ and you're the favorites coming into a game, you'd probably not risk anything. There's no point for MOUZ in going into this game thinking we're going to take a massive risk to try to force Astralis out being slightly uncomfortable when on paper we're still by far the better team. So it's about mentality, it's about who's the first one to ban, and it's about, you know, how much are you willing to risk. Whereas if I'm Astralis in this one and they're the ones banning second, I would float it.
And especially when you're MOUZ and you have such a very deep map pool, and very successfully deep. There are teams who have a deep map pool but are kind of garbage on majority of the maps. MOUZ aren't one of them, so why do you take the risk, right? So they should be banning out Anubis here, Trace. I think that's a logical conclusion. And for Astralis, you ban out Mirage. The picks, I guess, would be probably Inferno for MOUZ and maybe an Overpass for Astralis. I'm just going to put it out there. Let's see.
Hold that thought.
All right.
Hold that thought. My phone's going off.
Oh, no.
Just kidding.
They may have gotten one of the easier quarter-final games, but one they certainly didn't take lightly. This MOUZ Sports have the energy and the confidence to take them all the way, but they need to be able to play the game without mistakes, without hesitation, without allowing Astralis a way in, or their journey in Shanghai could come to a fast end. They must keep their foot on the gas, even when things get tough.
在6场赛中，他们再次展露出变幻莫测般的战术调度和极高的默契程度，成功挺进下一轮。在即将面对作风稳健的 Astralis， 他们势必要拿出自信，减少失误，并持续把节奏掌控在手中，才能继续谱写属于自己的故事。
Shuhei, Frozen, Torzi, Exertion, Yimfat, and Cyclone. Shanghai, this is MOUZ! They find themselves in prime position, and this was where they topped the group and soared through closer to the stars. Having walked over Lynn Vision and viciously beat ENCE, the Danish side is one game away from glory. Now it is all about to take to the stage with some ferociousness to conquer today while keeping their composure and stamina.
他们目前处于绝佳状态，在小组赛势如破竹，连续击败 LVG 及 ENCE。 以小组第一出线，并锁定半决赛名额。荣耀离他们近在咫尺， 现在学耀在队伍唯一的疑虑就是他们是否能维持小组赛时的势头，继续披荆斩棘。
BlameF, Device, Buzz, Borup, Stare, and Kassler. Shanghai. This is Astralis!
That's Astralis, that's MOUZ, and that's our first semifinal of the day, Jacob. You see their faces. Tell me exactly what you thought when you saw their expressions.
I didn't really think anything, to be completely honest, Trace. I saw two teams who are entering a beautiful stage, to be completely honest. Me and Blair was just discussing it right here. It looks great. Crowd turned up as well. Of course, if you're Astralis, if you're MOUZ, as we discussed already, it's a great opportunity to win a trophy. It's not a tier 1 tournament. We're not at Cologne. We're not in Katowice. We're not at the fall finals. But it's a big tournament, a lot of prize purse in there, and the quality of the teams is a testament to how hard it is winning. So, if you're Astralis, if you're MOUZ, you're going into this game with everything you got.
But what will the numbers say about Astralis? We look back at Astralis and kind of their journey up to this point. What are they telling you about their time spent in China?
I mean, it's looking good right now, at least in China so far. But if you look at the historical data, like go all the way back to EPL, post-EPL, they played online as well. It was miserable, Trace. It was looking like a dying star. But the fusion reactor might have just started up.
Well, we can't neglect the fact that we had rumors, you know, circulating around this lineup that Stown and Yabi were leaving Heroic. They're now on the bench, coming into Astralis. Contractual obligations, let's call them that, have made that impossible so far. So it's a bit of a rocky moment for Astralis. So them winning the semifinal could potentially help something. But I still think long-term, heading into the major in Copenhagen, the PGL major, I don't think Astralis is going to be the same five-man as you see right now.
I agree, but also if you look at the performance of someone like Stare, right? If you're not Device and BlameF, you're probably a little worried, Trace. Do you still have a spot in this team? And he's just maybe trying to deliver, trying to show that, hey, I deserve to be here. I am good enough to deliver. And Stare has delivered so far in this tournament. Like, insane ratings coming out from him so far. 1.42. This is a far cry from his average level altogether. 95 ADR as well. Now, let's have a little bit of a caveat there. They kind of completely overran ENCE, who looked lost at times, right? But even keeping that in mind, it's been an impressive run coming in from Stare, especially when you have BlameF and Device in the team. The fact that they're able to take away a few kills from them, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, BlameF. I think that was the key word I'm looking for right here. A lot of people say, or used to say, or the forums might tell you that BlameF's see you later at the bomb site or something like that, right? So, Jacob, what is it about his approach to the game that makes it unique?
Well, he's very unique. You know, for a rifler with that aim, with that skill, with his individual qualities, he is very passive and has always been very passive. And sometimes I think the critique is fair enough that he is a little bit too baity-effy. I would argue, though, that as an in-game leader, he's stepped up his game a little bit. He's found a bit more balance to that style. I think as an in-game leader, the preparation that he puts in, how he sets up his team, and how he's calling from time to time as well, he's a great in-game leader. You know, in big comparison with the rest we have in the game right now, I think he's doing a good job. And the individual quality, the rating 1.60 so far this tournament, you can't put a finger on that. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. If there was one thing I could do with BlameF, it would be to turn that balance into a bit more versatile. I wanted to see him a little bit more aggressive, dictating the games a little bit more, because sometimes BlameF would have 25 kills, but he wouldn't be dictating the game.
So let's do this. I'm going to roll the vetoes out. We're also going to sit here, and I'm going to tell you Overpass is coming out.
That's spicy. The Inferno ban coming out, forcing MOUZ to probably go for Mirage, I guess. Overpass pick from Astralis. That is what we did kind of hypothesize. And we assumed they'd go for the, you know, which one they would go for. There we go. You ban Mirage, MOUZ is going to pick Inferno. You ban Inferno, they're going to pick Mirage. Decided, Jacob, I think they might just shake hands here on a Nuke.
Yeah, I think Nuke is very much up in there right now. I like what Astralis did, though, you know. Oh, okay, no Nuke. Astralis don't want to play Nuke, they want to play Vertigo, a map they have played quite a lot, you know, big games, big tournaments, not in CS2, but they used to be okay in CSGO, especially in later stages, so curious to see how much effort they put into that map. MOUZ is by no means a bad Vertigo team, though.
No, they can definitely play a Vertigo. I feel like Astralis are taking the map, you know, taking us to a map where MOUZ don't necessarily feel the best as well. Sure. The final map could literally be a bit of a street fight right there. It could get a little ugly.
Good thing we won't need it then.
Yeah, you're going for the 2-0, huh?
Okay, so you're telling me a 2-0.
I think MOUZ is good enough. They have enough quality right now. They have enough stability around the lineup. Jimfat playing fantastic as well. I can't see a world, at least not the one I'm living in, where Astralis is going to beat MOUZ in this match.
Okay.
I agree. I think MOUZ takes this completely because Astralis have looked good. The numbers look good. Blame of 1.6 rating. Ridiculous. But look at it played. A team with a stand-in and Lynn Vision, or was it TYLOO? I think it was Lynn Vision right there. So now they're going up against a world number 2 team right now. MOUZ, who are looking to win tournaments, not just win games.
The only thing that makes me doubt my own statement a little bit.
Here we go. Backpedal it all the way.
No,
he's gonna
but
flip-flop.
it's just the fact that they beat ENCE so convincingly on the 2 maps. They still gave up a map against ENCE, which means that they are not, steady. The map pool is not there. All these rumors circulating the lineup. Stair is in a rough position right now. So is Borup. So I feel no matter how you approach this game, if you're Astralis, you are the underdog, and maybe they can snatch away a map from MOUZ. I'm not saying it's not going to be a close game, but I think MOUZ overall, in a course of a best of 3, will definitely have enough opportunities to win.
I'm going to stick with the MOUZ winning this 2 pretty convincingly because I feel if Astralis face ENCE today, after the rest they've had, ENCE still beats them.
Sure.
Yeah.
The numbers.
Yeah.
What did it mean?
They almost check out. Just to run this by you, gentlemen, one more time. That's Overpass. That's going to be a MOUZ CT start. Mirage, Astralis CT start. Vertigo. You guys are saying we don't need it, Jacob. And that's what you're going to stick to. MOUZ start with T side there. And that makes all the fixins of a MOUZ walk away with a beating Astralis 2-0.
It could happen, as I said, I think MOUZ are heavy favorites in this matchup. I don't think it's unlikely that Astralis can win a map. It's not like we're looking at another 16-3, 16-5 game. We have 2 very competitive European teams. Astralis, as I said, not a bad team, just not in the best state of mind as of right now with all these things going on. So honestly, if you're MOUZ and you're contending to be the top 1, top 2 team in the world, you'd expect to beat a team like Astralis in a semifinal at an event like this relatively convincingly. So let's see if MOUZ is up for that task. That's at least what I'm expecting, but there's no guarantees in this game.
I just think there's just too much firepower in this MOUZ team as well. You're looking at Jimmy, he's looking fantastic. Exertion's opening up as well. Everyone's just clicking right now for MOUZ.
What's going on right here?
Let's find out. Might be the noise meter.
那我们就会有8份精美礼品随机掉落给现场的观众们。那如果大家准备好的话，就一起来跟 Banks 一起做活动了。
Shanghai, we need to make some noise and raise this roof. Let me hear you go now! Come on, keep it going! More!
Woo! 好了，我们也成功解锁了120分贝那我们马上就会看到底是哪8位幸运观众获得掉落呢？现在大家可以看一下上面的大屏那也恭喜这些幸运粉丝。那我们也把我们的时间交还给我们的分析席。
Jacob, how does that make you feel, man?
Good. The crowd is there. They're ready. They're fired up. I like it.
Yeah, they're ready.
How does it make you feel, Trace?
I mean, that's a pretty packed out place. I can imagine it is pretty loud in there. Blay, you'd probably have to wear earmuffs, huh?
Yeah, earmuffs, those noise cancelling in-ears.
That's a stupid word.
Earmuffs. What part about it stupid, Jacob? Come on, then lay it on me.
The muffs.
Both of them, yeah. The muffs in particular.
You just like saying the word, huh? Say it one more time.
Earmuffs.
All right, I'm done playing around up here. Let's get this game started. It is Astralis v MOUZ, and it is our first semifinal of the day. Brought to you by Doinkmo.
All the fixins in that death segment.
Definitely had everything, including the hate for muffs. I don't understand it, but we got a semifinal. We've got all the noise in there. Banks is measuring it. We got all the sound we need, and this is going to be a great semifinal.
Yeah, going to be absolutely lovely. Astralis taking on MOUZ. I agree with the death sentiment for the most part that Astralis, like they've looked better, they've improved, but MOUZ is still going to come into this as the heavy favorite. And you still have a question, for Astralis, we kind of touched on with the Operas yesterday. I want to see Device have a good game today. He was pretty quiet in the group stage, and it wasn't necessary because they qualified all the way through, obviously, to the semifinal on day 1, but we didn't get that Device factor too much.
Now, we've had Device back for just a little bit, but we haven't seen too many semifinal performances, quarterfinals, on the big stages of the superstar caliber Alpers. So I'm really excited to see Device back on the stage again. This is where he can put in some of his best performances, and those are the players you're going to have to lean on. Because you look at some of the youngsters that played well throughout the group stages, are they going to go missing on the stage? Is the pressure going to start getting to them against a team like MOUZ? So you're going to rely a lot more on the likes of
and just the comfort they've had within the team haven't seen consistency, but that was one of the great factors for Astralis Astralis in the group stage to like kind of negate the fact that Device was a little bit quiet. Perhaps part of the reason he was a little bit quiet is because all the other three players outside of him and BlameF each had their map, each had their game. So it started to look a little bit better. Stare, I thought, was really good for Astralis. But MOUZ is going to be a different beast, and you're going to need all those pieces clicking because this team is one of the best in the world, winning events right before the transition into CS2. And now we have an interview down on the stage, so Banks is going to walk us through some pre-match.
Experience so far.
It's crazy down here. It's definitely the best experience I've had so far in my career with fans. They're just crazy and they're cheering and they're showing so much support and love in the hotel and everywhere you go on the streets. So it's just amazing.
也是问到他在这里对于就是整体的一个体验感觉如何？他说这里太疯狂了，粉丝太热情，然后无论到哪里都可以看到非常多的粉丝，也很开心。
Now, when it comes to the game, though, you guys cruised through to the semi-finals. You've been able to sit back and relax a bit, but how's it been looking in terms of practice and what you guys have been able to do? Where have you spent your time?
I think we've just been working on a map pool these days, just trying to practice every day, but not going too hard so people can still have a little bit of time to relax and be mentally ready for this match. So yeah, just a lot of grind, honestly.
这次他们有稍微比其他队伍稍微多了一点时间嘛，因为他们小组赛是成绩非常好，所以呢，他们有多一点时间的情况下，他们是怎么进行准备的？他们当下也是进行大量的就是去把所有的跑图都做好了，可并没有说就是做于过多的训练，因为他们觉得每个人的个人休息还是必须要有的。
I want to get your opinion on just where you feel this MOUZ is at right now, because when we look at the world rankings, right, people may say, yes, they should be favoured coming into it, but how much do you take that into account, and where do you put yourself, because we're still in the early days?
I think they have proved themselves a lot in these last couple weeks or months. I think they've been looking great, but obviously CS2 is a new game. You have to prove it in CS2 as well, and I think it's open for everyone to show what they're capable of in CS2.
也是问一下他们是怎么看待他们的对手 MOUZ， 因为毕竟以排名来讲的话，的确是比他们高一些。也说到对方已经多次证明了自己是属于非常强的一个队伍。可当然，现在目前也是属于一个新的一个版本的一个情况，所以一切都不好说，因为现在还有很多可以继续开发的东西。
I got to touch on the fact that against ENCE, you had 2 maps where you absolutely dominated. You guys are running with great momentum in that. Is that something you feel like you can pull off against these guys as well?
I think it's easier in CS2 to pull it off because the matches are shorter, so there's less time for them to make the comeback, right? But it's hard. I think MOUZ is a really good team. ENCE had a stand-in as well, so that made it a little bit easier for us. But yeah, I respect MOUZ a lot, and I think they're playing really good Counter-Strike, so we'll have to see.
刚刚问到说，面对 ENCE 的时候，他们处于一个碾压的一个事态嘛，那今天是不是有机会也能够说平推对手？他也说到，就是当时是因为他们节奏已经滚雪球滚起来了，然后现在整体的回合数又比较短，所以会有可能发生。那今天面对 MOUZ 的话，他觉得他非常尊敬他的对手，对方也是非常强的一个队伍，一切皆有可能。
Lovely. BlameF, go sit down, get yourself ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Mito, I want to have some fun and see which sides we're going on here, right?
大家懂的嘛 ，Banks 的特别环节又来了。
Okay, how are we feeling over here? What about this side? This one seems louder. What about you? And again. Okay, one more. Astralis. MOUZ. Astralis. MOUZ. All right, I think we're ready, right, Mito?
Definitely.
All right, guys, as always, it's time. Shanghai, Counter-Strike fans around the world, we're gonna bring the hype! Astralis, MOUZ, let's get it on!
As always, James Banks bringing the hype in Shanghai.
He's got his little, like, his thing going on.
He's definitely got the jump. He's nimble on his toes, ready for that fight. Yeah, I mean, he got the crowd riled up. But the great thing about the crowd in Shanghai is there's no Chinese teams left in the playoffs, which means they're unbiased, you know? They're just like, yeah, cheer for everybody, I guess.
All their favorites have been eliminated, so now we get to move on, and they just get to be there in the arena with no Chinese
and getting hyped as we head into the semifinal. Going to be opening things up on Overpass, 100% win streak from Astralis so far. You know, they're looking really solid on this currently. A map they're going to feel pretty comfortable on. But looking at MOUZ across the board, not like they're going to be falling off here.
No, the stronger team. I mean, we'll just put it out there in the open. MOUZ the stronger team coming into this, I think, player for player and just team cohesion-wise, and obviously with the recent history of the events they've played in, this is a big favorite for MOUZ, I think. And this would be a nice upset for Astralis to get. It's going to be extremely difficult. Like I said, it's going to take everyone all at the same time kind of contributing. Device having his good game, BlameF keeping up his performance, Stare, Buzz, Borup having the impact that they were able to have during the group stage, and the competition is just a step, maybe even 2 steps above what they faced off on day 1 to get here.
Well, it is time to begin the semifinals of the CAC 2023. It's been a fantastic time in Shanghai, and we're kicking off the final day. Astralis versus MOUZ, starting on Overpass.
Oh, baby.
And Astralis are going to be on that T side to kick things off. Plenty of utility here for Borup. Everybody else at the moment sitting on Kevlar.
Oh, we got dualies as well out for MOUZ. Dualies on Zershin, dualies on Torji as well. Let's see what they've got with them. Pushing down towards the blue door, down the stairs. Shui's going to be pushed up towards middle, watching an angle out towards Fountain, but there's a timing on that as he backs away. And over towards the B bomb site, 3 players from Astralis. This could be a little bit of a distraction towards bathrooms, and then a really powerful hit at the B site. Actually, Device turning into a little bit of a lurk.
A massive lurk. He's on long, and the rest of his teammates outside of Monster. Let's see what Device gets up to in this round, but we'll focus on the pack as well. Shui, he's in middle, just around the divider, and Device is able to get past him or take him out of this round. This could be a massive start to the round, because Shui now has to call for his teammate to come back up connector, which keeps Frozen's attention on Device, and Device finally will go down, but it's the B play from Astralis starting to come in now.
Yeah, they know exactly what's coming. MOUZ well aware. Dualies behind the bomb site in the water. They turn the corner, Buzz goes down, clothesline, and Zershin's still got plenty of ammunition inside those dualies, and this is all shut down. The response is beautiful and handled with ease.
Yeah, that looked perfect. You know, Device got the kill upper. You know, if he comes down connector, he gets that second kill. Sure, you're looking at a very favorable round for Astralis, but MOUZ hold on. Kill comes to the connector, and MOUZ have the first round of this semi-final.
They never had the information that there was aggression because they never put anyone down in that underpass towards blue door Astralis, so they never actually saw this push. Device obviously plays it a little bit differently, but that fake is more effective if blue door is not in the control of MOUZ's defense. It causes, or it allows for a really early shift over and completely shut down as Astralis.
Yeah, they don't get a bomb plan, of course, which means you're going to have to see that full eco come across the board. The only player with anything to talk about is Device's Deagle, and that's gone immediately. So Frozen helps out for MOUZ. He's going to be holding on from the party. The final most people expected coming into this tournament was, of course, FaZe versus MOUZ.
Man, Frozen, he's stuck around quite a long time as a solo player with that M4. I think Astralis was really interested in hunting that down, so good on him to find the timing to just back away and make sure he doesn't lose the rifle. Flank coming in up the ladder pretty soon as well. And Torji's going to spot a little bit of action.
Yeah, should be seeing this round come to its natural conclusion at some point. But Stare with the Deagle, he's picked up that off the back of Device.
I like this, though. Look how passive MOUZ is playing it. They're just like, you guys don't have the tools or the resources to really take any of these bomb sites, so we'll just let you have whatever map control you want because we're going to shut things down. They control the middle of the map. They can shift. They can flank in multiple different ways. It's all to make sure Frozen just doesn't go down to some silly Deagle shot.
Well, there's a quick little chase coming in here from Torji around the back. He would love some money on this MP9, and they're now drawing attention towards him. It's exactly what you want for the MP9, the kind of position you want to be in, but only the 1 kill. Frozen's able to help out, and here comes the second of the rapid gun. It's going to find himself a round win, and Zershin picks up the extra cash. So 2-0 start here for MOUZ. Money in the bank for Astralis.
Should be able to have a pretty strong buy up against at least 1 or 2 SMGs still on the board for the MOUZ defense. See if they can take advantage of that. However, there's also an AWP on the board. Torji has it in hands early in round number 3. Good utility for Astralis with these AK-47s, and we're going to get started into this first gun round.
See what kind of calling BlameF has for us here in the semifinals in the T side. I'll be staying outside of Monster with 1, that is Buzz. And a default spread from Astralis to kick off round 3.
Doors blown open. This is where the SMGs are as well. 1 in short, and then Shui with his at the stairs. Taking those close angles. Jimbat's going to be in support of both of them. And to answer your question, it's Astralis, so we know it's going to be methodical map control. We know it's going to be contained aggression, peaks with utility to make sure they don't get picked off early. and try and slowly constrict onto this bomb site.
Timing.
Ah, nice Shui. He found that. He hunted it down. A good trade for the SMG.
Yeah, great work from Shui, but a fantastic trade from Device coming in, playing off the back of BlameF. And now the play forward from MOUZ, proactive into Buzz. This is his first test of the semi-final, and he holds up Sershin, second kill locked in, and Buzz does his job so effectively.
Yeah, really, really well done. Prepared for that entirely, and the aggression does not catch him out. So Torji's in a bit of a recovery mission, going to stack up towards the A bomb site with Frozen, hope to get a pick at range. If this goes south, saving the op is the goal. But they can't stay back on their heels. MOUZ have to be aggressive to try and bring this round back. If they want to contest for this round, they need to be able to find some frags because Buzz is starting to hunt towards the B bomb site. But with the time on the clock, Astralis might not have the chance to reconsider.
Not a lot of utility available. Buzz is the only player with a smoke right now, and that's a free kill. Stairs is walking long open. Frozen's still in the bathrooms. This round can still go wrong for Astralis. Device is running with a bomb, and that's going to be Frozen's kill locked in. Now Borb has to pick it up, but from a 4v2 to an even number situation, there is no time for this round anymore. And Frozen's won it by dropping the bomb. Frozen's going out. They just eliminate everyone from Astralis, despite Astralis having every advantage in this round.
Mismaneuvered on the map from Astralis. With so many forces out towards long, while Buzz is exploring the B bomb site, you're so far away from being able to actually open up that avenue of retreat, that plan B. If you're working your way through bathrooms and playing contact there, you can kind of quickly transition over towards the stairs, but they get caught entirely on the wrong side of the map despite Buzz being able to clear out the B bomb site.
This kill just felt too easy for Torji. They're just standing in the open at long.
I think the assumption from Astralis is that with those kills from Buzz, that AWP or someone, there might have only been one player at the A bomb site. Someone is going to rotate over, and that just didn't happen.
They didn't detect the AWP early in the round either, right? So that was kind of a secret weapon into the late moments, perhaps not anticipating an AWP out so early. Orpo gets absolutely destroyed by Frozen.
Just keep an eye on Frozen so far in this game. We saw it a couple rounds ago when he pushed up towards Fountain, albeit against pistols, and this one is as well. He's being very aggressive and very confident in this fight. He's being very in your face to the Astralis players, not giving them space to work with.
This is a man that can take over the semi-final. You know, he can take over a map and give it a huge performance. And the timing for Xerxes to look away, Buzz has his number again.
I could have sworn he saw him. I could have sworn he saw him. Maybe he just didn't register inside his brain.
Yeah, maybe a quick mini-map check, looking at something different, but did not register at all. All that is registered is a kill from Buzz, and now 55 seconds remain in this round. Astralis trying to get closer to this A site. Frozen was initially down inside of that connector. He's gone a little further back. He's still playing relatively aggressive. He's looking for some picks using the shadow to take out BlameF, and that's worked out pretty well. So smoke down to cover it all.
Nice defensive smoke deployed. A little bit of a gamble up against the Deagle through that smoke. But he's got the cover of Torji, and he's taking more bullets through that smoke. It's blown open, but not the HP to peek with it. And now there's actually a little bit of pressure applied. Good shot from Frozen. He goes back for more. How is he alive? He's on for the ace as well. And Shui's going to take it through the smoke. But what a round from Frozen.
10-0. 10-0 from Frozen to kick off the semifinals here. MOUZ are looking good. And in particular, this young man, the young veteran as he call him, he's up there on the stage performing. Astralis have to take their first tactical timeout. 0 rounds posted so far. The first gun round, despite having a 4v2 advantage, they were unable to convert it.
Yeah, that one's really going to hurt for Astralis, a team that plays so by the numbers. That's going to be one they feel like they absolutely should have had. Got to put it in the back of your mind for now and start having a conversation about negating Frozen, because he came to fight, he came to play today.
And we often talk about Frozen being the best player on this team, but in the group stage, it was Torji that topped the board, right? He topped the charts for rating, 1.3 rating throughout 6 maps. Frozen was second rated on the team, but, you know, in the big playoffs, in the big moments, you want your star rifler to be showing up like this.
Well, the big conversation about Torji's just rebound since Shui rejoining the team has been huge. A guy under a lot of scrutiny in the previous lineups with previous in-game leaders, and this seems to have found him a certain level of comfort to where now he's able to put out those performances that we expect from him. And then when you look at the immersion of Jimmy as well on this team and how good he's played, all of a sudden, you've got a 4-man deep of like star players around Shui.
It's a scary team, this MOUZ roster.
It's a luxury that not a lot of teams get.
Especially with the average age being so low, and a little too risky there for Torji. Commits too far forward, gets caught by the flash, and that's the AWP out early.
Yeah, he's playing a dangerous game. He saw those jumps, he wanted that peak, wanted that fight, but didn't like the result of it at the end. Shui's gonna stay here. Gathering a lot of information. Molotov out toward its position. He swings and not able to handle the close angle.
Yeah, great utility from Astralis, really winning them these first 2 fights.
Good patience, really good patience on this aggression, and now they get to work the map.
Yeah, with a 5v3, you're starting to feel very good about a first round win here for Astralis.
MOUZ is going to sink back, and they're going to gamble towards the A bomb site, so this is going to end up being a clean win for Astralis as they just march in towards B. MOUZ has nobody home as they just shift to the other side of the map, and they'll let Astralis have it for nothing.
There's no money for Astralis, no hunt. And it's going to be the safe call for this entirety of the post plan.
And Jimmy's got to be careful not to lose this M4. The save call's already been made, so almost no reason to even risk it being this close. You can see those bullets just whizzing through the smoke, so...
You can just imagine. Come on, Jimmy, let's go. Let's tuck up out of here.
Get on your hustle, baby.
Yeah, really strong start here. There's Torch's AWP. They're going to be looking for that right at the end. They want to grab that weapon, carry that over to the next round, and Astralis will have their first, and one off the back of maybe an over-aggressive extension from Torji, getting caught by the flashbang as well.
Yeah, he saw that jump twice, I believe, so he knew someone was there. I guess he was just calling his bluff to a certain extent. I'm curious. It doesn't look like MOUZ want to overextend to try and get that up. They realize that someone could just be watching it with the hunt. Jimmy's got plenty of money to drop one over
They
if
have
they
a
want to
nade, which
replenish
is
it.
confusing. Like, you could have thrown the nade to get it back.
Yeah, couple options there. Either way, Astralis is on the board out of their first time out, and that gets them started on this T side of Overpass, this T side of the semifinals.
So here's that opening moves. There, good flash over the top, and catches Torji.
Maybe if he doesn't hit the immediate headshot, there's time for that reaction, but Torji's really, really leaning heavily onto his individual skill and individual ability to flick back.
Yeah, rough position to be in. But he's got the ult back anyway. He had the resources for it, so he's got the AWP and he's got it back. Here's their exertion, getting up into the short boost. You can do this yourself now, get up on top of these sandbags. Now the walkthrough from Buzz, looking for the fight on Yimfat, but he's going to have to come back after trying that opener.
No, but I like that play. I like that Buzz is just confident enough to take that angle and just see if he can find that fight. He had one chance to kind of swing out and nab the headshot. Wasn't there, but I like the fact that he's showing he's willing to do it.
And gets out of dodge quickly too. Doesn't stay committed. When he realizes he's missed that window of opportunity, he drops back. Values his life.
Look how passive these T-side openings are. Not the Buzz side of things, but towards the A bomb site where they've encountered some of that aggression. They're just really making it patient. So if MOUZ want to push forward, they have to be a little bit nervous around timings, getting a little bit mixed up. Just now turning the long corner. Torji and Frozen still haven't seen anything outside of a smoke at the front of bathrooms.
Borup clears the bottom of connector.
Bombs drop towards Fountain as well. This is going to get late into the round timer.
The Astralis don't mind running that clock down, but eventually they've got to go through the bathrooms, and it's not going to be an easy setup to break apart. There's Torzi and Frozen set up together. AWP posted. Frozen hiding behind the divider. This is going to be a rough position for Astralis with only 30 seconds left. Frozen has the chance to break them apart. First kill locked in from Frozen. Freezes him out for just a moment, and then Torji frags out and goes deeper into the bathrooms. He's got his teammate Shui rotating up. 19 seconds left. Shui's got the position. That's the bomb down in limited time. Kills are coming in, but they have to get back to the bomb in time. And Blamaf would have to sprint to the site. Yimfat is in a position to deny this all. If he gets around, if he gets this kill, that's the round. Young Jimmy does it, and it's Stair running away.
Yeah, just that round took so long for Astralis to really get it going. They waited patiently for any aggression until like 1 minute and 5 seconds on the round timer and started moving up. They chewed a lot of time off the clock themselves, and MOUZ mount just enough resistance to make it impossible. 5-1. Frozen with 27 seconds, goes 1 for 1. Torji with the follow-up peek. And a new angle that Device didn't expect. That's the bomb being dropped and no progress forward for Astralis.
That's the risk you run with an Overpass T-side. This methodical, you can often leave yourself with such limited time.
Oh, and it's one of the big things about this map. It's one of the features that this map has that not a lot of other ones in the pool does, is just the sheer size of it, of how long it takes to move around the map.
So far, this T-side hasn't looked all that inspiring. It's not looking like, at this moment, there's going to be enough for Astralis to get a good half out of this unless they change it up.
And this time the aggression for MOUZ is over towards short. Exertion's got the angle towards the short tunnel. Torji's got the angle with the op in towards blue door, which is blown open. It's just Buzz kind of lurking here while the rest of Astralis work the other side of the map. Borup holding on to the middle.
And probably a conversation to be had for Astralis to try and get some map control a little quicker. Go through the motion slightly. And they're going to get a couple of players up long. Stair applying pressure in bathrooms. But if they come back down that connector, Torsi's watching for it, and Astralis are deciding to rotate back to B. So they are going to have to face down connector, and this looks so good for the Hungarian. He's going to have a great chance to take a kill here if they come through that doorway. And Borup, oh, he might just think about it. He's coming forward. Torsi's scope is ready to take him out of the round, and no problem. Absolutely no issue for the AWP.
Yeah, well, Jimmy's got a big test coming up next. Buzz is going to turn the corner with utility. Oh, that flashbang catches him, and he's not ready. The AWP is still there. They know it, and Buzz has that as well. But they didn't know about exertion the whole time.
Oh!
He somehow spins, but the bomb site is lost.
I don't know how he doesn't get that kill star, but his teammate Buzz is performing massively. Another round, another kill, and that's going to be Astralis taking a chance to level up at 2 here for themselves. And here's Device coming through. Xerxion's feet on the save away. It's not going to be allowed. Device punishes that. No getaway for him.
And this is a great round when you look at the money of MOUZ as well. Astralis has set this up and primed it. Frozen, does he want to go for that AWP? I think he's got to prioritize the AK-47 to a certain extent, especially now that Device has been spotted and Device picks up the AWP. So Frozen bails out, and MOUZ is going to have a really struggled, labored buy in this next round to try and prevent an economic collapse.
Well, it's great to see Buzz having this kind of performance on the stage, right? 7 and 5, had huge 3 kills coming into this bomb site. The 2 entries, and then the 3rd follow-up when things started to look a little rough. And that really cancels off any sort of retake scenario for MOUZ.
And it's great to see some of the strengths of Astralis converting from the group stage, which is that supporting cast stepping up and having impact. Buzz, as you mentioned, all those entries in this round, he had the nice stop of the double aggressive push earlier out of the B bomb site from the MOUZ defense.
Oh, first timeout here for MOUZ. Cyclone having his say as he relays with Shuey.
Yeah, they might have to get a little bit creative in this next round. They won't have the AWP. They won't have all the rifles in the world or all the utility. And this is where if you're MOUZ, you kind of want to have some sort of an aggressive play, see if you can push up and catch them off guard. But Astralis' slow pace and methodical style is kind of designed to negate that as well. So in some ways, you're almost got to be a little bit paranoid about playing into their hands.
Now, when you're playing the slow, methodical style, though, there's another piece that you need, and it's that ability to, when you decide to burst into the site, have one player that can crack open the bomb site, and Buzz does that so effectively. So keep eyes on whether or not he's able to do that consistently. Round 8 kicks off. This is what MOUZ have to play with.
And previously in the group stage when we saw Astralis play Overpass, a lot of it was Stare initiating things towards the A-bomb site as a more aggressive lurker. So this game they've kind of changed up the style and given Buzz a few more play calls for him to get aggressive and have impact in the early stages.
He certainly had the hotter start here on Overpass in the semifinals. Stare gets flashed around the long peak. Torsi having to come off the angle. No AWP to be seen this time for Torsi, but he's got sight. He's seen Stare. Now the reaction from MOUZ again is this double push of Xerxion and Yimfat.
And change of pace. This round is much, much quicker. 1 minute and 15 seconds, and Astralis is already at Divider, leaning up towards Banana. They're going to come for it. Frozen, isolated, on his own. He's got the first. Spray continues into the second.
Oh, isolated, but the Iceman doesn't count. He stands in the corner towards his swings in, gets the reload off, and a 3rd kill. Even when the weapons look weaker, even when it looks favored for Astralis, breaking through Frozen has become impossible. To get through that ice wall, it's just not happening for them. And Stare stuck at bathrooms, there's nothing he can do. Yimfat's behind, should execute him with a 5-7. Not so clean, but if it doesn't come from Yimfat, it'll come elsewhere. And that's going to be Stare going down, and Astralis' quick call gets destroyed.
Yeah, that actually looked really scrappy and a little bit disorganized from Astralis. That faster play call, the timing of it, they didn't really seem all that coordinated turning the corner. Frozen able to just kind of sit in a very well-known popular spot and grab a double kill. An immediate headshot, a flashbang comes out that blinds Blame F, so the trade isn't available. And Astralis gets stopped cold before they can string 2 together. That's Borup, excuse me. But Blame F completely blinded by Torji. Good utility usage from MOUZ, but that hit goes absolutely nowhere.
Second timeout of this half for Astralis, realizing that that's the kind of round they needed to win. If they win that, if they break apart the money of MOUZ, then they have a chance to recover this half entirely.
And they didn't even get close.
Yeah, they didn't get close at all. They didn't get beyond the bathrooms.
They didn't even get a kill. It's just free upgrades for MOUZ, a couple of AK-47 salvaged, a free AWP salvaged, money now in the bank for MOUZ's defense. That was exactly not the way Astralis wanted it to go. They had them at a breaking point, and they've let them off the hook.
Well, questions are, where's Blame F? Where's Device? These are the 2 players we wanted to see pop off in the playoffs. These are the 2 players you somewhat rely on if you're Astralis to have good performances. And that nade, tagging with the shot, it isn't going to finish him off. Only 2 HP damage from that nade.
Yeah, a little bit late, a little bit too far. Stare ran past it despite getting tagged. Buzz gonna challenge again. Yeah, he's gonna do his best inside the smoke. Xerxin has no idea. Buzz does it again, but he's got low HP and a follow-up isn't there, but Jimmy is. Jimmy around the smoke, and BlameF can't handle it either.
Wow, that's so sick from YimFat. 3 kills off the side of the monster pillar. It looks so good for Astralis with that entry. Xerxin should have got that pick, but Buzz was able to pick it up, and then YimFat had to recover everything, and he does so. And this is going to be so frustrating for Astralis now. Shuwei through the smoke. MOUZ playing with confidence, playing with freedom, realizing they're up so heavily here. This is Stare alone in a 1v4, and it's an unwinnable 1v4. This is the problem. This is what you were talking about earlier today. You know, this isn't just one star rifler. This isn't just a team with only a couple players that can frag. Everybody is capable of shutting a round down, and you see the amount of options that MOUZ have available to them. If Xerxin goes down without getting a pick, YimFat steps up with a triple.
I love the way they're just messing with him. They're just fighting, and they're not staying back. It's just like every time. Shui's just jumping back and forth, getting in a position, calling teammates open, and they all get aggressive. But that round's all about Jimmy around that smoke. Fantastic B defense, where previously kind of struggled to pick up the pieces in a hit earlier. This time he handles it perfectly. And still, as you're kind of alluding to, the only bright spot at the moment for this Astralis side has been Buzz in these B site entries. That's it.
Where's the rest of the supporting cast? One-man show at the moment. Torji again going for the opening. Astralis not giving him anything. Perhaps BlameF would overextend, but Torji feels like his time in the sun has come to an end there. He doesn't want to keep re-peeking. Device moves a little closer with that deagle.
Torji's got so much confidence to peek these angles, though, because he's got Frozen in the stairs.
Yeah.
Once again, a very passive round from Astralis with these deagles. They're looking for the follow-up push. Look at the way Astralis is all spread around the map. Each player has a various choke point to watch, and that's it. No one doing anything, hoping for a peek, for a mistake, for someone on MOUZ to go hunting.
Xerxin very proactive towards B, taking short control. This is going to make the round a little more difficult for Astralis, just having him here. They want to go in towards this B bomb site, but they're all coming from the same side. They can't split Xerxin, so he has a chance to just spot them out. He has Frozen with him, and to be honest, they might not even be required because YimFat's so damn good inside of this B bomb site. He's just jiggling for info. We'll deploy that smoke. It'll be a little late because they're already up, and he's going to use it for defensive purposes instead. YimFat starts his spray. Is he going to break it? He'll start to push them into the ground. He's got the rest of his teammates just hanging Astralis out to dry. There's nothing they can do here. Stare once again left alone in an impossible situation. It is flawless for MOUZ. They don't lose a single player.
Yeah, they're swarming to the point of attack. And the nice thing is, if you're YimFat, that's a good display of sometimes if you could just negate the opposition with utility, really the aim doesn't necessarily matter all that much. A scrappy fight, he does get one in the smoke, but you drop that smoke and no one from Astralis can pass through with those deagles. 8-2.
This is way more one-sided than I thought this was going to be.
This was always a potential, though. He kind of mentioned it. I mean, MOUZ is without a doubt the better team, and we're seeing a lot of that team play. The utility usage in scrappy, tense situations when the attacks are coming in. Now, Torji missed the detail of Borup crossing over. Oh, there's a timing. Oh, there's a timing, and Torji tags him anyways.
He hit that shot. That is so sick.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of damage. It actually seemed a lot worse than it really is. Only down to 84 HP.
Just more impressive on the mechanical level rather than the impact it has in terms of the round. Oh, Borup's had a rough start as well. So I just there, and you know, you look at everyone on Astralis, no one fragging out at all. There's just been no kills at this point.
This is their map pick. That's a worrying sign.
Yeah, it's just a terrible start from the Danes. Round 11 is a slow one again. Borup getting through connector, realizes because of the damage he outputted on Torsi, it's unlikely that he stayed inside of the connector, and there may be a shot that is completely empty.
What's really hurting Astralis as well, and you want to just talk about, we can pile on a little bit more about how rough this T side has been. Outside of the 2 rounds that they've won, there's been no bomb plants. Like, other than that, it's pretty clean victories from MOUZ. Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair at all.
No, not at all.
Won't be ready for BlameF. And Torji with the AWP is going to have to manage 2 angles, misses the shot. He doesn't have the HP for this.
Realizes he has Shuwei though. He's going to just deploy that smoke, but he is going to die. And Shuwei now is in a position where he must step up. The in-game leader. We haven't had to see him have a massive round on his own, but here he goes. Everybody from MOUZ having their moments. And YimFat with a 1v2. Now he is quick up connector. He's got into position really early into this round, and that bomb plant going down at the dice box. It's actually planted for Yimfat here. He has a chance to turn this into 1v1s because of Bort's position. They think he's coming up the stairway. And there's the free kill from Yimfat. It's now down to just Device. Yet to have impact. And Yimfat's trying to figure out where he is. Where could Device have got off to? And Device peeks him with the AWP. Finally, Device rings out with some impact in this semi-final.
Yeah, Jimpat was just wishing beyond anything that he would have a little bit of information of where Device was actually playing that from. Good clutch, good 1v1 for Device, but that shot from Frozen is disgusting. That smoke almost ruins Shui's position as well. That makes it a very tough transfer over to Buzz. Astralis have 3.
Man, it really is such a luxury how many players can frag out on MOUZ. You know, you look at a Urincam leader and he's got that mechanical ability, so much depth on the team at the moment. But the problem is for Astralis, even winning that round, you gotta still go up against a very solid buy into the last round of this half.
Yeah, you're just gonna go for a B execute here. Mac 10 on Blame F, but it's not leading the way. Blinded is Jimpat, he's gonna back off. Molotovs and nades raining in.
Well, Yimfat is short, he's got plenty of help too, plenty of options for MOUZ to get a couple of kills here. This is looking very difficult for Astralis. They've got to burst through, and once again, it's the battering ram of Buzz to get 1 kill for Astralis, but it's been stalled out. The Sting's out of the attack, and stinging faster and harder than anything else, it's Yimfat with a double. Device looking to clutch again. The first locked in, nice position, but Yimfat will close on 9 for MOUZ. A story of dominance from the youngsters.
Yo, Jimmy's put on a little bit of a clinic a couple times at this B bomb site with the way he's using these smokes. I mean, that smoke this time towards the right side of the pillar gives himself a new angle that you're probably not super familiar with in the T side when you're trying to entry in. But that protection of the smoke allows him to stand in the open at an off angle on the bridge, peering towards toxic barrels, and nobody from Astralis was going to handle that.
Man, I know we've seen him multiple times at this point, but the fact that Yimfat is so comfortable and not making too many mistakes in a stage environment like this is just so wild.
Yeah, he gave that like beast interview. He gave that. He was just like, what did he say? It actually has been pretty easy adapting to Tier 1 because it's always the question we have. We've seen a lot of players struggle with it. It just, I mean, I guess like a typical Finn, and you know, he just comes in. He's like, yeah, it's been fine.
Yeah, from Counter-Strike family. You know, Sergey's older brother was kind of a breakout player for a while too, and so.
I hope Sergey's watching somewhere. I hope he's tuning in, watching his brother do some work.
I hope he comes back. That's what I hope for.
Okay, yeah.
CS2, that would be real nice. But yeah, Yimfat definitely very impressive this year. But it was interesting, you know, they were pretty candid about the fact that at Pro League, Yimfat was feeling some nerves at some points, and he was very mature about it. You know, instead of just saying, I'm not feeling nervous, you know, it is easy for me. He actually was pretty honest with his teammates and said, you know, I am feeling a little nervous here, and sort of talked through that before the matchups, and that shows a level of maturity. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of his career as it pans out here.
I'm looking to see more of Frozen, 17-2.
Well, you've not seen enough?
No, I want more.
All right.
With this kind of a level, give me more. I'm excited to see him on this T side. Maybe Exertion get aggressive, get an entry kill, open up some space for old boy Frozen to go to work.
Well, regardless, we have to see Astralis win this pistol if this is going to be a competitive first map. If they don't, they are not really in a position to survive this.
Oh, I don't think Device spotted any of that information.
I don't think so. I think they just got behind the stone in time.
Oh, that's such a weird timing it creates now.
Oh, they're so close to him too. Oh, Device, this looks so rough, but he's going back at the right time at least. And Device anticipates it, sees the edge, sees a couple of players now and is under so much pressure. Calling for his teammates, he needs some help. Flash goes in, commits to it, and he actually gets one out of the wild gunslinging.
Damn.
Blame F up through connector. The Jewel Beretta is doing some work here. And Blame F, is he going to get this one? Frozen will handle the pressure.
Yeah, but that was probably a little bit awkward for Frozen, that engagement, and unfortunately he goes down immediately as well, so no clean answer for Exertion and Shui left in this 2v3.
Yeah, where are MOUZ going to go with this one? Where are they going to go? You've got a smoke available for Shui. Looks like the B play is on the cards here, and it is Exertion going down through the connector, worried about some of the control that Astralis might have.
Yeah, he's actually worried someone pushed all the way towards T-spawn as well. Yeah, they have time to make this. They've got a smoke as well. You imagine Shui's going to put that up towards, actually, I don't know, maybe play it towards heaven, but also you might want to save it to just throw it inside the bomb site when you get there. 20 seconds now, and they got to make their move. Toxic barrels is where Buzz is sitting.
Oh, he's worried about 2 angles, though. 2 angles for Buzz to have to deal with. Pistol in hand. He needs this round for Astralis. Buzz gets one. Damn. And the shot from Step from Heaven. They needed that for Astralis. They pick it up.
Yeah, Buzz, that you might have been able to win it if he doesn't get that kill, but that makes it so much easier. Sick little one-tap, following and reading where the next peak is going to come from, and Astralis survived the pistol. 4-9, they try and close this gap. Ooh.
That was a really awkward fight between BlameF and Frozen. Yeah, that one kill from Buzz definitely helps matters completely. And Astralis, they've got to convert on this now, though. MOUZ didn't get a bomb plant, so they're going to have to take the full eco here, which should allow Astralis up to 5 without too much issue. CT side is where you expect some of these Astralis individuals to get going too. So if they can actually get comfortable start in the second half, what's happening here, Lil?
They're actually dancing in real life as well. Shui's getting the head bob going on. I like this. Hitting the clubs.
They're having a good time up on that stage.
Yeah.
Nice and comfortable. You know, it's a full eco. Let's just waste Astralis' time and hang out at the nightclub.
Yeah, just a couple of dudes getting up to some shenanigans.
Maybe they don't have the age requirement to get in or something here. Maybe they just held the door enjoying it from the outside.
Yeah, just enjoying the music through the walls.
Yeah. How about that? Just drawing out the time, taking it as a little breather moment.
I mean, it's not. It's a little bit silly, but obviously you can still have a conversation right now. We all know about the French timeouts by this point. But also, I mean, you're hopefully getting Astralis to like replenish and spend some of their nades. You're having them sit around feeling focused, wondering what's going on. So a little bit of cheeky mind games perhaps going on for MOUZ here, and it's going to come to their death over towards Monster.
Yeah, Borup should have a chance to mow them down. This would be a nice little stat padding round. There's Borup adding a 4th to his tally star with him. And everybody for Astralis getting involved. Let everybody have a kill. Let everybody have a little eco kill apart from the device. BF comes in to clean it up. And it's 5 rounds for Astralis. So MOUZ have had their party. It's time to purchase and get into the second half now with the gun rounds.
Yeah, AK-47s come out now. Astralis know it's coming. Replenish some of that utility. Let's see what they've got in this first gun round of the second half. Shui's clapping his hands. Let's get started, boys.
Yeah, you can see already it looks so composed in the MOUZ camp at the moment. You know, everybody looks super confident. Everybody looks chill. And right now with this kind of performance, you can absolutely understand why. Astralis, they've got FAMAS, they've got MP9s here. It doesn't look too pretty going up against AK-47s, but if they can win this kind of round with some of these bonus weapons, it would go a long way in building a good start on the CT side. And BlameF, he's already up the slide. And look at a slide down on Zershin, but the AK-47, the superior weapon, and BlameF will go down. Good peek from Frozen. Oh, it's MOUZ with 2 openers right away.
Yeah, that's massive. Frozen has just been so hard to handle throughout this map. Another kill on top of the aggression from BlameF, and Astralis on the back foot already.
Unplayable right now. Frozen is literally unplayable. He's just going for every peak that he wants, and he's just winning a fight in almost every engagement he's been involved in. Even that round in the pistol where BlameF comes flying down connector, Frozen looks like he's in a position where he's going to get caught with his pants down, but he still gets the kill.
Chimley's juggling a Molotov. That's a dangerous game. Don't try it at home.
Yeah, do not. Actually, just don't play Molotovs at all at home. Never mind juggling.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Molotov in towards Toxic. Borup's going to have to swing out. He's got no smoke. His
no, the smoke didn't even work.
Didn't extinguish it the full way, and now it's just Stare. Good luck, buddy.
Well, he is going to be starting to the floor real soon because his peak's coming in. The stairway to heaven for him. Shui locks in the kill, and that'll be the round locked into. So 10 rounds for MOUZ off the back of the first gun round. 3 rounds away from taking map 1 of the semifinal and taking Astralis' map pick.
Yeah, and in reality, there's only one more round of contention here for Astralis. It's this next one where the money is going to be a little bit busted. They've got no losing bonus built up, so in the next round, they're only getting $1,400, but they're going to have to invest. If Device can keep this FAMAS, he can drop a weapon over. BlameF can buy himself. Stare, Buzz, and Borup might have to, one of them will get the dropped weapon, but they're going to have to descend to some weaker buys. So it'll be something pretty similar to what we saw in this round of a pair of SMGs, likely. And MOUZ up to double digits, 10-5.
Yeah, it's rough here for Astralis. As you're mentioning, not even money available for this next round either, so this world just gets darker and darker for them. This is that initial fight. BlameF was close to winning it.
BlameF had a really cool fight on top of that slide. It's the timing of when that flashbang comes out to clear that position. He wasn't expecting MOUZ to so aggressively with utility used to clear out his position and his aggression. And that made him come down to take a little bit of a more awkward fight than what he wanted. Deep nade is going to sail in. Decent damage. Chip damage onto Torji. And BlameF gets away to the stairs.
Buzz has water control. In a round like this for Astralis, you really have to take a few more risks. You have to take some map control early on, and BlameF getting trickled down to half HP. InFat just peppering him with utility damage, and Frozen's got another one. Another opening kill from Frozen. And again, this man is unplayable. A second kill locked in on Borup, and BlameF, he's trapped. He's trapped at the start of the connector.
Oh, he's got to swing for it, but Jimmy wins that one as well. Astralis can't win a fight, and now they have the information without committing anyone, without anyone even having to die facing off against Stare, and he's desperately spamming while blind. Device is going to have to make a play at some point because his teammate is gone.
Oh, timing at least works out for Device here, but he doesn't even sink the kill. He doesn't get it.
It's not working out.
Oh, it's a really bad day at the office.
I feel like a lot of this round is kind of dictated by some of the utility that Astralis, well, obviously, but the buy that they go for. I mentioned they would have 2 SMGs. They actually went for 4 rifles, so that took away like some utility and extra smoke that they would have bought. And Buzz's SMG pushed in towards short. Once that smoke clears in the short tunnel, he's got nowhere to go. He's got nothing to do with an SMG. It's not the right range for the fight, so I don't think they're put their resources in the right places.
Yeah, and Frozen's just been probing through that tunnel. And he's so successful in doing it. Another couple added to the tally here for Frozen. He's having one hell of a game. 22 kills, 4 deaths. Device will hang on to this AK-47 inside the bank. Putting an investment in for a later round. And that's 11-5. At this point, Astralis love a buy round right here just to start competing, but they don't have it, which means they're likely to concede map points already.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's necessarily a wrong decision if they chose to force by here. I think it'd be really hard to criticize considering the scoreline 5-11. But
you want to play for overtime or the win.
But you almost can't. Even if you it's not pretty regardless. Damned if you do, damned if you don't for Astralis.
Yeah, you at least want something going out of this half, right? Or out of this map. You want to at least have felt like you started to get a few kills before the game ended. Because if it ends like this, Jason, Astralis didn't really fight back. They just got kind of punched around and threw around the ring and not really ever landing a punch. So Device, he's boosted up with the AK-47. That's the only weapon they've got. The only thing worth talking about right now for Astralis. Let's see if he gets anything from it. Frozen cleaning up. Another double entry.
Yeah.
There's nothing they can do about it. You have to lie over and accept it at this point.
They know one more is behind the bomb site as well. They already spotted that out. So Stare is going to be made quick work of. And it is just
stack.
Device. He's committed. Trying to have trigger discipline to let him run past this. Try and stay alive. Good shot. Uh-oh. All right, Device, you're on for it now.
Unfortunately for Device, InFat comes out of short, wins that duel against him. Couple of nice shots, but not enough done on the lead up to it to make it a doable round. So Astralis have decided to go for the conservative approach. They'll give it one last shake of the stick. It's the AK-4 or M4A1S, the AWP out for Device, the full buy here. They've got to be perfect. They have to be absolutely perfect to bring this to overtime. And to be honest, that's not really what we're looking for right now. We're looking at Astralis just getting a couple of kills, to be honest.
Yeah, we're not worried about perfection or going on a streak. We're just like, all right, let's just get started with one.
Let's like get a few rounds here.
Yeah. Come alive just a little bit here on Overpass. Even at the end of the day, even in potentially a losing battle, give us some hope for the future.
Stare was the second highest rated player of this event heading into the playoffs. Sure, only 4 maps played, but where is he now? You know, he's just completely fallen off.
That was a question that the desk posed. That was a question we talked about as well. The difference in caliber of opposition of MOUZ against what, Lynn Vision, against ENCE with the stand-in on day 1.
MOUZ going through the motions. It's been Frozen entries back to back. Not only that, but double entries.
All right,
this time Shui goes for the risk, goes through the monster smoke and gets punished.
Yeah, fair play. Wanted to get a little frisky.
Probably should have been the result of that scenario.
He's just testing it, seeing if they're falling asleep at the wheel. So Device gets to play a little bit more passively with the op, and BlameF can start hunting, can start wrapping around. It's exertion he would eventually find towards Divider and front bathrooms, but BlameF is still far from that.
They're going down to B. They're going down to B right now with that bomb on their back. Frozen has been an absolute animal at cracking open the sights, and the timing does not work for Device. Xerxin just keeping him occupied on that side, keeping his attention drawn towards the bathrooms player, and even BlameF's flank unable to capitalize on the opportunity. So Xerxin's just keeping 2 players up there right now, and they've got to know the numbers now. They've got to feel like there's a shot to break down this B bomb site. And MOUZ looking to close out Astralis' map pick of Overpass in a 13-5 fashion. There's the kill that evens up the numbers. InFat taken out by Borup. 10 seconds left for MOUZ to get the bomb down, and this time Astralis will hold.
Nicely done from Astralis. Nobody getting too crazy after Stair goes down. Well done from Device to force back the aggression from Exertion, not fall prey to it. BlameF able to track it as well. Nobody had to move. Nobody had to shift from the B bomb site because Device and BlameF had the information and handled it well. That defense never had to feel pressured to move. A little bit of a gift with that opening kill. But other than that, Borup and Buzz handle business. And essentially a 2v4 at this bomb site at the end of the day after Stair goes down. They are perfect. 12-6.
Well, Device might have to deal with Torchy coming around the corner with the AWP. Device should be favored holding this angle, and he will be. Torchy falls. Opening kill for Astralis, and Device gets out of dodge. Might have just been spotted jumping back there. I think he was just before that smoke plumed. But Device is confident, realizes he has to take matters into his own hands. They can't just sit back. They can't just let them run at them. And BlameF loses the fight inside. And Shui winning that duel to bring it back to even numbers again. And Shui can try and split with Xerxin from long. Stair fails to do anything, but Device, he's stepping up. The one shining light in this round for Astralis, as he often can be. But he has to do everything.
Yeah, exactly. Device is just forced to literally kill everyone. Good reinforcements from Borup. Up the stairs, finds one. Frozen can't really hunt it down because Device should have this angle and has the kill. And Device is a rock in this round. When everyone falls around him, he stands tall.
And Xerxin left now 1v3, 45 seconds. The input from Device should be enough to collect this round, and Xerxin not making his pathway towards that bomb. I'll suggest the save call at this point, but Borup might not let that happen as he wraps around the side.
I mean, there's this route just means as soon as he makes contact, if he wants to go for the round, it's a mad dash to the A bomb site. It's you have to throw caution to the wind. But now, yeah, it's just about escaping. 20 seconds, can't land the kill on Borup. And it's cut into a 5-round lead. And finally, MOUZ, well, I was going to say finally MOUZ have to save. They got two players who can afford rifles. They could get a little bit of a crazy buy if they wanted to. They have to be really careful. These past two rounds, look at the entries. A really aggressive kind of just dry peek from Torji with the op around the rock towards long. Before that, it was Shui walking through the monster smoke just to see if he can get a cheeky kill, just to see if he can get lucky and no one's looking. Both of those failed. MOUZ have to be really cautious. They don't let this lead just get thrown away on some of these more overconfident plays because you have such a massive lead.
And this is Astralis' map pick, as pointed out, but not only that, they have never lost this map.
First time for everything.
Roster, right?
First time for everything, Dinko.
There absolutely is. There absolutely is. But you look back through the opposition they played, the most recent teams they played are Apex and ENCE. ENCE was standing. That was in this tournament with 13-2 victory. But you're up against MOUZ, and that T side often looks so good for Astralis in some of those victories. In particular, Device was able to get a lot of impact, kind of punishing any peaks from Dicebox, etc. But they never found any success whatsoever towards that A bomb site in the first half. And so Device has to step up in the second half instead. And he's done that in the previous round. Chance here to build on it for Astralis, but there's always a world in which MOUZ could even win on this.
Yeah, you never know with these Tech 9s. Change of pace. Molotov is going to keep Shui and his Tech 9 at bay for the moment. Another Molotov rains in, going to change the timing. But MOUZ really want to hit this. They're going to readjust. All of a sudden, with the utility raining in from Astralis' defense, they say there's probably too many people here to really go for this, so let's back off. Let's move elsewhere on the map.
Maybe there was something to be said if Shui got beyond that Molotov, if he found the timing to get through short before the molly landed, but he didn't. And so they call it off, they rotate elsewhere, and they have got a full minute to play with.
Well, the question is now, when Astralis shift over, do they leave BlameF on an island? Does someone push out towards long, maybe try and push towards Flowers to give him a little bit of support? Because he's going to be all on his own. So an early warning system over in bathrooms, but BlameF has struggled to find success.
Well, let's see if this is the round where he switches that all the way to a different position. It's a double from BlameF. 2 kills running in towards him, and BlameF will dish out death to 3. Exactly what he would have wanted against the Pistols. And a much better round here. He's not alone anymore. He's got his teammates coming around the back too, but BlameF wants all 5. He had a chance for it, but Exertion trading him out. Frozen, if he goes back through that smoke, it's a death sentence. The Stairs on the other side waiting for him. Exertion left 1v4 again, 20 seconds. Can't do this.
All right, starting to get a little bit of life out of some of these Astralis players towards the end, where they kind of struggled previously. BlameF hasn't had the loudest game that we've seen out of him, but a triple kill in this one. Triple kill for Device a couple rounds back to get them started in this half. And all of a sudden, we're seeing those points of resistance for Astralis change the nature of this game. 8-12. And guns are going to come back out for MOUZ.
Well, if this is to truly be a comeback, we'll see that sign now from Astralis. Oh, good flash. BlameF nearly caught by it. That could have cost him his life. But Frozen, once again, this was what he was doing earlier in the second half, getting through short, getting through tunnel, and really causing problems for Astralis.
They're not messing with him now, though.
Yeah, they let him have it.
He's negated like two of their short pushes at different points during this half, so now they're just like, all right, let him have it. It's not worth the risk. And with that positioning, Frozen can just be patient now as the rest of his team starts to push forward towards Fountain, clears out the stairs, opens up the middle of the map, and takes control so they can wheel between the bomb sites.
It's a slow march towards Device. Perhaps the march of death into the Dane.
They don't have a lot of utility. One smoke, one flash, one Molotov in this group.
That flash better be good. We've seen many oppers choose this angle because of the shadow that you get if they overextend. If they start to walk towards you, you can get an early warning system. But Device feels uncomfortable hearing the utility. The pin's pulled, he drops back and plays Dice instead. Is this going to be a classic Device round? The first shot out from the back of the Dice. Rolls the Dice himself. Is he going to be able to pick this up? BlameF swings it to double kill and Device is with him. Much better from that duo. Much stronger, and MOUZ can't break through.
That's the utility. That's the lack of utility, I should say, for MOUZ. They have the initial salvo, but they don't have the Molotov for dice boxes to force Device into a committed peak. They don't have the lineup of flashbangs streaming over constantly to allow them to progress up the stairs into the bomb site. And they have really no tools to crack open that site in any way. As long as Device played mistake-free Counter-Strike, which is his trademark, Astralis was in the power position, and now it truly is a comeback. They're within striking distance. It's just 3 that separate these two teams. We said they had to be perfect when they were down by 7.
So far it has been. But the thing about perfection, total perfection, it's almost impossible to achieve. A timeout, a third use here for MOUZ, letting Cyclone have his say.
You have to imagine there's going to be one more really solid. I would imagine in the last 3 rounds, you have to think, so you call Frozen's number towards that B bomb site, activate him to get aggressive. He's had so much success, especially towards B's 24-7. He's got the hot hand this game.
Yeah, but if you're Astralis, you have to consider that fact too, right? It hasn't been working for MOUZ going towards this A bomb site. So perhaps a B play is to be expected coming up soon.
And I know, I mean, this is one thing we heard from the group stage as well, and Maniac was on the desk as well. He's kind of touted this BlameF and Device as one of the best A defenses we have in professional Counter-Strike on that A bomb site. So yeah, maybe test the weak side. Test the guys like Stare, who's had a quiet game, Borov, who's had a quiet game.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense on paper. This kind of round, though, not exactly what you would have been hoping for. An opening from Device, and Bort will not miss alongside BlameF.
We're just getting classic Device at the moment, just like you're paying the dev attacks. Every single time you want to go towards bathrooms, he's picking one off. He's thinning you out one by one.
Yeah, this CT side has been a completely different story for Device. Wasn't set up a lot, wasn't given his classic opportunities where he's allowed the space towards bathrooms in the T side. He just didn't get any of that.
Yeah, but you gotta love it. We asked for it. We said a little bit of a quiet group stage due to the nature of how many of his other teammates were popping off, with Stare having a game, Borup having a game, Buzz having a couple maps in there. Now we get Device.
And it's exactly where you would expect him to start to deliver here in the playoffs, in the semifinals. Just a long wait here for MOUZ. No one from Astralis offering anything up. They know they're in the winning position. They're just going to sit back and not let any damage come their way.
They know like the biggest thing they could do, the worst thing they could do at this point is just take some silly peeks during this comeback and lose a couple of rifles that you didn't need to, and all of a sudden open the economy, phase of the game as something that could just beat them down the stretch if they don't have the money to fight. Full loss bonus for MOUZ. So they don't have to lose this AK-47. Jimmy's going to go down, but Frozen will have the money to replenish nades.
Here comes that final play.
Excuse me. No losing bonus for Frozen. He'll be fine with just the AK.
Yeah, we'll keep that in the corner. So Unfat goes in, see if he can pick up a kill. He doesn't. Just wants to die and get that extra cash, and now 12-10. Astralis are 2 away from that perfect run to force us into overtime. What a run it has been. And this man on your screen has been the reason for it.
Yeah, he got them started and he's continued it. And again, another factor of the group stage that we saw out of Astralis was just when they gained control of some of these games, they caught fire and just went on runs. People were able to kind of hold them down, but once they got a feel for what's happening on the map, they went on streaks. They've got 5 in a row. Still need 2 for overtime.
The device AWP is switched up. It's decided to change his position. Instead of playing front bathrooms and taking that tax, perhaps anticipating Frozen to go back to his winning ways at short.
It's what we just kind of mentioned, like one more round where Frozen gets activated, and your response was Astralis has to know that's coming at some point, so device is set up perfectly to negate him. Who better?
Look at all the resources committed to this. Look at all the resources committed to trying to deal with Frozen, and it's worked out with that boost. They catch Shuey moving forward, so Frozen at least knows there's 2 at short, so he decides to change up his position. He wants to go through Monster instead, sensing a gap here, sensing a weakness, because the amount of players they would have to commit to short instead. And Frozen applying pressure to the barrels, receives utility that will force him back out.
That's not the worst outcome, though. You forced a lot of counter nades out of Astralis. You forced the Molotov. You forced a follow-up flashbang as well.
Well, the commitment is certainly coming towards this B bomb site for MOUZ, and you've got everybody here. But Device isn't really in a big position to fall back from. He's very committed. Device is in the open. Device is gone, and Frozen rips open the site. This is that B pop we're waiting for. This is the Frozen round we've all been waiting for, and it's the one that breaks Astralis' back. A 3v2, and this map might be over. It's Borup and Plymouth to have to come back in and win this in a 2v3 retake. They gather up together, the final pieces of utility being thrown in, and Frozen, what a masterclass of a map in the semifinals. One of the best riflers on the planet this year, and he has just destroyed Astralis on their own map pick in the semifinals, 13-10. MOUZ have the first map, and they are looking damn good, damn hot for a grand final placing.
Yeah, but they got tested for how dominant that was through most of it. Astralis had that little bit of fight left in him. It just comes way too late. I'll tell you what, too. I think Device wishes he could have that last round back. He did not realize, I don't think the communication came that nobody actually had eyes on Monster, didn't realize how far MOUZ and Frozen had gotten out. And that's the conversation I think he's having right now is, I actually he's talking to the ref.
He's talking to the admin, yeah.
So
I'm not sure. He looks a little frustrated, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you absolutely understand why. Device does everything he can in that second half. He was never really caught out of position when he was towards the A bomb site, but perhaps the communication wasn't on point. Maybe just not really having the right idea on the same page towards that B bomb site in the last round, and that allows Frozen to come through.
Yeah, and that's the name that we've been saying the whole game. You heard it plenty of times. What a map out of Frozen. I think, what, like 17-4 at one point during that first half. He got MOUZ started. He kept it up throughout the whole thing and maintained that impact to the end of the map. We've got the desk ready. Take us through map number 1.
That you do, Jason, and what a map it was, all over the place, back and forth, up and down, all the way up to the very end almost. Gentlemen, I'm going to have to look right at you, Jacob, and ask, did you think Astralis was about to do it?
Yeah, I was getting worried, I'm not going to lie. I think the CT defense from Astralis coming out in the second part of the game was very solid. In particular, Jason and Dingo highlighted Device, and you got to give it to him, right? With the AWP in hand on that CT side, he was able to dictate the game and give Astralis a second chance in the game. However, it started out very strong for MOUZ. It felt like they were in control. Their CT side was equally strong. Even the T side in the beginning looked solid, and I think it was Jason who pointed it out. You know, a couple of rounds in a row, MOUZ were feeling too overconfident, you know, Shuey walking through the smoke, Frozen going for a couple of individual peaks. It felt like MOUZ was so much better than Astralis that they allowed themselves to slow down a little bit, and that's the reason the game got close. Not necessarily because MOUZ weren't the better team.
That is something we saw in the game they had against Wings Up as well from MOUZ, where they had a massive lead, and they started playing a little sloppy, a little bit overconfident, and allowing Wings Up to get a couple more rounds. And, you know, unfortunately for them, they were able to close it out convincingly.
But that's a statement as well, right? You're treating Astralis the same way you're treating Wings Up.
Which can also be a mistake, which can bite you in the butt, because it almost happened. Device starting to wake up, and that A bomb side defense was looking just rock solid until finally it's a B bomb side where they found a solution. I like that call, by the way. They lose Shuey early on. They send a second guy in, and they're like, surely they don't expect, I mean, Astralis are like, surely they don't push through Monster. Frozen locks it down. Speaking of Frozen.
Yeah, speaking of Frozen.
God, he just completely froze the T side from Astralis. It was ridiculous what he was doing in the server.
27-7. like that's going to speak enough. 124 ADR. You're talking about in a 13-10 one where in which you had to just kind of hold your ground and then eventually grab that last round. He's damn sure instrumental in making sure MOUZ pick up this map.
7-0, I believe, in opening duels as well. And this is, look, firstly, young Jimpat, had a phenomenal hole. He was just unstoppable. I mean, rather, he was unassailable on the B bomb side towards Monster. The way he was playing with the smokes, playing out around the pillar was just textbook CS from the CTs, but even that was completely overshadowed by the young veteran, as I like to call him. This was a light-out performance from Frozen, Pimp, and this is when it comes down to just the fundamental basics of Counter-Strike. When it comes to the individuals, right? Everyone stepped up. Frozen went above and beyond everyone else, but everyone else had a good game. You look at the side of Astralis, apart from that device and blame of Awakening on the CT side and the A bomb side, where was everyone else?
Yeah, that'll always be the issue for Astralis. When you compare raw firepower from Astralis compared to who they like to compete against in the likes of MOUZ, Na'Vi, FaZe, you name it, Astralis will never have the same amount of raw firepower. So they have to win elsewhere. They have to win in a different fashion. You highlighted Stair coming into the game. He had a fantastic tournament up until this point. He was nowhere to be found in this game. Same for Borup. Couldn't really get it done at that B bomb side. I like to compare Jimfat with Borup, right? Because you're right, Jimfat was putting on a clinical on that B-bomb side, on the CT side, whereas Borup couldn't get anything done whenever they entered the site. So in that regard, there's just a difference in skill right here, and I think we saw that transpire.
And it is kind of unfortunate because we did, throw in the caveat early on. Yeah, sure, their numbers look great right now for Stair, for Blame, for Astralis, but you look at who they played against, right? Lynn Vision, easy win for them. I think most of these teams would have beaten them pretty convincingly anyway. And then you go up against ENCE with a stand-in where they looked really out of sorts. That's where they were able to farm those numbers. Can they do it against a top 3 team? On their map pick, answer was clearly no there, Trace.
Yeah, clearly.
Clearly.
And that's why our MVP is also so clearly identified. Frozen with the numbers, you might as well make him the MVP too. He had a statement performance here on the first map of this semifinal. Yeah. That's Overpass. Now you look towards Mirage. If he can keep that up, Astralis are in trouble.
He keeps making a great case for himself to be one of the very best riflers in the entire world. I've been on the Frozen hype train for more than a year, and it's been relatively hard to convince people because he's been playing in MOUZ. Not a team that has been going to a lot of playoff, not a team that's been in the big semifinals or the big finals, and that's the only caveat to Frozen. When you look at his stats, when you look at his impact within MOUZ, there's a clear case to be made that he may be one of, if not the best rifler in the world. Up there with Nico, up there with some of the other guys in Exile, but he's up there in that caliber. The only issue, the only thing that we don't know in regard to Frozen is, can he do it in a semifinal? Can he do it in the grand finals? We saw it EPL. Yes, he can, but can he do it consistently? He's playing on a team that hasn't had a habit of going far in tournaments, but if MOUZ is serious about this project, if they can continue to be the second best, third best team in the world, go into grand finals, and Frozen keeps up this level, we have to reassess how good he is. We have to accept the fact that he is one of the very best in this game.
And you can't really take away from the fact that, it's not just about his fragging prowess. Look at everyone in this team. Everyone's super young. He's not even IGL. You have Shohei for that. But just the veterancy, and I'm sure he has a lot of input when it comes to maybe not leading in the server, but leading as kind of like the older brother, so to speak. I said it was kind of funny because it's almost the same age, actually. But yeah, he is a veteran in all sorts.
HLTV.org will tell you this is a 2.0 plus rating. Thoughts, Bleh?
I'm actually surprised. If they hadn't overextended a couple of rounds earlier on, this could be potentially being almost a 3.0 rating, which is ridiculous.
So you're saying it needs to be retooled?
Maybe a bit, tiny bit.
And I mean, I get it. I mean, it was a great performance. Don't get me wrong. The performance, though, again, it does have to continue over on the second map of the series. If they want to have that burst into the grand finals, they have to go to the Mirage, or they're going to be starting over on the T side as MOUZ.
Yeah, and we spoke about it, right? We just made the case that Astralis, firepower-wise, can't really match up against a team like MOUZ. Overpass is a game and a map where it requires a lot of strategical strength in order to win it, whereas Mirage can be done in a very different manner. Mirage can be done by your individuals. So looking at the way Mirage is designed, looking at the way Astralis usually play Mirage, and how good MOUZ are right now, I simply can't see a world where Astralis is going to win Mirage. That one chance of getting into the series, that was on Overpass. They couldn't get that done, so I'm afraid we're looking at the 2-0 now.
Yeah, even if you might have, I was convinced it was going to be 2-0, but even the little doubt in my brain was more like, maybe Overpass goes away for Astralis, but without that, Mirage's MOUZ is, I think, a top 2 map right there alongside Inferno. So, yeah, I think this is a donezo.
So we say, yikes, I think is what we say if we're Astralis fans right now, because they do need to figure out everything going forward. We need to figure out things as we go to a break. We come back, we look at Mirage, we see if Astralis can turn the tide of this first semifinal. Okay, this is the CS Asian Championship, so okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you for being with us here for CAC 2023. It's the semifinals, and it's the second map of those coming right up. MOUZ one map up versus Astralis, Jason, and looking pretty damn solid as they now head into their own map pick.
Yeah, everything worked really well for MOUZ. Obviously, the big thing is Frozen having that incredible first game. Can obviously continue that here on Mirage, which would be a nightmare. I think this is a map as well where Exertion gets really dynamic and really aggressive, and he has great impact. You always have Jimmy waiting in the wings as well. And still, I mean, everything we kind of said about this matchup before map one kind of holds true. MOUZ clearly the better team. They've got a deep roster of players that can all deliver. However, Astralis showed us they can fight back. It just happens too late in the day. It's when Device turns up, it's just you're in a hole. You're digging out of it rather than actually playing the game and fighting to actually win the game, which is the most painful part. So if Astralis get out to a hot start, this can be a very competitive map.
It felt like there wasn't enough options being created on the T side to allow Device kind of to get into the game. We know Blame likes to be a late round player too. So you kind of need some of those other players like Stair and Borup to actually do some of the harder work.
Device in general and on the T sides as well is always going to fall into that little bit more of a supportive role of like the supplementary piece as they attack into the bomb site. And when you're not getting any success in bathrooms, you don't open that space for him to actually peer into the bomb site and give you that cover. So yeah, everything really went wrong. The only positive for Astralis' T side was Buzz finding entries on B. Mirage, that's all going to have to change. I have to see it much more dynamic, and I have to see guys like Stair and Borup wake up, because we had an absence of saying their names in terms of impact inside the rounds.
Yeah, exactly. We did talk about them quite a lot, but it was for the
great group
reason,
stages,
right? Yeah, definitely great group stages. Stair was the second highest rated player coming into this event. So, you know, we're looking at a step up needed coming into the playoffs.
Those
here
are the
for
Chinese
both of them.
casters.
Yeah, that is the Chinese casters. It's cool. I'm glad we get to kind of see them sit down.
Yeah.
And that's cool.
As we stand up.
Yeah. I mean, it's good for us. We need to stand up a little bit more.
Sure.
You know, stand up straight, posture check.
But still, I mean, this again, overwhelming favorites is MOUZ. This was always going to be a tough affair for Astralis. I don't think an upset is in the cards. I don't think we actually saw enough out of Astralis in map 1 to feel confident in that. But perhaps we get some words of wisdom. We've got a stage interview before map 2.
Yeah, on T side we were struggling a little bit, but no, we didn't get nervous. We kept our calmness, you know, and we just secured the map.
刚刚这张图其实一开始他也是说到他们打得比较顺嘛，那其实打到后面其实比分不但追近的时候，他们有没有稍微有点紧张？他说就是他们 CD 方打得还挺好的，然后 Frozen 的数据非常夸张，就是发挥得非常非常好。下半场的时候虽然对方比分越追越近，可他们也不紧张。
Now coming into Mirage, honestly, when you look at the map pool, you look at the play coming out from Astralis, we're not expecting too much here, but do you think they can still be a threat to you?
Yeah, like in general, they are a really strong team, so we never underestimate any team. So yeah, I think they can show up on Mirage. They can play really good, but we are also feeling really confident, and it's our map, you know. We just want to finish it here, but we will see. We will see.
也是聊到了，其实大家对于 A 队在荒漠迷城上面其实期待不是特别的大。然后不过托子也说，就是他们是一个很强的队伍嘛，不过他们也很尊重对手，觉得他们应该也会有所准备。那不过这是他们的选图，这是 MOUZ 的选图，然后他们对这张地图也充满了自信。他们当然也希望能够直接以2比0的方式击败对手。
And I want to touch on lastly just this feeling you have within MOUZ. Right now, obviously, a lot of you played together. Yimfat's come in now as well. Frozen has been the iconic one, stands out. You mentioned his performance individually, what he can do. But you guys seem so close-knit. Does it feel like you are unbreakable, that someone can step up at any point when needed?
Yeah, I think everyone can step up and like do a 30 bomb, you know. I think everyone is capable of in our team, and I think that's the best part. Everyone is really good individually, and we are also good as a team. And yeah, it's just a joy to play in this team, you know. Like we can rely on everybody. So yeah, that's our strength.
I got to stop you there though. A 30 bomb in CS2 with MR12?
Yeah, it's possible, you know. Maybe here on Mirage.
I like it.
也是说到了，就是他们队伍里面呢，我们看到像 ENCE 这几天的表现，还有像 Frozen 刚刚的一个表现，就是都会有一些非常夸张的数据产生。那他们之间队内是不是随时都可以有人站出来？那刚刚当然也是说到了，他们全队都有这个能力，就是他们很能够完全相信自己的队友。当局面不一样的时候，总是会有不同的人能够跳出来。然后刚才也是说到，有可能队友随时都有可能产生30个击杀。然后刚刚也是暂停了一下，然后再确定一下，咦，在这个版本要30个杀有点困难。然后说，哎，一切都有可能。
Torzy, go get yourself ready. Thank you very much, my man.
Thank you. 那我们这个时候也把时间交给我们的解说。
Well, it's a joy to play in this team, says Torres, and you can actually see that. You know, you can see the sort of joy he has and how happy he is and the smile on his face.
I always feel like Torres like right on the verge of just breaking out into uncontrollable laughter.
Oh yeah,
like every time he gives an answer, I'm just like, you're like one word away from just dying of laughter.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Nothing, and you know, usually not saying anything too funny. So
I know, it's a great quality.
Imagine if he's watching a comedy show. Now that would be something.
Yeah, that would be.
Well, let's see if this is going to be a comedy show if Astralis don't pick up their socks. And now we're looking at Banks as giving us an interview there, sort of talking about the sort of 30 bombs. I don't think we'll be seeing that just because MOUZ are so damn good across the board. There's not enough kills to go around, but Frozen was damn close in that first map.
Yeah, I was going to say, Frozen is someone you could probably rely on to test it. Exertion, I think, on a map like this, I love the way Exertion plays. He's super aggressive towards Con, towards Window, and if he has impact, yeah. But also, it's also the factor of, you know, you'd have to have a close game to be able to get to 30. But this is, we've touched on this many of times. 30 bomb in CS2 with like MR12 just seems like so much more impactful, so much more impressive because it happens so much more rarely than we saw in CSGO.
Very true, very true. But Mirage is coming right up. And, you know, we have to set the expectations. The MOUZ should be winning the Series 2-0 now based on their performances on Mirage recently. Very comfortable team. They just won Astralis' map pick. They have more firepower. They're the better team. Everything is kind of pointing towards that MOUZ grand final placing.
Yeah, sort of the way it was all lined up coming into the semifinal series. You know, even in the desk, I believe those were 2-0 predictions for MOUZ coming into it. It was like, oh, Astralis had a cool run on day one. They did what they needed to do. They got here. But this team is just too far out of control. So it's up for MOUZ to just come into the office and do their business and get done with the day. And it's up for Astralis to prove that they've got a little bit more that we haven't quite seen yet and didn't see on map one. A nice comeback, but not a complete map that they put together.
Yeah, and Astralis, we didn't get to see play on the stage in the quarterfinal. They had to come here straight into the semis running their group. So
this is poor guys that had to come here straight to the semifinals.
Exactly, but I think this is a team that probably could have benefited with playing in quarterfinal. You know, if you get a little bit more experience with some of these young players, get out there and see what it's like coming into the stage setup. I think Star actually looked a little nervous at times.
It's actually a pretty good point as well, because that was one of the big interviews that Device gave about some of like the early eliminations in recent online tournaments. Was like, yeah, it's a bummer, but actually what hurts more than the loss itself is the fact that, you know, that just getting time in officials in CS2 is critical. Getting those reps under your belt in an official capacity, and especially at an event like this, the CAC 2023, getting those reps on stage in an official in a semifinal match, especially for some of the younger players, is critical.
Now, Device did say recently as well in the interview that he doesn't know what the future of Astralis looks like. He doesn't know what roster is going to be moving forward.
It's not his department, you know? It's above his pay grade.
Exactly. But that's what he's saying, and we've got to believe that perhaps there will be changes, most likely will be changes, and so there is that level of uncertainty inside of this Astralis team still.
I mean, MOUZ is the only team in these semifinals, the last 4 teams remaining, that have no uncertainty around them at all. Every other team has a question of stand-ins, has a question of roster changes in the near future. MOUZ is just coming in like, yo, we're good. Like, we're exactly where we want to be. We finally accomplished everything that we've wanted. It's a long road to get here, and we ain't giving it up. We ain't busting it up at all. So MOUZ is coming into this as the most secure and most consistent lineup we've got.
And I think that's actually really surprising. There's been no roster rumors around this MOUZ team, considering the Frozen's inside of this roster and some of the big organizations making big moves. I thought Frozen would be at the top of the list for many teams.
I mean, I'm sure he was at the top of the list of inquiries.
Yeah, but we didn't even really hear about any of them.
I mean, I talked about this a bunch, and you know, it would be very curious. But I mean, if you're Frozen, like, why would you entertain him? Like, you just win the last CS:GO trophy, you just win Pro League back in Malta, and why are you going to make that change now when you finally got this team that you've been with, that you've been busting your ass with? Everyone seems happy with each other. You got in a good place. Let it ride, baby. And let's get it on. Mirage starts. Map number 2. MOUZ is up 1-0 in the series. A victory here moves them on to the grand finals later on today.
BlameF out top middle. Aggression into the pistol round, looking to try and take Shuey. He might actually get that chance now. Sees the knee. Shuey swings. And how has BlameF actually come out worse for wear in that fight?
That's got to be so nerve-wracking with all the conversation around Peeker's advantage. You see that elbow, and you know what Peek is. You know his swing is going to come, and BlameF can't handle the pace.
Well, Staring now inside a connector. Would love a good start on this map. He's got Device to crossfire with him from short, and no commitment out just yet to go for those peaks from MOUZ, but they're through the underpass. They might even try a window boost. Now, this is something he'll love to do, is getting Exertion up into the window. And he's so good at catching the right timing here so consistently.
Well, it makes it a lot easier as well now that you're in a 5-on-4. Problem is they're crunching middle right now. 2 players are in con, Buzz and Stare. Stare's going to be the only one to push forward. Device gets the kill. That's off towards Catwalk. And oh god, this has actually gone really, really bad. That Molotov splits this attack. It's only Jimmy coming out of the B halls. He's got everything to do and nails the first.
Wow, he's on his own, everything against him, and he still frags out. Stare on the double kill though. Device comes in, and that will be the pistol for Astralis. Stare feeling very good about that pistol. 3 locked in.
Yeah, man, that turned so fast. The opening kill onto Blame F gave MOUZ a real power position, but that decision in the mid-round to clear middle, to clear window from Device on Catwalk, Stare and Con, and then a beautiful maneuver. The Molotov to delay as well. Astralis handled this 4v5 perfectly.
Oh, Device wasn't even looking for it. Exertion was just looking the wrong way, and then he was able to react and get that headshot. Good work from Stare coming in to clean up the rest.
Especially with how much we've said his name in terms of coming into this playoffs as a very highly rated player in the event, and then the kind of quiet show we just got on Overpass. That's a good way to get started.
And he looks like a, positive there, laughing it off, and that's important that he just kind of shakes off that negative performance from Overpass. He wasn't the only one in that boat, right? Everybody was basically in it apart from Buzz and Device. So we're here at this point. It's another one of these MOUZ rounds. There's no music coming out of this club, though. Just chilling. Just slowing it down with the Glocks.
Yeah, no clubs in this part of the world. Device looking towards Catwalk. Him and Blame F working in tandem in middle. A little bit of a run boost coming out. There should be no issues with an M4 at range against these Glocks. Tapping away. First kill is Device's. And he's confident. He's composed. And he's got the last 2.
Yeah, really good work. Nice and clean. That's exactly what you expect. So now we get into the real rounds. It's going to be MOUZ purchasing up into the AK-47s. Now, I mentioned it briefly in the pistol round, but a lot of the game plan around MOUZ's T side is getting Exertion activated into window, getting him up mid, and he's often so damn good at getting impact out of that position. So we'll have to see if that continues here for MOUZ.
Yeah, he'll be like what Frozen looked like on Overpass T side is what Exertion should be looking like in this half if MOUZ stick to their usual game plan. Flashbangs for him to peer up towards Con and get around the corner and attack towards jungle. He can be such a frightening entry experience on this map.
Oh, well, he is solo mid, this time a little bit more passive, held back by utility. And more passive because the focus, the call is towards the A-bomb site, and actually just contact towards you, running out of pallets already, diving down into Buzz. The MP9 only good for 1 single kill, and Blame F desperately tries to get back in time. It's 1 kill from the FAMAS, but that is not enough impact to make Astralis feel comfortable here. In fact, the stairs cleave. It's going to be Boris coming up the top of it. Only 1 kill from him, but that'll do. Assisted by Stare, but that's that late play from Exertion. Now they know exactly where he is, and it's a 1v1 up against Device. Now smoke out connector. Doesn't actually know where Device is. He hasn't been spotted in this round, Device. And the problem for Exertion is he has to get to that bomb in Palace. Oh, it's actually worked out well. There's an angle for Exertion. That was the chance. But now he's confirmed exactly where Device is. But that smoke might make things a little more difficult.
Yeah, Device wants to reposition. He got beat in that spot, right? That element of surprise that you were painting that Device would have wasn't there. Exertion being real tough to handle around the edge of the smoke. There's 42 seconds.
Oh, he's not going to read this. He's not looking at jungle. And now he's got it. He's lucky on the timing to get around the wall. And now goes for the fight. Looking to straight up duel with Device. And he's had enough. He drops down into default. Good piece of utility to keep Device at bay. And that is going to allow the bomb plant. And now where does Device go? You gotta imagine in the head of Exertion, he's considering a connector play, but he also has to worry about jungle and CT. So Exertion decides, I'm gonna take some control into a CT spawn, and Device will go and collect that kit at the top of the stairs. Smoke available and an HE grenade, and the utility being used up will confirm the position of Device. Exertion now has put himself in pole position to win this 1v1 based on positioning itself. Exertion goes south. There's the lineup. There's the kill on Device. And Exertion wins the 1v2.
Yeah, what a long extended 1v1 against Device as well. That's a tough one to win. First, the edge of the smoke over towards stairs, and Exertion is just a beast. He gave Device no clean looks. Perhaps one as he entered Palace, but the timing wasn't perfect for Device.
Yeah, he just got around the corner at the last second. You've got to say, both players played this round really well. You know, Device deploys that smoke out at triple, which kind of causes some time to be wasted. Exertion has to focus on that smoke, and that allows the reposition for Device around jungle. Just a few unlucky timings go against him.
Well, also that Molotov in towards jungle was a real nightmare that he didn't want to have to deal with, sitting behind it. Buzz once again. Yeah, say pretty much a very similar round. This time though, Exertion not even starting in mid whatsoever. So Buzz is pretty much on his own, playing behind this ramp smoke. He has to know flashbangs are going to be coming in. Turns from him, comes back inside the corner, one extra, and now slips forward. He's got Shuhei. 1-for-1 for Buzz.
Yeah, that's a really good move from Buzz to get into the smoke and out of it in time to fight. Makes the most out of that situation. And actually that kill makes a big difference because now they're up one player.
BlameF is extremely low. Another retake coming in. No kits for Astralis, but a nice find.
That looks rough for Torzi up on top of the stairs. He was searching for the kill that would draw this back to even numbers. All he does, though, is offer up his life to extend the advantage to Astralis. And now Yimfat has to 1v2 this. Nice shot out window. BlameF is down, and it's just Borup, and he's so low. We talk about this kid's age. It's so young, but he's so calm in these situations, but not this time. The defuse is coming in. Borup sticking it, and Yimfat still gets it done. There's the kill for MOUZ. That's the Glock getting it done, and Borup unable to pick up the defuse.
10-second defuse. Jimmy had all the time in the world to find it. Buzz had the only kit in that round. It was dropped towards the top of A ramp. It's scrappy, and a number of times it felt like Astralis pulled it back into their favor. This kill seemed to secure an advantage, but once again, when called upon, it's Jimmy. Clearing out middle, a 1v2, back-to-back 1v2s for MOUZ, and that hurts.
Yeah, it does, and obviously that kit not being close enough to pick it up in that scenario. Borup gets caught. The Glock is able to get the job done. Man, that feels rough for Astralis. Clutches back-to-back going the other way.
Yeah, Exertion and then Jimpat.
And now you're in a position where you're going to get absolutely melted. Unless the play would have come into B, but fortunately for MOUZ, they made the correct call and they're going to the A bomb site, which they now have detected is empty.
Yeah, and they don't need to really progress any further. Shuhei and Window looking towards the murder hole. Torji on catwalk as well. Even that's a little bit of a risk if they end up bum rushing you, but at the moment he's got range. And Shui's challenging as well, so they have this stack boxed in. Nothing really to gain for MOUZ outside of some bonus money on this MAC-10, so why not send Exertion forward? We know he likes a bit of aggression. Some covering fire from the AK-47s could activate it. And Astralis trying to mitigate the damage and take some guns away. There's the first, a good USP shot from Stair. Borup's gonna slide towards Catwalk, and now the MAC-10 is gonna start getting aggressive with only 2 players remaining. Stair caught in the open, and it's 3-2 for MOUZ.
Oh, Device with some nice shots. That's really sick. The crowd liked that one, even though there was nothing to be had in the round at all. At least a little highlight moment. But Astralis back to a bye now. So you've had to stomach the 2 1v2 losses in a row, then obviously having to take a full eco. Now you got to buy back, and you need to start getting into this game again. Ever since the guns have come out, MOUZ's calls have been really decisive and almost immediate. You know, there's been a lot of quick A plays.
They've had I think that speaks a lot to like the individual aggression and like confidence that players are having. Like they're more than happy to take space. So I mean, you're getting a lot of information at all times, and if you're getting space, you're just going to continue with it. But also, we're still pretty early on. These gun rounds have mostly been, the last 3 rounds have all been plays towards the A bomb site as well.
Device is very vocal in this map now. It didn't look all that happy after that first map of play. Frustrating talks to the referee. Wonder what that was about.
Yeah, I thought he was frustrated about some miscoms in that final round of Overpass with his teammates playing defense, but he was talking to the ref, so maybe, I don't know, something going on with the headset towards the end of the day. Who knows?
And maybe that's why he was caught out of position. Maybe he didn't hear anything.
Yeah, we don't have the information. We don't have it at hand.
Maybe that could be something after this matchup, but here we go. Round 6. Astralis have the AWP out in Device's hands on the CT side, and we know that can make a massive difference.
Listen, this now 4 rounds in a row towards the A bomb side. This feels like Shuhei's setting something up for later on in this half. He's really leaning on these A hits early on. They've had success, so this feels like he's setting something up for a change up later on in this half if they keep having success. This time, however, 2 defenders at the bomb site and BlameF nearby in jungle.
Oh, Yimfat goes out with the bomb. He's got the bomb on his back right now, and that's the first player they spot. Yimfat and Xerxin have the 2 entries. Save Astralis. Just try and save at this point.
Not if you get one more. You can still stick around and go for some of the spam, some of the utility. You have 1 player very low. Jimpat can be cleaned up very, very quickly. And remember, an execute a set piece with all this utility means once it fades, MOUZ will not have a lot remaining to replenish it. So Astralis have denied them the plant on the initial attack, the initial execute, and now they have some advantages to play with.
Yeah, that initial Borup spam kill actually reopens the round entirely, and now a 3v2. It looks so damn good for MOUZ. They had the 2 entries, and then they didn't really pounce when the utility was up. So now they're in a rough spot. Now they're in a difficult position to try and recover, and Borup's head just hides down below. It's going to be Frozen left in a 1v3, and if he devastates them in another clutch, if MOUZ pick this up, that would be the end. But it's Device to come through with the AWP to sink that kill, and he was on the other side of the map. Device who started at B, and it still goes Astralis' way.
And it's a critical win for a number of reasons, not least of which I just mentioned. It felt like Shui's starting to set something up for later on in this half to switch away from A when Astralis least expected. So it's good that Astralis is able to show MOUZ that they can actually stop this hit. The question was, does MOUZ get the message? Because as you mentioned, they did get the first 2 openings. That was a 5-on-3 that slips away because they run out of utility. They don't make enough progress on the initial
and
move.
Smoke spam as well from Jungle.
Yeah. Ooh, BlameF does have it.
You're seeing the ramifications of MOUZ winning 2 1v2s earlier on, right? Their economy hasn't really grown, so they're down to a pretty weak buy here, and they've lost 2 openers. Astralis fighting back. In fact, they're fighting ahead. They're going to be taking the lead here.
Yeah, this is a really good round. Everyone from Astralis steps forward into the battle and wins their respective duels. Frozen's back in T-spawn, just checking for a flank, so MOUZ is going to happily let this round slow down and hope for a mistake. Looking for economic damage. Flashbang isn't deep enough, but Stare still wins the battle.
Looked like it was the same result. Now Frozen 1v5. Let's see how many D shots he can get. Here's Stare jumping around on the left side. Frozen goes for it. There's the first. Any more from Frozen?
I wish my Deagle did that.
Yeah, me too. Heat-seeking bullets out of the blaze. Devices all brings out. Second chance there for Frozen, who now has a Galil. They're all just fixated upon his position. Eventually, someone should connect in his Device to do so. So that's the round for Astralis. That's the lead. 4-3 now off the back of that.
Yeah, and 4 players surviving for Astralis, so finally a little bit of breathing room, especially when you consider after that buy, it should be a low investment, if any investment at all for MOUZ. Everyone's huddled right around 2K. With only a 2-round losing bonus. 2,400 in the next, they should be saving. Pretty much sticking with Glocks.
Yeah, this should be a round that gets melted.
Device getting that vocal, maybe he's firing the boys up.
Yeah, maybe just getting them back into it. Say if we, it's 2 clutches we've lost. Just trying to keep things positive.
And you have some of the ingredients now for a good half for Astralis. BlameF has been decent on his support of the A bomb site. Device is playing well at 10-3. Stare has had some impactful rounds, which they didn't have on Overpass. So things starting to look a little bit better for Astralis. And how much of a run can they go on? How much of a strong defense can they secure for themselves?
There's Device chiming in again. Nades go over and dominate Frozen. And it's just the Glocks getting destroyed at this point.
Everyone from MOUZ just hiding.
Yeah, so they really like making these frustrating, don't they?
Every time BlameF's gone to clear something, everyone's just chilling in their corners, not doing anything.
Yeah.
There's Stare, and BlameF's going to get the last one. Headshot onto Shuhei, and it's 5-3.
Yeah.
5 players survive. Money grows for the CT side.
Money grows to the CT side, and there's enough money back now for MOUZ to get a purchase, so the gun rounds will continue. MOUZ coming into this map. Got a victory over FaZe on Mirage in this very competition. 13-11 that ended, so it was a close game, but still went MOUZ's way just about. That was that sort of comeback, wasn't it, from FaZe? They were started real slow, but this is quite competitive from the get-go. And a timeout taken here for MOUZ. Device still vocal.
Well, that's the benefit of the veteran presence.
So we'll see what Shuhei has in mind, because like you pointed out earlier, a lot of A plays, a lot of straight up executes. Is there anything that he's been building for?
Yeah, we've hit the point hard so much of exertion towards middle. And we haven't really seen that come to fruition quite yet. I think part of it is
missed window smoke.
Yep, I think part of it is because Astralis has put some attention on middle quite frequently.
The Device is getting info, they're not playing mid. So he's got all the info off the back of that missed window smoke, and BlameF's like, okay, I'll go take top mid.
And no one from MOUZ realizes it's missed, because no one was there. So yeah, they're in middle at the moment. Borup's just going to have to delay as much as possible. Molotov comes out. That's going to hold most of them at bay. And Stare from Catwalk finds one.
Borup's done a good job at staying alive here, and now he's got Stare to help him, who's doing even better at getting frags. And now Borup's about to be wrapped around. Zershan unable to get it done. And the iron hold coming in from Borup and Stare. Much better here from the two Danes. It's Frozen and Torsi trying to make it work together, but Stare is just fragging out, absolutely destroying them from short. And if they want to win this round, MOUZ, it's off the back of Frozen. But blameF has got up behind him, and it's Buzz that'll frag out from the market. So off the back of the lack of information that MOUZ had in middle, and all the information the Device and blameF picked up, they had a quick rotation back to B, and Stare steps up from short.
Yeah, Stare still has to have some great performances from Catwalk, even with those advantages of information from Astralis. But I'll tell you what, we're starting to get into that situation where we saw a couple of 1v3s in the past 2 rounds go against Astralis, or I mean, go against MOUZ, excuse me, and they already won 2 1v2s. So all things considered, Astralis is having a great half. If it weren't for some of the missed clutches earlier on, or the missed conversions of those man advantages, this could be a pretty dominant half. This defense is looking solid.
The problems on Overpass were not the CT side, though.
That's true. That's a good point as well. Problems for Astralis came on the offensive side of things when they switch over. We'll see if that continues.
So Astralis ideally looking for 9 at this half, and Borup is the B anchor. Gets himself the kill on Zershan, so that's going to be a good start here. Trying to withstand against Deagles and P250s. And they're going to set up blameF with a flashbang. That's going to allow him to peek up. Device and blameF play together, and they've got the kill at top mid. Shui can do nothing about that, and Astralis dominating this round, dominating middle, and not letting this one get out of hand at all. Frozen's always good for 1D, isn't he? He's always good for one.
He's always good for something. Any more? He's got some tags, but never a clean fight. Astralis keeping him pinned down at 7-3. And money not really too much of a concern for Astralis as well. There's only 2 rounds remaining, and they've got all the funds they could possibly need regardless of what happens. So MOUZ desperately trying to get some rounds on the board towards the end. And once again, this streaky Astralis has caught fire. 5 straight, not a single bomb plant in this game.
It's been a lot of executes into bomb sites immediately from...
Bomb plants in some of the rounds in the 1v2s, but no round is won by a bomb explosion.
Yeah, all of these rounds have been instant executes, right? There hasn't really been a whole slow default approach from MOUZ. Maybe this is the round to try that. So they've gone for 2 top, middle, 2 under. It's just the standard default holding towards spawn.
Again, just look at this kind of defense that we're getting out of Astralis. Constantly harassing that window smoke, constantly having presence on Catwalk. I think this is part of the reason why we're not able to see Exertion get activated in this part of the map in any way.
Look at the map that Stare's having. Look at the map he's performing with right now. This is way better than anything we've seen on Overpass from Stare. 16 kills, 5 deaths.
It's a Frozen level performance.
Window. Yeah, it is. This is what we call a Frozen right here. And YimFat though draws it back, and now Frozen, just speak of that man, here he is. Oh, he needed that. He would so often get that kill towards CT, but not this time around, not in the round that matters. And YimFat now in a 1v2, and we have seen 1v2s go MOUZ's way. Another one would be huge here for them, considering they're not winning gun rounds through the conventional methods.
This is such a strong position for blameF, though. Yeah, it shouldn't be any problem whatsoever. YimFat never really gets a chance to play it. 8-3.
Another round where there's no bomb plants, so there's no extra cash. So you're looking at a pretty weak buy for the last round of this first half for MOUZ, and I gotta say, Jason, this T-side hasn't looked that pretty.
I mean, let's talk about the implications of what this performance from Stare is doing. Like, obviously, like, just in terms of the numbers, what 16 and 6, it's stunning. It's an incredible show. But with where he's playing on Catwalk, he's essentially helping shut down middle, and he's helping shut down the B bomb site. Once again, all the success of MOUZ, the 3-round wins they've got have all been A executes early on in the half. Stare is denying 2/3 of the map to this MOUZ offense.
Now that is what you call impact. And Buzz under a bit of pressure now, under scrutiny as they're coming through the ramp. A Shui to clear him out. Molotov will assist. Now Device, he's in the right position at the right time to take down this attack. This executing is being executed on the chopping block by blameF, who's now gone off the top of the stairway. A 3v3 taken back by that kill from Frozen. But remember, Device is still here. And while that AWP is present on the server, there's always a chance. Shot goes through the triple box, nearly denies the bomb plant, but not to be. A lot of help done off the top of Torsi. And Borup's headshot will come through. Stare on that retake too. It's looking so rough here for MOUZ, and it will be that 9-3 half from Astralis. If they didn't lose those 1v2s, this would have been just one-sided as hell.
Yeah, what a half from Stare. 18-6. Device combining with his op 12-5. BlameF is able to get his numbers, but the impact is all the other two players, and MOUZ just get completely shut down and blanked. Not a single round win for MOUZ since round 5, and Astralis is making a semifinal out of this yet. 7 in a row to close out the first half.
Question is, have MOUZ given themselves enough room here if they lose the pistol round?
No, I mean, no.
Exactly.
I'll answer that right out of the gate.
Thank you. Well, yeah, it's kind of crazy we've got to this point where Astralis could be taking their map pick. We'll have to take this show to a third map, and that'll be Vertigo waiting for us. They don't always say Vertigo is the best decider map, but we'll give it a go here at the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm down for it. We haven't seen much Vertigo, you and I, in this event.
No, we haven't.
This is our first Mirage
as well,
yeah.
Still a lot of Overpass, though.
It's back in style.
It seems like a prolonged break just at the half there.
Just building the pressure. Just building the moment, the intensity.
MOUZ lose this pistol, and this map could be over. Win it, and there's an opportunity to come back in a fashion that Astralis did on Overpass. Remember, they were down in this kind of scenario, and they were able to bring it back to a respectable scoreline.
And their T-side didn't look clean. You mentioned that earlier in the first half as well, Astralis. So this will be a big test for BlameF and his calling of this team.
Yeah, but this was always BlameF's playing ground as an individual, but is he able to get his team into the right positions? A couple of players now through the underpass. It's Torsi that gets caught first. Borup opens up. And Stare fighting middle has got some help with him through the underpass too. MOUZ have not given a further opportunity, but as soon as they do, as soon as they peek, it's an instant double here from Astralis. It's now Xerxin under the wood, getting cleared out, and this round is done. We talked about a pistol. Well, here it is for Astralis, because there's nothing here for MOUZ.
Oh my lord, it all goes their way. That's filthy. Device even getting that P250 tap from the A ramp back towards Ticket. It all fell into place so easily. Jimmy can do nothing but try and just protect himself and stay alive. Not that that's going to do any benefit. 10-3. Astralis at double digits and have all the advantages. And if not those 1v2s,
could be done already.
How dominant would this have this had looked? Yeah, we could be sitting at 12-1 right now.
This is not the kind of performance we were expecting, but I'm glad that Astralis have shown up in this semifinal. I'm glad we're seeing the team that we've seen in the group stages, where Stare was having a good tournament, Borup was having impact. This is more like it from Astralis.
Well, that was the most interesting prospect of this series, was that supporting cast that played well in the group stage. If they showed up in the playoffs, it could be a nuisance. If not, it would likely be an easy win for MOUZ. And both of those have played out in these first two maps. Overpass, not really a whole lot of production outside of Device for Astralis, and here on Mirage, you've got Stare just being a dominant force to be reckoned with.
No force buy for MOUZ, so they've gone for the full eco, which should mean 11 rounds for Astralis, and then MOUZ will give it their best go at trying to pull this one back. They try and win in regulation. They'd stack into the window. Torji lucky to get away from that. That would have probably annihilated him. Well, we talked about 30 balls from MOUZ. We're now talking about someone breaking double figures apart from Yimfat. 3 bombs across the board at the moment. I don't really think you can call that a bomb, actually. It's more of a 3 party popper.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a wet noodle.
Yeah, wet noodles everywhere. Stare up in the ladder room. Should be nice and easy for Stare to get this pick on Torsi. And he gets it. His teammates cover
He's
off.
probably sat there and he's like, I want to get the 30 bomb. Could you guys provide some resistance so this map can go on a little bit longer?
True.
This is fun for me. I want to keep playing.
Stare's fragging out. He's having a great time. Well, let's see. Go on. You really want the Mac. It's like it's an internal battle in Astralis. You know BlameF loves these kind of kills, right? He loves an eco. Well, let's see what he can do here. Mac 10 making some extra cash wouldn't be too bad, but at this point, Astralis start to build a lot of money.
Yeah, they really wanted to go for some of those eco kills. They were thirsty for it, but cooler heads have prevailed. They're just like, there's no point. There's no point. We don't gain anything from taking these unarmored USPs away. Let's not risk the AK-47. So get a few more players to bodyguard. Device has that kill towards bench, and at the end of the day, the thirst wins out. as so often happens.
Yeah, the thirst does beat a lot of people, you know? The temptation can overwhelm you.
The little head's telling the big head what to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Now, Shuey left. He's the lone survivor. He doesn't offer up his life. He'll have to go thirsty. And now 11 rounds for Astralis as predicted. And this is where MOUZ are going to give it their best go. They'll purchase and they'll have to be perfect if they want to win in regulation.
Yeah, they're going to have to go on a little bit of a streak here. They need to close this gap before Astralis get to 12. Hard to imagine Astralis letting this lead slip away.
Oh, they don't have the AWP yet. They don't have enough money.
Yeah, which
MOUZ.
might be a little bit painful with how slow Astralis takes some of these rounds. And window smoke misses for Astralis now. So Exertion is going to get some clean lines of sight. He loves that. Stair turns the corner and he's like, oh, that's not how it's supposed to look. That's not the fight I'm supposed to be taking.
Oh, that's so rough. A missed window smoke for both teams now. So something to that. We'll take note of that.
It's been a common theme that we've had. We noticed it a bunch during the group stage as well. Just a couple smokes aren't nearly as consistent or just a little bit off the mark. It's got to be hard to battle against the muscle memory of CSGO for years and years.
Sure, and I also wonder maybe like the jumping inconsistency maybe being updated throughout the tournament. Maybe you haven't updated your smoke lineup, and that could be a problem, but who knows. But certainly seeing missed smokes a lot more often these days. Minute 5 seconds left in this round. Torzy forced back. It would have been great for him to actually have that fight, but he's forced away by the fire and the flame, so he can't do much about it.
He does have a defensive smoke if he wants to deploy it. It's going to come a little bit late. They beat him. Oh, he gets his gun out in time, only for the one. 1-for-1 trade, and Jimmy, he's alone at the B-bomb site, tucked into the corner. Shuey comes in to provide a little bit more distraction. BlameF lurking, drops his weapon, and Device is left in a 1v2. He only knows where the A player is.
You would have to assume there's a B player somewhere lurking around the shadows. So Device is looking for the best pathway possible. And perhaps hopping through the window, he would be able to get in behind them. And with 30 seconds left, where does Device want to go with this one? And he's decided he'll go towards A.
Exertion's a psychopath, though, and he's reading it. He's a genius.
This is actually wild, but he was reading. Now he's looking away. He's worried about different angles. It comes down to timing, whether or not he's got his rifle in the right spot, but Device might peek with his knife on out, and Exertion does not get the timing. It does not favor him, and now Device, well, he hungers for a 1v1. Are the odds in the favor of Yimfat? He's coming back through short. He's a long way off. No kid on his back. Take note of that. No utility either, and Device has the perfect position for this. Device has the perfect chance to go to 12. And this man is so cool in the clutch. He has no issue dropping back and using his utility instead of standing for the fight. Yimfat gets on it. A full 10-second defuse. Oh my God, is he going to hold it? No, he comes off eventually. And Device swings with a headshot. Device celebrates in the clutch. And it's map point for Astralis.
Big time play from a big time player. Beautifully manufactured from Device, and he gets a little bit of revenge. All those important 1v2s from MOUZ in the first half. And Device turns one back in Astralis' favor.
Yeah, never really any doubt there for a moment with Device coming through. Maybe the only way that Yimfat picks that up if he sticks that 10 seconds and Device doesn't believe it. That might have been something.
I think Device even panicked a little bit here at the end because he didn't hear any noise, he didn't hear any pushes. He thought for sure if Yimfat was going to win that round, he was going to aggress upon him towards CT spawn. So I think he got a little bit scared of that 10-second stick.
Oh, we talked about closing the gap for MOUZ. They were unable to win that round. That clutch could have made a big difference for them, but they didn't pick it up.
It's done now. The idea that Astralis can't get one of the next 9 is crazy, especially when you have to start out with a buy like this. Not a single M4, 3 FAMAS, an MP9, and a scout on Torzy. MOUZ need 9 in a row.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. A window smoke landing.
Yeah, but do you have confidence that it landed when you turn that corner
like
if you're
just jiggling?
And you're like, please be there, for heaven's sake.
Oh, Exertion going for a little bit of a risk, pushing deeper into the apartments. Spots out Borup, taking a bit more of a risk here. Shuey pushing with Exertion. This could be a chance.
Yeah, setting up this push perfectly. All the attention towards the other direction, and Shuey's able to get a free one now, popping out into the smoke.
Shuey staying inside of the smoke. BlameF has to worry about this. His teammates creeping ever closer up short to that B-bomb site. And BlameF is dealing with the smoke. Sounds being made. He looks away and he gets it. He comes back in time, and Buzz's kill inside of that B-bomb site is one huge step closer to this map going Astralis' way and forcing us into Vertigo.
Yeah, there's no kits on this retake. A little bit of utility, actually a decent amount of Exertion, but the positioning of Astralis is so strong. You've got control of market, you've got control of bench, and Device is over in shadow.
That nade, if it goes towards Buzz, that's got him. That's got the kill. Now 3 versus 2. Device is going to play out from short side. Stair coming in to help him now. Need more resources inside of this. Device cleaves off the head of Torsi with no issue. Now a second chance on Frozen. Not to be. So the man that has been a beast throughout this map is the player to try and close it with the clutch. From in behind the bench, it's an easy kill insertion, but it's no time. There's no way, and Frozen cannot do it. Astralis come to play a MOUZ's map pick, and this semi-final has to be decided on 3.
23-7 for Stair. What a performance all the way through the map. And you want to just talk about the impact of it. The numbers are impressive, but CT side, mid is closed to MOUZ. Exertion can get nothing going. B bomb site is closed to MOUZ. Stair was everywhere that they wanted to go and shut them down each and every time.
And you want to talk about the character of Astralis as well, coming out of map 1. Their map pick being bullied around, and so many of those individuals having a terrible start to the game, individually speaking. But one of those players, Stair, comes back in and is able to sort of lift that mood and get back into it.
And this is the life Astralis needed. It's been about it. The question has always been that supporting cast. Who's going to step up? Which one of them is going to bring their A game in this one? Which one of them is going to be that third piece next to BlameF and Device? Because this time, this map as well, you had Device playing really well with the op, and this time it's Stair. No one on Overpass. Both teams steal their map pick, and now the question is, who are we going to get on Vertigo? Which one are we going to get on Vertigo? Trace, what do you think?
I think, therefore I am, Moses. And thank you is what I want to do, you and Dinko. Guys, we do have a third map in our hands, and we do have an Astralis that just showed up to play. How about that?
That was a very, very dominant performance coming out from Astralis. Obviously, the scoreline suggests that it was one-sided. It was. MOUZ won 2 1v2 clutches in the first couple of rounds in this game that should have gone the way of Astralis.
Yep.
And I'm looking at a game that could have been 13-1 or even 13-0. It wasn't even a game. MOUZ completely fell off the floor right here. Couldn't get anything done. The calling with Juhe constantly trying to attack that A bomb site didn't pay off. And Astralis played 10 times better than we've probably seen them do at this tournament. That was one of the best performances I've seen from this iteration of Astralis, especially in CS2.
It's also especially confusing for me because I'm looking at the C side from MOUZ, and it's like almost every call, I mean, not every call, but majority of its calls seemed like calls based out of spawn. They're like, all right, you're gonna straight out of spawn. All right, guys, we're gonna go for this fast A execute. We're gonna go for a delayed A play. Didn't really see too many defaults coming out. In all honesty, they didn't slow things down. They weren't able to punish Astralis for the aggression they were showcasing, but. On the flip side, the aggression that was being showcased with Astralis was just pristine. They were looking very clean. The trades were instantaneous. Look at this play, for example, from BlameF, right? Not allowing the execute to really transpire, going for the retakes before MOUZ are even on the bomb sites, not allowing it to get down to the bomb plants even. And just a very different Astralis, which, I won't lie, I didn't expect we're going to be seeing. I thought it was going to be, we both thought it was going to be MOUZ just running away with this. Now, with this performance, we got a game in our hands, Trace.
Yeah, that first map wasn't necessarily the most indicative, but it did show signs of life for Astralis. Now here, the life is just flourishing.
They won 11 in a row. 11 rounds in a row against a MOUZ team. The second best team in the world against a MOUZ team that have so many qualities to offer on the server. I agree with what you're saying. You know, the outer spawn calls was puzzling me a little bit in the sense that we see the creative freedom coming out from players like Frozen, Exertion, Torsi for that matter as well. There was none of that. Look at Torsi's score here in this game as well. He was nowhere to be found on the server because at no point did he have any place, any, I guess, room or any opportunity to roam with the AWP, find openings on behalf of his own initiative. It was all about the outer spawn callings, and that's usually not well and suits players with a lot of creative freedom as well. And I think that was the issue for MOUZ. We never got to see Exertion, we never got to see Frozen or Torsi for that matter try to express themselves on the server.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is a couple missed window smokes, not a big deal, right?
The window smokes being failed also don't really help matters in all honesty, but I think that's just, I wouldn't really blame it on, like, you know, missed utility or whatnot. I think it's overall, just an overall failure on the T side.
Yeah, well, not failures would be our MVP, which is exactly what I'm going to highlight for you all right now. Show me Stair. There he is.
There we go. Okay, credit to Stair. Like, we have to give him the flowers that he deserves. First map, absolutely disappeared from the server. He was definitely a liability alongside, you know, Buzz and as well as Borup on his team. But 130 ADR, he was playing towards the B short area, and he was just shutting down mid and B. They had to go for a fast B play. He's there towards short position. They're coming for this mid take. He's helping out BlameF and Device. He was doing everything humanly possible and just coming out on top.
I like the redemption from Stair because you said it perfectly well. On Overpass, arguably the worst player on the server, at least the least productive player player on the server coming into Mirage. He's the one dominating. He's the one taking shots. Very aggressive on towards Catwalk. I think it was Jason who highlighted during the cast that the impacts there was fighting on that CT side, with being on the B bomb side, with being towards middle, with being part of the retakes. He was all over the map. So a classic, great performance coming out of there. That was a good sign.
So let's carry both of these performances, right? Map 1, Map 2, both teams. Let's carry that now on into Vertigo. And let's look at this where MOUZ is supposedly starting the T side.
I mean, the thing for MOUZ is they've had a pretty solid success. Again, both these two teams haven't really played too much of Vertigo thus far in CS2, but they've had pretty good success. I think they managed to take down FaZe as well. They lost to FaZe as well earlier on. They had a few reps on this, but then we haven't really seen them play much. So it's a bit of a question mark. I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning of the segment, right before we had map number 1, Trace. If it goes to map number 3, it could get a little icky. It could get a little confusing.
When you say icky, Jacob, is he referring to the idea that people are just going to be clashing heads all across the map?
Maybe, yeah. I expect fast pace, to be completely honest. Both of them would like to fight for the A-Ram control as well, but both teams love to go towards the B-bomb side as well.
Yes.
And try to get the early openings and just storm in towards the bomb side. So I expect the pace to be quite fast, given it is Vertigo. And I agree with you, Astralis is not a bad Vertigo team. They weren't in CSGO, we just haven't seen them played much in CS2. So we're going in a bit in the dark. However, I still think MOUZ is the better team.
Yeah, and we're just going to have to sit back and relax and enjoy the show. Gentlemen, thank you. That is Pimp on the end, Bleh to my left, and you and I going to a break so we can come back and determine who's going on to those grand finals. Who's going to be our first grand finalist, the CAC? We'll find out when we return.
Just one map left, and only one team will take that final spot in the grand final. They'll be moving through, and they'll be playing against the winner of FaZe versus ENCE later today. But Astralis have opened things up completely. We thought this was going to be a done deal after that first map. It looked like it was all going up MOUZ, but Astralis dominated them on Mirage. Now we've got a real series on our hands.
Yeah, that was great. For how slow it started on Overpass, we saw Astralis kind of pick it up in the second half, but just too little too late. But that momentum carried through to Mirage and a dominant defense. You have to say, that was absolutely... I mean, T-Side didn't really have to work. They just got to close things out nice and easy. Device with the AWP is having impact. He's now done on both maps, which is great. So he showed up into this series. We know BlameF is going to get his, and obviously Stair chiming in. So now it's like, again, you go to Vertigo. Which of the other three? Which one is it going to be? Buzz, Stair, Borup. Which one of those guys is going to provide it?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect for Vertigo based on both of those maps. Mainly being one-sided as hell, right? We've seen the first map
stealing each other's map picks.
Exactly,
also.
Right? So it feels like this is just thrown to the wind, and we're just gonna go along for the ride, close it out on Vertigo.
This is the best kind of experience. Let's come into this fresh. No one knows. No one quite knows what's going to happen with this one. I think you'd still lean in the favor of MOUZ. You still have to say MOUZ is going to be the favorite, obviously, for the series coming into this. But for this third map, you have to predict that MOUZ, with their kind of teamwork and their team cohesion and the experience they have together, is going to be the favorite to take this map and get through to the grand final. Because everyone's still been looking at this event, being like, all right, this should be FaZe MOUZ. It should be covered up, but Astralis has thrown a real spanner in the works.
Yeah, they were the dark horse for this tournament for sure. And I think coming into the event, people wouldn't have said so because of all the sort of performances online weren't great, and all the rumors around the team and how uncertain it was within that team. But the fact they've come to this event and they've looked this good, it's really impressive that they've been able to put it together.
People have been kind of like positively watching this Astralis team still with the questions, and that's kind of what this event is about for Astralis, is answering those questions. I don't think it's going to change anyone's opinion significantly, but it's answering the questions enough to start getting people more intrigued about where this could potentially go. And obviously we have that X factor of all the rumors and potential roster changes hanging up in the air, but at the moment, make it look like this Astralis project is heading in the right direction, and we're starting to see some of those pieces activate throughout this event, whether it's the group stage with Stair or this one semifinal map with Stair. Some of those guys, Buzz picking it up on Overpass, some of those guys are starting to show what they're capable of.
And you're right in saying it's just that one map from Stair, right? There's no sign that this is going to be a consistent factor. You have a good map here in Mirage. Are you going to be able to do it consistently?
Well, I'm interested in this map on Vertigo, what MOUZ does on their T side if they get stopped, because what I felt like, I was mentioning this in the green room, it felt very much like on Mirage, we talked so much about how dynamic and aggressive and impactful exertion is towards the middle of the map. Astralis denied access to the middle of the map, partly with the constant aggressive setups, with how good Stair was playing as well, but it didn't feel like MOUZ had a comfortable plan B when they can't get that success in middle, when they can't establish some kind of control and some kind of presence in middle. They didn't know what else to do on the map to really make things work. So if they hit those obstacles again on Vertigo, like how much are we going to see? How much variety do they have in this playbook to kind of get over any of those difficulties?
Well, where could some of those pushbacks and difficulties arise on a map like Vertigo?
Well, obviously A ramp is going to be the big one that you'll look at and just say if you can't ever take A ramp, you're in for some trouble. But I mean, with the skill of players from MOUZ, with the individual ability and the way that Exertion and Frozen like to take duels, you could say those guys towards the B bomb site on those B stairs can peer into the bomb site and get aggressive and take some fights, and you can find some openings there. So there's some options, but I think more than anything, kind of like mid on Mirages is similar to like A ramp on Vertigo, where you have to be able to maintain presence, you have to be able to force back defense so that you can work the rest of the map.
Well, it has been a great time out in Shanghai. We've got to see snippets here and there.
So we hear?
Down on the stage, yeah.
I don't know how you know it's a good time out there.
Well, it looks like they're having a good time, Jason.
Okay,
and I'm just going to imagine they are.
It's been a good time in Bucharest.
Some of the smiles they have on their faces. Yeah, it's definitely been a good time in Bucharest for us here out in the English broadcast. But everybody on Twitter is saying it's a good time, and or X or whatever it's called. We're seeing people say it's a great time.
All the players are just enjoying the different fan culture out in that part of the world.
Was it BlameF today? Yeah, I think it was BlameF today who said it was the best crowd experience he's ever had.
Best fan experience he's ever had, yeah.
Well, he hasn't played in front of that many audiences, BlameF, which is kind of wild to think about. But he has played in Cologne playoffs.
Just had to stick that dagger in right before the third map begins on. Just really twist it.
Yeah, exactly. But that is the scoreline. 1-1 on maps. Semifinals being decided on this third map of Vertigo in just a moment. We've seen the Opers take their seats there. Device versus Torzy. And how does that matchup fare? I think it's pretty easily on the side of Device in terms of caliber of
So far in this series, Device has certainly been the stronger and more impactful Opera with how the team has played and how important he's been, especially to the CT sides that Astralis, the little comeback on Overpass and the dominance on Mirage. I think in some ways Torzy, with his style is able to have like more explosive games with the AWP, but Device is Device, and he's found a way to use the AWP in Counter-Strike the way very few other operas have, where he can just be consistent. Mistake-free Counter-Strike, smart rotations, smart positioning, and you beat the opponents out by that factor instead of, you know, the crazy skill, the crazy shots, which he can still hit from time to time. Now, the question always becomes coming into CS2, as we've heard all the conversation, how effective is the op? How, like, the op nerf, is it really impacting the op's ability to have an influence on the game? Yeah, Device has had some positive words about it, said it's a fun new challenge to find different ways for it to be as similarly impactful. He likes that it's not necessarily as strong as it was in CSGO, but I mean, you wouldn't really know it today because he's having a good performance with it.
You know what I like about Device is the fact that he said that and actually realizes it's a new challenge that you're going to have to adapt to and learn little tricks here and there, how different peaks you're going to have to do, how you're going to have to play with it is different. Whereas, you know, some players are just saying that they don't like the op, and so they're just complaining rather than actually like figuring out a new way of using it. And that's what's really, really nice about Device here with his op.
Yeah, well, Device has already had has always had one of the more stronger mental games in Counter-Strike, just by virtue of the way his career began way back when. Was known as one of the biggest individual chokers we had in the scene. Those Danish teams, that Danish core that would go on to be the best team of all time, was known early on as the biggest choking team that we had for years and years and years. And when they turned it around, it was by the virtue of changing the way they approached the game mentally, and that's been just a trademark of all those players' careers ever since then. Map 3, MOUZ Astralis. Winner goes to the grand finals, and a win for Astralis would be a fantastic upset for the resume.
Yes, indeed it would. As BlameF jumping, jump spotting down towards the bottom of the ramp. You can try and take attention if there were multiple players coming that way and allow that boost to be effective. But the thing is, for MOUZ, they're not going towards A. They're not going towards that position. Not just yet.
Two strong defensive halves from Astralis in the series so far on both maps.
And a CT start on map 3, that's going to feel good.
An early chance to see what MOUZ is made of, if they have enough answers to get through this.
Yeah, by virtue of MR12, if you have one big half, it can cancel out the chance to come back into this. And Borup, he's going to have so many players coming in towards his position, decides to get the info and drop back.
Yeah, you have to push towards top stairs, though, if you're those two defenders. As the shift comes in, you can see Buzz changing his position. Borup just tucking into a corner. He needs to have a good game. He's been most quiet of the three, and he's taken down immediately. So is Buzz. What a pinch.
Yeah, big entries there from MOUZ. Got to feel pretty good about that. And Astralis nowhere near the action with the last three players. Device there and BlameF had set up a play really to designed to try and stop that A play. You know, it looked really potent if an A play was coming that way, but they go to the other side of the map, and that's a nightmare.
And because it was a stack up over the wall, right, you don't actually get information that anyone's at the bottom of A ramp. So if someone's peeking down, you can see that nobody's home, and that boost isn't going to net you anything, so you can shift players off a little bit earlier. But MOUZ, from the point where they're spotted to the point where they actually pull the trigger and hit the bomb site and get those entries, is not a lot of time. Not enough time for Astralis. Device a little bit shaky. Not a great start to the map for him. And Exertion's loving life.
Oh, he's just bouncing around, just b-hopping his way to headshots. That's one way to do it. A 4K on the stage. That makes it look real easy.
Yeah, okay. Got a few words for Astralis after the round as well. Not an Exertion's house. 1-0 for MOUZ with his pistol.
Yeah, and that means Astralis will have to go for the second round eco, right? It's just the more common approach, one that Astralis is taking. They're a lot more conservative than the likes of an ENCE, for example.
Ooh,
so we'll see them go for the CT eco. But that is some nice shooting from Exertion. But yeah, full eco now for Astralis. This should allow a 2-0 start for MOUZ. Better already. Now, Astralis do love their pistol stacks. But the more likely approach for MOUZ in a round like this, when you realize you're going up against pistols, is to just take a slow little spread.
Yeah, exactly what they're doing. Frozen starting to peek towards middle as we speak. Shui's leading the way up A ramp with that MAC-10. A low priority weapon if it does happen to go down to some kind of a stack, but sees nothing. Jimmy's going to keep watching the flank. Now, he does have the bomb. He's got to be a little bit careful about this. Oh, if he drops it here, though. Oh, dangerous. Buzz looks away. It still would have been very difficult to get that kill, but that's a very tight, narrow choke point to bring the bomb. They have A. I'm not sure entirely what the holdup is. He's coming in late. So, 2-0, Dinko.
Yeah, 2-0, Jason. That feels pretty good for MOUZ. But yeah, it took a while to get there, but they eventually found themselves with that bomb plant. And, you know, we're looking at the rest of the tournament coming up. Again, if you guys are just tuning in for the semifinal or unaware, as to what other matchups could lie in front of you throughout the day. We've got 2 semifinals and a grand final on the same day. It's going to be an action-packed day of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we got FaZe ENCE coming up as the next semifinal after this game ends, maybe like 30, 40 minutes after this game ends, and we can get the players set up on the stage. And then after that, the finals to be determined who will be facing off in those. We've gone old school with this event. 2 semis and a final on the same day.
And a show match yesterday.
Show match yesterday. That was new.
Wanted.
That was a new experience.
That was, and the show match
Saturday
was good.
show match.
It was actually a very good show match. It was a lot of fun. They had trap cards. They had all kinds of things. And now it is 2-0 for MOUZ. That eco is over and done with. And we get into the real rounds, the real ones, where Astralis will have a bye.
See what we've got in the early going. Device can afford the AWP. He'd be glass cannon with no utility, and he goes for it. Why not? Give him a chance. Round 3 is underway. Device takes that AWP towards middle for an angle that he can escape from.
Question is, can Astralis get Device's AWP in a position where he can start to inflict that Device tax? Or if MOUZ found themselves in a tax haven on Vertigo. Molotov from ENCE.
The biggest difficulty at the moment for this Astralis defense is Device snap by in this AWP with no armor and no utility means he doesn't have anything to support Buzz. So Borup's had to make an early rotation and shift all the way from A to B. Device will now be the support player that rotates over towards A, but again, no utility if they get into any kind of a trouble. And MOUZ, knowing the economic advantage, is going to slow play this one, let all this defensive utility fade and get used up before they start moving forward.
Smoke up, blocking the top of ramp.
Is that a waterfall smoke?
It looks like it. I thought,
downward?
Yeah, there was an original one, but that got patched, so maybe this is a new one that they're rocking. Oh, take note of that one.
Cool.
Yeah, thought that waterfall smoke had been gotten rid of. But here we are. And MOUZ making their way through it as they phase right through. Haven't seen anybody just yet from Astralis. They're playing much more defensive. They don't have anybody at the sandbags, and Device is bringing this all back from middle over towards the elevator. Tries to chime in with a shot, but it doesn't go his way. And now Stairs rifle gets shredded right through, but there's another player in the same position. This time it's Blamef, and Device combines with him. A 3v3 set off the back of those 2 kills.
Yeah, but at least Blamef keeps him in the open for Device to go for some repeats.
Oh, that's the bomb.
Shuey realized it a little bit late. He had to fall back, but the kills go the way of MOUZ. Somehow Borup still alive. Torji can't connect with it, but it's Jimpat to get the 2 impactful kills, and Buzz now left in a 1v3. They line up, and he almost had it. Low HP, Torji's backed off.
Oh, Buzz going back into it, taps onto that defuse, trying to draw the short player out again. There was a chance with that lineup to send himself to a ridiculous round, but that nade, if it went a little deeper, perhaps it removes Torji, but it won't. He taps again, trying to draw that spam, and he's taking damage through it. As the time ticks on, the chances of winning this round shrink for Buzz, but he's so damn close on the transfer over, and he's so unlucky not to get this one. He'll pick up the AWP, and that bomb blast, it is huge. He's going to try and jump off the map, but it won't even matter. Oh, Buzz comes so close, yet so far in that clutch.
Yeah, that could have been interesting. I think it might have, I don't know if he would have had time for the defuse if he manages to transfer that spray inside the smoke, but it would have been fun to see. A nice attempt, and Astralis just barely can't hold on. So knocked back to pistols. Blinder on the stair, but that's exactly what exertion is meant to do.
Thank God the Shuey actually got that information. They have the bomb. Imagine he goes down, the bomb's on the other side of default boxes.
Oh, would have been an absolute nightmare. Even if you still get that kill on a Device, would have been so tough to recover. Exertion, investigating, spots a shoulder on that jiggle peak. Stair goes down.
ENCE. Sends the Molotov close to Tetris. Here's Blamef taking the risk. Land some damage. The Frozen impactful with the headshot, climbing up on top. It's ENCE with another one. And now Device and Borup left in a 2v5 that will reach its natural conclusion at 4 rounds in a row for MOUZ. Now we talked about Astralis' big CT halves. That's the reason they were able to come back and overpass. It's the reason they had such a dominant game of Mirage. This is not the same defense we've seen.
They've only had 1 gun round, so we'll give them another chance to get it underway. Yeah, and they haven't done a bad job of keeping the money at least low, and it's good to find a couple of kills here right at the end. Device going to be forced out, couldn't connect with a headshot. This AK will be given back. But another great headshot from Borup, as he's got a few things to say in this round. His first 2 kills of the map.
Bomb goes down, and soon Borup will likely follow. Down below him is the MAC-10 Exertion. They've just crossed over. That should be somewhat of a reaction. Borup's looking desperately around because of that crowd reaction. Exertion will catch him on the sound cue, so he'll turn back. The MAC-10 gets the pick, and that will be 4-0 for MOUZ.
Yeah, still forcing a few rebuys out of the T side. Nothing too crazy, but it's more about what Astralis can do in this next one. Timeout taken in the all-important second gun round of this first half.
Yeah, with MR12, you can just kind of lose control of the game very quickly, though. And even though, sure, you've only had 1 gun round, but that's still 4 in a row. That's still heading into halfway through this first half, and you haven't won a round yet. Timeout taken for Astralis ahead of this. They realize the importance of this round. There's that awkward moment.
Yeah, even Borup even knew what it meant as well, and he was looking around, just couldn't find him. Exertion able to get the AK-47 back in hand. So Device with his AWP again. This time a kit on Borup, and this time plenty of utility. 5 Molotovs, 5 smokes for the Astralis side of things. And let's see if they can get started early. As we've seen throughout this game and throughout these group stages, once they catch fire, once they get going on a little bit of a streak, Astralis can run up the scoreboard real quick.
Torji looking for the opener off the top of the crane. Astralis won't overextend. It's a double setup, a tower of players in middle. And often these double stacks, one higher, one lower, can be so impactful at getting an instant kill. And that's exactly what happens. And good luck trading that one, Frozen. Because one of the players didn't fall out of the setup, you really can't go for the trade. You've got to just respect it.
Looks like he wanted to blow open that smoke and try and catch him falling back, but they already beaten the angle. So now boosted up is Borup. And if you're MOUZ, you're like, oh, well, we don't have access to middle. Middle is no longer a place that we can probe. We're going to readjust. Frozen playing inside the ladder room. Exertion a little bit up towards scaffolding.
It's going to come down to this fight then. Device at short. If they aren't around the corner, he's got a position where he can pick off one and then drop back to safety. He was earlier playing a position where he couldn't fall back from, but this one a lot better if he wants multiple kills.
He has no smoke or Molotov to slow it down as well if he does miss, so it could get a little bit spicy. Molotov as well if it bounces off, but at the moment, MOUZ is happy to be quiet. Now the nades come out towards sandbags. That first piece of map control towards the A bomb site gives away the game.
Device hears that utility come in, realizes he has to get out of there, he has to run away, and that now calls into action Stare instead. His M4A4 at the edge of the smoke. Can he get the angle? He'll dink Torsi, but not take enough damage. And it is Yimfat on the double kill inside of the side. Torsi rings out too. And MOUZ just like that, from silence to 3 kills erupting. They've drawn back to disadvantageous position to force themselves forward. That'll be 5. Astralis can't compete in this retake, and they've got to save for a rainy day.
Yeah, that's an absolute disaster. Astralis just so committed to defending that bomb site despite the utility being up that they're pushed forward in awkward positions. And give it up to a little bit of luck of who's going to see who first around the edge of the smoke, and it's Jimfat who wins that all day long.
He's 10-0, Jason.
Yeah.
He hasn't died yet.
He's the immortal.
He is just fragging out right now. In the deciding game of a semi-final, it's Yimfat making the difference. He's like, everybody's in this awkward fight around the smokes. Yimfat's like, I have to plant the bomb, but I'll just kill everybody as well.
It's very early in his career to where it feels like we should just start expecting this out of him, because it's been pretty consistent when you go back to the Pro League playoffs and finals as well, where he was a beast, wins the MVP of that event. He's just carved out a place for himself in this team in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Another adaptation. He's given himself a good run for Rookie of the Year at this point.
I think you... Oh, do you buy here if you're Astralis? You drop some M4s over on Blame F and Buzz, drop them over to some teammates. One player's got to go down to an SMG with utility. Yeah, starting to get a little desperate.
I mean, we talked about how impactful Stare was in that previous map. He's 0-5 right now, Jason, and he's playing a pretty important role, right? He's assisting Device on the A bomb site with his rifle in that last round, and not getting a single kill from it despite having a position to do so.
I actually really like the play he made around the edge of the smoke at that A bomb site. It's just the fallback after that. Maybe Borup, and I don't even know how you'd want to analyze that if you're Astralis, but very, very dedicated to trying to stop that hit before the plant goes down.
Here we are again, Astralis. They've got the buy. They're a max loss bonus at this point, but they've got to start winning rounds right now. If they don't, this half can get out of hand very quickly. In fact, tasked with dealing with that B stairs play.
And he's called out the B aggression. He's called out that they've pushed down the stairs, and that means they pick up the pace towards A. Exertion is already up scaffolding. He's backed off. He went for a little bit of an investigative peek. And there's that waterfall smoke and a plume on the bounce.
Looks like the same lineup as before. Perhaps working now again, and now we've got Stair on the side. We just mentioned how he needs to perform a lot better. This could be the round to do it. He's with Blame F, so it's the double rifle setup inside of this A bomb site, and it's not just those two players anymore. In fact, 4 players from Astralis coming over towards this A side of the map, and Borup gets absolutely destroyed from the peek around the corner from Xerxin.
And he'll be frustrated. I think him and Stair are organizing some kind of a defense, shuffling nades, and he kind of gets caught in transition because of the time it took. And Astralis, again, awkward
Device
positions for this defense.
Look at Device, he's going into the fight, and Xerxin turns, he hears the steps, he goes back for the kill, and now Blame F trying to step up. It's just one Molotov kill, and everything else is falling apart for Astralis. It's down to Blame F and Buzz, and Blame F needs to step up to a level we have not seen from him yet in this semi-final, and it isn't going to happen. So now Buzz. And they don't really need to go to this A site anymore. 30 seconds, if you can get that bomb out of there, that B bomb site is clear. And they know that because Yimfat's made that play. He's taken that space, and there they go, running away from Buzz.
This A defense seems so uncomfortable for Astralis. Like, no matter how many bodies are there, actually, sometimes it almost feels like the more people are there, the more disorganized it is. Like, they don't have a game plan, they don't have a setup. At least not one that's coming out seamlessly. They're just getting caught out of position in individual fights that MOUZ are going to love to take. And Buzz can't even think about going for this, even if he wants to. 6-0 for MOUZ.
This A bomb site have not figured it out, despite having so many different looks, right? Device has even had the AWP over here at times. They've had 3 players. They had the early rotation of 4 players to that A bomb site in that last round, and it's still not enough.
Yeah, it just seemed awkward again, like shuffling in position inside the A bomb site. So Borup gets taken down during the confusion.
Device goes solo at short.
Yeah, it ends up like they're still trying to hold on to A ramp while Device goes solo short and just goes for a peek. And it's weird too. That's one of those bomb sites where if you don't have the right utility to hold it, it gets really uncomfortable. And it's a very strange like balancing act you have to do because you need some of the utility for retake. So the cohesion you need on when your team falls back and plays retake and when they push forward and play for the bomb site, you can lose track of that very, very easily.
Xerxin looking very good on this map now. That was a big problem on the T side of Mirage. You mentioned it. They couldn't get Xerxin into any of the rounds. This time, he's finding a lot more success, making plays through short, pulling out, and then coming back in again for a second go. Definitely a lot of impact being felt by Xerxin, and now Torshi opens things up. That's Buzz gone. Nothing they can do about it towards B. I'm just on Yimfat watch, man. He literally hasn't died. This is ridiculous at this point. Device, did he just get a good timing? He did. He got close to Frozen, but still position is good for the young veteran. He's got that headshot.
Timing not that good.
Yeah, if he went ladder, maybe, but...
Looked like it looked like it could have been interesting. No way for Device to know. So 3 players stacked up at the V bomb site. A desperate affair where Astralis is just hoping that it ends here. But with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock and 5 on 3, there is no way MOUZ doesn't explore their options across the map. And it'll be Exertion again. Probing up the A ramp.
And just having a look around. They'll eventually realize there's no presence here. There's no one home. It's a very sad Christmas.
And an interesting decision now for Jimmy. Does he want to go for the hunt? They see A is clear. There's no resistance. You have to know the B bomb site is going to have at least 1 or 2 players. Money's not great for MOUZ despite the 6-0 run. But taking some of these rifles away could be a tantalizing prospect. So, you know, we're at a point now, it's tough to really figure out what Astralis needs to do here. We've seen them try and get aggressive on B stairs. MOUZ had the response. We've seen them able to handle a multitude of defenses over at the A bomb site. The only real area where Astralis have had success on this defense is towards middle with that double stack with Device's AWP. But that's kind of one of the lesser important parts of the map. Least important parts of the map.
Yeah.
I'll get there.
You will.
Yeah.
And so will Astralis eventually, hopefully. They have 12 kills collectively. 12 kills across the whole board, Jason.
Yeah, it's not pretty.
And Yimfat has 11, and he hasn't died. Like, there's this one player. It's just so ridiculous. And now we're at this point where Device, we've talked about his AWP impact on the CT side. Where's that been? There's just nothing. Nothing at all to get excited about at this point for Astralis. There's no sign of the comeback that we've seen even on Overpass.
Well, here you go. This is Device. Oh, I was going to say, he's going to try and flex. And he just,
I've never seen an AWPer get destroyed that hard and flung off the map that quick. Like, the body's just flying.
Lord
and
almighty.
Xerxion's got another one.
The timings with his fast pace to scaffolding, Device going down, it was never spotted. Blame F gets caught off next. And this is Astralis now already really in panic mode and just saying, we need to get overly aggressive to try and create something for our team.
Oh, Buzz, he's taken out.
And look at Jimmy. He gets that kill and just backs away. Backs away from any impending danger after the fact. Map completely in control of MOUZ. They even spot one more towards the A bomb site. Didn't spot the second, but with the knowledge of one, you're just like, okay, well, 3-on-1, 4-on-1 at the B bomb site, let's go.
It's really cool how MOUZ's T sides work. If you look back at Overpass, the player the game plan was set up around was Frozen in that map, right? He was really impactful around short, getting a lot of kills. You would say usually in Mirage, as you mentioned, Xerxion would be that player into his window. And it seems like it's similar again on this map in particular. Xerxion seems to be the player they just allow to make the plays. And if he's having a good game, if he is getting those kills from his aggressive maneuvers around scaffolding and getting up into short, the T side just looks so cool, but it is kind of sick that MOUZ have a lot of options, a lot of player makers they can go to.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if you just look at how deep this roster goes, you have Xerxion and Torji, strong players working A ramp, and especially Xerxion with his aggression. He's just one of those players who's been able to trademark some of those aggressive plays to be able to get some space on ramp and scaffolding. We've seen it a number of times in this half. Over towards the B bomb site, you've got Yimfat there, who's just solid in that position. Not a liability whatsoever, knows when to take his moments. Shui there in support, Frozen in middle, can pounce wherever. You got a lot of skill spread across this map that makes it difficult for defenses and difficult for Astralis right now, obviously.
Yeah, this is where maybe the more officials for Astralis did them a lot of good. You know, it doesn't look like it's on the same page for the defense here on Vertigo. Tactical timeout for Astralis, third used in this half. And I don't need to tell you how desperately they need the last 4 rounds to make this game competitive. AWP for Torji. All back for Device. Stara would love a kill. Just one. Don't end that half on the goose egg.
Yeah, all of a sudden that incredible performance on Mirage
is gone.
Yeah, he's probably forgotten about it as well.
Yeah, it's just finding some consistency for this team, man. Like, there's times where they look great, and others where they look like this.
This map, at least, they're put in a lot of disadvantages with some of these rounds where they haven't had all the nades they might have wanted. But I mean, certainly it's a problem of their own doing with the way that A defense hasn't been able to stop anything that's come their way. And it's not even a knock on the A defenders because it's happened when there's been 4 people there as well.
Xerxion getting on the side of the smoke in the middle of the ramp. Not seeing anybody, but this guy has just been so good at taking openings. He's going to have to duel against Device at sandbags. It's not the usual position to find the AWP in it. He's seen the tip of the barrel. Here comes the peek at top ramp. Device will gather the information and strike on Xerxion. So Astralis, for the first time in a very long time, have won the duel on ramp against Xerxion, and Device is looking for a bit more.
Gonna keep up the aggression. Now he's got the angle deep. Smoke to be blown open.
Oh, didn't.
A little bit past.
And Yimfat's got that trade back on B, so Xerxion doesn't get it done. On the A side of the map, Yimfat, the Immortal, continues. 14-0. This man is just playing on another level at the moment. He's inside of the site. Yimfat stands on default. Utility flying over the top. And this Wonder Kid keeps going.
We just touched on this. The danger of all this talent on MOUZ and the way every single part of this map has a strong player attacking it. And Yimfat having a game. You finally stop Xerxion at A, and Jimmy wrecks you at B.
Jimmy,
to the tune of not even being able to think about a retake.
Yeah, it's just so wild. Jimmy the Immortal, 14-0. Astralis might be getting beat, 13-0.
How does he get that second kill? First one is like you can understand it. It's that heads-up duel, and sometimes that's going to go against you as the B defender. But he never knew where that second player was. That was pure reaction in the moment.
So many options, so many plays to be made inside of this MOUZ team at the moment. And Astralis, what can they do? They get the opening on ramp, and the B side collapses. Here's Device working well to get it, and then Yimfat, what a shot. Borb's just playing default. It's a difficult shot to hit there for Yimfat, but perhaps Borb, if he's alone, he would have liked a more utility deployed. It's just wild.
Well, I mean, you can't really account for that instant headshot, right?
No,
like,
you can't. Yeah, he's playing in a good position for it.
You're trying to hold on to the utility, and when that duel happens, you live and you drop the utility after that to delay things. But obviously, that instant headshot has other things to say. The life of a B player on Vertigo. Those headshot duels.
Torzi waits, and he's been waiting for this peak for so long, and finally Device gives him it.
I mean, MOUZ know that Astralis has to do something. They haven't been able to stop anything, so they have to start getting aggressive and take these peaks. And MOUZ know they can just sit patiently because Astralis is feeling so much pressure and so much desperation in this game. Just continues to fall against them in every sense.
And that is Device gone out of this round. We'll have to sit on and watch the remaining 4 screens as MOUZ possibly take 10 rounds in a row. Zershin begins his play through the smoke again, this time emboldened by the fact he has so many members of his squad behind him. And then Shui that's got that pick, traded by Borup. Yimfat fighting forward, and the trade through again. Astralis are losing numbers, and even the mid-lark, Frozen with the headshot, nowhere they can go. Nothing that Astralis can do.
Frozen waited 10 rounds to make that play. They have not been aggressive in middle. They just the once against the stack that they gave up, but they have not walked out middle a single time until then.
Well, BlameF actually has a shot at this.
No.
Right? No?
Nope.
No, we're not giving him a chance? No,
Nope.
no kit.
No kit, and he's so
There's one down on the
he
ramp.
can pick one up, but he's just so far away from everything, and the bomb site's already secured. 10-0 for MOUZ, 15-0 for Jimpat.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad, even because in these positions, if he was a little closer to the bomb site, he had a kit earlier, you would want to see him at least go for it.
He probably would have, yeah, if he felt like he had any real chance of making that happen, if he's close to the site, if he knows where 1 or 2 of the players are, if he's in a position, but it's just, there's nothing for BlameF to do. Pick up the AWP after the bomb explosion, and that's about the only positive or an AK.
There we go.
I mean, the AWP hasn't really worked.
No,
For
it
as
hasn't.
impactful as Device has been throughout the series on the first 2 maps of Overpass and Mirage, the AWP has been very, very quiet here on Vertigo. Although everything on the Astralis side has been quiet on Vertigo. 4th and final timeout, burning every single timeout just to try and get 1 round.
And at this point, this is the semifinals. You know, you have a couple of rounds left in the half,
And the cool thing is, watch MOUZ play these last 2 rounds because they aren't taking their foot off the gas whatsoever. They aren't like loosening up and saying, we've got a massive lead, we can go for a crazy play. They aren't kind of being overconfident in anything they do. This is still measured, this is still calm, and MOUZ is just being ruthless. Not even giving Vertigo a puncher's chance for Astralis to upset them all.
Well, Astralis need to muster every last bit of energy left inside of this half just to get a couple of rounds left. But MOUZ will go back exactly to what is working, which is getting Zershin up the ramp, spreading out across the map, but a little bit more help this time for Yimfat at that B-bomb site.
Yeah, at this point, it's probably like the conversation even changes for Astralis in these timeouts and in these freeze times, in these moments where it's like, all right, guys, let's not get 13-0'd.
Yeah, let's not let that happen. 13-0 on the stage. Not the way you want to go out of this tournament if you're Astralis after so many positive headlines. That would be the one people would remember. Flash over the top of the stairs. It's a peek onto Shui. That has gone the way of Astralis. And I actually feel worried about MOUZ's Zenran here. Yimfat at the bottom of the stairway.
Let him live.
Yimfat has been incredible, yet to die. But that 1v2 is not coming his way. They're going to drop on back.
That's only the third opening kill in this map for Astralis. The previous two were converted by MOUZ in 4v5s.
Now comes Xerxion's play up the top of the ramp. A lot of utility being deployed to try and stop him from getting any ground, but the AWP has already got through short. It's already through the scaffolding and around the corner, and Ster is going to have to play for multiple kills here. He needs to step up for a multi-kill, and he's yet to get a single one on this entire map, but finally that will be broken. Ster gets a kill, but it's only the one, and Yimfat continues to frag out. Dorsey's shot off the headshot. Device can do nothing. And Yimfat, he's tasked with planting the bomb again. He'll run into default. He'll lock those digits in. Sustaining damage from utility. But Yimfat's under a little bit of pressure now and needs to get off that default plant spot.
And he still hasn't died yet. He still hasn't died. Here's the swing. He transfers over. It's frozen to get the kill. Yimfat's finally gone down, but it won't net success for Astralis just yet. BlameF has to go for this one.
BlameF steps up for the clutch. Just one round. That's all he's fighting for at this point, and it isn't going to happen. MOUZ's Zenran, their immortal warrior, may have died for the first time, but it's still the round win. 11-0 for MOUZ.
All the answers and a third 4v5 conversion on this T side. No matter how many advantages Astralis give themselves in some of these rounds, opening kills, it doesn't matter. It all comes back at the end of the day. Torji with a nice pick, pinning Device down. And the retake just falls flat. A good crossfire setup between lane and the ramp. And now a triple B aggression for Astralis. BlameF in middle. They said, you know what, we've tried bodies at A. Let's leave it to just one player. Let's try elsewhere. And that's finally had success, as unlikely as it is. A 2v5, surely MOUZ can't recover this, but they have the A bomb site due to the nature of how Astralis positioned this round. This is possible.
Xerxion throws the smoke out at the elevator. 2v3, 2v4 rather. Astralis, a chance for one.
No flank coming in either. All four players retaking from CT spawn side.
And towards his AWP, holds. Orb runs in. Xerxion destroys them at the foot of the site. There is nothing they can do. All they're asking for is one single round, and all of that mercy is denied. Torzy says no. 12 in a row for MOUZ. Unrelenting on the semi-final stage. MOUZ are one round away from a grand final.
What can you say about that one? 2 versus 5. A 2 versus 4 in the post plant. And Xerxion steps up to the plate next.
And look at all those notes. Yep, that's kind of, you throw that out.
That's about the value of them at this point.
Get those notes out of there.
And Device trying to introduce some levity into this situation. Pistol round.
Let's get that first round on the board, shall we?
No goose egg, boys.
Let's get one. But that is the only victory that is likely to come Astralis' way today.
What an incredible offensive side from MOUZ. 12-0, and after this kind of a push, Ster and Buzz grab the first 3 kills, and here's Xerxion. They line up, they pull it right back, and he sets up Torji for the clutch. BlameF out of the smoke, no chance, no hope. It all rests on this pistol.
Double flash, Molotov, plenty of utility. In fact, for Astralis, across multiple players, they're going for this pistol round. They're going to throw everything they've got at picking up one round on the board.
Similar pistol to what MOUZ ran. It's the split in middle towards the B bomb site, but there's a third defender here for MOUZ where there wasn't for Astralis.
Shuey covered off by smoke. Can't do much about it, so it's down to Xerxion. No multi-kill this time. Device opens up, leading the charge, leading the way for Astralis, but Yimfat getting cleared out by Device's dual Berettas. It looks like Device might have done enough to give Astralis this pistol, and Borat will help. It's not the 13-0. It's not the ridiculous scoreline. It's 1 here for Astralis.
Yeah, let's be happy about that one. Let's just...
a single round.
Let's be happy. It took everything.
And perhaps the first step of the most legendary comeback of all time.
Perhaps. In fact, if he gets that kill a little bit quicker, he can drop down onto B stairs and play it a little bit safer, but Device knows he's got to be aggressive and wrap around that. Good job from Borup in middle. And the sweep denied.
Oh, here's the play from Blowmath. He's got his MAC-10 out. Stara's looking for it. There's the kills. There's the lineup, and it's just Shuei left. Nice and clean from Astralis. 2 in a row. First time we've been able to say that. But here comes the bye now. And this could be the end of this semi-final coming up in this next round. And MOUZ will have in the crosshairs later today, FaZe or ENCE.
Yeah, a chance at a trophy early on in CS2. Remember, their existence in CSGO, especially with this lineup that came up from the Academy team. The Academy positions just fought for so long to get into a position where they were strong enough to lift a trophy. They grabbed it right at the end. The last CSGO trophy to this MOUZ Sports side, and now trying to pick one up early on in the early days of CS2. One round and they get a crack at it. That'll be against FaZe or ENCE, which is our next semifinal.
And let's see if it ends in round 15. This used to be the end of the first half not so long ago. Now it could be the end of the semifinal. Astralis gather their troops. Strength in numbers at the bottom of the ramp. Gonna send a couple up the ladder into mid. Borup is the player leading that. Buzz in behind him.
Not a lot of utility for this defense. They've just shifted over, deployed a follow-up set so that Torji can remain aggressive towards scaffolding and find position.
Borup should be using his utility once that smoke fades for short. Device is gonna have a crosshair on Torji. But regardless, the utility is waiting to go. Aim from ladder room into short.
He can't play there with the barrel of the silencer either, so backs off towards the corner.
So they're just going to wait until Borup has utility ready. He's not going to commit to it. In fact, the call is cancelled for him to do that. And the smoke comes down again. A blanket of smoke covering off short. And Zershin's timing switches out to the rifle and runs away with the knife. Back to try and help this A defense. That opens up that mid gap here for Astralis.
Yeah, but there's 2 players in middle. They don't have a lot of resources to actually attack in towards A. Time is running out, 20 seconds, but no one's aware. Here's the flank for Borup. They line up. Oh, the spray is messy. Not nearly as impactful as he would have liked. And Borup, there's not enough time for him to slow play this. Astralis is in trouble.
Oh, Stare goes down in short. 9 seconds. You've got to get the bomb down soon. You've got to start planting. And it's the combo you want in the clutch. Device and Blowmath trying to keep them there. But here's the Chen-Ren again. It's Yinfak coming out from elevator looking to get it done. But Blowmath keeps it going. It's not over yet.
Oh my lord, seconds. Seconds determine that round. Bold with 2 players on the flank from middle to try and pull that one off with 25 seconds. They heard Exertion run away. They realized they had the red carpet for that flank. And it still could have been cleaner. Buzz maybe missed a double kill. But they'll take it. 12-3 and MOUZ a half buy as this game continues.
Yes, the conservative approach and the mid control taking. For Exertion, look at this.
This is the scary part, though, because it's such a strong lead on rounds like this. Like, if you're MOUZ, why not take these risks? Why not go for it a little bit? Shui's got 1, and that's going to open up this flank from Zershin.
And the focus will now be on the site, right? You're not going to be thinking about that flank.
And there's 2 defenders here to hold him at bay.
Oh, this is so good. This is a chance now. He's got an AK-47. Zershin's around the backside. He can break them again. But it is just the one from Zershin on the rifle. But as you mentioned, 2 defenders here, and perhaps that second one will be needed. But it doesn't really matter in the end. They recover Astralis. Don't lose just yet. Torsi will do what he can, but it's not much. It's Astralis getting a 4th.
Exertion thought they were way more advanced to the bomb site. He was hoping that he would pick up that AK-47, turn the corner, and pick off like the last straggler who was going to turn and watch the flank, but just gets absolutely wrecked. It was actually the first player attacking in, so plenty of people to address the situation before those defenders could take their attention away. 8-round lead.
It's back to the full buy again for MOUZ. Back to all the bells and whistles. Astralis return to having the AWP in their hands, and Device, oh, he's looking for it. He's got a bit of info. Cannot see his opponent, and he's crossed on over. Device hasn't detected it, and Frozen's managed to get across the tarpaulin. Device's timing just doesn't work for him there at all.
Actually, it worked for him perfectly. You could see he just turned his attention back as the smoke faded, realizes the smoke was going to give him cover. Oh, there's the tag. There's the tag. Very low, finishes it off. Follow-up peek is his as well.
And that's
Body
what you
backed.
like. That's what you want from Device. The second kill coming in. But Yimfac and Xerxin, they can turn it right back as well. 1 minute left and Xerxin's pushed down B. So if Astralis try and come back here as a late round play into the B bomb site, it will be completely caught. And if it isn't the case and they commit to A, well, Xerxin has the flank again. Device is worried about it, considering that flank.
They can't slow down anymore. They don't have anyone they can leave to watch the flank because they know now with B being cleared out, MOUZ know they're headed towards this A bomb site. They need to get in and do this quickly.
Xerxin up behind him. Smokes come down. This is the execute in from Astralis, and both kills through the smoke from Borup. You can't be bad to that. And because he gets both, Device can focus on the flank and catch out Xerxin.
Couple of gifts in that round for Astralis to line up through the smoke for Borup.
The Device double.
And it gives Device the chance to address the flank.
Sick work from Device. Tactical timeout coming in here from MOUZ for their first timeout of this map. They haven't needed it until this point. But once again, they have the option to half buy if they want, and we've seen how close that came previously. You know, a lot of damage being done. Opportunities were presented to win that round. So wouldn't be surprised to see that investment again, and there it is. But this is Device, flick it back up, catching Frozen, and then a second.
Was there with him. I think Shui was actually shooting at Stair, which gave Device the extra second to scope in and find the follow-up kill. Still a long way to go. Still not ready to call this a comeback just yet. Astralis 7 rounds back. And I think regardless of anything, like when you have a 12-0 half, it's so hard to feel like you're ever actually in the game because you have no mistakes to give. Astralis, it's almost like they won't even truly be in this until it's 11-12. They've just got to play with their backs against the wall.
Flash around allows Playmath to climb up on top and peer on down, but nothing to see. He'll leave his duties at the top of the boost and come back elsewhere. In fact, they all descend down the ladder. Looks like some reaggression, perhaps in towards that A bomb site late into this round. Thorzy stays at short, gathering information as he stands there. He's about to get some presence coming his way. And here's Buzz. Utility forcing Thorzy into a more uncomfortable position. Frozen deploys the smoke defensively. Can he have a big round on the Deagle? Can he stop Astralis here? There's the first from Frozen. Gets traded as Buzz and Playmath come back with a few shots here and there from MOUZ, but it's mainly Borup that's had some back-to-back stellar rounds. And that will be Astralis continuing.
Yeah, he's really launched up the scoreboard himself, hasn't he? 17 kills on Borup in what potentially could be a losing affair. But it's good to see Astralis. I mean, they're still playing like they're in this game. Would have been very easy to kind of win that pistol and be content to not get 13-0'd, to have your one round.
Same with Overpass, right? It did feel like that map was done, and then they were able to bring it back to 13-10 final scoreline.
Yeah, but at least they started at what, like 11-5 or something when that comeback really began. They had a potential of winning that down the stretch. It's you're playing for overtime now. Don't even have that goal of victory available to you.
Frozen playing in from short. Stair was not advanced enough for that nade to really do too much damage to him. So we'll dodge that early. They're just waiting to activate Stair, letting him go up the top of the ramp through the smoke. He's climbed up the crane and now drops back a little further. He's actually pulled Frozen further out of short. In fact, put him on the top of the platform, and that's a peek into Device. That's one he wasn't ready for. And that gives MOUZ an opening kill and perhaps one step closer to closing out this series.
And how aggressive does Stair want to be? If you know he evacuated back up, do you want to jump up and go for it immediately? Everyone from Astralis is here. Smoke will delay things as well. That denies access for Stair. He can stand inside the smoke, but a lot of time he's got to sit waiting. Defense has fallen back to a more retake scenario. Frozen dedicated, but everyone else. Oh, Shui's gonna swing it. Also goes down to Buzz. And Thorzy, all of a sudden, the flick over to superficial damage. And over the top, the AK bullets ring in.
And it's not worked out. It's not worked out here for MOUZ at all. Not so clean from Frozen and Shuai, really. You know, it looked like they could have got a couple of kills there, but...
Well, I was just saying, they moved into retake. They had some Molotovs in utility to delay, but like a couple of them shuffled back. Frozen stayed, then Shuai went over, dedicated, wanted to get one more kill on the passageway in. And MOUZ's defense is struggling to put a round on the board as well. 7-12.
The first two maps of the series were a tale of defensive sides. Now it's a tale of T-side success.
Yeah. These late round hits towards the A bomb site when the defense is running out of nades and utility are being very, very effective.
What a comeback this would be. What a comeback this would be from Astralis. Tactical timeout for MOUZ. They still have 2 available after this. So this is why, you know, we still definitely favor MOUZ to close this with how many opportunities they have and how many timeouts they have still available to figure that out. That last round. It's got to be unbelievably perfect from Astralis.
And they have no more timeouts to talk anything over. Running into any more obstacles.
Got to just use MOUZ's.
Yeah, one switch of the defense, one little X factor, one cheese round from MOUZ, and this could all be over so quickly. We run it back into round 20. MOUZ with the grand final in sight. They just need one.
Torji tries to open up at B, but it hasn't worked out for him. No opening kill for Torji. Perhaps Device can do better on the other side of the map for Astralis. Peering over the top of the smoke, there's a bit of a gap there, and Frozen intelligent enough not to step into it. He would have been picked off, he would have been taken out. And MOUZ don't want to sustain the early loss.
This is a big engagement if Borup goes for this. I saw him cheating forward a little bit. It's almost like he wants to start activating, but Exertion holding the angle aggressively. And Astralis continuing this march with utility, this slow take of the A ramp. Snares inside the smoke at scaffolding, and Borup wins out the fight. Massive win.
That is so huge from Borup. So much impact being felt from that individual over these last few rounds. Under a minute left in this round now.
And Snares pressuring this solo. He's shown his position.
Well, it's going to be a hard fight to win. It's up against Frozen.
Astralis is coming back to him as well. I thought maybe he could turn into a little bit of a fake, a little bit of pressure while they attack elsewhere on the map, but they're coming A, and MOUZ know it.
Is this the time where MOUZ finally put that 13th on the board? Stare around in the corner. Frozen trying to get involved in that early fight, but Borup again bulldozering his way through this. But Shuai and Torzi have had enough, and the Hungarian sniper tries, but Device shows him how it's done. A double comes in from Device. 1 bullet, 2 kills, and Yimfat alone. The young Finn like to try and clutch this in a 1v2, and he's got it into that 1v1 up against BlameF. He's looking for it, dancing around the boxes, and Yimfat does it! A 1v2, and it is the grand final for MOUZ. A chance at a trophy early in CS2, and now they will have FaZe or ENCE in their crosshair.
Yeah, they've showed they haven't really dropped the ball so much. A little bit labored to finish the map, but such a dominant first half gave them so many opportunities. And MOUZ looking just as good in CS2 as they did at the end of CSGO. This team is firing on all cylinders. And for Astralis, credit where it's due, they continued fighting despite the desperate situation, despite starting the second half 0-12. A decent showing, all things considered, for Astralis at this event, but not really answering all the questions we would have liked.
Definitely not answering all those questions. And, you know, there is that talk around the rumors of the roster changes, the future of Astralis. Who knows when those will kick in. But this is a team that definitely have a lot of promise in certain moments. And it seems when they get to these LAN events, they are a little bit of a dark horse when they get into the playoffs, but yet to make a super deep run.
We like the way they play. It's consistency. It's consistency of individuals to make that play style effective, and we didn't see that on all the maps today in the semifinals, and that's what will get you knocked out at the end of the day. So handshakes between both squads. MOUZ is going to have a little bit of a break this afternoon after this game, and they'll sit and watch the second semifinal. FaZe ENCE comes up next, and They'll be meeting one of them in the grand final.
And these guys are too young to be around the days where you would play the grand final at LAN straight away after the semi-final, right? You usually get the day to prepare, get ready for that grand final.
They've had the easy schedule these past few years.
Yeah, exactly. But they're going to have that matchup versus the winner of FaZe versus ENCE. But to break down all of this series, we've got a wonderful panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, gents. An exciting end, I believe, is a fitting description of how that game ended, Jacob.
Yeah, kind of a wild one, you know, MOUZ going on a tear in that first half, and everyone thought that was going to be the classic 13-0, or the new classic 13-0, dare say it, with MR12, and then Astralis fighting their way back, just as we saw on Overpass in the very first map. They came alive way too late, unfortunately. MOUZ were miles ahead of Astralis here on Vertigo, and, you know, some may argue this was more of a cosmetic comeback than anything else. I tend to believe that, but, you know, well done to Astralis for giving us a bit of a game, and well done to GymFed for playing hearts out, some of the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen him play.
That felt like a cosmetic comeback, honestly. I never felt like there was a moment where Astralis were actually going to tie it up and bring it to OT. Look at some of the rounds they won, right? Collateral kills through the smoke, everyone's blinded. And MOUZ, we've seen this happen from them many a time. They have the lead, massive lead, about to close it up, but they do struggle getting that final step. Hopefully that should be the case later on in the finals against whoever comes out on top between FaZe and ENCE. But let's talk about Jimmy. Let's talk about young Jimmy. That first half was ridiculous. The guy was a Terminator. He was just unkillable. Slow down a little bit, but still, 15-0 is a ridiculous score.
And again, you look at sometimes when a player hits a stride where in which it doesn't seem like they can make the wrong move or the crosshair can't be in the wrong place. It's always proper. Jimmy did that.
Yeah, Jimmy did that, you know, and there's more layers to what Jimmy does on the server than just his impeccable aim, right? You can see in the duels he's comfortable, he's confident, he's going for it, but his reactions to whatever's happening in front of him, his smoke game, his utility game, his 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of his opponents all the time. We saw it in particular on Overpass on the CT side. Whenever he was being pressured by utility, he always knew what to do or what the proper reaction would be to make it very difficult for the opponents to kill him and get him out of the server. So right now, Jimmy, you know, sure, on the scoreboard you're looking good, but the eye test is even better, and that's what impresses me the most.
And I think, yeah, absolutely. He already has impeccable aim, but on top of that, if you're giving yourself, if you're manufacturing favorable fights for yourself, that makes you almost unplayable. And the crazy thing is, Exertion actually had a fantastic first half as well. I think at one point he was 10-2, while Jimmy was 10-0, but like, Jimmy was able to outshine the performance we were being showcased by Exertion. Torji and Shuhei a little bit quiet in this game altogether, but Torji did come alive at the very end, and I think it's kind of fitting that Jimmy in the end gets the 1v2 clutch to send the Danes home.
That would almost, you know, my definition, make him the MVP.
Maybe, yeah.
Can't be anyone else.
It would make sense, though, right? Like, I mean, statistically, it makes sense. Also, grabbing a W, it makes sense. And then they go into the grand finals. How hard will it be to sort of replicate that energy, that fluid motion in a later game?
I don't think it's going to be too hard. You know, in a grand final, an extra instinct kicks in. You have a bit of a break now as well, where you can recharge. You can even watch the other semifinal. You can get some food, relax. Sure, it's not optimal. Sure, the players would love to play the grand final on a separate day, but let's not beat around the bush and let's not overdo it or overcomplicate it. Yes, it's not optimal, but it's not going to be a factor in the final. You can definitely show up if you want to.
Let's show it down to the stage. How about that?
We'll soak that up for a moment because you've made another grand finals here, and I got to touch on this Vertigo. You thought you were getting that 13-0, right? You must have felt it.
Yeah, absolutely. I really wanted it, but yeah, I was not worried, and I knew we would finish it anyway, so it's what's important.
必须要聊一下刚刚的 Vertigo。他们是否觉得能够13-0战胜对手？当时他是非常想要能够完成这个成就的，可是他也没有想太多，只要他也相信他们一定会拿下这场比赛。
Now I want to talk about it when it came to Overpass, right? Solid stuff coming up from you guys, but even on both maps, Overpass and then going into Mirage, the T sides, which are normally so good for you guys, were a bit lacking in it. Were you feeling that yourself? Do you understand why?
I mean, Overpass is a little bit of a new map for us because we changed roles on T-side now. So that's that, and I think that they're also a pretty good team on that map. But yeah, Mirage, we were just not feeling it. They came in hot, they were shooting heads, and yeah, it was a little bit difficult to play against them, but I'm happy we won.
前两张图他们其实发挥不是特别的稳定，就是他们进攻端原本是他们特别厉害的一边，可是在今天为什么就是他们进攻端不像以前那么犀利？也就是说他们在进攻端的时候稍微进行了一些位置上面的调整，然后同时对方这两张图打的也是非常好，所以也导致了就是刚刚的一个情况。
Now, obviously, you played one game, you get a little bit of a break, and then you got to get yourselves ready for a grand final. What's the MOUZ way of doing this? How do you get yourself ready mentally and make sure you are ready for that in all cases?
Well, I think it's important to make sure we rest, but not too much. Also, move your body a little bit, maybe. Maybe go for a walk. Maybe go to. We were thinking about going to a restaurant to eat a little bit. So yeah, I think it's just about regeneration and making sure we're focused for the grand final.
在为总决赛准备的时候，这段休息期间他们要做什么呢？那通常他们的方式就是说会稍微休息一下，不会休息太多，可能会去走一走，可能会去吃点东西。
And I want to ask, who do you think you're going to face in that grand final between ENCE and FaZe?
Well, to be honest, I think it will be a really close game. I mean, I think obviously ENCE have a stand-in, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but they're also a team that plays a very unique style. So I'm not sure who will face. I'm going to guess it's going to be ENCE. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to play the final and destroy whoever it is.
Love that. Wow.
刚刚决赛，他觉得在决赛会碰到谁？是碰到 FaZe 还是碰到 ENCE？ 他也说到，就是 ENCE 这个队伍虽然现在带着一个替补，不过他们的打法非常的独特，非常有趣。他个人是觉得在决赛他们可能会碰到的是 ENCE， 然后他也非常期待能够去打这场比赛。
Well, you made it to the grand final, mate. Now I'm just going to get you to walk over there and sign the camera for me, please, mate. They've got a pen for you waiting as well.
我们也请 Exertion 去做个简短的签名。
Could this be the first of 2 in 1 day? He thinks so.
他今天是不是有机会可以签2次？
Shanghai, give it up for Xertion and MOUZ!
Yeah, Exertion right there. You know, they do have to go back to the drawing board. They do have a grand final to play later, but you could see right there. Didn't feel like it was out of their control.
Did he just say that he expected ENCE in the final?
I'm very surprised.
That's kind of what he said, yeah.
Because if I'm MOUZ and you've lost the last 3 matchups you've had against FaZe and you're aiming to be the best in the world, I would be like, I want to play FaZe. I want to destroy FaZe. I want to
that or you want to win a trophy and avoid losing for a 4th time in a row, but still expecting ENCE to go in the final. Is he scared or what's going on in that one?
Kind of wild there. Yeah.
Doesn't really make too
Going
much
up against the best CS2 team in the world right now with a team that's a stand-in and picking a team with a stand-in, I don't know there, Trace.
It is a difficult one. However, this is CS and this is LAN, so anything is possible.
It is Counter-Strike. Yes, you are indeed very, very correct.
Like, we were staring. Thank you for the confirmation. We were staring right down the barrel of you know, a 12-0 at one point. And then how did that start to spiral, right? So anything is possible.
Anything's possible. Look, for Astralis, I feel like when you're heading into Vertigo, we were like, maybe they might shake hands on Nuke.
Sure.
I think it would have been a slightly closer affair, in all honesty. That CD side, that A-hole defense was absolutely miserable. They were struggling. They tried playing aggressive as well, but MOUZ had an answer every single time. Also, helped at Exertion, and Jimhat just were getting kills at will.
Couldn't miss.
Couldn't miss at all, man.
That's what Michael Scott said one time. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
They took all the shots.
Yeah. And speaking of shots, there aren't many left to take when we talk about this bracket. Go ahead and run that up. Just so that we can see the playoff. Just so that we can understand, now that MOUZ is in the grand final, who are they going to face, Jacob?
I mean, I expect FaZe to be in the grand final. I think FaZe have shown us that they are the best Counter-Strike team, Counter-Strike 2 team in the world as of right now, especially considering ENCE showing up with a stand-in. Now, had they had Duha on the server together with the rest of the team, I would argue that was a close to a 50-50 game. I also consider ENCE to be up there with the very best in the world, but given the circumstances, given what we've seen so far, I expect FaZe to book a spot in the final.
I really, really want to see this MOUZ FaZe matchup again, right? We saw this already this tournament. I think it was the best game we've seen so far. We saw it back in Sydney. We saw it online as well just a couple of weeks prior. And yes, I 100% agree with you. Like, FaZe have shown that they are almost nigh unbeatable right now. And ENCE, look, Vladan looked much better yesterday as opposed to day one. But even then, you're going up against FaZe Clan, who are like this 5-man unit of just pure death and destruction.
Like 5 abominable snowmen trying to become one big
Yes, exactly.
Or a Chupacabra, you know?
5 snowmen. Yeah.
Yes, a Chupacabra, a Chihuahua, same thing. Let's go to a break sooner rather than later. I know that you guys have a lot to look forward to, as do I. Jacob might find a jacket, doubt it, but that's completely okay. It is Championship Sunday. Nothing to be expected there, I suppose. Maybe Maniac brought an extra one for you.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome to the 2023 CAC interview segment. We have Kerrigan here. Can you maybe just say hi to your fans?
Hi, and welcome to this interview.
Perfect. So once again, we have to welcome back our defending champion. And what's it like to be back in Shanghai?
It feels super good. I mean, it's good memories from like 4 years ago. I think that was our first big international trophy with MOUZ, and I remember being down in the semifinal against TYLOO 15-7 or something, and came back and win and won some tournaments after. So great memories to be here again.
Yeah. So after like 4 years, you know, like coming back to CAC again, what has changed? And like,
I mean, a lot of stuff have changed, right? COVID hit, everything became online. We came back. I returned to FaZe, took a player with me. So yeah, a lot of things have changed, and now it's kind of a mix of MOUZ and FaZe, you know. So hopefully we can bring some of that vibe to the game and try to win this tournament as well.
So what's it like for you to see this here?
It's fun, you know. Like I don't know why I took this picture. I think I was pretty tilted after a game in Lisbon. I think we lost to Navi, and yeah, just put a lemon on my head and thing went wild.
Right. So can you maybe tell us, like, compared with other teams as of late, it feels like you guys have been really stable. There were also several rumors going around before, like, but you guys have seemingly like completely unaffected, and you guys have gone on an 11 win streak basically. Can you maybe share with us like how you guys managed to keep the focus on the game?
I think it was obvious that in CSGO it was hard for us to push 200% for motivation. I know we are professionals, we're doing everything we can. Other teams changed and had a huge honeymoon period, right, while we were staying together. And I know everybody in the team is grinding so hard and pushing the limits, right? So you can see that us coming into the first tournament in Sydney, I think we're well prepared, even though we had as much practice as other teams. But we just really theory-crafted together, and you can see like why we were so good in 2022. That once we're on the server, we bring a lot of chemistry and bring a lot of ideas. And yeah, I'm just super proud to be with these teammates, and obviously having 11 games win streak. But I'm not caring so much about that. I'm just caring about us enjoying playing with each other and having some fun, and obviously win tournaments.
Do you think you guys have a lot more prepared for CAC this time around that we'll be able to see?
I think there's always something we prepare. I think there's always a set smoke that someone finds, so we're playing around. But also just think we're understanding the game, how to play it right now, and obviously we're setting the tone with us. I know a lot of teams are looking at us, right? So we have to keep updating and keep improving. When we travel so much and we play so many online and official games, then it's hard to constantly improve, right? So whenever there's time, we'll try to bring more to the table and right now, people have seen me play 7 maps, and I think that's the biggest surprise coming into Shanghai.
How is it for you guys, like, that you're able to transition from, like, how do you manage to, like, train for, like, say, a certain set of default and having just being able to switch up, like, at such a crucial point in the tournament?
I think most of my teams the last few years, I think versatile has been the most important thing for me. That we have versatile players. So if we have that, I'm able to adapt on the fly, right? And sometimes we play structure, sometimes we play very explosive, and sometimes a lot of set rounds. All depends on how the team is. Like when I'm in the zone and everybody else is in the zone, I don't need to do much. But sometimes when not everyone is in the zone, I need to kind of lead the team in the right direction and figure out how to adapt or make the right call. But sometimes we just kill people, right? That's part of the game, and that's what I love the most about this team, is that we can adapt at any given moment. Everybody is smart players on the team. Everybody brings something to the table, and yeah, I'm just super proud to lead these guys.
Regular fans that perhaps don't have a lot of time to really dive into all the tactics and whatnot, to really learn to appreciate an in-game leader and an in-game leader's impact in the game.
I mean, there's different in-game leaders, right? First of all, I think it's very important you're leading the team, and especially in the hard moments. Everybody can lead when you're up 8-9-0. It's momentum. It's just everybody can make good calls at that point. But you have to lead by example and trying to push motivation into the guys. And I think most of all, you need to believe every part of the team is doing their best, and you have to show confidence, even though maybe you're not confident coming into the game, but you need to show that to the team. I think everyone knows how to call, but not everyone knows to lead. And I think that's the key difference between.
For a lot of CS players, like, winning a major is a dream. And after Antwerp major, like, during your interview, you said that there's a possibility that you might not be able to win another major in this life, and that's probably changed by now, right? So have you set new goals?
I think sometimes, like earlier in my career, I was too focused on winning the major or winning the biggest trophy that it actually hurt myself in that sense. Because I just told myself, like, the last few years, that I might never win a Katowice, Cologne or a major, right? And by saying that to yourself, you accept that everybody else, if you win everything else, that's also good. But sometimes you're so focused on the dream itself that you forget, like, part of that dream is like the goals and the small steps you do every day. The second we won the major, nothing of whatever I expected happened, you know? Like, it was, for me, I think at that part of my career, it was a relief instead of, like, enjoying the moment, because I think winning Katowice, Cologne came more as like I finally did it. With the major, I think I had so much pressure for so many years that it was more relief than enjoyable moment. But I think it's a dream for everyone. You really cement your legacy as a player, as a person, right? And yeah, you never know we'll win again. I think that's the most important part of being a sports person. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is set in stone. You might be the best player today, but tomorrow you may be washed, and I'm not even kidding. It is just how it is in all sports.
Now that you do have a major in the bag, right? Like, do you think the next one, like, when you do get it, it will be less of a pressure, you know, so that you don't have to experience that relief? Or do you think you'll be able to enjoy that moment more, like winning a big tournament?
I think it's a really good question, because I also think some part of that pressure that I had on me and that focus helped me achieve that. And I remember on the final day in Antwerp, I started having butterflies in my stomach before the game, 8 hours before, and I never really had that before a game. That's many years ago, right? And I think that was, instead of like being scared of like why I'm butterfly and why I'm nervous, like I just more like said, okay, this is because I'm super excited, like have a final chance to win a major again. I think for the next major, I think it's gonna be easier to enjoy if you get there. You never know, right? So I'm just gonna try to enjoy more, and I think that's what I've done the last few years, is just enjoy being on the stage, because you never know when it's over. And I think that goes for every player. We've seen many players come and go, and sometimes we forget to enjoy the moment. And I think that helps me being in the zone and being the best leader, is to be there and not think about how it is to win, but just be there and do my best. And if I did that and didn't win, then I'm just unlucky that day.
Hello everyone, welcome to CAC 2023 pre-game interviews. We have some Pyjamas over here, and we're gonna just kick things off with you saying hello to everyone.
Yeah, ni hao everyone.
All right, perfect. So let's get right to it. So there's a popular Chinese saying that the wind that misses you has finally blown here. Now that the sun has finally arrived in Shanghai, how do you feel?
I'm feeling really good actually. And I can see that like there is a lot of sun outside in the sky, so similar to Spain. So I'm really proud and really happy to be here actually.
Okay. Is this the first time you're in Shanghai?
Yeah, the first time I am in China in general.
Did you guys get to?
I walk around, yeah. I went for a walk and I think it's a really nice city.
Okay, perfect. So we know that ENCE has done really well in the past year. A lot of Chinese fans believe you guys are one of the best team out there, and also like it also reflects in your placements as well. And your op is something that everyone has been talking about. You know, maybe can you share with us what makes your play style and what you do so impactful?
I don't know. I don't know exactly how. What is my style of hoping? To try to go for peace, where I think I can have impact. Yeah, I also like to play passive a lot, so I just try to mix everything. And yeah, for being OPER, I think that you have to be quite intelligent and quite smart, and just try to support your teammates, and of course, like feel supported by your team.
And now that we're on a new iteration of the game, how has that affected the way you play or the way you think?
Right now it's a bit different because you have to pick more than hide, right? So you can hold, but it's a bit different, and I think at the start of CS2 I was a bit more tilted about it, but now I am getting used to it, so I will just adapt and I will just enjoy the game still.
From what you've seen, like other people playing as well as yourself, who do you think has, out of the operas, who has adapted really quick to this new iteration of the game?
Well, I didn't check too much, and I don't think
Or is
any
everyone still
OPER, like
adjusting?
the only one maybe can be MOUZ, but all of the OPERs, maybe not Jane, but the other OPERs are playing a lot of rifle also, so I think people are still adapting to it, and yeah, I think that we didn't have so many CS2 tournaments in launch, so actually you cannot see exactly who adapted faster or not, so we will see actually maybe in January who adapted fast or not.
In a previous interview that you said before that it's hard to understand tier 1 teams. Now that you join ENCE and like you're also playing in at a tier 1 level consistently, so what are the essential differences between like playing in a tier 1 team and a tier 2 team?
Actually, tier 1 team has two options. First of all, it's quite unpredictable, and second option, they are quite predictable, but they do the things really good, right? Like even if you know they are gonna hit A, they hit A really properly, so they can still like win the round with a high percentage, right? And a tier 2 teams is always following the same patterns. They don't switch anything, and it's quite easy to analyze. So I think they are quite easy to read and also quite easy to counter.
Because the new version came out, right? So there's no major in the second half of the year. So for a team like ENCE, what is it you're preparing for next?
Well, actually, all of these tournaments that we are playing right now at CS2 is the preparation for the major. So yeah, we are taking this our trainings, I would say, and just trying to improve every tournament, trying to get better, trying to understand more the game, play it, and feel it. And yeah, this is mostly like preparation for the major.
So for your team, like, are there any times where you guys find communication a little bit difficult because perhaps you guys all prefer like your native tongue back then, and now you all have to communicate in English? So how does that impact the team?
Well, actually, you just have to use a lot of keywords, we call them. Like, I think that's quite important for an international team, and also like you cannot obviously talk better than a national team, right? Because obviously the language is different. So I think you need to keep improving that every day and just trying to keep having as good communication as you can.
Now that you've played against like Chinese teams quite a bit, can you maybe share with us what are some of the things that you noticed about Chinese teams you found that were a little bit different, or like if you noticed something that they weren't doing so well?
Well, I would say the Chinese teams, they have a different style. In general, what I saw from them is like they like to play default a lot and really slow. I think that can be good and that can be bad at the same time, because I think they are quite predictable, but yeah, like they try to play a really good Counter-Strike. They try to play it, but I think it's a bit tough to play perfect CS, so because I don't think it exists, but yeah, that's it, I think.
Okay, thank you. So you do find it a little bit easier to read what they're trying to do, because like...
I actually don't think it's like easy to read, but it's like you know that they are gonna play slow, so you can actually like save more nades. Like when I played against Chinese teams, they didn't rush too much, you know. So obviously at the start of the rounds, you maybe don't use so many nades against Chinese teams.
So you save up, and then like you know when they're about to execute, you still have all your...
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you doing? You gonna pet that dog? Jacob's gonna pet that dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna pet that dog.
You gonna pet that dog?
I'm gonna pet that dog.
Nice, and that's why we brought Maniac over here to bring some sort of...
Someone get me out of this place.
Welcome
What's
back,
going
everybody.
on?
It's the CS Asian Championships. We are on what is the final day of the entire event. And there are no dogs in here, and nobody's getting pet anytime soon that I'm aware of. But we are just about ready to situate ourselves for FaZe versus ENCE, our next semifinal, in which we're going to send one of these teams on in to play MOUZ.
It's going to be a good game, I think, first and foremost. I think right now, FaZe, it will be difficult to not argue they're the best team in the world. ENCE up there, of course, but the context of the situation is that they're still playing with a stand in Vladden, who so far in this tournament have done a good job for himself. I think ENCE have looked somewhat solid. Quarterfinal yesterday was also all right, but against FaZe, not sure that's going to be enough.
Yeah, and I think you're right. We look at some of those previous results. Obviously, everyone's just kind of scarred and stained by the one that happened in Sydney, a 13-0 on Anubis. That'll set you off right, won't it, Maniac?
Yeah, and I do think out of these 4 results, this is the one that people should put the more focus on, because the rest of the results, even though they're painting a picture of ENCE having figured out FaZe's number, these were on CSGO. And I think this is the starkest difference that we have to harp on right now. And as Jacob was mentioning, the very specific context of this very game. We're not talking about an ENCE who have a certain future. It's the polar opposite. We have no idea what the hell is about to happen in the ENCE ranks. And last time they met FaZe, they got spanked.
Spanked is an understatement, I would say. 13-0.
Spanked and petted, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can do those things back to back or even at the same time. But anyway, thanks, Jacob. Nonetheless, yeah, we talk about teams and we often have the same idea when it comes to different teams coming into events and the storyline that kind of got them to this moment where they're now competing to get in the grand final. But having looked at both of these teams, they're both in different areas.
Yeah, it's kind of tough right now to quantify FaZe in the sense that rumors are also circulating around their lineup with Twist potentially leaving for Team Liquid. You know, reports have been out saying that that's a done deal already. I'm not sure if that's true. Nobody really knows at this point, you know. So being the best team in the world, being a dominant factor of CS2 so far, and also having on the horizon that maybe you're changing your roster, that's complicated for FaZe. However, it doesn't seem to affect them.
No, I mean, the transition to CS2 really came in with a breath of fresh air for this FaZe lineup. They looked a little bit exhausted at the end of CSGO. I don't know if it was just a matter of a very heavy calendar, deep finishes at events, or just individually they were a little bit at the end of it. But this has been a brand new phase we're seeing in CS2. And you even start to wonder, like, we're hearing rumors, apparently agreements have been reached and whatever, but until the contract is signed and the money is in the account and FaZe is winning, is there a world in which Twist might decide, hey, actually, I might have the best team right now? Am I going to make that change?
I think that's what a lot of people are thinking.
You might consider the idea that this is not the move.
But the speculation is brought by us and by the viewers, because we don't know what the internals of a team look like. We can only just sit up here and sort of guesstimate or maybe theory craft on that, but that's not reality, you know?
Guesstimate, I love that.
Guesstimations.
Add that to my Rolodex.
It is a case to be made, as you said, Matthew, right? If you're Twist right now, you're looking at the major coming up in Copenhagen. Do you believe that a brand new project with Team Liquid that also has rumored Kaden in there and, you know, have to build up from the ground is the best option to win that major, or would staying with FaZe, who currently dominates CS2, is the best option? If I were Twist, I'd be in doubt.
So let's look at the players. Let's do a head-for-head, pound-for-pound, sort of like tit-for-tat. What are we looking at here?
Well, where do you want to go? I'm going to give you 3 categories you get to choose. Do you want to have a look at the IGLs, the snipers, or the MVP candidates? You get to pick.
Oh, man, the pressure's never felt so immense. How about MVP candidates?
MVP candidates. Okay, we can run that then. Let's talk about Robs. Let's talk about Nerds. The strongest forces in presence on the server. Robs is making a case of being the player that has the quickest adapted to CS2. He's been out there with his PhD doctorates, you know, trying to have these numbers on the board, understanding how to abuse the game, and I think he's already showcased an incredible proficiency. And on the other side, Nerds, player that I called out a little bit, he really had a couple of very strong maps against NIP. That multi-kill presence on the CT side is going to be something that is felt. Do you think he can keep up with Rose? Do you think Nerds can keep up?
I think he can. I think he's only going to get better. That's the difference between these two players as well. Robs has been around for a long, long time, has the experience, have the know-how, whereas Nerds is still a relatively new, young prospect. Of course, he's been around in ENCE for quite some time now, but his rows to the top basically have been, you know, on a very, very fast scale. Now, he's probably going to slow down a little bit, but in terms of keeping up with what he's doing right now, that in itself would be impressive, and I think he has what it takes. Now, for Robs, you know, I think it's a great story because he is nerding out the game. He's a nerd, you know.
For him.
And good for him, right, in the best sense you can possibly imagine. He's putting in a lot of hours understanding the game, and it's showing off on the server.
Yeah, I think one of the nerdiest things I've ever seen is knowing how to spawn, run directly somewhere, press a button 3 times, and then throw the perfect grenade lineup. I'm like, wow.
Next level.
The guy's done it. Like,
but
he's
I do
absolutely
appreciate
done
it, right? In a game where we're looking for like the +1%, +2%, if you have someone that's willing to go that distance, to go deep into the code, and like Neo in the Matrix, trying to understand how to get these perfect nades, you know what? You do you, champ. That's how you win.
Yeah. So where else do we? What were the other choices? I got 2 more.
Yeah, you get snipers and IGLs.
Which one do you want?
IGLs, I think.
You want to go for IGL?
I think IGLs. It seems like a pretty
important
important
one.
Yeah, the IGLs are interesting, right? Because there's 2 Danes on the server, and 2 Danes who right now obviously are at a very high caliber. You have the best in-game leader of all time, potentially in Kerrigan. He's done it with a lot of different rosters. He's done it for a long, long time. And then you have Snappy right now, who's also been rumored to leave ENCE. You know, maybe Falcons are standing there in the horizon for him to build up a new super team. And the difference between these 2 players are not necessarily individual output on the server. I think they're kind of similar in that. I would maybe even argue Snappy, most cases, are better than Kerrigan, not in this tournament so far, but the way they lead their team. Kerrigan has done it in so many different occasions with so many different rosters, where Snappy has always been this underdog guy. He's never had the best players around him. He's never had the best team around him, but maybe for the future, that could change.
If you're looking at trophies, I think it's really hard to take the title of best IGL from Kerrigan. If you're looking at the success he's had in the last 18 months, he's really up there. But you could make an argument that Snappy has had a relatively similar amount of success with way less budget.
Yes.
He's had to work with pieces, trying to go and find them, the rookies out there, the nerds, the Sphinxes, of course, just to see Ogre's team coming in and taking them away from his roster. But still, he has a very Kerrigan-esque way to lead. He's been able to take different pieces and create a very comprehensive game plan. They play very varied Counter-Strike. If you look at the ENCE, it's very hard to predict what they're doing. Same with FaZe. They're not just in one category. They can play the fast CS, they can play the map default CS, and I think that is something we have to praise Snappy for.
Yeah, it's by design. I mean, these guys aren't young guys by any stretch, right? Like, these are some not only veterans within the game itself. You look at a guy like Kerrigan and the accolades he has, but he's also, and Snappy too, also responsible for shaping how the team kind of comes together and makes itself functioning. So you have to give that as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, and this is where I questioned how ENCE could actually behave at this tournament, because I think it's really hard to imagine your IGL on the way out.
Yeah.
It's a strong mental effort to stay 200%, and I have no doubt Snappy's professional. We've talked to the guy. He's been out there a lot talking in interviews. We know how professional he is. But if the IGL has to be the one responsible for the energy, the direction of a team, if you have already a foot outside the door, it might be a little harder to do your job to the 100%.
Good thing he's experienced, though, and I think that's one thing that comes in combination with both of them. They played Counter-Strike for, what, 15, 18 years? Both of them back in 1.6. It's ridiculous. Some of the viewers out there, you weren't even born when they started playing Counter-Strike, right? So I agree with you. It's a tough one to nail down, but at least they've been around for such a long time that it's not something he hasn't tried before. Let's put it that way.
And you're not wrong. A lot of the viewers probably weren't born yet. I'm glad that we identified it, and if that's you out there, we see you. Speaking of, I'm watching. I'm also watching for AWPs, right? I'm thinking that's going to be a big one in this series.
Yes, and out the categories we've presented, this is probably where we are expecting more of what we have currently seen. If we're talking about Brokey, if we're talking about Sampayas, none of them really have provided what they have gotten us used to, right? Sampayas is already building sort of a legacy of being a big match player, a stage player. He shown in Cologne on multiple years, actually, and Brokey has been lights out since the beginning of CS2, but they've been pretty tame. I'm not exactly sure where these numbers are from. I guarantee you Brokey does not have a 1.92 rating currently. He's been tamed. This is wishful thinking. I wish Brokey was up there with these numbers.
Brokey has been good so far, though. I'd agree with that. But in Counter-Strike 2 in general, it's a very short period we've seen these players play out. And the race of Sun players in ENCE the past 6 months, right? One would argue he's a top 3 AWPer in the entire world, maybe even better. He's been playing hearts out some of the best Counter-Strike you can with the AWP the past 6 months. In CS2, we haven't quite seen that yet. Again, ENCE is in a terminal period. Whereas for Brokey, he's a top 3 rated player in the entire world as of right now in CS2 as per rating. So you're right, Brokey in this specific tournament, we haven't seen the best of him at all. But overall, his tenure into CS2, together with the rest of FaZe, has been nothing but stellar.
I mean, listen, we're just doing hypotheses, right? We might be completely off the mark here. But I do wonder, as a younger player of Sampayas at the very top level, is he more affected than others about this uncertainty about where the team is about to go? Not everyone deals with that the same way.
But hold on, because that same exact idea, didn't he find himself, maybe there was a Movie Star Riders comparison to be made here?
Yeah, but the difference was, when he was in Movistar Riders, he was the one who was ready to get on that little
he was the main character
up the mountain, you know?
Out.
He was up there. He was the one that was ready to take the elevator to go on floor 18th where the CEO is having when he was down on the ground floor. That's not what's happening here. He's about to see his manager leave, and he doesn't know where the company is about to go. Don't know why I went on that Wall Street on that one, but
yeah, the manager and the company part, it only gets a little.
Let's circle back to it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
It's a different situation, and we don't know how he's affected by it. Obviously, it's hard to get straight answers because everyone is playing kind of the Fifth Amendment kind of thing. I'm not going to say anything about this, of course, but we can imagine that it has an impact on him.
I think from a legal perspective, I'm technically like the only one that can do that within the confines of.
I'm sure we have some equivalent of it in Switzerland.
Yeah,
maybe.
Laws
too.
But
we
I guess we'll never know.
them.
I plead the neutral, I think is.
There we go. There we go.
I don't think there's any way you can stay neutral in this one. There's so many heavy hitters in the server. You look at the names on the paper. We just went through 3 different categories there. But surely I look at a player like Rain who could get 3 on a pistol round and maybe, just maybe, change the tide of a game.
Yeah, Rain was fantastic in Sydney, wasn't he? He also coming into CS2, and we spoke about Rain, and you spoke about, the team being re-energized. I think Rain is now also at a point where he feels motivated again. He's playing some of his best Counter-Strike. Fact of the matter is that we can go through an entire segment and not even mention Twist and his capabilities on the server. Right, Twist is also a fantastic Counter-Strike player. There's a reason why Liquid will do everything they can in their power to bring him back into their team. So there's so much quality, and it's hard to dissect it.
Rain is always a player that kind of puzzled me because there are performances here and there that put any doubt to bed. Like immediately, you're talking about Sydney, we can talk about the Antwerp Major. He has had some of these moments, but he kind of reminds me of one of these characters in an anime that doesn't really participate in all the fights. But when he does, he basically has a one-punch goodbye. But he's not going to take part all the time. Sometimes he sits this one out. It's like, you guys got it. I'm going to be here doing my sushis over there. You guys handle it. And when he decides to go, he punches you out. He's been pretty chill right now. I think he's having a good time on the beach.
And there has to be some. Go ahead.
What kind of anime is he watching?
Yeah, what kind of anime is that exactly? I don't watch anime, but this sounds interesting.
Yeah, Bleach, Naruto, One Punch Man. You guys want to choose?
Okay, cool.
You didn't thought I had something on that one. You thought you had me in the corner, huh?
So is it like it's like King of the Hill or Simpsons or those are animes, right?
Family Man.
Family Man, or Family Guy even. Perhaps.
Family Matters.
Yeah, but I do think that there's a specific reason people go about saying Rain, best teammate they've had. I mean, you hear that praise all the time. What else constitutes that?
He doesn't cause problems, does he? Well, I feel like he's a very calm guy. He's not a big character within the team, in terms of being outraging, in terms of making difficult periods. I think he's a guy you can talk to. I think he's a calm dude. And sometimes you have a guy like Saivu in Vitality as well. And I think one of the big praises for him, obviously, outside of him being fantastic on the server, is that he doesn't cause any issues. He doesn't cause any troubles. He's not a big cultural caretaker in that regard. And I think the same could be said about Rain.
But the cultural impact, let's talk about that, Jacob.
Well, you can ask Scrawny about that. He has a very, very big opinion on that one.
It's an interesting 2 words to put together. Cultural impact. Take it away.
Right. No, I'm good. I'm good. You can give that one great word.
I do think we're just a few moments from getting the players and teams on the stage, so we do have that going for us.
Anything you want to say, Trace? You keep asking us questions 24/7.
I think that's weird how that's kind of his job.
Yeah, but now let's turn the table a little bit,
Okay, let's turn the tables a little bit. I think about this series as a whole, and I think about how many of these players want to get off on the right foot. Obviously, FaZe already has within the confines of City. Oh, well, look at that. My thoughts are done. Let's get them on stage.
Lucky.
Coming through by fixing their mistakes, straightening themselves out, and getting back to understanding how they want to play. They have never taken their eyes off the prize. They do what is needed to be done for each other and trust in their leader. Now they must try to get revenge against FaZe for making them suffer a 13-0 previously. They must dig deep and show their highest level, even with a stand-in.
在本次赛事中不断摸索并持续调整的情况下，他们逐渐找到属于自己的步伐。队员之间所建立起的羁绊及对于队长充分的信任，让他们再次成为那支让对手闻风丧胆的劲旅。今他们将尝试报复 FaZe 那次3-0之仇，并证明带着替补的情况下，他们依然是夺冠的有力竞争者。
Snappy, Madden, Sunpius, Nerds, Vladden, Saw, Shanghai, this is ENCE! While they may have given us the longest game on land so far, FaZe survived the opening day and went through to the semi-finals, but it took everything they had. Now they must be adjusted. Now they must be ready, because the best team in the world is looking to go for a 3rd consecutive title, and they know their opposition well.
他们经历了本届赛事最惊心动魄的单图较量，并在身心俱疲的情况下展现出惊人的韧劲。在短暂休息后，世界第一的队伍再次蓄势待发，剑指冠军。能否有对手拦住他们的步伐，并阻挡他们3连冠之梦？
Carrigan, Rain, Brokey, Twist, Rops, and Neo. Shanghai, this is FaZe!
Oh, well. So, everyone's arrived for the party. Isn't that right, Jacob?
That is very true, Trace. Your eyes don't betray you.
Table is set, the bubbles are here.
Well,
even little fireworks are going crazy.
But we still have the menu on our hands. We haven't quite put in our order yet. You know why? We don't have our appetizer. We don't have our entree main course. And we damn sure don't have our dessert, which would constitute having map 1, 2, and 3. You see what I'm saying? See what
you were going for maps. I thought you were talking about teams. So I thought if we don't have neither the entree, the menu, and the dessert, and we talked about FaZe already, what are they? The napkins? Like,
yes.
How is that working out?
The napkins are on their way. That's the next team. No, but for real, we have to think about what's going to be our opening app. You think about the opening map, opening app, appetizer. What do you got, Jacob?
That's good. That's a good question. I feel like we know the map pools of both teams pretty well. Nothing's going to change at all in regards to that. Ancient, definitely a map that both teams fancy, maybe as a 3rd one. There's a couple of maps we're not going to see. And I feel, given they played each other so much as well throughout the year, you know, these map pool changes, these vetoes are kind of transparent in a sense that we're not going to see too many changes. Now, the standing coming into play for ENCE, is that going to change anything? We speculated that. We saw that in the very first best-of-3 game in the group stage, that they went for Vertigo as a 3rd deciding map, despite Vladen have never played Vertigo with any team, so it feels like ENCE is sticking to what they want.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure whether Vertigo is going to be on the menu right there, but what I do wonder is if FaZe is going to change from a Nuke pick, which happened last time in Sydney, or going to an Ancient. That if you're FaZe, maybe for a second you consider the fact that ENCE looked very much alive on Nuke. It's a map that Vladen has already played, that Snappy's comfortable with. Maybe you try and push them into something a little bit more uncomfortable. I don't really think the victory that ENCE had over NIP on Ancient was that comprehensive. I think this was mostly a case of exploiting individual weaknesses. We've had the infamous S tag, whatever, 20 ADR, half on the A side. That was very complicated for him to handle it. So this would be my one question. Where does FaZe take it? Remix.
Yeah, I was about to say, whoa, you okay, man?
Sometimes you got to spin the table.
Yeah, sometimes the table turns, and sometimes it's a turntable. And in this notion, yeah, as soon as we get get the coaches center stage, we'll know that map veto. But I can almost rest assured on the idea that Nuke becomes map 1.
Okay, so you just want to share us your knowledge, or you're just sitting out there?
I do think that let's just grab on a Nuke for what it is. Let's talk a little bit about Nuke and what to expect if we have an ENCE starting on the CT side.
It's a tough map to play with a stand-in, first and foremost. I think from the ENCE perspective, having Latin coming into it, it doesn't matter how good he is, doesn't matter how well he communicates. Having a stand-in, you know, being brought into a system on a map like Nuke is incredibly difficult. I would argue that's where you need the most communication, the most, you know, 1, 2, 3 reactions that you just know by hand after all these hours of practice. So on that notion, it's going to be slightly easier for FaZe, I think.
And the protocols will be a little mixed.
Yeah, I like that you talk about Vladen, because when I saw ENCE going on to Nuke versus NIP, I thought, holy hell, Vladen is about to be exploited. It's about to get real messy. These rotations are not going to be coordinated. In fact, I think he played a good CT side. And it was part of NIP's plan to try and hit that. They went at least 2 good rounds. Reminder, this is MR12, so 2 good rounds, a big investment. Twice they tried to break that barrier towards ramp. They couldn't. He handled it quite well. So we'll have to see if FaZe going with a similar plan, or if they play more of a map control situation and they let Rops do his Rops thing, outlurk and go for the duel against Vladen.
I was just about to say, right, there's a difference between playing NIP and playing FaZe Clan, because I agree he did well in that game, but now you're going up against Rops, and that's going to be a different kind of a beast.
You know what? You kind of ruined everything for me, Trace, now, because I thought maybe it's going to be Ancient, and you say, I knew it's going to be the first map.
Well, I didn't say what the second. Oh, my goodness. Are you happy now?
They pick Ancient.
Now, that is very interesting to me, and I'm going to adventure myself to say that is a terrible decision for ENCE.
Yeah, I think that win against NIP have given them confidence in their own Ancient and their abilities on set map. You have Anubis as a third deciding map. I mean, coming into this game, I thought that could potentially be needed, the dessert, as you so fine called it. But given that map beater right there, I think ENCE are putting way too much stock into their own Ancient performance against NIP. But maybe if Vladen feels comfortable, you have a bit of a know-how on the map already, you may as well go for it.
If there is one element that could go in ENCE's favor, is that Madden has been great on their T side. And by great, I mean greater than what I would have been expected personally from him. His output, mainly when he was taking these duels towards the B ramp, I think NIP gave him a boatload of these duels, and he won most of them. Now, we know that FaZe sometimes has a tendency to play like boxing Counter-Strike. They're not just always going to hide behind utilities. Kerrigan is going to peek you. They're going to go for duels. So you're going to need to have Madden on one, being ready to take these duels towards B-Ramp, and just maybe that could be an avenue for them.
So tell me who's going to play in the finals today, boys. Let's start with you, Jacob.
I think the final is going to be between MOUZ and FaZe.
Okay.
I'm back.
Well, that was simply put. Nothing else to add on top. It's just kind of.
I mean, I think we discussed it already. I think FaZe have too many strings to play off. I think ENCE having a stand-in is going to cause them to be a little bit weakened. I think the map pool is playing into favor of ENCE as well. The individuals are playing into the favor of FaZe, sorry, and they are currently the best team in the world. So I don't see a reason why they shouldn't win.
Next victim.
That's going to be a big fat +1 for me. That's what I'm going to do.
The biggest of +1s.
That's a +1 right there. I've already called out MOUZ FaZe to be the grand final quite a while ago. I'm not going to turn my jacket, mostly because this isn't double size, so I cannot really do it.
Doesn't
so
look
I'm gonna
reversible.
Stick with FaZe. No, that wouldn't be great.
I don't wear a jacket, you know. It has to be two sides.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
Yeah.
A reversible suit jacket. Now that is packing efficiently.
Something you'd buy for sure.
Oh, 100%. I like the reversible clothing. You save space, and it's smart. You get like 2 outfits out of 1. What's the big deal? I don't understand.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's going to be hard enough to just try to topple FaZe here. So maybe we turn our know-how into a knee-how and head on down to the commentators, which is exactly what we're going to do right now. Moses, Dinko, take it away.
Howdy there, Trace. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Semi-final, ENCE versus FaZe. We got the cast ENCE versus FaZe earlier this year. That so happened to be one of the best maps of Counter-Strike this entire year so far. So I'm hoping for somewhat of the same performance.
Hoping to run it back. You want 5 overtimes again?
Let's do it.
Yeah, you want to get it all the way back there?
Yeah,
I mean, it's interesting. This has been like a little bit of a rivalry throughout this year. Like back when CSGO was still being played, ENCE actually beat them 3 times. They beat them at the Paris Major. They beat them in the Dallas group stage. They beat them in the Dallas playoffs. Since we switched over to CS2, it was FaZe beating them in Sydney, and one of those was a 13-0 victory.
Yeah, so this matchup feels like it happens so often.
Yeah, it does a little bit. This has a different flavor to it with ENCE having their own rumors swirling about them, FaZe having their rumors swirling around them, FaZe looking dominant, where for most of this year prior to CS2, FaZe was really kind of struggling to hit that peak again. ENCE have like a potential for a player leaving. They have a stand-in as well. A little bit of upheaval in this matchup, which I think is why the matchup favors so strongly towards FaZe, and less credit being given to ENCE being able to mount an actual, I don't know, response?
Yeah, well, the desk have set up perfectly all of the sort of storylines that, you know, Rops has been such an incredible player coming, transitioning into CS2. We knew he was going to be an early adapter just with the way he is as a person. He likes to get nerdy with it, likes to get close into the game and refine his details, and he's done that very well, and it's paid off. You know, very early on, FaZe have looked really good. Every tournament they've played so far, they've won, and that's a great piece.
And Rops has looked really sharp individually as well. They touched on Brokey as well, who's also had like it feels like a little step up in terms of the amount of impact he's providing. I think there's a lot of things going in the favor of FaZe at the moment, but more than anything, it's just been like that lack of like understanding of what was causing them to be like so diminished towards the end of CSGO after their dominant run previously. It seems to have all like kind of changed. Coming into CS2, they seem like they're hitting back to that peak. Like everyone is playing very well individually, and the team seems a lot more comfortable moving around the maps together.
I think the key for FaZe has always been motivation. Like I think that's the key word for their performances throughout the years. You know, you look at getting a major under the belt, that's obviously a huge motivation for them. Then the Grand Slam when they won Pro League, that came out of left field.
Yeah, the talk about like a lack of a goal towards the end of CSGO with the knowledge that CS2 is coming around the corner. But still, that's true. I don't like to go towards that because it's so nebulous. Like you can't really nail it down into anything, right? It's so like subjective, and it's just really hard thing to kind of pinpoint is that lack of motivation. What exactly is it causing?
I think Kerrigan, he did an interview with you guys on your podcast before where he was talking about, you know, how as a team, it's very hard to stay at a high level because you're responsible for 5 people rather than just an individual. So like your tennis, if you're playing tennis, sure, if you drop off, then it's only you suffering. Whereas one of these 5 individuals drops off by a percentage, that affects the whole team. So if everybody is highly motivated to do the extra hours of practice, prepare, and that seems to be when phases are at the highest level, when every individual
it seems to be what CS2 has given them, is like a new game that everyone knows they just have to dive into. So yeah, FaZe is playing super well. ENCE, I think the big thing about them was looked really ugly on day 1 in the group stage. Didn't look pretty in any way. Got beat up a little bit by Astralis. I think if that game was played on a different day later in the tournament, because they came into the quarterfinals and looked solid, and I think that time off has done well for them to get the stand-in a little bit more comfortable, to get everyone obviously adjusted to jet lag. Oh, by the way, it's Madden's birthday today.
Oh, it's Madden's birthday?
Yeah,
Damn.
so a little bit of a birthday party on the stage today for the second semifinal series.
Yeah, well, let's hope he wins for his birthday, I guess.
Yeah, that could be fun. Well, maybe we have the birthday boy. I know
Maybe
we've got a stage interview, so let's see who it is.
You guys are better. You feel like you're in better form right now. You managed to get some time to get yourselves together.
Yeah, I think we survived a really tough day here. The first day was full of tech pauses and a very long overtime game against NIP, and then we played a BO3 afterwards and managed to survive that. So yeah, I think with the rest, I think we're in pretty good form right now.
刚刚也是问他们现在状态是否调整好了，因为在第一天他们当时打的时间算是非常非常的长，然后他们也算是熬过去了。那现在已经调试好了，整个状态也好多了。
Now, Sampayas, when it comes to your previous matchup against FaZe, it wasn't pretty for you guys, right? Does this play into your mind? Do you want revenge? Are you more motivated?
Well, I would say it's obviously more motivating, like to beat a team that won you in the last match. But I think they're in a really good form. We will do our best, and let's hope like we saw a really good match here today in Shanghai.
之前他们在比赛中也是曾经被他们剃光头过，所以现在今天来到这里。 就是他们的准备怎么样，然后也说就是对方的确是一个非常好的队伍，然后他们现在准备也差不多了，也是等着跟他们交手。
And Sampayas, you have Vladan standing in, right? But where do you put yourselves at? Say, give me a percentage of how confident you feel with how you're going to play and what you're going to approach in this game.
Well, I feel we are actually 100%. We did a really good day, I would say. So we are just having fun. We are really happy, and we are just gonna try to be in the moment as much as we can and enjoy the crowd.
也是问到，就是现在队内带着 Vladan 作为替补的话，他们现在整体的一个磨合程度如何？现在也是说是就是还不错，就是整体状态还可以，然后他们也是很享受彼此之间的一个交流默契。
And Twist, for you, you guys are potentially to win 3 consecutive tournaments back to back in the new version of Counter-Strike. How much of that is a motivating factor? Because we've seen FaZe come back into this game and you're like back to your winning ways.
Yeah, I think we're not taking for granted the playoff appearances we're having. Obviously, it feels great to win all these events back to back, and it was tough. Sydney was tough, and then even online event Thunderpick had great teams in it. So yeah, and we're here in Shanghai, and we're just gonna do our best and enjoy the moment, and hopefully have some good matches here on stage.
刚刚问到的也是他们对于3连冠有多么的渴望，然后特斯也说到了，在之前的一些其他赛事能够赢下冠军，的确是非常不容易的。他们也不会就是掉以轻心，还是会继续努力冲击。
All right, guys, shake hands. You can go back and take your seats. Thank you very much. Now, Mito, we need to work out what side this crowd is on, but I think it might be one way a little bit easier. So, which team do you want?
Which team do I want?
Yeah, which one are you going to be shouting for these guys?
I'll let you pick.
I'll go with ENCE, and you can take FaZe.
Okay.
So start things off for me. See what these guys are thinking. Let them know what's going on.
好了，所以我跟 Banks 两边想要知道就是哪边的粉丝比较多嘛。那 Banks 这边当他吼起来的时候，他会问大家是不是想要支持 ENCE， 然后我这边是看一下大家是不是支持 FaZe。
Okay, let's start these things off. Make some noise if you're cheering for ENCE!
OK， 那我们看看现场有没有 FaZe 的粉丝。
All right. ENCE!
FaZe!
Okay. I think we know which way it's going, but now it's time to see what's going to happen within this game. As always, guys, you know how this goes down. Are you ready, Shanghai? It's time to bring the high FaZe versus ENCE.
Time to bring the hype indeed. Here in Shanghai, we've got FaZe's heavy favorites of the crowd, heavy favorites on the server. Everything seems to be going their way, and it's time for ENCE to kind of spoil that party.
Yeah, well, one of the big X factors that ENCE can lean on is, and just touch on this too, and we've talked about it during some of the casts as well, is the big game playing of Pyjamas with the AWP. He's a guy that seemingly has always delivered and has figured out some kind of a recipe to make sure he's getting in the mood. There's the birthday boy. We didn't get the interview. I'll tell you what, I liked as well from Twist in that interview. You know, someone was saying, you know, very much we've kind of like learned to appreciate these victories we're getting, because they did spend a lot of time as the dominant force in Counter-Strike within FaZe, winning the major as they did, going on that run of events, winning the Grand Slam, and then it's been just like back to the bottom. It's been back to, not the bottom, but like
the middle.
struggling, struggling to find that excellence that gets him deep into the playoff runs. He had a similar experience over in Liquid after they won the Grand Slam in 2019, and then it was kind of back to mediocrity. So if anyone has learned to appreciate how good your team is playing in the moment, I feel like Twist is up there with him.
Absolutely, and no stranger to the playoff performances, but FaZe have definitely been enjoying CS2 so far. Sydney, I don't think, you know, it looked that good for them early on in the tournament. They had that loss in the
lost their
opening
first game, right? Yeah.
And then they had to go through the hard way. FaZe will always make it hard for themselves.
Yeah,
man.
they do.
It's never easy. And that's why I think there could be a shot here for ENCE to take a map and really make this really, really exciting.
That's why you see them have so many fans all over the world too, is because like they always have exciting games of Counter-Strike. There's always like a comeback. There's no quit in them, and like they all sometimes struggle to close out games. So like all their games tend to be a little bit close, and everyone's gunning for them. So yeah, FaZe is always in line for a good match. Except in this case, there is potential that this could, like, let's not sugarcoat it. There's potential this could just be a straight up blowout.
I mean, there could be. This could be very much like the Astralis game of what we expected. You know, we said that there was a chance that the Astralis versus MOUZ game could be a competitive affair or very one-sided to MOUZ, and it's definitely the same vein coming into this match.
For sure. Who you picking? Who you got?
I got FaZe winning this one.
Yeah, FaZe winning this one. All right, 2-1. You're giving a map over.
Yes.
All right.
And I'm hoping we get a run it back on Ancient.
Well, there's a guy we haven't spoken a lot about for ENCE, mentioned Pyjamas. Nertz as well has been having a great tournament. We've seen him in various games be super influential in his individual play and decision making, and they're going to need everything. Because remember, everyone on this team is making up for the absence of Dihad. Not able to make it due to visa problems, Vladin being the stand-in.
And if you remember back to some of the games that ENCE and FaZe have had in the closer affairs, Dihad was often actually a difference maker in a lot of close crunch rounds. So missing out on him in the big moments is certainly going to be difficult, but we'll see how Vladin fares. He definitely looked better yesterday.
Yeah, he looked way sharper in the quarterfinals than the group stage.
But how is he going to fare against FaZe?
Yeah, I think the nice thing about this is if you're ENCE, you're coming into this with Vladin and you're just punching into his head like the whole time. Like there's no pressure. Like you know, we are not expected to win this. You're not expected to do anything crazy. Just play the smart game. Play, you know, make yourself look good, but you know, don't try and be the hero at any point. And you just kind of take the pressure off of his shoulders in that fashion. But again, another situation, kind of like Maxter with NIP, you have a stand-in who's been given a valuable opportunity to get experience in one of the top squads, to get some experience on stage in these matches, in a situation where, you know, he's going to go right back to where he was prior.
Yeah, well, we haven't really talked too much about the Karrigan versus Snappy head-to-head in calling as well. Interesting times ahead. You know, we don't really know the future of this FaZe roster. We don't really know the future of this ENCE roster yet. But what we do know is these two in-game leaders have been going at each other for many, many months now. And, you know, it was even coming to a point where Snappy was considering himself the best in-game leader in Denmark. Then we asked Karrigan, he would say, where's the results to prove that? And Snappy's had to go out there and get some of those results for his team.
Yeah, not quite the accolades, obviously, that Karrigan's going to have with the major under his belt and the Grand Slam. Obviously, Dallas was a huge win for Snappy, but certainly you look at the body of work that Snappy has done with this ENCE project and the way he's brought so many different lineups outside of, you know, bringing in new players, roster changes, losing star players, losing Spinks over time, and he's been able to make this team competitive each and every time. Yeah, he's one of the best in-game leaders in the world. Karrigan, however, is going to go down likely as the best in-game leader of CSGO of all time. You know, that argument between him and Glaive, they're all Danish, of course, but you know,
always Danish.
Karrigan has always had an ability to make teams better when he arrives. The question for Karrigan is how long can he last in a team? Can he make them over the course of 2 years? Is that honeymoon period just going to burn hot and drop back down? And at least now he's been able to find a way, because that was a question when FaZe started struggling again. But now he's found a way to help them rebound going into CS2.
And I think a lot of the players have said this about this FaZe team. The members of it have said this team is different. You know, this team feels like it's just different than any other team they've been a part of. And Karrigan said that after the Rio Major, when they bombed out as the returning champions of the major circuit, and they went out in the group stages last. He said, for some reason, it didn't feel like it was devastating and the roster was going to break apart right after. So it's
always a good sign.
Yeah, it is. But that has happened in the past to many other teams, right? Where you lose confidence in your in-game leader, but they've stayed together, they've stayed as a unit, and they might be very well on for another title here at CAC. But it is time for our second semi-final of the day. It's ENCE versus FaZe. FaZe coming in as heavy favorites in this matchup, but ENCE would like to upset. They want to show us what they've got with that stand-in, and we've got some of the best players in the world on the server.
Back-to-back championships in CS2 for FaZe. Really only one of note. Sydney lifting the trophy down in Australia, down under. Wanting to continue and lift another trophy out in China. They've got to get past ENCE to make it to the grand finals. That'll be up against MOUZ. It's going to be a tough affair, whoever does make it. Nuke is the starting ground. ENCE starting on the CT side. FaZe going to be attacking into them.
And Brokey walks towards outside. He's not alone. He's got two of his teammates with him. Rain at the front with the ball on his back. We talk about big game players. Rain is always in that conversation, but NERTZ has taken out Twists immediately. They've got one player down secret, and Carrigan's through A main.
Oh, a little bit of an X factor. Got a peek on top of HUD. Snappy spots him out. Madden helps take him down. Birthday Boy gets his first frag. And it's a 5-on-3. Brokey's going to cross over, but this FaZe attack is all split across the map. Rain challenging in towards the lower bomb site. Oh. He's got no support. An off angle from Pyjamas, who can't handle the shot.
That's sick from Rain. He's able to get that done. Pyjamas looked like he was destined to get the frag, but Rain is just fragging out at this point. The damage done to Vladin upon the peak. The FaZe are still down a player. It wasn't the kill for Rain. If he had picked up Vladin, a 3v3 would have been established. But Rain's not had enough. Finally forces himself into the fight, and Vladin's got the headshot. Brokey at the back of the bomb site. It's one sick shot from the Glock, but he's alone. He's now alone completely, Robs, inside of the vent. His teammates are all gone, and he's held at the door. Snappy does his best to delay, and that defuse is happening around the corner. Robs needs to get there, and he's not getting there in time. And NERTZ will defend the defuse of Vladin.
What a round from NERTZ. 3 kills in it, all of them clean headshots, and that last one important. Robs is maybe a half second away from stopping that defuse and making it interesting, but a beautiful pistol round from NERTZ. Just mentioned him right before we went live. There's the first shot onto Twists. And actually, FaZe is able to make it pretty interesting, all things considered.
Yeah, Rain doing his best though to try and drag him through this one. Snappy does a good job at holding Robs at bay, and doesn't really matter that the damage was done because it was just a headshot coming out immediately. Now, this is something FaZe have had to deal with throughout this competition, as the technical issues seem to plague them.
Sure.
Well, one right away here, coming into the second round.
Yeah. So we'll just hang out.
I'm starting to be a little suspicious of FaZe here. Like, what are they doing? What are they breaking?
Yeah, each and every time.
No one else has had this many. Hopefully it's a shorter one for FaZe compared to the other day.
Well, this is a map just to give you a little bit of a preview with the stand-in situation. Vladin, we've seen a number of times, going to be parked over in that ramp room where we frequently see stand-ins managed, which, I mean, frees up Snappy. That was a big conversation over in the quarterfinals earlier, was how aggressive Snappy was in terms of making plays, in terms of moving around the map and finding places to be in order to have impact. And, you know, he's been pushing outside. In the absence of Dia, everyone's kind of had to pick up some slack in places, and Snappy seems the one to do it here on Nuke. Vladin's ramp holds have been solid. In the group stage, maybe a little sketchy. Quarterfinals, I think he was great in ramp.
He didn't really make too many mistakes at all. I can't recall one, really. Maybe the spray through the smoke was one attempt. And yeah, he's just been very, very good so far when he's doing his job.
Sure. Rain there looking contemplative, as he's just trying to stay calm during the tech break. And here in round number 2.
I heard a huge cheer from the crowd when Carrigan came on the screen. Getting a lot of support out there at the moment.
He's always had that factor. He always finds a way to get the crowd on his side, and I'm sure it's been no different out there. Haven't been able to see it in person this time, but I'm sure it's been no different that Carrigan's been able to win the boys over. Looks like maybe ENCE is the one with the issue, so it's not FaZe this time.
Yeah, well, looks like the lights are out over there.
Oh, he's got some signatures.
Oh, he's been collecting them.
Yeah.
The fan support, Twist has been talking about it on his Twitter, saying it's been quite the experience. The fans have been turned up to the hotel.
Everyone's been talking about it. I think it was it Madden, I think, that tweeted out the other day after their quarterfinal win. They went out to dinner, and just a random fan in the restaurant paid for the whole ENCE meal. Just bought them the meal.
All right, Jason, when are we going? When are we going?
Exactly.
Let's get us to Shanghai. There he is. Carrigan playing with the crowd, getting them going, always making these technical issues as entertaining as possible.
Yeah, the crowd wants it, the crowd gets it.
Even back at the Blast Paris Major in our hotel with the players, we noticed there was a lot of fans turning up even then. So we knew when an event finally went to China, there would be a turnout. We knew there would be a lot of anticipation for Counter-Strike to return.
Yeah, it's always cool to see because you never quite know what you expect going into it. It's not, you know, you don't really know exactly how it's all going to be organized and how it's all going to pan out. But every time we've been there, Beijing, Shanghai, there's always been a crowd ready to party, ready to enjoy the Counter-Strike with us, which is beautiful. Tech issue's been resolved. Freeze time is coming to an end. And it looks like we'll be heading into round number 2. Vi up from FaZe with that bomb plant. They've got Galils and they've got a scout on Carrigan.
Well, this feels like the only forgiving force spy to go with in the second round. When you get that bomb plant as the T side.
Madden's got that shotgun.
Oh, he does.
Madden's got that shotgun. Let's see it, baby.
The Alligator makes an appearance here in the semifinals. Let's see if it's able to snap up a couple of FaZe players. The birthday boy with the birthday banger. He's got himself in towards hut, or close towards it. No commitment forward yet.
No flashbangs for FaZe. They just have smokes remaining. So likely going to take this a little slow pace, go outside, look for some contact. Carrigan and Rain back off after clearing initially, set up some smokes on the second timing.
It's a cool little smoke execute on the fly there from FaZe.
It makes Senpaius nervous now. It blocks some of his vision towards Mini.
Well, the position from Snappy, he's going to hear those steps from Carrigan. He's just waiting for his time to strike, and the in-game leader on the other side. And that's going to work out so well for Snappy.
Yeah, good opening pick, but it's just the scout. The rifles are still in play. Twist is going to pressure towards, look at this flank. Oh, it's been heard. Oh, it doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
Wow, right to the dome.
Madden goes forward, XM rips him apart. Now Snappy's turns down on the lower bomb side. Rain keeps walking, and to his demise, it is the final destination in this round for Rain.
Well, they haven't even been able to get any clean fights whatsoever. Even the turn to try and address the flank from Madden just gets a shotgun to the face, but Carrigan and Rain go down without a whimper. And now, not only do you not have flashes, you don't have smokes for any of these doors, so I don't know how in the hell you expect to get a plant off.
30 seconds remain in the round. It's the Robs and Twist duo that strike fear into many a team, but with 5 players up, and them only on Galils, it doesn't really have the same bite to it as it usually would. Vladin gets a good first kill on Robs and dishes out damage on Twist, allows Snappy to rotate in and swing open through that single door. So 2 in a row.
That round could not have gone any better for ENCE. All 5 players survive. The SMG gets bonus money on 2 kills. The shotgun gets bonus money on 1 kill. You've got a ton of cash already if you're ENCE just for round number 2, and expecting to go up against unarmored Glocks, a chance to build upon it even more.
Every fight goes ENCE's way. Nice shot there from Vladin. Good composure not to overextend and commit to the second fight. We're going to keep all the money up. And it's FaZe now back to Deagles and Tech9s.
Yeah, with no armor, armor on Rops, excuse me. But outside of that, no one else has picked up armor. But I respect the idea of buying some pistols. You know,
you got this, Rain.
Come on, Rain.
There we go.
Do it for the boomers, baby.
He did it. Those knees getting a little old.
I was going to say, I respect the fact they've at least gone for Deagle buys and a Tech9 on Rops because they didn't get any kills in the previous round. You want to be able to grab 1 or 2 of these before this money balloons, and that's a nice opening. That's the shotgun down, and now Snappy outside with the Galil. Not the precision weapon that you'd want outside.
Got to be a little scary for Snappy, though, because he was peeking, and then suddenly 3 heads appeared on the screen. Very fortunate not to be tagged by any of those. And he is just going to sit back in the garage now, hoping he can take a couple of these fights, and he will. So Snappy.
All right.
Rattling that Galil.
Take the precision comment back. I'm sorry, Galil.
That's Snappy wielding it. He will be freed up to take some fights towards outside. He did that yesterday on Nuke when he knew he was going up against just pistols. Confident enough to take some duels. Now 45 seconds remaining in this round. Again, it's a similar scenario. Rops and Twist not expected to get much, but maybe we'll give them a slight inkling here. There might be a way in if they hit shots like that, and Twist certainly has more in him.
Yeah, give him 1 more outside. You all of a sudden, if you pick off, ooh, it's there in the open, wants to commit to it, but it wasn't clean. Gets away with his life, has another chance at it, but there's only 23 seconds.
But he's buying time for Robs and distractions, so Robs might be able to get into his hut. If he grabs that M4, maybe there's something on here, but Twist is doing more damage. He had the bomb, though, and that's the issue. With 15 seconds left, Robs will not get to it. A couple of kills there in the end for FaZe, but that is it. So that's 3 in a row now for ENCE.
Decently costly, taking the M4 away from Nerds, trying to swing in towards the hut. Madden's shotgun hits the deck as well. So we get into the first full gun round.
There's a Carrigan shot to kick things off, and then Twist had one a little later into the round. But this is Snappy outside, rattling away.
Yeah, that was timing, I think, from Carrigan that Madden didn't expect. You don't expect the Deagle to just challenge you in HUD like that early on, but that'll put him on notice moving forward. Otherwise, well handled from ENCE.
So AK-47's out on all 5 players of FaZe. No AWP presence yet for them, but Semifinal has his.
Yeah, and this is what we were just talking about. Snappy chances to move outside and have impacts, being aggressive towards red box, peering over the smoke towards Silo. Watching the utility rain in. Triple smoke over the top. Rain has found him.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult duel for Snappy throughout this half. If you're going up against the likes of Rain towards outside, you're going to really, really struggle. And Madden tracking Carrigan through the smoke, but Carrigan reads it, looks out to the left. Madden is caught and fades up 2 players.
Yeah, it's a tough spot of the map to lose 2 players early on. It's so difficult to recover this scenario now. If you're ENCE, you got to trust on Vladin to hold secret. Sunpius and Nertz outside is open to FaZe if they want to wrap around, so these defenders have to be a little bit nervous. And with so much time on the clock, they don't want to push lobby quite yet because they know FaZe is waiting for it.
Oh, Sunpius' position sees Brokey not taking the shot until the second time, until he's seen enough of him. And Sunpius locks that one in. So he pulls 1 kill back at least for ENCE here, but there's plenty more needed. And Rain has just made it even more difficult. Vladin walks right up into him, and the patience pays off for the Norwegian.
Yeah, there's just way too much time on the clock. It's so hard. You want to start closing the gap. You want to start finding where this is going, and FaZe have complete control of the situation. And they're going to head downstairs and get their first round win. Nertz and Sunpius just looking for an escape route. Should be able to find it towards T-spawn.
Just clearing double doors. Carrigan confirms the Twist can plant comfortably. And it's going to be the save for ENCE, the remaining 2 players. And Nertz and Sunpius don't get involved in this round. And if you're FaZe, that's exactly what you want, really. You take duels against Madden, Vladin, and Snappy, and that's exactly how you want a round to go.
Yeah, ENCE's last 2 matches on Nuke against TYLOO, a 13-7 victory, and against NIP in those quarterfinals, 13-8 victory from them. It's going up against Rain. A master of this outside portion of the map is going to be a whole new test for Snappy. We've been super impressed with what he's been able to do in those 2 matches I just mentioned.
Nertz is paranoid with the sound of the crowd. He's like, where are they?
Exactly. Here's everyone cheering. He's so confused.
It's like, are they close to me? Am I about to get knifed? But he's all good. He'll save that AK on over. So will the AWP be saved. And now we get into the competition. FaZe up with the first gun round when they pick it up.
This is the benefit, though, of ENCE having the clean round number 2, though, is they have another full buy. They're not missing anything. You know, M4 is going to be out, utility is going to be out. They get a rinse and repeat, do it over. So oftentimes you'll see this next round, this 5th round, be a little bit diminished.
Will be intriguing to see if the game plan continues to be outside presence for FaZe. Might need some more support if you're Snappy. Gets over towards Secret again. This is something he was doing quite consistently against NIP. Getting into this position early on into the rounds. FaZe are making sure we can't play anywhere else. That Molotov's going to go into Secret, but it's for the stairway.
Although someone inexperienced to playing outside, you know, on the professional level, if you're FaZe and you've kind of done a little bit of research and looking into where Snappy and how he's been playing it, he's played all these spots that they've seen so far out of him. He's been very happy to play.
Yeah, look at this clearance from Rain. It's so nice to watch him as he just uses his crosshair to clear out these angles. Carrigan gets caught first. Sunpius is worried about Rain because information would have been carried on by Snappy. There was a lot of presence, a lot of movement towards the garage. So he needs to be on high alert there, Sunpius. And Rops, he's inside of the hut. Sunpius has dropped down into the A bomb site with the AWP. And Brokey, he's coming over, getting flashed in by Rain. Goes for the peek, gets information.
Oh, right into the smoke. He's chosen to throw that one.
Snappy is still at Secret, yet to move.
Well, he's just getting information. It's when does he want to pounce?
But look at this. Might be now with Madden clearing this. They can move together, and that's a great bit of aggression from Madden. That frees up Snappy. He can come out of his position. And FaZe, they think they've got some map control, but they still got to fight. And Rain turns back, Snappy gets caught, and Vladin may be under pressure now. They're standing up against FaZe. He's got himself a double. He does not break, he does not falter, and Rops is alone in the world.
Yeah, Vladin rock solid again. As we mentioned in the quarterfinals in Ramp Room, he was great. Delivers a nice double kill here to seal the round in the favor. Rops with low HP from an earlier engagement against Nertz wants nothing to do with this, just going to save the AK-47. So FaZe can't string them together. They too will have a good buy in the next round. They've got plenty of money to make sure everyone's got an AK-47, but a little bit on the back foot as it's a reset situation for them.
Really important round to FaZe. Want to continue this competitive nature of the first half of this. These rounds need to go their way. Buy is coming through. Extra utility, as you mentioned, everybody will have a rifle. But this is ENCE's opportunity to break them and really make a solid half out of this.
Yeah, they've got
right from the get-go.
They've got losing bonus, so FaZe would still be going into the half-buy territory, but for now focused on trying to seal this round right back. Utility towards the upper bomb site, denying access to the top of the hut. And Pyjamas is going to pick off Rain. That's on the silo, so potentially attention drawn towards inside to activate Rain outside, and it's shut down immediately on the first step.
Yeah, there's that change up for men, sending more help outside, and Rops gets down the vent.
Do they hear that? Is the question.
He made some noise, sure, but there's Snappy getting caught in the open. Inside of Garage, takes a duel against Twist, and Twist is heavily favored in that. I don't think Rops cares about making noise. He wants them to know he's down there on the lower bomb site.
He does now that he's gotten the kill. It doesn't even matter anymore, but Pyjamas can close the gap. He's got a chance. Kerrigan, oh! Shut down, and there's the lobby crunch from Madden.
Yeah, Pyjamas comes back and punishes them. It's Rops alone in a 1v3. And can he undo, can he unravel all of the hard work from Pyjamas in this round? He's inside of the vent. They had to know there was a player down lower earlier, so they're covering all of that off. But Rops gets up the vent silently. Madden is covering off the backside of Pyjamas. This is one of the best players in Counter-Strike 2. Right on your screen, and he might show us a clutch here, but it's not going to happen. Madden takes him out. That's a 5th round, and it's Pyjamas having some of those big moments now.
Yeah, well, we said he's the one who frequently steps up for ENCE. It's become a calling card of his. We've seen it time and time again, and once more, he prevents FaZe from bringing two parts of the attack together. Both of them had success, but they couldn't link up. Rops has the lower bomb site, but you got to be able to get over there, and Pyjamas ends it, and that's a stunning shot considering he didn't even realize how close Kerrigan was to turning that corner.
No, that was just a flick. That was reaction when he pulled out the deagle. Lands it right on his head. Tactical timeout for FaZe. They're down to that half-buy territory you were talking about.
Yeah, the losing bonus is just now maxed out, but they're all stuck around like 3,000 bucks. They'll buy down to about 2K, maybe even a little bit less. Round 7.
We'll see. You know, still a good amount of utility here for FaZe. Might be a couple of options available to them off the back of that. Maybe some speed behind it.
I mean, on a map like Nuke, I think as a defense, every single time you feel like you have your opponent in this kind of half-buy territory when they're on the T side, you got to be concerned about the upper bust. One missed piece of utility, one missed detail, and those Tech 9s can swarm in.
So that's why they deploy utility early towards the door and the hut, stopping FaZe from getting anywhere near it. The FaZe have decided they're not going to go there anyway. They have one player holding in lobby, and the rest are walking outside at the moment.
Are they going to try? Okay, they're going to set up a little improvised wall down the stretch. They have one smoke still in the hands of Twist for the lower bomb site when they get there to help activate that plant. And they're coming right at Snappy.
Yeah, Snappy's got down here early, but is he going to be able to do enough? He's got Nerds with him. Nerds holds from the vent. It's just one kill. Just a single kill for Nerds. Yet to detect Snappy, but he's not here alone again. His teammates keep coming to help him, but Kerrigan is fragging out. That's a P250 kill on Madden. Somehow FaZe are in the better position, and they've got a couple of players on upper.
Pyjamas has got the job to do again. Coming up heaven, he's got to shut this down. Here's the peak. Rob sees it coming, and Pyjamas now into the bomb site.
I like that Pyjamas commits down. That scares Robs off for the time being. 45 seconds, Rain caught looking the wrong way. Flatten's got to get this. He's got to get the kill, and he still somehow recovers, not onto Rain, but onto Twists. And elsewhere, Pyjamas drops Robs. So now we're in 2v2, and that plant comes in for Rain.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit of a confusing, hectic, chaotic round for everybody. Snappy, knife is out. Kerrigan has a chance for another one.
Oh, Kerrigan.
Ooh, he needs this kill, and he can't get it.
That's so frustrating for Kerrigan. But the P250 against the AK-47, even with the element of surprise, unable to do it. And now it is Rain. Looking to rain on their parade entirely. Oh no, he's whiffed. He's completely whiffed it on the first player.
All right.
And this is just misfires from FaZe.
From everyone. You know, Vladin had that awkward exchange on the Rain where it felt like he should have had that kill, did kind of recover it. Kerrigan onto Pyjamas, and now Rain here at the end. Not as clean as you would have liked. Not clean enough to give him a chance at the 1v2. As Snappy just running in for distraction to try and create the information that Pyjamas could use to win the round, but this got dangerous.
Lots of chances here for FaZe to pick up something out of this round, but they'll take the damage at this point. 6-1. Gotta start winning rounds now, though. It's not good enough to come close.
Yeah, you're gonna start feeling like you're really running out of runway shortly if you can't make anything happen. Snappy giving another different look to this outside defense. Close up with Sunpius' AWP in support.
Oh, Snappy, this is a different look and it's worked well. Carrigan didn't see him, fade to the smoke, Rain gets the trade. Essential that he finds that kill in return. Now the wall of smokes are up, no one's crossing with him, and Vladin is picking that information up.
Look how much emphasis they have outside though. Snappy was here, Sunpius was here with the AWP, now it's Madden at mini and Vladin over in secret to be able to step this one up. FaZe isn't really challenging anywhere else on the map at the moment. And ENCE really with the priority of shutting down these outside plays. But Rain close to mini.
Oh, Rain is very close to mini, and Madden is going to get rid of him. Is there anything else here for Brokey? There will be. Now Nertz at the back of the bomb site. One of the best players are holding this position, and he's not alone. He's got Nertz and Sunpius in the combo, and it's Sunpius on the flick down. Nice shot on Brokey, but it's all twists. It's all Van Dalken in this 1v2. He's got a little bit of time to play with. He'll consider the squeaky door. He's waiting for a mistake. He's waiting for an overextension. He's waiting for ENCE to get curious. But none of that will come his way.
He's an underrated clutcher, a lot because he plays to his strengths, which is just skill, mechanical skill.
But he hasn't got a lot of time here, Jason. And if he plants now, there could be a peak from main. Soon Sunpius will arrive at heaven. And unfortunately for Twist, it looks like the timing of Vladin is going to be absolutely perfect for the peak. And that is going to be the kill to deny Twist the clutch attempt. Now that is 7 for ENCE. We are getting to the tail end of this first half, and we are not seeing FaZe win rounds here at all.
Yeah, this is so impressive what ENCE is coming out and doing with all the disadvantages we talked about, the uncertainty around Snappy, the stand-in situation, FaZe coming in with that Sydney trophy, looking like the strongest team out of the gate in CS2, and ENCE is still handling business on FaZe's map pick as well.
Yeah, we call Robs one of the best players in CS2 because he absolutely is, but 2 kills at the moment. You know, he just hasn't been involved. He hasn't got involved in this game just yet. And it's not like Robs is far behind. I mean, there's only 3 kills for Brokey, for example, and it's just not been a very good half at all from FaZe here. They're just getting shut down. Second timeout used in this T side.
Yeah, they've been close in a couple of rounds of finding a way to turn it into their favor, and it just kind of, the step-ups have all been on the ENCE side of things. Vladin with a nice double kill in ramp room, Sunpius with that ramp stop of the hit late in the round as well. Plays being made by ENCE across the board. They've guaranteed themselves a lead going into the second half. How much more can they get?
And it's a run. It's a run down ramp.
Testing Vladin.
They are going to test him with the Molotovs in, and that's going to help. It's going to soften them up. And Vladin nearly gets 2, but it is only the 1 kill. And Sunpius doesn't want to extend because that is what happens. Rain holds the angle and rips open Sunpius. Running down lower. Already the rotation's in from Madden. And they call him a monster. They call him an absolute monster. And he takes out Rain. He's looking for a second, and it's monstrous again from the Montenegrin. He opens the double doors. Twist and Robs once more in a disadvantageous position, and Snappy rotates down to cover off the blind side. It's just Robs alone. They know exactly where he is. And Robs has not got going in this first half. We haven't seen enough from him.
Snappy's not giving him any clean fights. That's the one he wants to pick off to turn this into a 1v2, but now ENCE is way too close to him.
They've all grouped up together, making this so rough for Robs. To get a multi-kill out of this with only 7 bullets in his gun, it is not going to happen. He's getting pushed, he's getting squished, and Robs has to be so economical with the bullets. He gets a nice headshot, but the trade was always coming in from Nertz.
ENCE has all the rebuttals, even with that blinder of a shot from Rain onto Sunpius to give them access to ramp room and drop down. That little hiccup of having to contend with Vladin in the corner, having to wait for the peek from Sunpius, it allows Madden to get downstairs fast enough to address the situation.
Every CT round has just had a completely different look. There's nothing to really counter or build up if you're FaZe. You know, Vladin plays a different position in ramp. Snappy's had a couple of different looks outside. They brought Sunpius across the map. It's been a really proactive and really versatile CT side for a team that's playing with a stand-in.
And importantly, everyone from ENCE is confidently taking fights. They're not playing like they have any disadvantages. Snappy's been swinging into every fight he can find. Peeking down, spotting Carrigan and backing away, showing presence, and then playing safe. Madden inside the bomb site at upper, Nertz on top of the hut. Snappy still maintaining position at credit outside by Big Garage. Vladin in ramp room, and Sunpius shifting and rotating around the map.
FaZe using a lot of on-the-fly smoke lineups. just to try and get through here, and now they go into the top side. Rob's good shot, but again, the majority of the kills are coming ENCE's way. But Madden, he fails this time. He doesn't make it clean in the end, and Rain defending the vent run. It is just Vladin, and finally FaZe have broken through.
Yeah, and this time they do with just a little bit of, the loose structure, letting the individuals kind of play, and they find a lot of space to work with. After Snappy backs off outside, they find so much room towards Mini, so much room to pressure things. And Vladin's going to have to give this one up. Despite such a strong lead for ENCE, the money is not the prettiest thing in the world. This one's going to hurt. They'll buy again, but it won't be pretty.
Yeah, that's where the damage comes in that FaZe have been doing over the rounds that they've lost, right?
Yeah, the last 3 rounds have been down to 2 players, 1 player. Chewing into this money, and this late reset might give FaZe the breathing room they need, but they have to win this one.
And even at Sydney, right, it wasn't like FaZe are winning these games really cleanly, getting good starts and winning off the back of those.
Except against ENCE.
Well, against ENCE, sure. But they have moments where they would have a really weak half, you start to worry about them, and then suddenly they find a couple of rounds at the end that get them an 8-4 half, for example.
Yeah.
And Carrigan feels like he can work with 4 on the T side. He said that in an interview in Sydney about Nuke. So if they can get those 2 rounds, if they can get those final 2 and make this an 8-4 half, we're right back on again. Door wide open, Twist bombing out, but he's going to get lined up. Good flash from Madden to defend, and here is the XM 1014 swinging into the site. Carrigan is not happy to see it there, and Snappy towards the back of Garage wins the duel against Rain. He's been doing that quite consistently.
Yeah, that ain't bad. He's had some struggles against some of the other players, but yeah, this one is a good find for him. Brokey's going to challenge out of the hut, but the shotgun again stands tall, blowing open the smoke. However, did not see Rops cross behind into the corner, so that might catch him off guard. But probably not enough for Rops to get back into this 1v4.
Well, that was the chance to really get back into this half, and unless Rops can do anything about this, he's going to be...
Madden's just tilting everyone right now.
Yeah, he is just clearing that smoke away.
Tilting me.
Oh, finally, Rops will take a peek. And it's actually into Pyjamas, the second from Rops. Now he's down the vent. Has he found his way back into this round? We've been waiting for a Rops masterclass. We've been waiting for a Rops round. And we might be delivered one right here, but Vladin again holds on. Holds on the bottom of the bomb site. Vladin is doing his job to perfection right now.
Yeah, what a tough off angle for Rops to read and actually have any chance of responding to. Rops almost makes the 1v4 interesting. Good opening provided by Nerds. Twist couldn't make it all the way through, trading to make sure that the upper bomb site isn't lost, and Snappy, this kill on Rain, seals it. And again, Rops makes it a little bit interesting with that double, but this one right here, tough to handle.
Vladin has great positioning. You know, he really has shown some great positioning over the last 2 days. Never really getting caught in a bad spot. And here he goes, aggressive this time, let off the leash, and Vladin mauls Rops. Second kill in the lobby crunches from Nerds.
And again, it's the word we used in the quarterfinals was disruptive, and ENCE have really started to bring out that style and philosophy here. A lobby crunch likely when FaZe don't expect it. However, Carrigan's already made his way down low, and it doesn't seem like there's any indication for this defense.
Madden's crashed.
Yeah, Madden looks like he has entirely crashed.
Oh no, that is frustration. He's smashing down. This is so frustrating, and it's such an important round to try and get 10, try and get double figures of this half. Madden's out of the server, Madden's out of the game, and now it's suddenly a FaZe 3v2. Sometimes the cookie crumbles just like this. And FaZe will take their chances. FaZe will take the cheese. And they're inside of the site, smokes are up, they get to the double doors, and Snappy's running in. They can still win this round. Snappy and Vladin can still find a way, although it is unlikely. Carrigan holds the rafters peak, Snappy with the kill, but it's not gonna happen. FaZe will pull it off, and sure, some luck right at the end. That's very frustrating for Madden.
Yeah, Madden's disconnect. That's the worst birthday present ever.
Yeah, well, happy birthday.
Yeah.
This isn't how this is meant to go, though. This is meant to be 10-2, or at least it was looking like there was a real shot at it. But this game is meant to be FaZe's party. This is meant to be a FaZe victory today.
Yeah, it really kind of, all the signs outside of the server pointed to that, but obviously inside the server, things are a little bit different with Snappy playing like this, with Vladin playing like this, even Madden having a good game in the upper bomb side. Actually, everyone from ENCE is within 2 frags of each other, so playing well across the board, and they'll have to just kind of forget about this frustration and play on into the second half. As you can see, the admin's helping to get Madden back into the game. But yeah, a gift that FaZe will take. Probably not happily. No one likes to see the competitors have to deal with something like this, but they'll take it regardless.
Yeah, we'll get Madden back in, but yeah, those rounds,
you realize once the damage has been done and you crash, you realize I might as well have just died.
Yeah, you can't come back from it. You just got to let it happen. Tell the team I crashed. And that's the hard part. Like, they're kind of relying on his positioning, so a little bit of a bummer to have to improvise around that in the middle of a hectic, chaotic round. FaZe actually, even before we kind of noticed that Madden crashed, we don't know exactly when it happened, but FaZe had some pretty good standing and pretty good map control. Kerrigan was deep into Secret already by that time, so there were some advantages to the positioning of FaZe. Vladimir giving a smile over to the crowd. Performing well after a touch-and-go opening day of the group stage.
Yeah, nerves definitely on his first games, but I think he realized when he had some couple of rounds, and probably a good team environment to be in. A bunch of nice guys that has probably made him feel very comfortable.
More than anything, it was probably 2 days off.
Oh yeah, true. It's like
you get to sleep, you get to get rid of the jet lag, you get to actually have some conversations about the Counter-Strike you want to play, you get to review some of the demos and some of the maps that you played with the team, and get to have those conversations to make you feel just a little bit more comfortable enough to where you can focus on yourself inside the server. 6-round lead for ENCE at halftime.
For ENCE's sake, you want to get Madden back in as soon as you can. You don't want to let this tech issue go on and then suddenly FaZe are more relaxed. FaZe are have this little reset.
You know, funnily enough, it happens in the last round, so it's almost like we just got the halftime break back.
It does feel like halftime. That's
right?
true. We just had a halftime break.
Yeah, it's not like you got to get back into the swing and try and recover a half. You're just starting afresh as you switch sides.
Their usual Counter-Strike antics, yeah. Well, here we go. You know, FaZe need this pistol. There's no secret about that. They have to pick up this pistol in the second half if they want a chance at coming back into Nuke.
They got the double dualies. They got the double dualies out on Twist. That's in the upper bomb site. The other one is on Brokey.
Rops holds, and it's going to be a sick peek. Just one bullet taps Madden away. There's nothing you can do. You come back from the tech issue to that. He's really having a rough old time for his birthday.
Yeah, that's a rough sequence for Madden. That's a beautiful shot from Rops, though. It's almost like he called it. He's like, all right, I'm going to get one tap here. Bam.
And then runs away.
Dualies are downstairs on Twist now, over towards, it's Brokey. He's been perched here pretty much this entire round, actually.
Yeah, he's just waiting. Waiting for that walk down from ENCE.
He's the only there's a second one now as Twist comes in towards the vents, but I don't think they can really do anything to stop the plant when it eventually comes in. Oh, maybe they can now. Aladdin, very exposed to Decon, but the door never opens.
It doesn't, but now it does, and surprise, it's Vladin. Oh my god, I thought Brokey was favored to win that duel, but Vladin runs right through the door.
This lurk from Nerds is huge.
And this could be it, yeah, but he's been spotted now, detected. Oh, there's some Pyjamas hiding for the back of the bomb site. Nice shot from Kerrigan. Anything else from Kerrigan? Anything else from his USP? Perhaps it is Twist to strike in. Flatting goes for the swing, but it's Rain to land a headshot, and now just Snappy. That defuse is happening, and Snappy needs to get to it. He's blocked out for the door. Julber Run is into the lineup, hoping for a desperate headshot to land, but the bodies block the diffuser, and FaZe come together for the pistol.
Yeah, he's almost trying to blow the door open so he can actually get a clean fight at that, or some kind of a look at that. It was his only real chance. What a pistol round from FaZe, a good recovery, because ENCE got good standing, especially after that surprise kill onto Brokey. You mentioned Kerrigan was happy with 4. Let's see if he's happy with 3 as they switch sides. Pistol round is at least his. That gives them some breathing room to work with. Plant goes down. They have to expect a second round investment from ENCE.
Nice shot from Robs to kick things off. Vladin wins kind of an unthinkable fight there. Ooh. This last-ditch effort attempt.
Yeah, none of
Snappy.
All those kills down the stretch, despite the good positioning, ENCE lose out on every single fight down in Secret. Then all of a sudden you're sitting in a situation where you don't actually have anyone in the bomb site to help hold off that retake any longer.
But that bomb plan is the key word, because now it has allowed this force buy for ENCE to come in. And it's solid. It looks pretty good. You got 3 rifles, a MAC-10, and a scout in the hands of Sampayas. Oh, so close.
That felt really close.
Don't know if it was, but it looked like it.
Yeah, Rain is going to slowly back off to a new angle. He's like, no, thank you, sir. I do not want to test that again.
Well, confirms the force buy. They know they're up against that, even though they would have anticipated it anyway.
And it gives a little bit of room for these Galils to start moving up outside. It's Rain, and now Brokey has come back to address the situation. Brokey playing over in lockers. It doesn't look like ENCE are super interested in deploying a smoke, almost like they're willing to challenge, willing to fight, and that's why. However, Brokey, being the second man outside, shuts down 2.
Oh,
Can't find anything clean after that.
No way.
3 kills out of the Galil, just standing in the same spot, just looking all over the show. And Madden has dragged his team forward. What happened to Twist there as well? Snappy and Madden, couple of kills in. And just like that, Madden has a huge round. 4 kills in the round with the Galil. And that's the force buy coming back. It looks like Twist took his hands off the keyboard before he got killed.
Yeah,
Whether it's a delay on the relay, I don't know.
I think it was a little bit of a PC locking up. It was like when he was trying to strafe away from the player in mini, and he didn't react to the player in mini whatsoever. So I think there's something with the PC, but we're not getting a full-blown tech pause.
Okay, we're willing to play on with it. So we'll not get confirmation on what that was, but 10-4. And it's frustrating for FaZe to win the pistol and then not be able to beat out the force buy and convert upon that pistol win. So back down to pistols of their own. They're forcing into this.
Kerrigan in dark position.
He shrouded his steps with the nades.
Yeah, not that dark anymore either. Fladden's going to cross over towards Secret, so he can go investigating all on his own. Again, another tendency we saw with the stand-in was having him off isolated from the team so he can kind of play his own game and find his own timings and not have to worry about coordinating.
Well, Brokey looking for some shots. Is actually Twist to deliver 1. That's the only kill so far for FaZe. And it's not looking like they're going to get too much more. Rain will pick up the scout and try and come back in from heaven. Not seeing too many items. What a shot! Oh, they love that one. It's not going to do much for the round, but damn sick to look at.
Rain is probably even surprised he hit that shot. That is disgusting. Unfortunately, it's beautiful, but it's not in a position to change the round. It's not it doesn't happen in a situation where you can actually build upon it in any way. So setting up for some exit kills, as they know ENCE is going to have to evacuate for this massive bomb explosion. Rain's been spotted out and taken down.
Madden's looking so sharp. So sharp.
Yeah, well, you know, the PC crashed, and the next round he gets one tap by Rops, and then he just goes Hulk mode.
This could be a very quick finish to map 1 of this semi-final. ENCE have come to spoil the party. FaZe coming in as the team that are undefeated in CS2 tournaments that they've been a part of so far. There's only been 2, but still very impressive. They would have been favorites for this event. And still are. But ENCE are showing up, and this is that shot from Rain again. So filthy, so filthy.
Yeah, but that one's pretty nice too.
Bang!
11-4. Investment from FaZe. Buying SMGs, desperately trying to stay in this. They feel it's too far out of reach to let ENCE get up to 12 this early. ENCE wanted to execute a ramp rush. A smoke nade combo from Rops slowed them down. They were expecting some kind of a peek, and it ruined their timing, so now they're going to have to readjust on the map. Fladden's going to go back to investigating outside. Looks like a smoke wall being set up for him.
And here it comes, the outside execute. ENCE will run with it. The common smokes we're seeing these days. And Rain is just going to be staying inside a Secret. Molotov away, so forced further down, close to that B-bomb site. Brokey hoping he can catch a lucky shot through the smoke, but it is not going to work out for him. And Madden gets across. He gets down Secret with his Mac 10, and he's not alone. He's got so many players of ENCE with him.
Yeah, well, Rain is down there with him as well, but that's about it.
Yeah, Rain doesn't have the weapon.
Going towards control side, yeah, this would have to be something real special. He doesn't even really have utility to delay after he makes contact.
He's kind of low in health too, so can't stick around and fire, can't take risks. He's closed those doors and now looking towards Decon instead. He needs some help, and he needs it quick. And here comes Rops to try and provide that. But Rops is actually going to sell him out.
Brokey's here too.
And the vent. They're going up the vent. They're going back into the A play. And they're going around the corner. Twist needs to step up, and he won't. He won't get a single kill, but Kerrigan does his best. It's 1 and a little bit of damage, but that is it. You won't get a long way with just a little bit of damage.
What a call. What a maneuver up the vents quickly before FaZe can even respond and realize what's happening. Brokey's got no chance turning this corner.
Yeah,
he's got to wait.
In.
He's trying to wait for someone to do something at the upper bomb site to maybe take something away. Someone to peek from Squeak Door. It's not happening. So stalemate, and FaZe just have to save even these diminished weapons.
Well, here's Snappy going around to clear it. Brokey just gets away, just gets around the corner and comes back now. Brokey aware of presence in the lobby, but the sad thing is, it's actually the best case scenario for him to save the Deagle and Kevlar, because he only has $0 in the bank, like nothing, absolutely nothing to play with.
So he has to take the Deagle, he has to take the Kevlar. And it feels like this one's done. It feels like ENCE, well, it definitely feels like that because it is. 13-4. If not that, then eventually that 13th round will appear.
Yeah, I think there's enough of a buy that FaZe can actually stop this from being finishing right now. You have some elements of it, and as you mentioned, Brokey saving that Deagle allows them to replenish utility. So they have nades as well to make sure they're not, too weak in the early round. But yeah, the idea that, one of the next 8 isn't going to go in the favor of ENCE, especially considering FaZe hasn't even established their economy quite yet. It's all pointing towards a map 1 upset. FaZe's pick going the way of ENCE in very strong fashion. I'll remind you, these two just played in Sydney in CS2 not too long ago. It was a 13-5 win for FaZe on Nuke in that matchup, and then 13-0 on Anubis. But Nuke has been completely reversed.
Well, this is what FaZe bring for survival. 3 MP9s, a Deagle, a FAMAS on the hands of Rain. Or rather in. And they want to try to prolong play as much as they possibly can here. But everything points towards ENCE taking 13-4 and that upset on map 1.
In such shocking fashion as well.
Key. That's
it was
the key.
so dominant in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about
8-1 at one point.
ENCE just about getting through this in a really close game, sure, you can understand that. But the fact that they're about to beat them 13-4, that's a whole different story. That's a different ball game entirely.
Shuffling utility. Snappy. Moving his troops around the board. Sunpius and Vladin going to be outside. Snappy waiting up on top of the roof. Here's the utility. Off angle for Rain, but he missed his chance.
Yeah, utility now cancels him out. He can't do anything. He can't send a credit card. He can't peek. The smokes are up. He's locked out. 43 seconds left in this round. Now, well, Rain's actually decided to just sit back in garage, and Vladin does not detect him. He does not think about it. And now the kills are coming in for FaZe. Twist and Rain with a couple. Rops at the ramp. Is there something to be said about this MP9? He'll drop down into the lower bomb site. Madden rips apart Brokey. Sunpius gets Twist looking the wrong way. Sure, an upgrade here for Carrigan, but he needs to work with Rain. And it's Sunpius left alone in the 1v3. He has the bomb in his back, and he slips down the vent. Slips down into B.
Yeah, and FaZe haven't realized it yet, so he'll have a plant. There's a shot. There's a very small opportunity for him to win this. First engagement is going to be up. Carrigan's going to try and keep him locked in, and yeah, it'll be just fine. Enough of a distraction from Rops to make that one easy, and FaZe survive, and they're on 5.
Yeah, okay, that's a round for FaZe, prolonging the play. Bomb plant in for ENCE, all that money built up. It doesn't get any easier for FaZe, right? You're still going to have to deal with this purchase. At least on your side now, though, you have got to buy alongside of it, so you'll get those rifles out.
Yeah, they've played the last 2 rounds with SMGs and Deagles, so this is a nice upgrade. It's a nice new feeling. They have the op on Brokey as well. Everything works out at the end of the day. Rain confuses Vladin with a little bit of movement. And Carrigan, just the security blanket in the upper bomb site, is able to close things out eventually. 12-5. Money and rifles in the hands of ENCE as well.
Outside smokes deployed for ENCE right away. And finally we get to see Brokey with the AWP. I feel like we haven't got to see him actually get any impact on the AWP or have it at all.
They haven't had the money in this CT side, and you wouldn't really expect him to bring it out on the T side all that much.
And they cross through those smokes to Secret. Perhaps Brokey can pick up info based on the crowd noise there. There is a couple players behind those. And Snappy's going to make his way forward, Madden beside him.
It hasn't caused any shifts in the defense. Nobody is investigating outside or the lower bomb site at all. This defense isn't shifting. No one's taking ramp room so that Rops can go down. Rain is going to be doing it late, but this is risky because they already have control.
Oh, what? How is he hitting shots like this? Rain gets a second out of it as well. He should have been dead to rights. He was sentenced to death, but he defies the law. And now 50 seconds left. FaZe have the player advantage. Nerds looking to try and pull it back for ENCE. He's looking at heaven. He spots Twist, but that's the last thing he sees before his eyes close forever. It's Snappy in a 1v4. One shot locked in on Brokey. Brings down the AWPer,
but there's so many other players to find. And Robs is the next up, then next on the pedestal, and Robs will fall too. Snappy getting them back into this one, but Carrigan puts an end to that.
Yeah, there's no business for Rain to get 1, let alone 2 kills in that position. We've seen that a number of times.
We gotta see it from his POV.
That vent rotation is so dangerous when you don't have information outside, and it seems like having, like if he knows they've crossed outside, he's not going down vent.
Oh
yeah, that's a crazy, crazy flick, and to get the second one as well. Just disgusting.
I think ENCE are realizing we're up against FaZe. This is a team that never give up. This is a team that always wait to the last second to get it going.
Yeah, they've always got some kind of a comeback in them. It's the extent of which that you're going to wonder about, but we know they don't stop fighting until the very end, until the very last round.
Oh, tech issue. This is that shot again.
Oh my lord. I mean, given a bit of a gift there. Yeah.
He's had the Deagle shot and the AK flick in the vent.
I know.
The space of a few rounds.
It's a little bit crazy, a little bit wild.
He's using up his luck quota.
Well, they've got 6 rounds to go. This is still doable.
Brokey always looks like he's just woken up. He's like shaking the eyes, you know, like trying to get the sleep out of the eyes.
He's a true gamer.
This is like he's getting the sleep out of his eyes to come back into this game. This is FaZe waking up.
A pure gamer.
Really
Everything
is.
about it.
And Snappy biting his nails as he knows, oh no, FaZe are coming back into this. I've been here before, and we've seen this too often. Too many matches to realize what this can turn into.
I always imagine Snappy has something cooking in there. The way he's been able to call throughout the past few years, finding solutions no matter how bad the half looks, no matter what the score is. He's always been able to find the call. And this is the other thing, like, you know, we talk about how good FaZe is at comebacks and how little quit they have in them. This is such a hard team to come back against, I feel like, ENCE, because Snappy is just so willing to call insanity. He's so willing to call crazy things. Mac 10 and Tech 9, upper bus, you know, is going to come. Ramp rush, he's not going to be afraid to call it.
I think Carrigan's also of the same vein when it comes to it. Maybe a little bit more reserved than Snappy.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Yeah, he has a few rounds like that in him too, so that's why this matchup is always so fun. And Twist getting the crowd going, entertaining them throughout the technical issue. FaZe always very good at getting the crowd on their side. When you go around the world and you have the profiles that these guys do, you have the scale of the team, what they've done, their track record, and the individuals within it, you're always going to have fans no matter where you are.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you could see Twist is just as an individual fan favorite everywhere in the world.
Now, if you are tuning in and wondering, when is that grand final? Well, that's later today. We've got the final coming up, and that is going to be the winner of this game, playing against MOUZ. Yeah, grand final best of 3 today.
Yeah, MOUZ took out Astralis 2-1 earlier in our first semifinal, excuse me, here at the Counter-Strike Asian Championships. And obviously this being the second one, winner of this goes on to face MOUZ, who's just waiting in the wings, getting some food, hanging out.
Yes, and we look through the rest of this map. Veto and Nuke is up first. This is FaZe's map pick, which we were really worried about in that first half. We still are to a certain extent in the second half. But up next is Ancient. And that was a surprise to the desk that ENCE decided to go with the Ancient pick, considering sure, they've got some results on it recently, but has it been the greatest over the last few months? Probably not.
Yeah, look, I think, you know, having been in a team, like sometimes, you know, those maps where it doesn't look good statistically feel really good for you in practice. Maybe it's a map that Vladin feels comfortable on as well, or just a map that they've just been enjoying playing at this event, even if the numbers aren't the prettiest thing in the world over the past 3 months. But I mean, it's always fun to be able to go back and say, that's that crazy map that was played in Dallas earlier this year. That was a 31-28 victory for ENCE back in CSGO and best of 15, or yeah.
MR, yeah.
MR 15, best of 15, same thing.
That's actually what we're going to do now.
It's a very
with
long
MR12.
series,
We're
isn't
going to make
it?
best of 15. It's going to add every map.
This series is going to take the entire weekend. Buckle in.
I'd enjoy it. Just chilling. Wouldn't want to commentate it, to be honest. I think I'll take a seat.
That'd be very exhausting.
I'll take a seat for that one.
Yeah.
But out of the technical pause into a tactical timeout. This one for ENCE.
That's the tactical pause that comes out and you're just like, okay, I thought about some cool things during the 5 minutes I've had to just chill here while the PC is getting fixed. So let me try and explain this to some of you. It might sound crazy.
Oh.
Oh, just like that. Another one.
And we're back.
We're back. Back again.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's actually a really cool point. You know, you're sitting there, you have nothing but yourself to talk to, and you just come up with an idea. That's a pretty cool
You're
idea.
like, all right, guys, bear with me. We're going to take this strategy that we've ran 100 times, and I'm going to change like 2 things to it. You're going to do X, you're going to do Y. That's the difference. 1, 2, 3, boom, let's go.
You understand? 30 seconds to do that. You have to be very articulate. And that's the problem with these sort of international teams at the start, right? Was the fact that you have to figure out, you've gone for your native tongue where you can be very articulate and get those points across very easily, to then playing an international team where you speak your second language. So you may be able to speak English very well, but maybe one of your teammates struggles to comprehend very quickly.
It's also the language conversion in the heat of the moment in a game of Counter-Strike that is a big one as well. You know, most of these players can get by in conversational English outside the game when they've got all the time in the world, but when you're in the game and you got to make a call, you got to process a piece of communication from a teammate, that's where that little bit of delay, that extra 3 seconds it takes, really hurts you. Nice thing is, even with these tech pauses, I know they're frustrating to deal with as a viewer, as a fan back at home, but you know, players, professionals have all been in these situations a number of times. 2 of the more experienced lineups that we have outside of the Vladin stand-in.
You know, seems to be an issue still with Madden. Seems to be an issue with that system. It did crash earlier in this game. It still seems to have a few problems with it. So hopefully we can get that resolved. We don't need a PC change. That
What
would
do you
be
do? What do you
extended
do,
period of
Dinko,
time.
when there's a tech pause in your Premier games? When you got that 2-minute pause, when that thing pops up?
I'm not gonna lie, Jason. I'd probably go out of the room, get something to eat, or sit on my phone and watch YouTube videos.
Okay.
I get distracted.
Just no rest for the brain, huh?
No, I need
from
like
one
constant
screen to the
stimuli.
next.
Yeah, if I'm sitting there and I'm in my own head for like a few minutes, it's like, well, this is really slow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the world comes at you fast these days.
There's always a new TikTok to watch.
It's like I got to the point where I realized I was taking too much dopamine in.
Yeah.
When I was lying in bed and I wanted to listen to something. I'm like, I can't just fall asleep in silence. I need to have like something on. I need to listen to a podcast. I need to listen to music while I sleep.
Something to distract you.
Yeah, but it's you know, it happens. I'm sure everybody out there has experienced that. Frustration here from Madden.
Oh, he's at least got his chair tucked into
He's
the desk.
typing.
That's an improvement from just a few seconds ago. Yeah, typing away. Talking to the other players inside the server. Doesn't look anywhere ready to actually get going live. Just hanging out.
Just chilling. And we did have FaZe having this extended pause in this tournament already. In that MOUZ game earlier on in the competition, it lasted a very long time. So Madden is 25 years old today.
Just turned 25.
According to HLTV, that just turned 25. Let me check his Wikipedia. He might have turned 26 and that hasn't updated, but I'd imagine it automatically updates.
25 is a good year. It's a good place to be. He's got plenty of time left in his career. Seems to be on a positive trajectory as well.
So, yeah, just turned 25. Wikipedia hasn't updated it, but HLTV has. So
What are you going to do for your 25th birthday?
make it there, I suppose. Hopefully.
Yeah, you do have to get there first.
Yeah, I do have
That's
to
a good
get
point.
there. It's about 2 years from now. I don't know, Jason.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see what events are usually on. Like a Pro League or something? Maybe.
I don't know when your birthday is. I'm not going to lie to you.
September 2nd. So everybody add that
Sure,
to the calendar,
yeah.
of course.
It's about the time of a Pro League.
Yeah, it's around then. So probably enjoy that. And if not, then I'll do I don't know. I don't know. I haven't planned it out. My
Well, you got to
25th
do something
birthday.
special. It's the quarter century mark.
Yeah, what did you do for your 25th birthday? Can you remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. I
That was a
suppose.
while ago, yeah.
Oh, Carrigan, a man that is well past his 25th birthday.
He's keeping it light for the team, keeping it light for his boys, looking over, getting everyone smiling as we come back into it. So, tech pause is over. Time to get back focused on the game. 12-6 issues resolved.
And this is the comeback for FaZe. This is what they mean trying to do, is try and pull this comeback all the way on the CT side.
And refresh yourself really quick on the money situation for these two teams, because ENCE are now out of cash, which you might have forgotten about during that extended break in the action. FaZe as well don't have a whole lot of money, but that's not the biggest deal, because if they lose, they're just out. There's no really long-term economic implications. But if they can win this and break ENCE, they can start to springboard this and close the gap. Still a ways to go.
Well, Brokey waits, sitting idly by. Eventually, he'll get his opportunity to strike. Laser-like shots from his AWP are required.
And there he is, shot lands. He's very unlucky to move off, but he goes back again. And Brokey did really go past, and he's still able to react. He's still able to get the shot off. And that is massive from Brokey. Now Snappy outside, pressures Rops. And even after a couple of those kills, it's down to a 2v3.
This is possible. This is doable. Nerd still has the bomb over towards Ramp Room. Big find from Snappy. Smoke fades, and Rain's gone down, but Twist is going to get aggressive. Snappy's aware of the possibility, but will he be ready for it? Yes! Yes, indeed! Snappy steps up again.
He's becoming the carry of the team. And speaking of carries, here's Carrigan. 35 seconds, 1v2 to try and keep his team in this, or as Snappy just broke them.
Of all the players to step up in Diha's absence, I did not have Snappy on the bingo card. You would have pointed to someone like Madden. You would have pointed to Nertz and Sunpius, obviously, but Snappy's been a beast this event.
Carrigan is gambling on their play towards the B-bomb site, but that has not worked. They're on the upper bust. They're already in. They're going to start planting out for heaven. And Carrigan flying up the vent, making no secret about his arrival, and he's taking damage. They already have eyes on him, and he really will struggle to get any closer to this site. Nertz and Snappy doubled up together. How does he approach this? Through the avenue of huts. Snappy's down, now a 1v1. Carrigan against Nertz, and Carrigan's done it! He's absolutely done it! He's kept him in this. Carrigan's clutch does it again, and this comeback is not over. In fact, that could be the kickstart.
The in-game leaders going blow for blow, and Carrigan, for all the criticism, he's always good for a clutch.
I can't believe it, Carrigan. He's
got a special moment built into every game that he just pulls out, and right now he keeps FaZe alive. And look at this. This is a 2-on-5. A 2-on-5 that is recovered to be in this position.
You're right, he does have a few of those every now and then, doesn't he, to keep him in the game. And Carrigan on the double kill. This is why people call FaZe the most exciting team to watch. Even Carrigan able to step up with a clutch here and there. Nertz into the vent already. Rim freed up outside. It's a kill on Sunpius, and the opening move is FaZe.
It's a fine position for Nertz, but now you have the same problem that FaZe dealt with in the first half, was how do you connect the pieces? How do you get the other three players to be able to take advantage of Nertz's positioning?
So sick. How do you make this work? Ram peels away after the aggression, so he's back to a defensive position inside of A main, not wanting to offer up his life and give ENCE way back into the round. Snappy, I guess he's earned that hero AK. I mean, he's out-fragging everybody on his team.
Yeah, after last round, I'm not going to argue against it whatsoever. Some wonderful shots to bring ENCE back into the round. Rain hears the footsteps crossing, wants the fight. He's done great damage, but that pulls him into Nertz, and it's Carrigan again to answer the bell. Now, he can still split this one more time. Vladin shuts him down, and Rob sneaks in, somehow manages it. But Vladin, one more response into a 2-on-2, and the battle is never ending.
Vladin 1v2 for him, and he's not going to get caught. Brokey has him looking the wrong way. And that's 8 rounds now for FaZe.
ENCE really wanted the pace of that situation to calm down and slow down, and FaZe would not allow it to happen. Non-stop fights as FaZe have some space and vents to work with, despite Secret being overrun. And a third timeout calls from ENCE.
So this is the Rain opening move. Then this shot, ridiculous, really. Carrigan should have died. Should have went down to the Tech 9.
I think the vent might have helped him with that shot a little bit on the ladder.
Did, yeah.
Shoots it a little bit sideways, straight to the dome. And now you have an interesting situation where it feels like, I mean, it's been 4 rounds in a row, so despite the fact that this is a comeback and it's not still fully activated, it still feels like FaZe have taken momentum out of this into this game. Like they have control of it despite the fact that they're down by 4 rounds. 1v2 from Carrigan has changed the energy inside the server. And ENCE gonna suit up again. AKs are out. Round 21.
Smoke down at the vent. Here's Nertz diving down again into the position that he wants to be early on in the round. This difference is he has an AK, and also he's not making too much of a secret about it.
He's being so aggressive about it. This might catch him off guard. It seems like they don't actually realize that he's dropped down vents.
It's hard to know if there was noise made elsewhere from his POV, but there might have been a way of like cascading the sound, sort of blocking it and
chucking nades into the upper bomb site to block the footsteps. So it's going to work. It's going to work.
Oh, it's working out so well.
Goes down. One more to find against the wall. It's Madden.
He's looking for a double there, but it's Madden to come and help him. Now Rain, Carrigan, and Twists in the 3v5.
Yeah, that's one to go back and review and look at what else ENCE did away from Nurtz's position to cover that kind of an aggressive play. One more chance at recovery for FaZe, and Kerrigan gets pulled in a little bit early. Smoke blocks off Twist. You've got nowhere to go. There is no access to this bomb site for FaZe.
Smoke is out, just blocking him at the stairway. And this has got to feel so worrying for FaZe. They have to go for it every round. They have to just keep going for it. And this is the one that's done it. Twist in the clutch, doing his best, but there's no hero play this time. There's no way back in this time. And it's ENCE that win the first map eventually. This is not the way this is meant to go. FaZe's map pick is gone. They look like they are the team to get it done outside of the server, but when it comes to the play inside of the server, ENCE come up on top.
Yeah, ENCE as a team dominated in that first half, but in the second half, it felt like Snappy was having so much impact. But I mean, everyone had their moments in the first half. Madden, Vladinover, and Ramp Room. Snappy had plenty. Sunpius had a couple great rounds. And it just comes down to, once again, the hole was just dug way too deep. You start out 1-8 in that first half, and recovering is just so difficult, even with the heroics of Kerrigan, not able to make it work.
And yeah, this MR12, when you don't do enough in the first half, the comeback just feels so difficult because they get to map points so quickly in the second half.
It's just primed for the series upset now. This is crazy. I mean, still, you're going to say FaZe are favorites to take the next map as well. I know a lot of the predictions were 2-0s in the favor of FaZe just by all the circumstances outside the server. But inside the server, feels like ENCE are really just ignoring all the noise outside.
Yeah, they really don't care. They're just playing with freedom. They're playing with the fact they've got to stand in. There's no pressure. There's no expectations. Yep. Whereas FaZe have all of those expectations. And to talk about their chances coming back into the series, we've got the panel.
Yeah, we could talk about chances, but I want to talk about expectations. That's where I think I want to start. Jacob here with me, and alongside Maniac on his left. My name is Trace. Hey, wow, what a game.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people saw that coming into the game. I think we made the case that FaZe were the heavy favorites moving into this series for a lot of obvious reasons. But you got to tip your hat for ENCE. They were by far the better team from start to finish. The first half was in particular very, very well structured by ENCE. We spoke about the rotation. We spoke about Blatten mixing it all in, being a stand-in, and I think we couldn't see that. Honestly, it felt like ENCE were on top of FaZe Clan. And yeah, you'd argue that FaZe didn't play the best brand of Counter-Strike, but I am very, very impressed by ENCE's conduction.
And I'm very happy that you took the time to praise ENCE, because I think it's deserved, and also because I want to take a minute to talk about the debacle that this map was from FaZe Clan. What a holy trash of Counter-Strike we've witnessed. Holy hell. Talk about the amount of power plays that were thrown away in the garbage in the first half. We're talking about favorable entries traded, 4v3 situation, running around, allowing Sunpius to punish them left, right, and center. This should have never been a 9-3 first half. FaZe had ways in more than 3 gun rounds that they completely bungled. So yeah, you're gonna play Counter-Strike like that, buddy? You're gonna go with an L, and we move on to map 2.
I like this, Maniac.
And you know, we talked about 3 different categories, AWPs being one of them. Brokey, almost a non-factor here. Sunpius, not necessarily having to have that much impact, but still, the oppers were lower rated.
Yeah, you'd argue. Brokey didn't have the best first half of that game, nor the second for that matter as well. He was outmatched completely on the server. Rubs was a little bit quiet as well compared to how well he's been playing throughout the tournament. Twist, we didn't see at any point in the game, and I think that's part of the reason as well. Sure, as you said, Matthew, they got a lot of openings, a lot of favorable situations, but in order to close those, you need some of those individuals to step up. And fact of the matter was that the only player from FaZe Clan who can be proud of his individual performance was Rain. You see him on the scoreboard right here. Apart from that, no one else within the FaZe Clan showed up.
I was so confused by the rhythm with which FaZe played these power play situations on the T side. And I don't know if this is part of thinking, hey, ENCE have a stand-in. They're not going to be able to keep up the rhythm if we play fast. They're not going to be able to have these rotations. Let's try and make sure they're getting out of breath, because they played them so fast. And by playing that fast, they forgot a couple of protocols. They forgot a couple of training. The spacing wasn't great. And then, again, you have an AWP that's posted in the CT vent. Boom, immediate kill onto door. That's Brokey. Sunpius is in radio. Boom, that's a double kill immediately. These are 4v3 situations. So there was an idea, a philosophy that FaZe wanted to put to the test, but you have to give it to ENCE. Like, the players, they stepped up massively. Talk about Snappy. What the hell was that performance from Snappy? From playing outside. He's a rifle outside. He's Nico.
Yeah.
It's Nico that's playing with the rifle outside, and Snappy's doing that, and he's not being abused at all.
Now we want to give it to Snappy, right?
We already did. Look,
yeah, the MVP
right there.
is on your screen right now. One thing is the individual output he had on the server, 117 ADR speaks to itself, but the calling as well from Snappy at this point as well. The one round where they were stuck lower bomb side, and he all of a sudden sudden decided to go up the vent with the rest of his team. Completely out-called FaZe Clan from bottom up right there. So yes, individually speaking on the server, Snobby had a great showing as a caller as well, though even better.
Yeah, that audible right there as a caller, it has to be something you look back. I mean, funnily enough, same map, or maybe not the same map, but the same team in FaZe, we saw this testament of doing that on Ancient. But here, obviously, Snappy doing it.
Yeah, and there's also a good amount of problem solving as well, because we know FaZe, we know their ability to bring up these uncanny comebacks, and even towards the very end, that call from Snappy, we're going to assume it's Snappy. The direct vent dive from Nurse with that first spawn, a whole lot of noise being made, he becomes invisible, he comes out of ramp, that's it, you can just put a bow on it, the round is over. We have to give Snappy the credit for that. Even he might not be the one coming up, but from an outside perspective, we say to the leader, that was a good call.
Yeah, hats off, bravo, commendations, well done. All the things, all the fixings is the word I think we're using pretty much today. Was that you or me?
That was my watch on the desk. I'll be careful with that.
I'm glad it was you and not me. But also, when I did say Ancient, I meant that we're going to Ancient as well.
Yeah.
You know, so there's something in the tank there. There's something being worked up.
We were surprised when we saw ENCE coming into this matchup picking Ancient. I think a lot of it stems from the confidence they gained yesterday by beating NIP relatively convincingly. Now, we know FaZe Clan is a very strong Ancient team, so I'm not gonna stand here and say that FaZe aren't the favorites to win Ancient. I still think that's the case, but the way ENCE were conducting themselves on Nuke, the way they're playing, the way they've been able to almost hide the fact they're playing with a stand-in. Credit to Vladden as well. Individually, he's holding up, but I also think the calling around Snobby is making sure that he's not being singled out, right? He's getting the support he's needed, and he's also supporting the rest of the teammates. I can't say that ENCE can win this 1-2-0. All I'm saying is that the way ENCE are playing right now, it's way, way better than I expected coming into the game.
FaZe CT start on Ancient.
FaZe CT start on Ancient. I feel like it's a real platitude to say, but you're going to have a bigger output from some of the individuals on the side of FaZe. And I don't know if this goes through a little bit more discipline, because what I have seen from them on map 1 is a slight amount of frustration and a little bit of impatience in that situation where you get one kill and then you go in and you force in that second because maybe you felt like you've been unlucky or unsuccessful in the first half. You need to behave as if you were 20-0 in scoreline all the time. Otherwise, you overcompensate and you give away situations, you give away kills. There has to be way more finesse and discipline from FaZe Clan on their CT side. You cannot allow all these trades. The Snappy, incredible double kill outside, that's a 4 versus 2 that FaZe is in. And they all trying to swarm him, they give him the kills. So let the game come to you. I think FaZe have proven to us that individually they're strong. Let the game come to you a little bit, make a couple of right choices, and then guys like Brokey, you give them a multi-kill here and there, he'll pop off, he'll go crazy, but he chased his own tail this entire Nuke map.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty nice way of putting it. Jacob, I want to know if this series is going to end here on Ancient, if we already have a second grand finalist in contention and we're just looking right at him.
I think it comes down to that CT side from FaZe, and in particular, I want to highlight the B-bomb side. We see Rain playing in Sunroom, we see Kerrigan being the static play on that B-bomb side. We know ENCE, they love to do callings out of T-spawn, especially towards that B-bomb side. You highlighted Madden having a strong game against NIP, taking those duels. So you have Madden going direct up against Kerrigan, who is not known to be a great duelist, so to speak, in that position. So I look towards that B-bomb side. I look towards the CT side for FaZe Clan. If they can get away with 7-8 rounds in that first half, sure, we're going to a third. If not, then I think ENCE have a realistic shot at winning.
Jacob, this is where you're wrong. Kerrigan is the best duelist of our generation.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
That's what they're saying. Somebody said that. I didn't say that. Anything you want to teeter here?
I mean, listen, we can have fun about Kerrigan, but he was one of the only players that did put his best foot forward here. If you put aside Rain, Kerrigan had he had the clutch to 1v2 that kept FaZe alive for a while. He took some of these duels, so hopefully he can maintain that level. He is not the one we have to put the screws on. He's not the one we put under the microscope. It's the rest of the support cast.
No, sure, but that was Nuke. Now we're moving into Ancient, notoriously a map where he's struggling. So I don't give a damn about what happened for him on Nuke. Now he got to do it one more time on Ancient. Otherwise, FaZe will be out.
So he needs to tighten it up, maybe? Is that fair enough? Not him, so to say, but tighten up the ship that he's riding on?
I mean, listen, Rain was great on Nuke, and I guess if we're playing the game from map 1 to map 2, you're going to have to hope that Kerrigan and Rain play in that unit towards the cave position. What you want to avoid if you're FaZe is Kerrigan to take 1v1s or 1v2s, 1v3s towards that ramp. You want to always have him in sort of a flick-flack position where he can play off of the teammate of Rain. If he's going alone, he's not supposed to have the individual quality to on his own block positions. You have to put him in sort of a team play setup.
And that's where Brokey comes into question, because Rain will be by himself in Sunroom. We know Rain likes to play aggressive, and Rain can hold up for himself. Brokey will be the rotator. Brokey will be the guy who's needed to help Kerrigan. And if we play the game from Nuke to Ancient, then Brokey didn't have a great time, so they need to step it up over there.
Ooh, you know what's going to be interesting?
Go on.
A chess match between Robs and Nerds.
Okay.
They will all be on the A side of the map. And that's what's going to happen. Nerds is going to try to outlurk Robs, and it's going to be basically a game of lurkception.
Lurkception.
You're flanking me, I'm lurking you, I'm outflanking you while you're out lurking me. You're going to have to see a couple of these weird duels because Robs is very known to eat away space at the T's. When he feels like he can push into A main, he'll try and grab that map control, and Nerds has a tendency to lurk towards that area. So we're going to have to see who gets the better end in that one.
Yeah, which is exactly what we have, boys. We have to sit back, relax, and see. Thank you very much for your time. We do have a break in front of us because on the other side of it, that is Correctamundo. We are staring at Ancient. We're staring at the FaZe CT start, and we're staring at a series with ENCE up one map in the entirety right now. So we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to see if we can find a grand finalist after that.
Some fun. We've gathered ourselves some of the fans, and we've got a little competition where they can win themselves some signed prizes by all of us on the talent team.
我们这里也是请到了几位观众朋友们，然后呢，我们这里有2个小礼物，那他们现在也要来比拼一下，那胜者可以拿走这个小礼物。
Now with this, right, we're going to find out which team they're a fan of, and then they've got to make their impressions. So this is quite difficult.
It definitely is. 我们接下来就是要请两边的。我们让他们分成2队，然后呢，他们也会说出他们最喜欢的队伍以及自己最喜欢的选手，然后他们接下来就要模仿他们最喜欢的这名选手，然后让大家来评价。
Okay, so first of all, tell me who is your favorite team and which player?
我最喜欢的队伍是 A 队 Astralis， 然后我最喜欢的选手就是 Device。
Okay, and what about you, my friend?
Blame F from Astralis.
Okay, I like this Device on Blame F.
Okay, 那我们看这边。
我最喜欢的队伍是 FaZe Clan， 我最喜欢的选手是 Robs， 然后我最喜欢的解说是马西西，马西西我爱你。
我最喜欢的队伍是 FaZe， 我最喜欢的选手是总监 Twins。没
OK。
Okay, let's get our first one going then.
Yeah, let's go.
So give me your best Device impression.
就是
学 Device。
Alright, what do we think of that? Like that, like that? Okay, the classic.
大家喜欢吗
？Do you, what do yours?
Alright, 那我们这边这一队的话，也来比一下吧。
我要模仿的是 Robs 的这一个。好。
Oh, very handsome, very handsome. All right.
看起来大家挺喜
Blame
欢。
F, how you doing, Blame F? Okay, he's got the size. Wait, do this. Muscle. Okay, that works.
That's actually pretty good. 那我们看看这边怎么说呢？
我模仿的是总监的眨眼。
I like it. Okay, now crowd, you have to help us decide who won this out. Was it the Astralis side or was it the FaZe side?
好啦，现在大家也要来评价一下，更喜欢 A 队的这边的表演，还是 FaZe 这边的表演？
All right, let's start. What about Astralis? Make some noise. Okay, not very loud. Let's try on the other side.
那我们看看大家喜不喜欢 FaZe 这边的表现。
Oh, very close. All right, one more time. Astralis side.
FaZe.
Oh, what do you think?
That's a tough one, actually.
Close.
其实很接近。
I think FaZe slightly took the edge in it, just a bit.
Just a bit.
You want to go one more time?
I thought Astralis had the
Ooh,
edge.
okay, so we're 50-50. Let's go one more
Yeah.
time. Guys, really cheer it out here. Astralis side?
FaZe side?
Oh, okay, it's definitely Astralis then. I'm going with that. Guys, there is your prizes. One of you got it each. Thank you very much for taking part. That was a hell of a lot of fun. We're going to try to do some more as well.
刚刚这个环节的确是非常好玩，那也恭喜我们2位观众获得小礼品。 上面有非常多你们喜欢的人的签名，应该都在上面。那我们这个环节也结束了，我们要把我们的时间交还给分析席。
Thank you for being with us again here for CAC 2023. It's the semifinals, and FaZe are one map down. This was their semifinal on paper, but ENCE are starting the upset, and it feels like there's a real shot now to go and do it.
Yeah, with the way everyone's been playing. You know, Madden had a good game with the way, especially Snappy, with the way he stepped up was absolutely impressive. And also on top of like the step-ups on the end side of things, because Vladin was solid too. It's also some of the absence of the FaZe players, a little bit quiet, a little bit. We didn't see that impact out of someone like Rops. Twist didn't have his like signature rounds. You know, Brokey was kind of missing here and there. So yeah, you get the sense that ENCE is actually playing a much better game inside the server at the moment, despite all the upheaval outside the server.
The three players at the bottom of the scoreboard were Brokey, Rops, and Twists. Now that is not a FaZe Clan that wins games right there.
No, it's not at all. And I think Maniac made that point on Twitter. I saw during the break as well, as like Kerrigan calling, I'd like my star players to show up to the server, and that's what we need now going forward into map 2. You can't have another absent map because none of the tactics are going to work if the players aren't producing in those situations. So they got pretty much wrecked on Nuke, and that can sidetrack them very easily. That can knock you off kilter. There were some tech pauses in there as well. So some different areas of frustration that ENCE gets to kind of forget about and be fine with because they win the first map, and FaZe has to work through that frustration.
And it's the T side that let them down, right? They didn't really get a lot going on that T side at all. And when you get into the territory where you're not winning enough rounds in that first half, and unless you're able to win the pistol, convert it, and then sort of build off of that,
yeah,
you pretty much are done.
FaZe had some good things where like the rounds, they seem to be putting them in good positions. It's just like the finishing moves didn't seem to pan out for FaZe. So yeah, going over to Ancient now, it's going to have to change quite obviously a little bit, at times of a head scratcher. This is ENCE's map pick. They've stolen away FaZe's. And this is obviously the map we get a little bit of a rematch from Dallas, the marathon match that they embarked upon, a 31-28 victory for ENCE back in CSGO.
All right, let's do it again, shall we? Let's go. Semi-final second map. ENCE have a chance to head to that grand final and play against MOUZ if they win this one. And Brokey's kicked off the pistol with the dual Berettas on Vladin.
Yeah, that's deep as well. That's very, very deep. And Brokey's going to get aggressive again with a bit of a flashbang, but pretty content with the fact that he's managed to give them a 5-on-4. And that's the utility spent from FaZe to get that opening kill.
4 players played towards the B-bomb side right now for FaZe. And Brokey, well, he turns out to be the only player that's needed. Runs down into the bottom of the B ramp, and Madden is caught by those dual Berettas. And Snappy is kind of cut off from the rest of his team, and he's the bomb carrier. So he needs to get out of there.
Yeah, Madden's going to be really frustrated he fell off the box in that situation because there was nothing for him to do after the fact. So Nerds has snuck into the A bomb site. There's time for them to wrap all the way around. Rops is a little bit of a snake in the grass over towards Donut, but if Sunpias can keep producing, that's going to make this defense a little bit nervous.
I think that Rain got away with a slap on the wrist is definitely enough to put them on high alert
worried about giving up kills here. And Carrigan, oh, he turns the wrong way. Nerds needed to get that pick, but he only does damage, and he knows the Carrigan's in the corner. You can see that on the shadow, but it's all about getting the kill. And Sampayas has continued to kill elsewhere. Twist is gone, and that's the bomb plant down. This is now looking doable for ENCE.
Oh, but yeah, the bomb is planted. Snappy can hold him at back. Low HP on 2 players.
Snappy wraps around through Temple, and he's better hope that his prayers are answered because he's got a chance with him looking the wrong way. They tap the defuse, they don't stick it, and this gives extra time for Snappy to get closer to this. Now they've seen him, but it's the kill, and it's the bomb planted for him. Rain lands a blistering headshot, putting it all on Sampayas. No one on the defuse. Rain gets the blind side. Sampayas can't get it. If Robs just covers him off, that defuse is through, and Robs will certainly cover him off. Headshot lands right between the eyes, and FaZe will win the pistol.
I can't believe FaZe won this. I'm not going to say that felt like a near impossible round for FaZe to win, but ENCE was in such good position. Snappy even getting that first kill. Look at the way this is brought back. This is the open up. 3 versus 5 recovery. Sampayas does God's work on his own on the other side of the map. The fact that Nerds doesn't get either of these kills, the fact that Snappy doesn't get into cover to protect himself from Rain, and just a bunch of beautiful one-taps with these USPs.
Yeah, really nice shots from both sides across the board, but
you're going to feel if you're ENCE, like 3 players had missed opportunities to seal that round.
Definitely so. They've got a chance, and we see ENCE, they win these Force Buys, they can do it. They've got the Galils out, they got the Tech-9s and Deagles around it. We've seen FaZe lose to this just on Nuke. Carrigan needs to be careful. Picking out information with his shoulder. Madden nearly takes him out, but the smoke deployed to hold him back.
Carrigan better be aware as well, especially with the good game that Madden had on Nuke. I think he's going to test himself early on this B ramp. We saw him in the quarterfinals just more than willing to march up ramp, get over towards that beehive position, as we're calling it. That little gap on the right side, and just finding duels, looking for the headshot duels, looking for the 1v1s inside the bomb site. And Carrigan is likely going to have to contend with that in this half.
Here comes Carrigan. Good peek, and Madden's caught. So that's the first test. Well, Carrigan's passed it. Madden's gone, and it looks like it's going to be active from FaZe. They're not going to be sitting back. They're going into the fights, and Carrigan gets a second kill out of it. I think Rain will just take the fact that they've got a few and just drop further back into the site. He can now double up with his teammate inside of the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they've spotted the bomb as well. No utility really for FaZe to block off this choke point. Not a whole lot for ENCE to pull off this execute, and here we go. 2 players to defend.
Yeah, Rain is the first. He's the primary obstacle to try and get around or over or through from ENCE, and they have chosen to go through him. Nerds gets one, Sampayas on the second. There is nothing they can do about that hold, and that's FaZe now on the other side of the map, trying to rift their way back in on this rotate. But it's hard to see a world in which you win this if no kits, no utility.
You'll investigate it at least for that first engagement, and if it goes in your favor, you can pick up the pace and really attempt it, but you need that kill quick.
And Twist is searching for it, ENCE giving nothing. No peeks, no fights, and that time is ticking on. Sampayas still stands at default, and I think they realize now, damn, we didn't get a chance, we didn't get the shot. And FaZe have lost twice now to that T force buy that ENCE have thrown at them.
And just ENCE with minimal utility. Molotov in a smoke and walking into the fights inside the bomb site, and neither defender can handle it. A good response in round 2. Ties things up early. And FaZe is going to buy right back into this to contend for economic control early in the game.
The Nova makes an appearance here in the semifinals in the hands of Brokey. But FaZe going for the aggressive approach to this purchase. Nades land upon Twists, and they do just above half damage. And Brokey, well, he's going to be sitting in A, man. He won't go beyond this corner, of course. He'll just stand, but he has to get good timing.
Yeah, he shouldn't move. He's found like a little L that he can maneuver that gives him some good close range fights. This could catch ENCE off guard. The question becomes, with that Nova, can you get the first shot clean, the first kill clean, so that you can try and transfer to a second player? Oh, and he does. A little bit of payback from Nuke. Not able to get the second kill. Vladin's got him pinned down, and Brokey manages it. That is so costly.
That's so sick from Brokey. 2 out of the Nova. Extra money for him. Not only that, but the huge position that they find themselves in now. ENCE down to 2 players. Snappy and Sampayas making their way out into the bomb site. Twist is inside of Donut. Need to rip them off the top of the platform, and this is uncomfortable for ENCE. They're not getting any closer to that bomb site, and when they eventually do, they've got to deal with Rops, and he isn't going to let you anywhere near the site itself. Bomb now down, and Sampayas in the clutch. The 1v4 for the Spaniard. As soon as that smoke starts to fade away, you'll have multiple players in sort of donut ready to attack him. And Sampayas is not favored to even get close to winning this round. He has found Rops though. Is there a second one? Oh, looked like a mouse malfunction. Yeah, another complaint to the ref there. It definitely didn't look too solid on that flick on over. A little bit of a stutter or something, but
yeah,
unable to get it done.
Looked like a sensor got stuck.
Yeah.
Like the old school ball mouse.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
it's
a
like
cat hair.
I remember buying a super cheap one when I couldn't afford a good one, and I used to, you know, if you flick too hard, it just stops working. But that looks like what happened.
Look, I mean, this round's lost on this exchange from Brokey. The double kill, and it's so deep in A main as well that FaZe have time to bring bodies over to make sure that ENCE can't actually secure the bomb site in any way. So back and forth we go for 3 rounds.
So gathering up outside of B, it's another force. It's so crazy. This is what this game can become.
They're coming right at Kerrigan, and the question is Rain in Cave. He's going to start shifting out. Maybe a late timing. Kerrigan passes the first one. That's the Tech 9. Traded immediately, and Rain's backed all the way off.
Utility being dumped down. Rain swings out. Oh, gets there just before the smoke goes up in his face. And Rain and Twist are shutting this down. No problem for FaZe. No problem for Twist and Rain.
Yeah, that's beautifully done. Rain gets that kill just before the smoke pops, and that allows them to activate up short and retake B before the bomb is planted. And now ENCE do not have the funds to continue fighting. They've got to relinquish the economic control over to FaZe early on Ancient. Should just be mostly unarmored Glocks, and should be a 4th round for FaZe.
And they need a comfortable start. They were begging for this after what happened over on Nuke. To build a strong lead in the second half is a Delut for FaZe Clan. And they definitely looked a lot better on the CT side, right? It's more about the problems on the T side of the rows. On Nuke, we'll see if those are fixed as we head into Ancient.
Seeing that mid push that's become so popular in CS2 Ancient, down to the jump up as well. So FaZe pulling out of their back pocket in this round to deny space and activity, but it's going to be fun to watch if they pull that off in gun rounds, how ENCE decide to deal with it. Rain's playing a game of whack-a-mole.
Just waiting for Snappy to eventually pop up. There's a peek. No peek from Snappy yet. Eventually should get that chance, and he nails it.
He wins.
He does win. He's completed whack-a-mole.
Yeah, he gets the stuffed animal.
Couple of tickets, put it in the ticket machine.
Okay, this is awkward and not exactly efficient from FaZe.
A little hungry. A little hungry. But Kerrigan's able to take 2 and close it. Nonetheless, it is a round for FaZe. And the buy will return into the hands of ENCE.
First round of a really solid buy for both teams. Utility picked up across the board for ENCE. AWP is out in the hands of Brokey. We're going to see where he positions that. And a pause, a timeout, a tactical one called for ENCE to talk things over before this begins, late into freeze time.
So we talked about Madden's success in the previous game that they played of Ancient, right? Walking up that B round, finding success, there's entries. And there's also the first map performance is really solid.
Yeah.
You have to get a kill. We're waiting for the gun rounds to really get rolling here, but he would be a player that we would look at as one of the playmakers, space takers for ENCE.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be a fun battle to see if he continues to go back to it the way he did. He seemed really, really comfortable in that fight, and I like having your players on the extremities of the map on the T side being willing to try and look for those 1v1 duels when he feels like he has the opportunity. And like, why not test it? You're not going up against against Kerrigan. Go test it. See if he's going to stand up to the task. See if he can actually hold you at bay. This time, no mid-presence from FaZe, nobody pushing down. And here is Madden. This time, the Molotov forces him back. A good amount of damage is done.
Yeah, FaZe know that what they have to expect when they look at the demo yesterday. They look at their performance on Ancient. We've seen that Madden likes to do this, but it doesn't matter. You can keep him at bay, but eventually he will arrive inside the B-bomb site. And even though he's low HP, even though he's damaged, he still frags out.
You have the information, there's 2 over in cave as well. You don't necessarily need to challenge this. Vladden's going to go for it anyways. Rain has to sink back a little bit deeper away from that smoke, and Vladden crosses out towards long.
They realized there was a gap in it, so they re-smoke it as well, just to buy extra seconds and keep those 2 players trapped inside of cave. And what a swing from Sampayas. Twist can do nothing, and Vladden has brought Rain down through the smoke. So it is just 2 players for FaZe, and that has got to be the fall away. They're not getting into this one. And once again, it's a quiet performance of Robs because he's just not getting involved. There's been so many scenarios where he's had to start rotating over to the B-bomb site and then not getting into it. And that's Madden, even though he took early damage, still just running it.
I want to see that kill from Madden's POV, because he's not ready for that fight. He's hanging around the edge of the smoke, I think, waiting for ENCE to call the execute with flashbangs, and the smoke is actually blown open, and he snaps over to Kerrigan.
All right, well, let's see it. Let's see what we got from Madden.
It was like, it feels like it was like Rain in the Vents-esque.
Yeah, that was quite wild. So here we go. Oh,
peace.
That's so sick from Madden. And Sampayas gets a nice peek out from default twist. Just gets blinded by it.
And remember, they saw Brokey and Cave with the AWP take a shot, and they had seen Rain earlier kind of firing off some M4 shots down towards the double doors. So they felt so comfortable taking long control, knowing that 2 players were over in Cave, just stuck behind smokes for the entirety of that bomb plant.
Instant red smoke thrown out by Vladden. And this is what Twist loves to do. If he can get into this mid control, he'll sit around these bottom boxes, he'll watch elbow, and he'll look to just try and contain mid control for the CTs for a long period of time. And Kerrigan, he's taking B-lane control with that smoke at double doors. He's got to feel very comfortable.
You know, I think ENCE is going to be okay with this. This is a lot of utility spent early. That's 4 smokes already used by FaZe to get 1 player down mid. That was Twist. They've just re-smoked the double doors. So ENCE is just counting these and like, all right, let's everybody chill. Like, we're going to have all the advantages in terms of what nades we use in the late round. So this round is going to be a patient one for the T side. Three players leaning towards the A side of the map for ENCE. Set piece smokes coming in. I think one of them might have missed.
Oh, well, here they go. Executes in. Brokey commits in front of the CT smoke. He gets into default. Robs is forced into the open because of the fire, and he gets out of it. He gets out of it as well. And now Kerrigan, this is the real play. Into B, he's not ready. And now Rain is waiting. He's waiting inside of sight. It's only a single frag. Nertz and Vladden can still do this together. A 2v3 with the bomb down and the bomb planted for ramp. That's exactly where Nertz is playing from.
If Vladden pushes towards long, there's 2 flashbangs. Oh, he would love to actually have these over on the hands of Nertz to bomb over for him, but now they can have a play, a little bit of a crossfire if Nertz can take attention away.
And Nertz is watching for Robs, who is coming up on the heaven position. He's climbed the ledge, and Nertz is considering that he could have come through spawn. I wonder if Robs detected him. I don't know if he just seen him go through that double door, but perhaps he caught a glimpse. But it's all about this from Vladden. Shadow advantage. Vladden's locked in that first kill on Brokey. Anything else from the Serb? Tap on that defuse. Molotov goes in to try and deny. Vladden is still fragging, and there's nothing Robs can do. The time was limited. The Molotov came in just for extra measure, and still find the way to the round win.
Yeah, just absolutely knocks them out. A little bit of a fake. Yeah, Vladden.
He's getting there. He's getting there.
Yeah, he's starting to feel comfy, isn't he? And he's sharp. We said he looked much, much better in the quarterfinals and in the group stage. He's continuing that quarterfinals performance with some very, very sharp aim.
He's played very well, and that has forced out the first timeout for FaZe, and that has to be frustrating. You get all the initial kills in the A play, but you got faked out. They're going towards the B bomb
side. The fake worked. It pulled Kerrigan away from that smoke towards double doors. He was trying to get a jump onto the rotation to keep them boxed in and just taken down. He just realized his mistake a little bit too late.
How long did Roka and Snappy's been dreaming to fake out Kerrigan on Ancient? Get it right back.
Probably a while. 4-3. Yeah, this is really well done from Brokey and Rops on that A defense. Beautiful trading. Vladden finding his way in and setting up Nertz to be that late player coming back from the A fake to help him clutch out the round.
It's not a pretty purchase here for FaZe. They're on to D-Goals, they're on to MP9s. Couple of premium rifles, and here's the mid-fight. Nerds, he's seen the second player go in. He's going to use the Molotov, and Rops realizes his time is numbered inside of that cubby, so he's going out for the fight, playing aggressively with his teammate off of ledge.
That's sick. That might have been his only play, was to get aggressive, really, when you think about it. So the fact that he calls Brokey over and says, let's double team this, let's make sure we get out of this, at least for a one-for-one trade, take down this player in middle. And this is a round where there's diminished things to fight with for FaZe. SMG on Rain, Deagle on Kerrigan. But a pretty good spot, especially considering Kerrigan hiding in Temple, Rops hiding in Donut. They're giving the image that A is going to be a clear bomb site, but there are traps set up that ENCE can fall into.
Well, let's see if they spring those traps. Kerrigan sitting in Temple at the moment. Rops, does he decide to go through the smoke? Does he try and play with it and deny the bomb plant? But both of those players, both of the traps, absolutely destroyed by Pyjamas and Vladin. That's it. There's nothing you can do about it. Those are your two moves.
And Snappy's so confident in the round that he's already on the hunt. He's already going to be going back all the way through double doors to try and catch Rain, but the timing? Okay, Rain's going to stay in lane, so a chance for Snappy to take one more M4 away. Although Rain's ready for it. Brokey being hunted by Vladin, and there's the shadow showing. Makes that one easy.
So now it is only Rain left with the only M4. And he might even be caught right at the end here. This could be FaZe exiting this round with nothing. Snappy looks disciplined though. Doesn't look like he's going to be extending it around that corner, so maybe Mercy will be given to Rain to save this M4 into the next. And that'll be 4. We're all tied up on this T side for ENCE. And no money for FaZe, so this almost surely will be the lead being taken by ENCE here.
Yeah, a lot of things for FaZe to figure out right now. Twist is having a really tough time in middle when he's been put there on his own. He's getting constantly naded off the wall as he tries to push down a little bit closer, harassed by utility, having to dodge nades and dodge flashbangs all at the same time and also be ready for a fight that's coming. And ENCE is changing the different sets of utility they throw out middle, and this time it's just kind of a bull rush with Snappy. One Molotov, one nade, and he gets around the corner for free.
Again, doing what he can. Does get caught by Snappy. So one added to the tally for ENCE. That's going to put them in a better position. Molotov's starting to clear out this B bomb site. Following utility will come through too. Smokes are up, making it a lot more difficult for them. And Brokey will signal he is at short, but there's not too much of a fight being presented here. Rain's rifle swings on over. That's the rifle, that's the weapon that needs to get the job done. If there's anything here for the side of FaZe, and there isn't, as Pyjamas gets 2 headshots, lovely pair of them, and that's going to be the lead as anticipated.
Well, at least getting away with the M4 is something, if he can manage it. I think they definitely know his position now. That's a beautiful shot. 4 bullets left in the mag. Gonna reload. He's got Snappy and Nerds to contend with. Wants that fight against the headshot angle. Fighting for his life at the moment, and Twist continually looking behind him. Good shot. Dink and cleanup. And with that, he'll give it away. He'll graciously allow ENCE to survive.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is. Twist holds the M4. 5 rounds on the T side. And we set up before this. We said we had to tell the viewers there was a chance this could be a blowout. And we did that, but more so for FaZe winning.
Yeah.
Not the other way around here.
Well, I think one of the big issues at the moment is just ENCE is able to get into a bomb site whenever they want. All 5 round wins are bomb explosions. They're getting in and getting the plants. Even the pistol round had a plant as well. So they've been able to crack open and get this bomb down a number of times.
Look at this from Pyjamas. Look at the confidence. Supremely confident as he runs up B lane. It's a wild fight to take with the AWP, but he's made it work. But he's so low on health. He is so low, and he's about to be crunched. He's about to be taken out, surely.
Smoke might have saved his life, at least for the moment.
I think it actually
I'll tell you what, though, what's cool about that is Pyjamas is able to make that play because of all the different sets of utility ENCE has been throwing in middle. Robson Twist had like a little bit of a stutter step to dodge the nade damage, which gave an extra second or two over to Nerds to make that aggressive play.
Oh, here's the B play again. Madden attempting to get through that top ramp smoke. This time stopped at the door by Brokey. Snappy tried to follow up with a trade, but didn't get that opportunity. And now with a smoke in his face, is forced to slow right down. But Rops is still here. Vladin tries to make space out elbow, and Rops does not let that happen. So 2v4, looking pretty good now for FaZe, and even better with that headshot. It's just Senpais left.
Yeah, almost a little bit of a lineup. Surely no plant in this round, but Senpais can still take weapons away, but didn't expect Brokey to come for the follow-up swing. It's 5-5, all tied up, and that AWP is now in the hands of Brokey for free.
Timeout being taken by ENCE this time. Second used in the half.
I'll see if they change anything significantly. Starting to run low on money. Good adjustment for Senpais. Nerds probably feels like he should have at least had twists. And this time Madden's play is shut down. So FaZe solve a lot of the problems they've been having throughout this half. At least for the moment. 2 rounds remaining. As this pause comes to a close into round 11.
Most of these rounds have felt really decisive one way or the other. You know, it's either a heavy take of the bomb site by ENCE to get the bomb down and then force FaZe to save, or FaZe are winning these by just winning all the initial fights.
Yeah, we haven't seen any like true clutches or post-plant, you know, maneuvering, have we? It's been very convincing. A lot of that just due to some of the early B-busts that ENCE was able to pull off with the help of Madden.
Yeah, you kind of live or die by the sword with that play style. And speaking of, Rops walks out the donut smoke into the waiting arms of Nerds. So that's an opening kill for ENCE.
Again, just so many different looks to how they're taking mid. They didn't expect Nerds to be that far progressed, and now a follow-up kill onto Rain. Carrigan, the trajectory gives away his position, and you just called it. All these rounds are just knockouts with no chance of fighting back, and this one is looking very much the same.
Well, that opening kill was provided by Rops. Second kill was won by Madden.
Rops is being activated, right? There's that flashbang from the A bomb site, and they're expecting the fight to be down towards the back wall of middle where the boxes are, perhaps to the jump up where that flashbang is going to hit. It just doesn't catch Nerds, who's over in the cubby, because again they've come out slow. They've done utility usage. They've harassed that mid defender a number of times to kind of condition him to not really know what to expect and to not feel comfortable. That's a great kill at the end of the round. There's not a lot of money for FaZe. These weapons are sorely needed.
So last round of this half could be even. Could be inseparable. At the half of FaZe, they're able to put something together here, but yeah, it's just been really one-sided both ways in these rounds, and surprised it's even. If FaZe didn't win that pistol, you know, maybe we'd be looking at a different story, but even then the force buy from ENCE came in, so.
And the force buy right back from FaZe.
It's been so back and forth.
The economic jockeying earlier didn't really give any clear indication who was going to take this one away. FaZe did win it and was able to get a couple easier rounds off low economy, but ENCE have been kings of the gun rounds for sure.
Madden at the bottom of the ramp. Molotov in his way at the moment, but soon that will fade away, and the obstacle now becomes Carrigan instead. Got unlucky in the previous round throwing utility, was able to get punished without really much of a fight coming his way, and Rain's coming back out of cave, so maybe this is going to be enough. Carrigan looks down the ramp, but it's not going to be anything. Madden instantly rips his head off, and Vladin follows up. So something we've become very used to over the past 2 days is Madden just bursting through that B-bomb site. It's not a quiet half, but the shots he has hit have been really nice to see.
Yeah, in terms of numbers, sure, but every time they've wanted to call this play a number of times, and he's succeeded more often than not. 4 on 2 in the post plant, and both of them going to be stuck in cave with the smoke still up. Nerds flanking them out.
Oh,
He's
this is it. This is the play,
at least one.
This is the play for Nerds. He'll close here with a double lineup. Twist and Rops hit the deck. 7 rounds for ENCE at the half. They lead by a small margin, but the difference is for FaZe this time, it's not a half that is so one-sided that they can't come back into it.
Madden has 4 kills in this half, and I'm pretty sure 3 of them were entries on the B bomb site, and I'm pretty sure that all 3 of those that he gets that entrance are victories as well.
Yeah, he had one in cave as well, right? So
it's just crazy.
It's wild, yeah.
He loves that fight. He loves it, and ENCE love going to it. And why wouldn't you when you have someone who's this successful at it?
A man that does his job.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Blue collar Counter-Strike.
That's right there.
7-5 is the score for ENCE, putting themselves in a good position to complete this upset over FaZe. In the semifinals of CAC 2023, MOUZ waiting in the grand finals for one of these two squads.
Yeah, this is a team that have dominated the headlines of CS2 so far. The return of FaZe's dominance, the return of FaZe winning titles. This is one that looked almost primed for them. But ENCE with a stand-in could stand in their way. This pistol. This could mean a lot. And we've seen how crazy that first half pistol was. It was all over the place. All over the place. We'll see if we get more chaos ensuing like that in round 13. Second half pistol underway. And FaZe leaning towards A heavily. Mid-control taken for ENCE. 4 players committed to it.
I mean, if they just stay in this death ball, right? Like they're going to peek up, see nothing in B lane. The question is, when do they pull the trigger and actually fall back to the A bomb site? Starting to be right now, but it's a little late. It's a little late. This is going to be a post-plant situation. You wanted to see some post-plant shenanigans and clutches. Well, they're all coming at Kerrigan to start this out. Vladin slow peeks it. Kerrigan hasn't landed a shot just yet, and he will get 1 kill before being traded.
Yeah, Kerrigan, just one. Snappy's able to step up, and it's Nerds also following through. Robs, Brokey, and Rain in a 3v4, but Robs has got the position for a multi-kill. Has he got the skills for it? He's found himself the first. Is he going to be able to pull this one off? Semifinal is looking the wrong way, but Robs lets him know, and then he turns around. Robs still gets it, and we're back into a favorable round for FaZe. Nerds dancing around default, dancing with death at this point. Rain is just toying with him. You can't see him, you can't see him, and Rain has got the headshot.
And even if he gets that kill, he preserves his honor, but the kit's dropped all the way back in A main on Sunpius's body. And almost make that work, but good coverage of the flanks from FaZe when they realized the bomb site was clear, starting to get into position immediately to cover these positions.
This scared me for a second because it looked, Robster shot a little early, and then the turnaround from Sunpius to face him.
Just Rain just working Nerds around that box.
Playing with his prey. Ooh, look at it is. It's the second round for Spy.
It's bold. Nerds with an MP9 up in red room behind the smoke. Vladin is pushed in towards A main, leaving 3 players to defend B.
Red smoke up. Nerds has to respect it. He'll play behind it. And FaZe have mid-control off the back of that smoke up to the red room. They now think about Donut, which we'll go have a little bit of a look about.
They're leaving Kerrigan to make noise, to throw utility in towards Cave as well while this movement happens through Donuts. They're not letting ENCE have a good idea of where to stack. That's a great shot from Sunpius. Not enough quite yet to make it favorable, but maybe that is. ENCE is going for this no matter what, and that's the bomb dropped in middle. They've got to come back for it.
It can't be. It cannot be another force buy round win for ENCE. They've had far too many of them in this series, and it looks like it's going to happen. I don't think there's anything FaZe can do about it. Nerds with another one, and just Brokey to fall. 4 players stay up, and that second round force buy on the CT side does not often pay off, but for ENCE, it seems to.
That's the round if you're FaZe. You just look down the line and you're like, what just happened?
Guys, how does this keep happening?
What's everyone doing? What just occurred? How nothing's covered. And that was a very convincing, clean force buy round win for ENCE.
Yeah, when you have such a sick force buy up your sleeve, it's so good to pull out in this kind of game, right? When it's so close, you get into that battle of the economy, you make it a real rough battle. And this is going to see the force buy from FaZe again. Almost identical start to that first half.
What a sequence of fights for Nerds. That's so disgusting. Twist finds the opening. That's Madden. Kerrigan's already challenging into the A bomb site as well. Vladin's going to handle that easily.
Yeah, easily is the word to describe that one. Is Vladin steps up again. ENCE are in the better position. ENCE are favored now. They were at the beginning, but even more so now. And the Eagles remaining on 3 FaZe players. You know how deadly they can be, and ENCE realize that too, so they'll respect it. Snappy, oh my goodness, couple of missed shots from Twist. Could have hit one of those. Snappy will take the warning shots as a thank you and run back into Cave instead. Looks to fight against Rain, and maybe with that MP9 would have been able to do it, but this one is stalling out.
Tigo's harassing pretty nicely, though. A little bit of damage, and obviously forcing back any aggression down the B ramp, and then any kind of a move to be in Cave and Jaguar late.
One smoke available.
And that's the bomb down, so that'll pull Snappy back likely. He's just checking and clearing mid at the moment. ENCE's defense being very patient. Nerd spots a leg, comes back for the fight, and that's easy. And there goes Rops.
Now, making these rounds look clean now. You know, the difference is, in this round compared to the first half was, FaZe were able to force fight back. They didn't do it this time.
It's weird. It feels like FaZe is like knocked out, like they're knocked out on their feet at the moment.
It does. It feels like they're completely rattled. They're not the FaZe we're used to seeing or have been used to seeing lately. And, you know, even in the earlier portions of the tournament, you've seen some close maps coming in. You've seen them nearly lose series here and there, but...
Listen, I'm going to give every team a little bit of a pass on day one.
Sure, the jet lag. But the thing was, even then, they were able to come back. Sure. Like, at this point, they're not showing any of this.
Yeah, they had
big
that,
signs.
they had like 4 overtime game against NIP and then a best of 3 against MOUZ. They were able to somehow win both of those on just what had to have been just an exhausting grind to start this tournament. Looks like ENCE is going to put an end to it, though.
Yeah, this will be a 10th round. Almost surely locked in just a moment. Carrigan, classic Carrigan round. Gets around the corner, wide swing.
Is that burst fire? Is that a Carrigan burst fire?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but...
I want to see it back. It sounded like a burst fire.
He banged it around the head.
Yeah, he really did. But I don't know where you go from here.
It's like, I made it. No one else did, I suppose.
Yeah. Look, it's about damage now. Carrigan even realizes in his head, you're not going to be winning this 1v4 with the bomb in such an impossible position to recover. It's going to be guarded very, very well. But there can be some timing hits that lets him get 1, maybe 2 kills and set up a reset for later on in the half. And that's why he's going this long route just away from the bomb, the most unexpected angle that he could go to find a free kill. I don't think Snappy is checking it from time to time.
I think he's worried about blind spots completely, and Snappy gets into the corner.
What a god.
Carrigan comes around the corner with his knife out, and Snappy reads it.
Well, if you're Carrigan, you never expect someone to be in that corner just looking towards T-spawn in that kind of a situation with the bomb dropped in middle, but Snappy just a little bit too smart.
That's the kind of round where you just go, why is he there?
Yeah, you're like, all right.
Fair enough.
3 rounds away from the grand final is ENCE.
And they're going to do it in a weird fashion. Like this Ancient, the scoreline was close throughout that first half, but as you mentioned, it does feel a little strange. You know, whoever won the round just won it so easily. And Twists sending the nade outside, doing some damage. That's about it. ENCE have all the mid control they can want. You're going to get that on the CT side. Especially with those instant elbow smokes you can throw from spawn. Just makes your life a lot easier. Really starting to test Carrigan's calling chops now. Do FaZe have it in them today? Sometimes it can be a bad day at the office. Happens to everybody. Right now, it hasn't looked like a great day at the office at all for FaZe.
No, but one of the trademarks has been their ability to recover even when they're having what seems like rough games. That's a good shot from Twist. Sunpius can't get anything going.
Yeah, it's a 6 shot from Twist, but you've got to make something work off the back of this now. You can't just get traded out, and that will go a long way. Nice shot from Rain.
All of a sudden, the B bomb site is compromised, so Nerds has to rotate over. Vladin is going to be all on his lonesome and Donut. Molotov out of position as well. Easy kill onto Carrigan, gives away his position. Didn't know Twist was there. And now Madden is called to fight. Interrupts. Puts him down. Oh, it's merciful. It's quick.
That's a lot more of a FaZe round than we're used to seeing, right? It's just the shots and Twist. The shot from Rops. Rain locking in a headshot.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
That's what you want to see from them. More of that, and potentially this could be back on again, and they can snatch that control, that momentum out of ENCE's hands. But that's a 6 shot from Twist, even better from Rain. And I want to see the Rob shot. I want to see this one. Bang! Nothing you can do about that matters. Unlucky. Sit down.
Well, they need plenty more of that.
Yeah, a lot more of that.
If you can just call the headshot strategy each and every round, it's going to be nice and easy. Utility harassment towards the B lane. Brokey isolated. Oh, Snappy doesn't realize he got there, but Brokey as well. Not fast enough on the trigger. Expecting the peak to come from the hole.
Madden slinks his way down the bottom of the ramp. Sunpius in behind him. His AWP is posted up on those double doors, and if Carrigan is to extend, he will die.
If the timing works against Pyjamas, though, there's the chance, and Carrigan's got it. He'll capitalize, and not only that, but he gets a second kill. Carrigan with the double. It's now FaZe ahead in round 18, and they aren't stopping. They're taking that chance, and they're running with it.
Couple miscues. The timing of that smoke that stopped covering Pyjamas to lob his out towards elbow. But also the choice to go aggressive with the op down B ramp in a 5-on-4. Talked about it a number of times. They like to play that disruptive style. This time it's betrayed them. NERDZ still has a chance of recovery if this smoke can fade at the right moment.
And it does start to fade, but as it fades, the Molotov comes in, and that forces him in behind another smoke.
And he's prioritizing the weapon. He's prioritizing saving because there's no resources for ENCE. They have no money.
No kits here either.
It'll be this M4 and this AUG to go into the next round, and that's it, depending on the hunt. If FaZe even want to go for it. They likewise hurting a little bit for cash, although Rops and Rain are sitting pretty nice.
Just like that, just in the round where you mentioned they have a trade market coming back. There's Vladin on the kill. They started to show a bit more life. A FaZe that we haven't seen yet today. Sharper.
I think this one was a bit of a gift.
Yeah,
Pyjamas was going real deep with that op and not really considering every angle towards those double doors. Carrigan gets a double on that aggression and pulls it right back into their favor. 10-8. And a bit of breathing room. Not super comfortable considering, you know, 2 rifles are still on the board.
There's double kills from Carrigan, really well played, and then Rain catches Snappy on the phase of the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, Pyjamas just wants to, or Snappy just wants to throw that smoke so that he can actually peer towards the lane. It just fades at the wrong moment to stop providing him cover.
Utility out. It's time from FaZe to try and prevent that immediate jump up into the B lane from the CT side, and there's no utility to combat this if you're ENCE. So now Rops actually had a bit of freedom out elbow.
Yeah, and that opening should tell you everything. There's no more like fast smoke and elbow as well. There's not that, you know, bigger barrage of nades as well. FaZe should realize it's a bit of a softened up defense at the moment.
And they realize they can walk into the B-bomb side, but it's not going to be that easy. They don't look towards NERDZ. He could have got a double. He really could have got a multi-kill out of that, but it is only one. Snappy, fortunately enough, is good on the deagle.
Oh, this is awkward, though. They're a little bit segregated. Snappy gets one more through the smoke. All of a sudden, very dangerous, and Rops is at low HP. Carrigan's just going to back off. He wants nothing to do with this fight as he's got no teammate.
The issue is Carrigan has the health. Rops is on 4 HP.
Yeah, well, you have no choice now. If you're Rops with 4 health, you have to secure this entire bomb site for Carrigan's rotation. You need to get really deep map control to be able to keep space for him to make it into the site.
Even this USP becomes deadly against Rops. And look at ENCE. They've decided to go into middle. This could really work out for Rops. This might be the perfect move for him.
If he goes to backstep the B defense, that'd be the nightmare, but he is coming towards mid.
He's made the right call. This could be an absolute execution from Rops. Sees the other 2 players, and he sees his chance to get out of there. He doesn't want to get involved against the pistols. He's going to run back, and he's going to help his in-game leader.
We've been missing these moments, but Rops has provided the opening for FaZe. Oh, and a smoke on B ramp. That's painful. Painful because Madden can't get involved.
His teammate's so far away from it as well. Pyjamas is up at red. They still think Rops could be around here. They still think Rops could be in the red room, but he's gone. He's long gone, but he's still, even his threat, even the thought that he could be in a position is scaring them off. And Rops is inside of the site, now confirmed with that kill on Madden. And Pyjamas, he might just hold for an exit, but it is going to be the round for FaZe. Recovered. It started to look very, very worrying. Nice little AK steal for Pyjamas, but Rops saves the day this time.
Yeah, dictating the round with 4 health. That's a stunning show from Rops. Good decision-making, good movement, even giving up the fight in middle. Maybe if he gets that first bullet headshot on the first player, but saying, it's so much more important that I stay alive and don't put Carrigan in a 2-on-1.
Tactical timeout, 3rd used for ENCE.
Bet NERDZ wish he got that double kill. That AUG spray looked a little gross.
I mean, he should have really got the second player. They weren't looking at him. He had every opportunity to do so.
Yeah, which is like, again, those are like the miscues we've kind of seen from FaZe that makes you feel like, you know, this isn't like peak level FaZe that we kind of wanted to see coming into this. But Molotov into that position to clear it out. But of 4 players on B ramp, none of them looking for the run out of the flames.
Snappy does what he can to make it messy. Gets 2 on the deagle. We'll get to see that again. So this is the first shot from Snappy. Really nice. And then he gets one through the smoke and the low HP of Rain.
Really good decision making from Robs. He's just so good at the decision making. Like, he reads this game on such a high level. Better than most.
1 round lead all of a sudden. 3 in a row for FaZe, looking to tie this up.
Oh no, a lot of fire in FaZe's face at the moment, and they don't like that. They're gonna have to pump the brakes. And Brokey, oh, he's creeping up B. Not alone though, he's got Rain with him, so he's got some rifle support on this. If they can break through, if they can get some Pius, if they can find him in the cubby, this would be huge, but they're not checking him. And some Pius peeks out, it's a double kill! And that is broken FaZe open on the B play. And elsewhere, Nerch chimes in too. Just like that, a couple of seconds into the round, and FaZe are down to just 2 players, and this time they have no Robs to save them. He is gone, and it's Brokey in a 1v5.
It's a similar kind of situation to not watching for the Molotov run out in the previous round. Rain clears that cubby left, but doesn't clear it all the way deep. Just a mistaken angle of how deep Sunpius could be, and the round is done.
Yeah, that's rough. That is a rough round, especially if you just save the day in the last round. You barely get through that. You survive. You limp into the next one to just get destroyed immediately. I can't believe that they don't consider Sunpius.
Yeah, I mean, they considered it, just not.
Yeah, they didn't fully check
enough.
it. Yes, but you're right. You're right. It did look like Rain was looking towards it.
I was thinking the whole time he was going to clear it the whole way.
Yeah, me too.
And then he just spots it at the end, but it's too late. Good transfer over as well onto Kerrigan, and that's when Nertz pounces, because they're pulling this off while those mid-smokes are still up, so Rops can't slide out in any way to assist. And FaZe want a word. This is still doable.
They go for win a regulation.
They go for the buy. They had plenty of money for 4 rifles. Mac 10 on Kerrigan. Good amount of nades. This is still a strong bid for the round for FaZe.
Getting to the end now.
Here's the problem. They don't have a losing bonus built up. They have 1 round, so they'll make $1,900. Without a plant, if they lose this without a plant...
You're looking at a done deal.
Yeah, start lighting the birthday candles for Madden, because he's going to the finals.
Utility deploying towards outside. Vladden's burning, but he stands in the flames. He stands in the fire and gets a kill out of it. He does what he can. But FaZe still have the better on the kills. They found themselves 2, and Twist barely alive on 1. This is Snappy making the risk, taking the risk, and winning the fight versus Rain. Get peeked. Snappy's looking crispy.
What happened to Snappy before this event? Oh, good find from Rops. That could have gone either way. 3 on 2, but Twist, with 1 health, is in a very weird place. There's a minute on the clock, so FaZe is going to slow this one down and hope that ENCE investigating for information wander into a crosshair. They've got Rops in a very advanced position.
Snappy's so uncomfortable right now. He wants to know what's happening. He wants to figure it out. He wants to find a couple of pieces and start to put it together. See the bigger picture.
You can't really. You have to play individual where you are at the moment. And Donut and Cave, these are 2 of the better positions to be in this kind of scenario. You have both bomb sites covered. You have relative safety.
Well, he's smoked out now, Snappy. He's going to be calling, come and help me some pies real soon. He's stuck inside a Donut. Maybe Snappy could have got the lineup on the plant. He confirms his position inside of the cave. And Brokey doesn't carry. Puts that bomb down, no problem. Now FaZe with a 3v2. And Sapai is so far away. It is going to be the save call here. Unless Sunpius was to go through middle.
No, he's going to come around, I think, and join up with Snappy. Snappy's going to at least get started, see if he can find a kill. And if he doesn't get one, Sunpius will just continue to save. But if he does, it's just too late in the bomb timer now, isn't it? It's taken a little bit too long to come to fruition, and there's the missed opportunity.
Once you take the route that Sunpius did, it almost feels like you've thrown away the chance to actually go for it. You know, he needed to come out through mid up heaven, and he didn't. He went around the long way, and that's going to cost him that chance. But in the end, FaZe fight forward. They get 10 rounds. And that's the round they needed to win. They survived that nightmare. They get a bomb plant and the round wins. They have lots of cash now on reserve.
And this is just brute force in middle in this round. This is just them coming through the smoke with utility, with an exact, with Molotovs in towards Cubby, and just taking this battle and being willing to trade it. Kerrigan does find that headshot. Vladden could have potentially gotten 2, but inside the Molotov, hard to make a good decision.
That shot from Robs was sick. Just kind of blocked in it. Starts to fade, realizes Madden's there.
And that's the kill that really secured the advantage in the round for FaZe. That's what gave Robs such an advanced position towards CT spawn that was able to cut off anyone rotating back towards B. And that's the kind of the information they went off of to win that round. They were always going to end B with Robs in that position.
FaZe are heavy towards A at the moment. You got Robs inside of A main, 3 outside of elbow. Relatively standard, but that CT smoke's being deployed almost immediately towards A. But FaZe are not sending anybody in with it.
Hasn't been a whole lot of attention or love from FaZe towards this A bomb site, so I mean, it could just be a little bit of like a make you nervous kind of a smoke. Show you something you haven't seen yet, that you don't know how to read. Vladin and Donut, Nerds in middle, Sunpias with the op in Temple.
And Vladin's just jiggle peeking. All this sliver angle, trying to see what he can get. He can't garner too much information, but he does get a flash to the face, and the second is even better. Lands right in front of him. Vladin probably panicking for just a moment, but he's still alive once he regains his vision.
Ooh, that's plan A denied by Vladin's smoke. Where does FaZe go from here? Kerrigan's going to push towards the red room, but they're going to line up for a B hit. Rops will come mid a little bit late. But FaZe is burning a lot of time off this clock, transitioning to the second play.
Well, the A plan is over. It's now for B. Oh, currently holding that B bomb site. Nerds snappy.
Nerds misreads it though.
Madden, and here comes Kerrigan. Nerds does open up that gap, and Kerrigan's gonna run with it. Snappy looking to defend, and Nerds turns around. He still wins that duel versus Kerrigan. So the players on ENCE are doing a little more in the fragging department, but that bomb plant is trying to go through, and they do get it down. But again, you have to remember, ENCE have got the player advantage. They've got the extra weaponry, they've got the extra man, and now it's even better. Madden on the kill. This is such an important round, and Rand is making a difference. 2 kills locked in, and Robs, he's alone. Alone in the clutch. And this man is a robot. Robotic a lot of times, but not this time. Sunpias makes him look human and comes back in for a 12th round. It's not only 12, but it's series point and grand final point for ENCE.
And who better to do it for ENCE than Sunpias, as he delivers on stages for this team time and time again. 22 kills on the map so far, and a critical retake for ENCE.
And that could have broken FaZe Clan. That might be the round that sends them packing. They still got a bye. They're going to be fighting for overtime. They need these last 2 rounds, otherwise ENCE have got it. ENCE will be in the grand final. No one predicted that, apart from Xerxin. And here's Sunpias out from the back, into the temple instead. Kerrigan's gone. Is there anything more for the Spaniard? The answer is yes. It's a Tech 9 bullet to the head. And Broki's follow-up. FaZe just throw caution to the wind and run with the A rush.
Yeah, I think Sunpias trying to do a little bit too much there. Now here's the problem. You've given op over to Twist in temple. He can make sure nobody's going to be retaking from this position. Snappy's not going to want to mess with that, so the op changes its angle.
And here's Madden coming back in through CT. Nice shot. Couldn't double up. Couldn't get Robs, who's now considering 2 angles. Worried about CT and Donut. And he's turning left and right and eventually gets that kill towards CT. But it's down to this. It's down to Nerds versus Broki. Nerds looks to drag ENCE forward into a grand final, and he's looking for Broki. He knows exactly where he is. And the op in a close position, running the clock down, running his play down. And Broki hits the no-scope. Nails it, and FaZe's A-Rush gets 11.
Yeah, baby, we're getting those clutch rounds down the stretch. Last round it's ENCE, this one it's FaZe in a desperate scenario. Fast-paced towards A, and that AWP of Sunpias is the difference maker at the end of the day. He's way too aggressive with it, hands it over to FaZe, gives it over to Twist and Broki. And they're able to stave off elimination one more time.
What a shot for Broki, what a round from Broki. Once he gets that AWP into his hands, it's the no-scope. So many clutches in this area of the map from Broki. So many memorable moments. And that last timeout for ENCE is used up.
Well, look what they have to talk about. Look at the buy they're bringing into this. Overtime is feeling very, very likely. Deja vu back to Dallas. It's Nerds with an M4. But outside of that, it's just pistols. Now, the only X factor here is that ENCE has already won 2 of these force buy rounds in this half alone.
Oh, overtime again. That would be so sick. Ancient between FaZe and ENCE might just become an all-time Counter-Strike classic. We've seen it in CSGO. Now we get the chance to see it in CS2. And all of the fingers point towards FaZe overtime.
And it was FaZe and Kerrigan who had to call a last round strategy to take it to overtime in that map as well.
That was the big fake, wasn't it? The mind games now. Where are FaZe going to run with this one? Sending 2 players out elbow, now detected. Smoke was saved up for this exact reason, which is to smoke the top of that B ramp. A lot of damage sustained here for Twist. You don't want to go down in a round like this.
not to the only rifle.
Oh, he's going to have to be made passive now, but look at Rops. He's been such a beast this whole game, and when he gets map control, when he gets space to work with, he knows how to apply the proper leverage to make it hurt.
Nerds is going to go and check it. Nerds is going to go and have a look. And Rops is peeking. Just good timing. Rops has got the angle. He's got the kill. And that's the only rifle gone for ENCE. Now 4 clicks away. 4 clicks away from overtime. And Rops is part of that. Often the player that can make a difference in these big rounds. And here he is again. Rops has got another frag. But it's this crossfire inside of Cave. Gold Rain crosses T's. And Dotta's eyes will be put up on the cross. Sampayas swings out. The CZ upgraded into the AK-47. Sampayas is cut down, taken away, and they don't know about Snappy, but how much can the in-game leader really do? There's one on Carrigan. Is there any more from Snappy? There is. Just a bit more, but Twist says no. And from Dallas to Shanghai, we're back to overtime on ENCE between FaZe and ENCE. This show is not over in the semifinals.
Rops is just a god. The level of impact he's had in 2 critical rounds for FaZe down the stretch of this map cannot be understated. He wins a round with 4 HP maneuvering around the map. He has great positioning, another with a pickoff towards Madden in middle that allows him to call Carrigan in a tough clutch over to the B bomb site. And now he just holds on to mid solo by himself, 3 kills. He has pulled FaZe to overtime.
We get to see these again, these kills coming in. Sure, a couple of them against the pistols. The most important kill is against Nerds, right? The one player with the rifle. The one player that could have made a big difference, and he's gone. And the chance of FaZe Clan support begin. This is what has made them heroes around the world. One of the favorite teams for fans is because they always find a way. They always find a way to get back into these games.
Well, now we get into overtime. $10,000 start money. It's the Valve rule set. 3 rounds per half.
How rough is that?
Yeah, now the thing to keep in mind is for your CT side with this kind of an economy, with this start money, if you lose the first 2 rounds, you are broke for the final one.
The momentum is now on FaZe's side. They stayed alive long enough for Robs to come and get them. And this is Nerds climbing up. Great kill off the top of the boxes. Vladin shoots his own teammate in the head, but it doesn't matter because he gets the kill through it. And Twist has to trade, which is exactly what he does. But it's still not enough for FaZe to feel comfortable.
Yeah, and Madden, he knows he's being aggressed upon. Carrigan still can't win it out on either side of the map. That B bomb site in Madden. And there's Snappy with 1 tracks, but it's Rops. Surely, he's been so good in these situations, but a 1v3 in overtime, I don't think he has it in him.
Yeah, he doesn't. Madden will collect another kill. That's a double in this round, and that's good for Madden. He hasn't had the greatest game. He really hasn't had a lot of impact. But those 2 kills coming through, that feels real nice. But that's the first round of overtime going ENCE's way. And you mentioned just before this, if you lose the first 2 rounds of overtime on the CT side, you can lose control of the economy. So they've kind of avoided that problem right away.
And that's why we saw so much of the CT side. If you looked at the armor and HP, so many of them didn't buy a helmet. And they know they're going up against AK-47s and want to preserve as much money as possible. They can kind of forget about that one now. Final timeout called by FaZe, their 4th. Chance for both teams to talk in this high-pressure situation.
Having a timeout available in overtime is a luxury they will use.
ENCE has been battling so hard to just
give him the fist bump.
Close this out in 2. They couldn't do it in regulation. FaZe forcing a 3rd map. That would be onto Anubis, which is the map that FaZe 13-0'd ENCE down in Sydney.
ENCE don't want to go back there, I'll tell you that. They don't want to have to finish the series there.
And I think also you add into that, it's a map they haven't yet played in this event with Vladin.
Lots of reasons as to why, if you're ENCE, you want to win this series now. The longer, the deeper this series go, the more chance FaZe has to close it. The more your window to get through to that grand final shuts. FaZe had a couple of quicker rounds to force their way into overtime. As soon as we've got to OT, it's quiet now, it's slow. But it's the mid-take utility coming in, blinding Sampayas, forcing the Alper into Donut. Snappy looks to defend him and buy some time, but Carrigan is still chasing, and the Sun God is gone. It's now Vladin at the back of the Donut. He's swinging out, he's lining up, and it's just 1. Carrigan burns him out, and Nert's still trying to stand at default. He does his best, but it's not enough against Brokey. Snappy's turn. fighting Karrigan. Switches to the AWP instead, and the flash lands right in both of their faces. In fact, Karrigan decides he's going to hide inside of Donut.
And Snappy decides he wants nothing to do with the AWP. He's like, I'm not an Opper. I don't need this weapon whatsoever. But Karrigan's holding the fate for the moment, which means Madden has to step up. There's the first. Brokey goes down, but Karrigan responds, and now this clutch is just way too far gone. Halfway into the timer, and Madden is nowhere near even getting close to tapping it.
Oh, but he's actually got a chance here on Robs, though. There's the kill on Robs. That's free. And now it's up against Karrigan, who's so low. And Madden's moving back in. Flash available. Sees Karrigan jump to the right side. Time is the limiting factor here. Time is the limiting factor. And I don't think there's enough of it anymore. Karrigan plays it out. Madden gets to the defuse.
No way.
Is there enough time for
No
this?
way.
Is there enough time for this, Madden? He holds it. He gets it. My God, Madden. That is madness. Robs doesn't even read it, doesn't think about it, and Madden comes around the flank. So quiet all game long, but in the moments that matter most, it's the Montenegro monster.
That is stunning. What a big-time clutch from Madden. I thought for sure when he was wrapping around that would take too much time off the clock.
Rob's just not looking the right way. That could be the backbreaker. That could be the round that gets ENCE into this grand final. Those are the kind of moments that can win this series. And here we are, FaZe Clan buyback again, of course.
And so many went in the favor of FaZe to get them in towards overtime.
They gotta do it again.
Now it's gone the other direction and it's burying them.
Utility into the B-bomb site. This time it's Snappy at the cubby. This time it's Snappy. Same result as Sampayas. A double from the same position. But Robs this time arrives. And Robs is ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's actually, they've gotten into this so quickly and so efficiently now off this fast-paced rush that there's plenty of time for Robs and Brokey to get in whatever position they'd like.
Vladin and Sampayas, have they got enough in it? Yeah, it looks like they're just tentative because of that smoke deep at CT. There's no pathway in at the moment. They're just held back. Don't count any of these ENCE players out of a round after what we just seen from Madden. Even if the time is on its dying embers. Here they go into the play. Brokey hits the headshot. Sampayas looking the wrong way. And redemption from Robs as he secures the triple kill and a 13th round for FaZe.
Yeah, it gives them a round to work with into the second half as they switch sides. Now they got to think all the way back to the first half. What exactly ENCE was doing. One of the things that we knew was going to come up, and for as quiet as a game that he's had in stretches, Madden on the T-side's kills are worth their weight. Not a high volume of them, but they secured round wins, they secured bomb sites. That was at the B bomb site, challenging against Karrigan around smokes. We'll see what ENCE bring out and decide to change.
A tense moment here in this matchup. It's always rough when there's a pause. But 23 seconds till we're back live into the action.
Aug out for Karrigan. I don't think we saw him use that in the first half. Might be changing the way he decides to play. Aug out for Rops as well. There was a lot of success from Madden towards that B ramp and busting into the B bomb site. There was a lot of harassment and different looks being thrown from ENCE towards middle onto Twists and Rops in that defense.
Is this an A rush?
And it's an A rush out of the gate, and look at the bomb site. It's wide open except for the Aug that gets in position and lines up a double.
Robs comes in again. Is there any more from him? In the temple, they better pray. Robs does damage on another couple. But his impact has been felt in this round. He's given his team every opportunity to try and close this one out.
Vladin has the bomb. He needs to get this planet as soon as
Nice
he's fouling through smoke. Okay, sure. We'll take that all day long.
And Rain is coming in on the flank. He's going to be re-entering from A main. Remember, Twist is still in Donut too. This is uncomfortable for ENCE. They would have liked the bomb plant a lot earlier into this round, but they haven't been able to do it.
I actually think this is designed all of a sudden, although I don't know.
There's the kill. That's the flank.
Yeah,
That's
you
got it.
Yep, there he goes. But ENCE were more than happy to hit the pause button and see what kind of reaction they could get out of FaZe as their utility faded.
No further smokes, though. And now you've got so many angles you have to worry about. And Twist hasn't moved. There's no need to. He's just got Donut and 50 seconds left in this round.
You clear left, though, in this situation, don't you?
You check for Karrigan, and you rip him apart. And now the side is open at B. There's the pathway. There's the way to it. And Rain is sprinting, desperately trying to get back in time. But ENCE will get there before him. The bomb plant will come through.
Yeah, but they're securing cave. Bomb going down. Rain's going to be over on B ramp. And they hear the footsteps of Twist. They get off the bomb
cancel
plant.
it again.
Vladin is so nervous about this plant, and Rain has a chance to close him in.
Look at all the time he's giving them now. Vladin, he better fight, and he won't. He's not able to get it done. And Sampayas left in the 1v2. He is sitting waiting, tapping the defuse, and no chance for Sampayas. That's it from Rain, and that's 14. We're all tied up again. And we keep going. This series never gives up. And Robs' impact again at the start of this round.
Yeah, the timing in which he gets there, just the understanding of when they're going to turn that corner, when he needs to be crouched, ready to be aimed in. It's so perfect. And because of the speed and the pace of this rush, they don't have the smokes deployed just yet. ENCE almost finding an escape. Sampayas and Vladin almost finding the correct route over, but Rain shuts him down. 14 all.
Oh, no rounds more tense than this one. 14-14. Who is going to grab map point first? The FaZe are able to close on Ancient. We have a third map. That's how lucky we are. Events pick this up. It's a done deal. They're in the grand final. And Nert's close towards the red room smoke. On the other side of it is Robson. Aggression from Rain, punished at the hand of Snappy.
I have to imagine this will be the round that Madden goes for it again.
Oh my
Robs gives
God.
away his position, but Nerds can't handle the peak.
He can't handle Robs.
And yeah, Madden's like, we killed one at this bomb site. I'm going to step up. They're not all ready for me. An all missed opportunity. Brokey and Kerrigan have to push forward, but that means the bomb site is lost.
And that means you got to play a retake because you've decided you're not going to compete. You're not going to deny this bomb plant. And they're coming down the B lane. But there's two players watching this. Kerrigan actually picked up Snappy on that peak somehow. Vladin, an important trade from the stand-in. And now a 3v3. Still time for FaZe to get back in on this one. Still time for them to end ENCE inside of the site. And Twist goes a long way in making that a reality. But Sampayas with another. Trades out position. Now has a power spot, but it's short-lived. Nice shots from Brokey and Rose to come back in again. And it's map point for FaZe.
How do they keep doing it? How do they keep finding the magic? The positioning from ENCE is just so strong. They really don't feel comfortable inside the bomb site, but Sampayas finds a way out with the kill towards short, but never knows where the next fight is going to come from. He thinks it's going to be coming from long, but instead it's cave.
I can't believe that Nertz has challenged Robs rather so many times in this series, and Robs is just beating him out no matter what.
Robs is beating everyone right now.
It's so insane how good he is at this video game. 27 kills for Robs, and it doesn't stop. ENCE go for another overtime, and Madden this time. Good luck getting up that B ramp, domed by Brokey.
Yeah, that was a statement shot from Brokey. He's like, please try it again. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
Yeah, it's not working out this time. And still committed towards B. Good luck though, FaZe are trapping them. FaZe have got them in a cage, and this time Nertz will beat Robs. This time he'll get that kill.
This is looking like map 3. It's looking like Anubis. Twist is gonna add one more. That's Snappy to go down. Just when they're on the verge of breaking FaZe, once again they show they'll snap right back into position.
Nerds coming back up through the double doors. On the other side is Kerrigan and Rain. And you're absolutely right, Jason. This looks like Anubis written all over this. What a way back in it would be if ENCE are able to recover this and force this to another overtime. Vladin's kill on Twists. Nertz comes on out, but it's Kerrigan to close. And FaZe and ENCE, this is becoming the El Clasico of Counter-Strike. From Dallas to Shanghai, Ancient delivers again. And this series is not over. We have to go to Anubis.
All credit in the world to FaZe. They've done it one more time. It looked like they were out, but the clutches, the clutch ability, the influence of Rops down the stretch, the incredible retakes they struggled to find throughout regulation. ENCE has got to feel like they let that one slip out of their grasp.
I just feel very fortunate that we keep getting to watch these kind of games between ENCE and FaZe. It's such a sick matchup between these two sides. So much individual skill on the server, so many clutch moments right towards the end. And it didn't look like that game was delivering at the start. It looked a little weird. There was a lot of convincing round wins from both sides, but then just as that thought of overtime starts to come in, the reality sinks in. This is a
that's when you get the
matchup.
experience starts from both teams stepping up to make plays. And I mean, I think Rops really shined, obviously. I know the desk is going to break it all down, and they've got plenty to say, so take it away, Trace.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. Doesn't get much closer than that. I think the only thing closer than that right now is Bled Anders waiting in the green room for the grand final. So, sitting on the sofa, of course.
What are they doing in that Greek room?
They're just watching the game like everybody else is. Like you
Apparently
are at
sitting
home.
very close, yeah.
They're just sitting very close, just like the game.
I've had to listen to them talk about the universe and the dangers of AI for about 30 minutes. I asked Blade to move his seat. I said, listen, you have to go to next to Enders. I'm watching the game right now.
So let's talk about the only universe that matters, the realities that we find ourselves in. That's FaZe picking up here on Ancient.
What a comeback from FaZe, right? For the vast majority of that game, I think we all sat with a feeling that FaZe just didn't turn up for this game. FaZe didn't turn up for the semi-final whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, I think Jason said it 3 or 4 times already, Robs occurred on the server, played some fantastic Counter-Strike. I wouldn't say single-handedly drew FaZe into that game, but almost single-handedly. He had so much impact with his lurks, his aggression, even his opening game was also there, and the clutching ability. He was offering everything to Kerrigan, everything to FaZe to keep them in the game. And once we got into overtime, well, FaZe kicked in.
If it wasn't a one-man carry right there, this was at least Robs buying time for the rest of the FaZe clan. When you're looking at the beginning of their T side, it looks relatively dry, not exactly a whole lot of solutions, and then he takes so many well-calculated risks. Like the amount of space that he's taking as a sole individual, the amount of duel that he is ready to take, either into A main, either into window, and then knowing how to act after he's getting that kill. You see many players out there being able to find a kill and then give their life away because they're trying to push the envelope. Robs is perfect at knowing what is the margin he can evolve in, how much can he push that set envelope before he has to be safe and give an avenue to the rest of the team to come to him. So yes, he is the hero of that game, and this was a very FaZe-esque comeback. Not pretty, but they did it.
Just to add even more context to Robs' performance, especially in overtime as well, he silenced Nerds. Nerds had a great game from ENCE. He was the catalyst behind their lineup in order to get a lot of impact, get a lot of frags, but Robs single-handedly took out Nerds 3 or 4 times in the mid area of the map, and that completely silenced Nerds, and he couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's back and forth, up and down. You talk about just a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, I agree with you, and for ENCE, this is where the true test begins, because they had their wins right over there. They could almost touch it, they could grab it, it was right here. And then a couple of these bomb plant situations went the way of FaZe, whether it was a little bit of excitement. Here you can see Kerrigan trying his very best to allow ENCE to go into the grand final. Madden closes it, but that was one of the few examples it felt like towards the very end where ENCE got the better of FaZe in this post-plan situation. So there's going to be regrets on the side of ENCE. Also, Pyjamas did exactly what we were hoping for him to do. He was very impactful with the AWP at times, and you feel like if this was not going to be enough, I'm starting to worry for ENCE now.
Yeah, man, you look at everything that's all come together here, Jacob, for ENCE. That's not how they would have rather had that series end here, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, coming into the game, you'd say to ENCE, listen, guys, you're up 14-12, overtime, second map. You won the first one. Would you take it? They'd say yes, right? They're playing with a stand, and they're playing with Vladden.
Yes.
And they're doing so well. Unfortunately, I agree with your sentiment right here. They had the opportunity. They had to seize the moment. They didn't, and now we're moving into a third map where if you're FaZe Clan, you're going to feel on top of the world. You played a horrible semifinal so far. At no point in this game have you shown up consistently round after round after round, yet you still find yourself in a third deciding map. So if FaZe steps up, then it's all for the taking.
Yeah, I think that there is an argument to be made, and it might sound a little bit ambivalent, but there is an argument to be made for FaZe that these games is another reminder that they can never lose. Because I agree with you, the level is not great. If you're a FaZe player right now, I think you're aware that you're not playing your best Counter-Strike. You're aware there are situations that you're misplaying, but you have that certainty based on these, 12 series they've already won now, that no matter what's happening, no matter what happens, someone is going to buy us back in. Someone is going to win us that clutch. Maybe it's Robs. Hey, maybe Brokey starts playing Counter-Strike for the third map. That would be great. There's always going to be someone saving them. And this is something they have built on in the last few weeks that come in very handy in these situations.
So tell me, we talk about a roller coaster of emotions, but when you have Brokey on your fantasy team, how's that going?
Sometimes you make decisions. Doesn't always pan out. But I do believe the third map will bring the rain to my crop.
So, yeah, okay, that's not bad. Yeah, well, let's talk about the third map. Let's talk a little bit about Anubis and ENCE and a T-side start.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, though, for them. They get to set the pace. It is the easier side on Anubis as well. So again, with a stand-in with Vladden, I think it's a little bit easier to hide any potential weakness that may be on a map like Anubis. So I'm not too worried in behalf of ENCE starting on the T side. However, as I said, I do feel that they had the opportunity right here. They were so close. And when you lose a map like you did here in Ancient, it's very hard to mentally get back into it, especially knowing that it's not only us and the FaZe players aware of FaZe not playing good Counter-Strike. Snappy is also well aware that they're not playing up to their best right now. So So it takes a huge mental effort right now to reset, come into Anubis, and then do it one more time. Because essentially, ENCE would have to be the best team in 3 maps in a row. They didn't get it done on Ancient, right? They kind of dropped the ball right here. Now they have to do it one more time on Anubis, and I don't really believe in it.
Just to confirm, Trace, what you just said, ENCE is going to start on the T side. That is the information you gave us, correct?
Yeah. That is the information I gave you,
well,
whether it's true or not.
I'm going to choose to believe you for the purpose of this segment right here.
Yeah. Nice.
Throw back to Sydney. This probably is a good thing for ENCE because that's on the other side where they got a 12-0 in their faces. So at the very least, we're not going to be in the same setup. We're changing a little bit here. But I agree with you. I think if you're ENCE, what is hard to do mentally is realize that in spite of these opportunities that you've missed, the situation hasn't changed. You're still in a nothing to lose situation. You're still in a, hey, that's incredible what we're doing, guys. Let's try and push them to the max. Once you are so close to victory, it's kind of hard to detach yourself from that. It's hard to realize that you are still, after all, a huge challenger here. They're the favorites. But you have to remind yourself of that.
And that's the difference, though, right? For us to say that yes, ENCE are playing with a stand-in, ENCE are, over exceeding expectations.
They are sort of.
They are, and that's nice for us to say. But for the players, they're on the server. They want to win. They don't give a damn about them having a stand-in or not. They're so close getting into the grand final. So it's easy for us to be like, yeah, you should be okay. You should reset. You should come into the 3rd map. But for the players right now, that mental reset, it is much more difficult when you're so close to a win.
Well, I just go back to ESL Pro League Season 17 in Anubis and how we thought it was unlosable. You thought it was an unlosable game, but Maniac, I'm pretty sure that paints a pretty clear picture, right?
Well, you're talking about that moment where FaZe allowed Vitality to come back from like a 14-1
yes, that would be
situation.
The one. That would be the one. Oh, it's just, we'll get those couple rounds. It'll just happen.
Eventually we'll get there.
Wrong.
They didn't.
No.
So where does that leave us?
I think that leaves us going to a break, but I guess asking you guys, ENCE or FaZe?
FaZe will step
up. FaZe.
Okay, cool. We'll stay true. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We go to that break. We come back. It's Anubis. We find out who else is going to the grand finals.
hope you've all had some time to rest and recover for the final map of this series. Ancient was an absolute banger, and we hope Anubis will be a little better than the last time these two teams played.
Yeah, 13-0 victory for FaZe the last time these two teams faced off on it. But yeah, you have to imagine this one's going to go a little bit better. Well, it can only go up, I guess.
I mean, yeah, there's
in certain
even
situations.
one round would be sick if they want a pistol, for example.
Yeah, and let's also not throw away the fact that ENCE is playing very, very well today. Probably feel like they should have won Ancient. Probably actually should have won Ancient,
Yes.
but I mean, outside of some great clutches from FaZe, had the advantages, have a 2-round lead in overtime as well to be able to close that out, not able to complete it at the end of the day. But you have Senpai still playing at a very high level. You have Snappy individually looking stronger than he did in, when Dia's in the lineup as well. He's kind of taken a little bit more of a role. Vladin is not a liability. He's gotten pretty comfortable within his team. Now, also the X factor of that is they haven't played this map with Vladin.
That is the problem. And we've seen him get better as the tournament went on the maps that they did play. Now I wonder how it's going to look
with comfort, things like Nuke, things like Overpass, things like Ancient, and now, yeah, you throw him right back into the mix, and it's like, all right, good luck. Let's see how it goes.
A strong aspect of ENCE used to be like their B defense on Anubis. Like we would call this team one of the best Anubis teams in the world at the start of the year. Now it's got to the point where the B side hold started to get a little off, I would say. We're seeing these executes actually coming in. They weren't able to handle it, weren't able to always have a different look. And that was something that definitely has got a little worse for ENCE over a period of time. And Snappy was talking about some of the frustrations they had. Even though they knew what kind of B execute some of the teams were going to throw at them at Pro League, they still couldn't figure out the solution.
Comfortable in the defense.
Yeah, so that's something I'll be keeping a keen eye on today. I think Nerds and Snappy are usually involved in that. We'll see if there's from what I remember.
Yeah, I think their Anubis was always strong based off their T side. So I'm hoping that continues with Snappy calling, because I mean, look, this is just one more example we have of the way Snappy and Saul as a coach are able to kind of make this team still be competitive at the top level. Some of the best teams in tournaments, despite, roster changes. Here we have a stand-in. We have confusion about what's going on in the future. In the past, it's been roster changes, losing star players. They always find a way to bounce back, and they've done it again, where they come into this where it feels like outside the servers, they should just be completely overwhelmed. They should be completely outmatched, and still they come up with a game plan that works and that makes them competitive, and it's super impressive. So I'm not going to take anything away. I'm not going to come here and call this third map whatsoever.
And this is not the only time that Snappy would have made it to a grand final with a stand-in. He did it a year ago in Dallas in 2022 when they had Snacks on the team. So Snappy's one of those in-game leaders, just like Carrigan, that's very good at getting their teams, even with stand-ins, into deep places in tournaments. And we've seen Carrigan do this with JKS. We know that it's possible to not only get into grand finals, but win tournaments with stand-in players if they're a good fit. And Vladin seems to be a pretty good fit.
Yeah, he has been so far, for sure. So much of that map out Ancient, I mean, it just seemed like a pretty standard situation, kind of going through the motions, and then just at the end, those clutch situations, a bunch of them betrayed FaZe back on Nuke. Yeah, Rops woke up in a big way. Like, if he's going to be getting in positions like he was on Ancient towards Red Room, once he really was able to start finding space at exploiting middle, which he wasn't able to do in regulation, here in Anubis, if he can find some of those gaps, whether it's in middle, wherever it might be, he's just so smart at knowing his timings and knowing how to make the most out of those positions. So ENCE is going to have to be very cautious of that. But I mean, first things first, you have to have a conversation about what went wrong in that 13-0 and what you can do to fix it right out of the gate. Was it just a flat day? Was it some systematic issue with the way we approach the map? They don't have any more time to figure it out.
Yeah, well, we're going to see, I would expect a way better performance out of ENCE today. And looking at FaZe, I just hope that they're able to carry what we've seen in the late stages of Ancient into this map. I don't want to see FaZe come into this limping again with Twist, Robs, and Brokey at the bottom of the scoreboard like we've seen in the first map of this series. You want to see them come in and actually be at that high level straight away.
Be competitive out of the gate. Yeah, I mean, they should be able to carry some of the momentum. I mean, that's got to be a really feel-good victory for them coming out of that map. So, yeah, expect guys like Robs to have impact. Rain was even looking pretty solid at certain points. I think the scariest thing for FaZe isn't so much, those kind of post plants, those clutch situations, the tactics. It's like the little micro decisions. We saw it on Ancient a couple of times, not clearing a corner all the way, not watching, you just throw a molly at a position and not watching for the run out. It's those details that when you start seeing FaZe miss those, you're really, really worried about what kind of level they're going to be able to bring into the map overall. But we got to figure that all out right now. We got to decide that, and we got to decide our second grand finalist of CAC 2023. FaZe ENCE third and deciding map, with FaZe starting on the CT side.
Defensive start. ENCE will start on the more favored side of Anubis, and where Jason was just highlighting, a lot of their strengths lie. So there is to be a chance to win this. There is a chance to send ENCE to the grand final. It will be with a T-sided start on Anubis, and a pistol round would go a long way. It was slow starts from FaZe that put them in tough positions to begin with.
See if you can hand them another one of those.
I think this is going to be a map, I'll be honest, I almost think there's like a disadvantage. I think this is going to be a map where ENCE really misses Diha. I think Diha, both bomb sites on the T side, he was able to find so many different pathings to have impact, and they don't have him available, obviously, here. First kill of the way of Sunpias, and he grabs the second one. Double tap, baby.
Why not? 2 for 1, I guess. There's a deal on around the shop at Sunpias, and he's got himself a chance. But Carrigan has picked up the exact same deal, I suppose. He's got a double kill, and now Robs with the distraction execution on a double. He's now just Sunpias left alone, and he will do everything he can. And when I say everything, I mean absolutely everything. He needs 5. He needs an ace to win this one. And he's going to go back to the beach. He wants a little day at the beach. Cool off those toes because he knows he has a big clutch ahead of him with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and at this point, like the slowdown is also going to make Kerrigan and Rops kind of consider they have to split up at the bomb site. So there's a chance where where Sunpias can get over to this B bomb site and actually get the bomb planted. But Kerrigan steps up out of Temple, ready to put a stop to it. Here's the footsteps, 15 seconds, 14 seconds. Kerrigan hasn't pounced. Now moving forward with Rops, and Sunpias has no room to work with. He's still got 1.
Oh, here he goes, the Sun God. He punishes them for their impiety at this point. He's looking for a chance, just one chance to take down Robs and give them the ace. You better worship the Sun God. Here he is, Sunpias with the ace, with the clutch, and with a pistol for ENCE.
Let that soak in. What a wild swing this round is. Dominance from Sunpias, then it's Kerrigan. I don't know how he gets these 2 kills. Then it's Rops. Double tap as well. But Sunpias in a 1v3 completes the ace.
That shot, that looked like Kerrigan had it all day long.
I thought they would have just double swung on the same side, but they split. They try and wrap around different angles. And that gives the room for Sunpias to work with.
Paladin's turn. Sees the arm of Robs, and Robs will get it. He really has figured out that mechanic of just slightly showing a little bit of yourself, then fully swinging. But Sunpias ain't stopping. Sunpias has arrived to the server in a big way on map 3. 7 kills, 2 rounds, and a chance for more.
I don't know if they're necessarily ready to commit to this bomb site, though. Brokey hiding behind Cake. There's the utility out.
Can he have his cake and eat it? That's the question. Deagle in his hand. Smoke goes out defensively. And now Carrigan's with it.
The longer this takes, the more there's going to be a flank from Rain coming in. That's a good swing from Sunpias, and over the top he trades off Brokey.
Back-to-back aces?
Yeah, coming in with a vengeance.
There's something in the water here on Anubis for Sunpias, and he is drinking from it. This is incredible. Sunpias so close, so close. But he's not going to get that back-to-back ace. It will be snappy to close it out in the 1v1. And a second round for ENCE.
Still, what a way to start this map for Sunpias. 9 kills, 1 death in 2 rounds.
That's insane. I don't think I remember the last time I seen a back-to-back ace. And
it's been a while.
Definitely wasn't right there, but...
Look, it's hard to get aces in today's Counter-Strike. People have gotten so much better at spacing, so much better at trading kills. It's very, very difficult. So for Sunpias to have a chance at 2 in a row is pretty cool. 2-0. And another investment from FaZe. M4 in the hands of Twist, SMGs on Kerrigan and Rain. Upgraded pistols, but light on utility for this defense.
Snappy with a great headshot. That's Rain gone. Molotov to force Kerrigan into the fight. And there's the MAC-10. That's the kill. That would have come through on Kerrigan just a moment prior. And here's Brokey stuck at the back of the pillar. Chances out with the peak. Heating up now with that Molotov. And Brokey's not liking that. He wants to get out of the position as quickly as he possibly can. And Vladin, what a double. Nice little sweep up on Twist and Brokey, leaving Rops alone. Not much he can do here. Maybe a couple of kills, maybe 1 even. It's 3 at the start for ENCE on the T side. They're looking sharp.
Yeah, they are. And because of this buy in this 3rd round as well from FaZe, they're going to have to sit back on their haunches for a little bit. Save round coming in the next one. As Rop backs away with 20 HP. Madden on the hunt, doesn't spot him initially, but cleans him off. This is ENCE just finding some early kills in these rounds and just not even being afraid to kind of show what's coming. Executing through smoke, plenty of utility, causing chaos, causing the defense to have to move out of position and exploiting all of it. A great start.
One that FaZe will not be putting a stop to in this round, in all likelihood. It's 5-7s is Deagles. Sure, definitely a lot of skill inside of this team, and these pistols can pack a punch. 4 rounds in a row is the most likely outcome of the next minute and 30 seconds.
Ooh, good find from Rain.
Oh my god, maybe
better
not.
one from
Maybe
Brokey.
not.
Yeah, you might have to eat your words.
Oh,
Don't worry, Senpaius is still alive.
Yeah, that's very true. When he's around, there's always a chance here for ENCE.
Yeah, but I mean, after those kills, you kind of have to back away. Utilities down, they can start wrapping around the bomb sites as your teammates are falling, so Brokey can't really be all that aggressive anymore. He's got to back off and hope his teammates can encircle this attack.
Bomb plant locked in. And that smoke actually lock out Twists. He can't get involved. Now we look at the rest of the FaZe players, not many opportunities. So you can trap them in, try and hold them in, do some damage as they try and flee the bomb. It's a big blast radius again, so if every single exit point is covered off by a CT player, they will have to fight eventually. And Brokey is going to go ahead, go for the peak. Rops gets caught, and well done, ENCE. That is incredible. The fact that they don't lose a single player with 3 remaining, that's 4 in a row.
Yeah, nicely done. Quickly 4 in a row as well. Feels like we haven't slowed down from that pistol. Weapons are going to come out for FaZe as they start mounting their defense with rifles. Here's the shot from Rain, catches Snappy just on the exit. Brokey hits a banger onto Nerds as well, and that made it interesting. But then the superior firepower took over. Madden with a pair of kills to close out the round.
He said there's nothing better than growing old doing the thing you love. Wouldn't call 25 old, but I guess it's older. Here he is up on that stage, playing in the semi-final. His team currently leading the 3rd and final map. And he's got some mid-control.
Up in the hands of Brokey as well. Towards the B-bomb site.
Oh, Matty gets caught.
Yeah, he does. And actually, Brokey's looking to get aggressive. Nerds is going to be challenging against that one. Awkward angle. Fast swing. Down low.
Nade's got him.
Nade's going to clean him up for sure. Kerrigan goes down next. Pushes right into it, and Nerds is waiting.
That's sick from Nerds. The nade into the headshot, and now some damage down through the smoke as well.
And it's pulled Rain over, who was defending towards Canals. And now that space is opened up, he's going to be pinched. This position is horrifying. As soon as these smokes fade, he's in trouble. And no one else is moving on the FaZe side of things.
Rain goes for the peek out. There's the kill on Nerds. Is there another one for Rain? The Norwegian breaks them
No
apart.
way.
The big Viking arms, and he snaps their necks as he walks outside. And now Vladin and Senpai is trying to get back into this one. 35 seconds. Rops this time. He can't deal with a double R combo. And with 30 seconds left, it's the stand-in with the clutch.
How did they let this slip away? 1 defender, 2 in main, 2 in dark. That should have never happened. This shouldn't even be a clutch they have to consider.
Oh, Vladin tries to make it happen. There's the peek on Rops. Oh, if he was just more accurate, if he got that headshot. Rain was on low HP, but if and Nuts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. So
yeah.
There we go.
Rain saves the day. That's a massive play. Massive play. I mean, even ENCE's own Molotov they throw in towards dark obscures their vision enough for Rain to stay there unspotted. And I mean, despite 4 players essentially being here ready to go, they couldn't find a way to peek this with 2 players. And Rain takes down the bomb that chews time off the clock. FaZe on the board early.
Madden already out mid. Through the smoke. Molotov comes up in the face. Just have to let that one slide on by. And speaking of sliding into an angle, it's Rain who's got that kill on Senpaius.
And Madden won't expect Kerrigan because of the angle of that kill.
Yeah, that's true. And Kerrigan's got the MP9. Will Madden do his due diligence? It doesn't really matter. Kerrigan unable to get the kill quickly with the weaker gun. Madden's able to turn for the headshot, but Rain is cleaning up. Rain is having a great time. He's got 3 already, and that B-bomb site still under pressure, still under scrutiny. Good flash, Rain got him up, and oh, fully blinded. That flash felt like it lasted an eternity. And Nerds and Vladin starting to get back into this round now. They've turned this into a 2v2 from once a 4v2 favoring FaZe.
This is brawly so early on in this round as well. There's no patience between these teams. Rops will make a sound cue when he drops, so he's waiting for the timing. And Twist is perched up against Ivy. An off angle held.
There's Vladin smoking out Temple. Nertz yet to leave jail. He's worried about B main, and Twist is just hiding at Ivy, not giving up his position, letting Robs get in a better spot. He's creeping ever closer to Dark with each step, and that's exactly where he's going to come from. Good peek from Twist. In fact, he doesn't even need Robs. He's got himself. He's got that trusty M4, and FaZe have a second thanks to the Canadian.
Yeah, but he's only going for that peek because Robs dropped down and was going for a peek as well. They figure if they're both peeking from opposite angles, the ENCE can't handle both of them at the same time, and so Twist just gets some freebies. Back turned and bomb planter. A close trade affair coming in towards B main once again, and once again, FaZe come out on top.
No matter who wins this series today, no matter who gets that final spot in the grand final, they're going to be more exhausted than MOUZ. MOUZ have had a big break. You're coming in off the back of this semi-final this hard as well. Close map on Ancient. This has all the trimmings, all the signs that it's going to be a close map as well.
And FaZe has already had one of these grueling days on day one to start the event as well.
But the good thing about FaZe, I suppose, is they're kind of conditioned with these deep games, these long days. And the spray down through the smoke, some Pious caught, and that'll be Rain's opener.
Rain's been so good on defense. In these first rounds of the half. A big key to this puzzle at the B bomb site. Snappy and Vlada now addressing A main. It hasn't gotten a whole lot of attention. So any little bit of utility used in this position puts Rops on notice.
He's just waiting behind that smoke, and on the other side, a couple of opponents that Rops would love to destroy. He's got one. Is there another one left for Rops? Vladin's actually stayed inside of the smoke, and Rops didn't find him, couldn't track him, couldn't figure out where he was.
Look at mid, two players coming in, but there's the off angle from Twist. Madden's gonna peek into it, instant headshot, and now the Ops got a hold. Brokey nails it, drills him down. Nertz puts out a smoke to try and be able to cross over, but Brokey's gonna try and stop the plant. Nertz has gone down, it's only Vladin inside the site. 1v3 with no room to maneuver.
He's in another clutch, and this time going nowhere. Brokey out from heaven. Vladin destroyed from up above. Molotov comes out, and they just have to wait that out before they can defuse the bomb, but they will nonetheless. And they're starting to defuse this situation. Some Pious kicked things off with that pistol ace, the pistol round. He followed up with 4 kills in the following, and ENCE had the dream start. 4 in a row, and now it's starting to go the other way.
Yeah, I mean, thank God they got that really good start to get up to 4. That's providing him a buffer to sustain some of these losses, because in the mid and late stages of these rounds, FaZe is starting to take over. Great flashbang and play from Rops and Brokey.
Just not missing those. And look at the buy now for ENCE. They're down to Galil's, Mac-10s, a couple of AKs in there. But not a whole lot of utility, and that's the big problem here.
Well, Vladin and Snappy again towards A main.
But
this time,
outside of B.
Vladin's got another opening kill. Yeah, bomb is on the other side of the map, so trying to pull some attention over here. Maybe create a fake opportunity.
Oh, good pick from Rops. He hunts down his victim. Rops wants another one too. He doesn't just sit back. He's waiting for the timing. He's waiting for Snappy, and he's got him. Oh, Rops, confident as ever and accurate as ever.
And it's been so costly both times they've tried to take A main. I wonder how much they're going to be motivated to continue going back to that, because Rops has taken at least one down each and every time. This one, a second kill for him. On to Snappy, and that really alleviates the pressure in the middle of the map. No presence in canals towards A main. No presence in canals towards Dark until just now.
That is so sick from some Pious. A few more of those, and ENCE will be off to the races here. Some utility left. Smoke Molotov for Nertz and Madden, but looking the wrong way. Pious gets caught by Carrigan. He was paranoid about a flank, but here comes that play into B main. They know exactly where Carrigan is, and Nertz will sink his ship, no issue. And a second this time through the smoke. Nertz has woken up in this round, but look who it is. Look who's alive. It's Rops, and he was last spotted towards A. He's at B main already.
He doesn't have a kit. He better hope there's one on the ground that he can pick up on the pathway. Nertz is going to be safe in towards Dark. Madden getting up on the platform. Solid positions. Shouldn't be any easy kills for Rops.
Well, there's the kit. That's his objective currently, to try and get towards that. If he finds that he's got extra seconds, now he spots a victim. That's Madden. There's the kill from Rops, and he's reading dark. He's anticipating Nerds to be in this side of this position. It's the AWP, and it's Rops up against him, running in. Rops is relentless, but not this time around. The Glock pulled by Nerds saves the day and saves the round, and it is fantastic from Nerds in this one.
Nice clutch. Finally, one goes the way of ENCE. I shouldn't say finally, they did win the clutch in the pistol round as well.
Yeah,
thanks to Senpaius. Yeah, actually, yeah, fair play. 2 or 3 clutches for each team going back and forth in these first 9 rounds, and a timeout called by FaZe. That round hurts. It's a lot of money taken away. Good spray control from Vladden, but that shot from Senpaius opens this round back up.
Oh, it did feel like he was on for that clutch though, didn't it? When Rops gets that kill on platform. It's actually a small detail there that allows him to go down to the Glock is the fact that Madden dished some damage out before dying.
Well, FaZe is buying here.
Look at that.
3 M4s, really light on nades. MP9 and 5.7. Risking a lot. This would give ENCE likely at least a lead into halftime. What are they going to do? All the way towards middle. Madden watching at a distance, shuts them down. Rops wins his fight. Nerds, I don't think he realizes, now he knows. Twist has had a tough time getting involved in this 3rd map so far. He's going to back away from the fight. He knows he's done great harassment, and Nerds is on an island alone. ENCE can do nothing to help him.
Injured on that island as well, and Rops knows it, so he's going to try and isolate him further. Knows there's one away from the pack, but Rops looks the wrong way, and Nerds catches a good timing. And now the final play into this A-bomb site. It shouldn't really be all that difficult because it is only Brokey here with a 5-7, and Snappy should clear him out, and he will with that MAC-10.
Yeah, and they really sent that MAC-10 alone. Good spacing as well. Don't want to get caught off guard by multiple defenders. Smoke blown open, and Twist had no chance. 6-3. And the force buy fails for FaZe. And now it gets so much more difficult.
Yeah, that's why they've got to go for the timeout here to talk over their options and talk over the future that they see with this. But you gotta say, Nerds is handling himself so well. Clutches in this position probably should have died a lot earlier to Twists. And then this opportunity to take out Rops.
Yeah, Rops just has so many more angles to worry about, right? He doesn't know if those players that default towards A main are going to be starting to come back towards middle to address the aggression, maybe coming back towards the B bomb site to help Nerds out. So he's got to be cautious of so many things, and just timing goes against him. And FaZe not really investing as expected. Upgraded pistols, only 1 player with armor, that's Rops. Three-round losing bonus, so they can afford to descend into some of these buys, some of these investments. They'll make that money back.
Upgrade here and there. Give yourself at least a small chance. Rops. What a fairy tale it would be if he's able to take out Snappy. Yet again, he's got him in this position before. He's about to do it again. Snappy very lucky to be alive. 2 health on him, and Rops keeps peeking. Probably not going to peek again, seeing 3 players on the other side. So he's going to drop behind the smoke.
It's good early damage, though. Snappy's been the one investigating bomb sites with the MAC-10, leading the way. Now he's going to have to sit back with the AWP. And a potential for an easy multi-kill later in the round.
Oh my god, Rops goes out, he finishes him off. Senpaius is gone. Remember, Snappy's on 1 health. So this is actually a territory in which ENCE sure are still favored, but there's a couple of players that can fall here.
Rops has done all of this. He's done the damage onto Snappy, gotten the kill onto Senpaius with a 5-7 on his own. He's been the only one at this A bomb site. He's had no utility.
And in doing so has actually funneled them into the opposite side of the map where you actually want them to go if you're FaZe, because you have the majority of your players over here defending in crossfires.
Yeah, I can't say enough good things about the way Rops has been playing towards the end of Ancient on.
Oh, even more? You got anything else?
Yeah, I guess we can keep saying good things about him. What a beast. Pushes out, grabs 1 more, and now they have to go into the stack. Nerds finds the first kill. They find the second and the third. Danger averted, but Rops did everything to set that up for his team.
Just as much as we're talking about Rops, I think we have to talk about Nerds as well. That's 3 rounds in a row where he's just had a really good multi-kill. Nerds is doing a lot. 11 and 6 at the moment. That was damn stylish too. He's got some real flair to his rifle.
He's been on point this event, Nerds. He's really starting to come into his own on this ENCE roster, and start to finish of this event, he's had some very, very good showings.
And he's had to be, because obviously you're missing out on D-High. You want some more stability in the team, so you want a little bit of extra firepower out of your stars, and you got that from some Pies at points, and now you're getting it from Nerds. Technical issue, though. This was what kind of plagued Nuke. We were sort of tech issue free on Ancient, though. So we'll take that. Just a moment to sort of lull over your thoughts that are going through your mind at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about, you know, this is thinking about that grand final coming up a little bit later. Well, not if you're a player. We're thinking about the grand final coming up later. These guys are just thinking about getting there. Certainly, though, I mean, one of the questions and one of the things we had coming into this was the last time we saw these two teams play this map, it was that 13-0 down in Sydney for FaZe. It was just a complete trouncing with the full lineup events as well. So, I mean, the fact that this has changed in such a fortune would just, it would kind of point to that being a really bad day for ENCE, I would say. A really rough day in the office.
And those do happen. Not always as bad as that. You know, there are usually better days. But it seems to be a headset all for Rain. So we'll see if we can get all of that resolved for Rain and the headset back on.
It's so funny, like this game, it feels like it's been so brawly, like so focused on trades, so aggressive, finding fights, you know, peaking and being aggressive about things. And it's a team that you come into this where, you know, the in-game leaders are a huge topic of conversation. Two of the smartest in-game leaders we have, two of the more successful and impressive resumes over the past few years.
But that's why we love this matchup. That's why we love seeing FaZe versus ENCE.
It just descends into this grimy brawl.
Yeah, because you do have the story of like the two tactical in-game leaders at times, right? And then you got this like crazy amount of individual skill on both sides of the server, and they go sort of tit for tat. And then in the midst of all of that craziness, there's like a few highlight rounds of brilliance coming out of the minds of Carrigan and Snappy all together, and it just makes this really sick matchup play out in front of us. I wish it was playing out right now, to be honest. It's kind of what we're waiting for.
Yeah, that's fair.
But it was a sound issue, it looked like, on Rain. So they've got the headset back on, so as soon as he gives the good to go, we should be able to return to the action. So we're all just kind of waiting on that to resolve. And the crowd hopefully won't be falling asleep. Wake up for this, this technical pause to conclude. And the semifinal back underway. Now, it is quite a long day of Counter-Strike, as I mentioned, for all of the teams involved today. It's kind of an old-style tournament, right? We have 3 best-of-3s in one day.
Yeah. And we got to have that always exciting debate of whether it's better to be the first semifinal or the second semifinal.
I don't know. I think the first semifinal, MOUZ have such a long break, where it's like, they can actually go and fully relax, feed.
Well, yeah, but the argument is, do you get a little bit lazy after that? You know, you had the big peak of adrenaline in the first series in the quarterfinals. Do you kind of snooze during this break? Eat too much food? You got to be really careful about how you manage that time, because they've got to be ready to come in and play high energy. And for FaZe, yeah, probably a little bit exhausted after a series like this, but warmed up, ready to go.
Or ENCE as well. So we'll have to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, or ENCE as well. Excuse me.
But it's been great hearing the crowd during the playoffs. You know, we didn't get to hear them in the group stages. We heard it was good over there too, but hearing the audience added to the track here in the English broadcast has been a really good addition. I really enjoyed hearing them supporting each and every play. But here we go. Round 11 is going to start. And the tech issue is resolved, and FaZe back to a bye. So we've been waiting for a while for them to get this out, and now they're back to the purchase.
Yeah, 3 in a row for ENCE. Oh, good nade. Junked. Snappy down to 54. This time it's an AWP in A main, and Semifinal drills it, nails it. Rops didn't expect that whatsoever. They're going to pick up the pace, or they're going to try to. Defensive utility being deployed to try and slow them down. That's the mid play from Madden. He thought he had a lot more room to work with.
Twist getting flashed to the double doors to have a little clearance to check around him. Rops didn't look ready, but some Pies absolutely was, because that's a position that Rops loves. You know, we see him play that quite often in CSGO and now in CS2. You'll find him in and around that spot, hoping that it can be an off angle to catch them off guard, but the opposite and Pies didn't even think twice about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's a really hard angle to deal with if you don't have an AWP and you're not, peeking for it. So Twist at an off angle in middle. ENCE is going to come right at him.
This is usually good for one, but he doesn't really have the help nor utility set up to try and get him out of this. And even then, not one. NERTZ is on another day. He's just playing so well. The headshots he's hitting, he's looking so damn crispy. And he's going to drop out of that smoke. Nade's going forward. It's going to blow it open. And Karrigan, oh, he turned away from it. He's like, I don't. If I'm not looking at them, they can't see me.
Yeah, that's that.
The ostrich approach.
I don't know what Karrigan's supposed to do in that situation, just pushing through. I think maybe he thought the gunfire was indicating a flash was going to come. Regardless, I don't think it would have mattered. Smoke blown open. You've got 3 to deal with, surprisingly, and Brokey and Rain have to back off.
I wouldn't hit the panic button just yet. You know, if you're FaZe, because
no, but your hand's hovering.
Your hand is definitely hovering.
Yeah.
This map is T-sided, but you still want an extra round at least. You know, an 8-4 half, you'll work with that a lot better than having to go 9-3 and then lose a pistol. You aren't given that leeway to come back into games that way.
Well, they have the full losing bonus, so they can drop M4s over to two M4s over to the teammates. One player, probably Karrigan, would drop down to what an SMG you'd imagine with some utility. Might be missing a few nades, but it's another strong buy to be able to contest the final round of this first half. 8-3, 5-round lead for ENCE. And yet another comeback affair for FaZe.
A timeout of the tactical variety. And that's for FaZe to try and figure out.
Yeah, this one last round means a lot to them. Going to talk things over and manage the economy of dropping weapons over to teammates, making sure everyone has what they need.
And this is that shot from Sampayas on the Chinese broadcast, going for that peak. That was a really sick opener.
He had 9 kills after 2 rounds. He's had 4 since then. Obviously, don't expect him to keep up that pace or even close to it. But 4 kills in what the 9 rounds we've played since then.
Would you want more balanced impact rather than, you know, the big clutches at the start? And sure, it's debatable.
Yeah, I don't know. Those first 2 clutches got him started on the right foot.
Yeah,
so
it really did.
I'm not going to complain either way. I'm just saying he hasn't had as much impact round to round since then.
Here's Robs, aggressive out of A. No way. Absolutely no way. Robs gets it double on Snappy and Vladin, and those are the kind of aggressive moves FaZe love to throw in, and it's such a luxury to have a player of Robs' caliber. The player that can just go in and do that on his own, turns around, swivels, and takes 2 kills out of it, but Sampayas is back in the business, and here he goes again, diving out of the window. Rain catches him, and really that ended quite badly for Sampayas, but the impact is impactful in its own right, but Rain is caught by Madden.
Yeah. And all of a sudden down into a 2-on-2, 1 minute left, so much action happening early. But these rounds have been contested by both teams. Clutches on both sides. Rops low on HP, 28 health.
I wouldn't want to walk into Rops' lines then here. He's just been an absolute beast, but I suppose NERTZ has been matching him and almost outmatching him at certain points. So he's in now, he's got the bomb down, and now it's down to Karrigan.
Well, we mentioned Karrigan has this unique ability to always be good for a clutch, to always just have like one special card to play. He's a kit inside the bomb site that was on Rops' body.
He did have a big 1v2 earlier in the day. He's looking for another one here. That was a long time ago on Nuke.
Oh, that's not a good start.
He just flashed himself. Oh, that's rough for Karrigan, but he recovers. He still gets that 1 pick, and that Molotov's gone too deep. Now NERTZ realizes, but the bomb's not even planted for him. He's got the kit. NERTZ has to go to bricks, and he will. Surely he will. Surely he'll peek just before Karrigan gets the defuse. No,
I'm telling you,
Karrigan's got it. Karrigan's got the clutch. Karrigan in full force. NERTZ goes the wrong way, and he flashes himself, then defuses the bomb.
It doesn't always look pretty. It doesn't always look clean, but Karrigan's good for a spectacular clutch out of nowhere. And I think you saw NERTZ even kind of looking up and just saying, that bomb was not planted where I thought it was supposed to be planted.
I couldn't believe he went around heaven. I thought for sure he would have peeked from bricks. But even then, Karrigan just fully sticks it. I love that. He's like, okay, this is my chance. It's not planning for him. I'm probably not going to be able to pull him out of that
He's
fight.
thinking I'm going to tap it. I'm going to get at least 1 extra second where he's thinking I'm going to be searching for him. Boy. And he had one of those on Ancient as well.
This is the way the round started.
Was that FaZe blowing open that smoke behind that play?
I have to see it again to see the detail of it, but could have been. I mean, they didn't look ready for it, did they?
No, they did not at all.
So you would have to imagine so. And Robs got out of there, and then the second kill was so sick.
Well, Spins, he's been engaging Snappy in that same position in boats this whole time behind those baskets.
That round had it all, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. Even the double kill from Sunpias.
Well, they needed that 4th round, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They called the timeout for it, and Kerrigan even had to work extra hard. 8-4. ENCE now switches over to the CT side.
Kerrigan doing it for all the IGLs and old gamers out there, showing how to win the 1v2s. FaZe sitting back. It's a Molotov in the hands of Kerrigan. Once he got up his sleeve, perhaps even for the post plant, if they make it that far. Triple setup in middle for ENCE.
Yeah, but I think Madden's getting close to kind of giving that a jiggle just to see if anyone's going to be there, because this is a lot of resources in the middle of the map that are going to end up going to waste if this B hit comes in.
And even if they do rotate through top middle, if Rops sort of like stops the brakes right here and just waits towards top mid, he might actually be able to catch them as they come in towards them on the rotate. You'd imagine Sunpias is going to hit that shot. Here he is. Rops picks up death only. And Snappy, he's looking for a peek, but immediately gets destroyed by Twist. But it's Sunpias who seems to be a pistol god. He's coming back in. He doesn't stop. Sunpias is killing everybody until Kerrigan. Kerrigan at the back of the site. 2 kills in the Glock. And that should do it. That should be enough to seal the pistol round here. Vladin coming back through on the Julies. It's a nice shot.
Phone.
Actually, Kerrigan has to seal it on his own. And Kerrigan's in the open! Another clutch, this time for Vladin. He's been in so many of them, but finally he'll get a round win. And he's celebrating that on the stage.
Yeah, and he knew Kerrigan's position, which is why Kerrigan's trying to change things up, get into a different situation to change the angle. Vladin's just too fast, and even a bit of disrespect. You love to see it.
Just think about this moment for Vladin as well. Like, not so long ago, he's playing for iNation, who were a team that their most notable event of this year was attending the EU RMR. Just being in attendance was a win for them. We weren't expecting them to get any results. They were the lowest seeded team at the RMR, and now he's playing in a semi-final against FaZe Clan on the side of ENCE as a stand, and he's just won a clutch like that.
He's looking good, man. He's grown on me over the course of this event. I've liked what I've seen as he's progressed from day one to now. Very cool showing from Vladin. And a big-time pistol clutch, which gives ENCE both pistol rounds. Such an important factor in the third and deciding map. They started the first half on a 4-0 run. You're basically there if you get that again in the second half. You got to get through this force buy. Rifles are out for FaZe.
Two pistol clutches. But as you said, that could be all undone if they lose against the force buy.
1 smoke left for FaZe to work with in this round. This is all going to be contact plays.
And here comes the push into Madden. Kerrigan is the first dead. Madden got a double, and he's still not dead. Madden could get 3, and he absolutely will. 3 kills on the MP9. He'll take that upgrade. Thank you very much.
Oh, smart decision from Vladin. Jiggle Peak sees both players and decides not to commit to it. Waits for his teammates to arrive. They got a 4-on-2 in the post plant, so no reason to press the issue.
Yeah, Vladin's a very disciplined player, not making a lot of mistakes, and this guy's pretty young. Really cool to see that, not giving up opportunities to FaZe, because if they get that pick, then maybe there's an opportunity that reopens. And with Madden coming in, he's got the M4 in hand. He's going for all 5. He's going for the ace, and he's damn close to it. But Rain in the clutch. It's 1 already, and he's taken out by Nerds on the swing. So that's 10 rounds. That's double figures for ENCE.
Yeah, that might be it. This is a really weird scenario. FaZe with that plant, they could go for a force if they wanted to, I think. I think they'll have just enough to do it, but that's a massive risk. You'd be on Galil's again. Rain could get an AK-47. Again, you'd be light on utility like you were in this round. But it's getting to that desperate point in the game where you're going to have to take a risk somewhere. 4-10. And indeed, they will go for it. They supplement the Galil buys with low utility with Tech 9 buys with high utility, just so they can have nades to maneuver. Nades to bust open stacks and crossfires like the one that shut them down in middle.
I mean, we've seen FaZe have to come back on Ancient. They did it. They dragged it all the way. They forced us to 3. But they're on the back foot completely on map 3 here. This would be another classic FaZe comeback if there is any way to do it. There was a moment, there was like a moment on Ancient where the switch was hit. And we started to see just sharper headshots start coming on this T side from FaZe. We basically have to see that switch turned on right now.
Yeah, sharper headshot, sharper decision making.
Now here's a little play from Robs.
Oh, water noise from Vlad, and he'll descend out of the fountain back to the kick, and he's not alone. He has got Madden above him.
Madden passing off his utility so he can play tucked into the corner, very dedicated to the bomb site. Vladden's going to go for an investigative push in A main. Meanwhile, execute on this B bomb site. Flashbang comes in, Rops is cleared out.
Stars holding down the spray. There's a couple more kills coming in from the CT side. 3 players up for FaZe. It's do or die. It's a moment like this that can switch this game around and get them right back into it. But Snappy's still around here, still on the platform. Deplatformed by Twist. Cancelled out of there. And now Madden and Vladden coming right back into this. They've got some Pies alive too. But he's around B main. He's a late game player, a late round piece. And will he come into play? FaZe are letting that clock run down, and here's Pijamas nearly gets the lineup on 2 kills, but it's just the one. Madden has to close, and he lost track of Twist. The Northern King moves to the right side, and it's 4 kills locked in. A quad from Twist.
That's a big performance from Twist in a round they needed to win. Everything was on the line in that round. And the retake was looking solid with that flank, and Madden thought he had disappeared back to A main. Not a bad initial hold, all things considered, in the chaos. But Twist makes it work with the Galil.
Just really good work. Really solid stuff, and that is a lifeline. He's throwing him out the raft. They have to swim back to shore now, FaZe. And they could do it with 1 step closer, breaking down this purchase.
They're massing bodies towards A. 3 players headed towards A main through rugs right now. Madden is defending there with the 5-7, and a single M4 is defending there as well. That's on Vladden.
Oh, this is a cool angle to pick up some information. It's a really cool boost, little gap to look towards A main. You're looking for the headshots, but I don't think he's actually managed to pick it up. He's seen Carrigan run in, and he hasn't been spotted. He hasn't been detected. Madden plays in front of the Molotov. If Madden dies, it is unlikely that Carrigan sees that second player there, and Vladden can just hide now. They surely think Heaven is clear.
No,
but Rain's still considering. He thinks there's another player up there since that was a pistol player going down.
Can he actually do anything, though, to even turn this round? Even if he had the opportunity, he just backs off. They say, oh, this round's over.
Yeah, that's very true.
Out of position, they have the bomb site, they have all the advantages. Keep these weapons in hand.
Yeah.
Let's not give them any freebies.
6 now. They've taken their steps.
For ENCE with this lead, it's about preserving the economy so that you can challenge as many rounds as humanly possible down the stretch.
Yeah, because you know this can get messy. You know this can go deep right away.
Terrorists win.
Kind of challenge you would want to see is not going to be coming up in this round, right? They don't have all the money available that they would want in this kind of round, so they're going to have to save whatever they have and throw those into the mix, see what you can do with the save weapons. But the most likely outcome of this scenario of round 17 is the 7th round for FaZe, and 1 step closer to tying up the scoreline. It would be 3 away from doing so. I mean, I'm all for it, Jason, and I believe in it.
Yeah,
I've seen too many of these. I feel like I feel like it's going to happen.
FaZe always has one last punch to throw, and it feels like we're in the midst of it right now.
It's like, for the boxing fans out there, it's like it'll be like when Tyson Fury got knocked down and somehow found life again and came back up off the canvas. It seems like this happens every damn time for FaZe. Just a second life given to them. Fans have to stomp it out as soon as they possibly can. Here's some Pius. This is the perfect area for this weapon, isn't it? You take distraction from your teammate, and then, if needed, then some Pius would have been able to pick out. But you really wanted a better weapon in the hands of Madden. He might have been able to do something to stop that dark offensive, but they've cleared out the right side of the map. They've avoided the stack of 2 better weapons. Nerds is running in, trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough.
If he could have gotten that shot, if he could have gotten that kill maybe a little bit quicker to grab the angle, they might have actually gone for that, but when he misses the opportunity, there's no point. 3 on 4, no kit, no utility. Once again, back off and preserve these M4s for the next round. That losing bonus building up. They'll get $2,400 in this round.
All FaZe, there's your 7th. A lot more needed where that came from. Nurse can draw, Vladden can drop some pies as extra cash.
Settled into a little bit of groove in these past few rounds where FaZe have just had so much advantage in terms of weaponry and utility that they're able to kind of get some of these rounds with relative ease. That ends here with this timeout being called by Saw and ENCE. They're going to get their first goodbye of some time and see what kind of challenges they can present to FaZe. One thing we haven't seen, because just due to the economy, and still it's going to be delayed even longer, we haven't seen Pyjamas with his op-out quite yet on this CT side. And he's one of the players we know loves to take those aggressive dynamic peaks, whether it's in dark through canals. Frequently he's a player that will push bridge on the CT side, take the op shot down towards canals and stairs as well. But he hasn't been able to even call any of those plays or even think about them because money hasn't been close enough to afford the op.
And it won't be good enough here either. So yeah, it's just full rifle still for ENCE. All right, let's see what that call is from Saw. Let's see what they've been able to figure out here, ENCE. Is it going to be enough to push forward to 11, or will FaZe continue this? Deep smoke into middle. It's going to be a peek from Madden through the window down into the canal. That was their opening move, trying to catch an opener, but didn't catch it, didn't get it.
Yeah, blinded just when he goes to take the peek, so I think he saw a little bit of leg, but didn't get any kind of a clean shot. Pyjamas and Madden in middle. Snappy and Nerds over at the B bomb site. Vladin for the moment alone at A.
Here goes Carrigan. Not afraid to get in the midst of fire, and Pyjamas flies too close to Carrigan.
Uh-oh, double peek, yeah, bailing
get out of there.
Good call from Snappy. Defensive smoke deployed. Rain's going to apply some pressure with the Molotov, but no need to go through that smoke.
Needed to get out of that position, Snappy. Very good that he did.
What a shot from Carrigan on
Yeah, that was sick,
Oh,
wasn't
look
it?
what they've done. They've applied so much pressure towards Dark. It's made ENCE feel like this is going to be a B hit, but they're creeping FaZe towards the A bomb site where Vladin is alone. He's got no nades. Madden is starting to shift over, but it's going to take time.
It is going to take a long time, and Vladin's been a player that decides to just play safe, makes very little mistakes, and he does that again. He's not playing for the kill, though, and when you don't play for the kill, when you don't get the kill at all, you're down in a 4v5, and you haven't been able to even step an inch closer, which just makes this a lot easier for FaZe. And with that shot, that is the save call coming in, and they're not able to get it done, and they have to save for a rainy day.
I mean, you have a good point. He's been playing passive, as we've seen a number of times, but I mean, that's what happens when you're kind of that bomb site anchor that doesn't have the resources to play for a kill. You don't have the smokes, the flashbangs. More importantly, you don't have a teammate setting you up whatsoever. So just trying to play for a little bit of a retake and hoping ENCE can figure out what's happening in time to shift over, but this round, it's not the case.
Oh, Snappy. Oh, here they come. They're taking everything out of their hands. At least Snappy's, everybody else is safe from that, and that is going to be the 8th round. So 2 away from tying this up.
4 in a row for FaZe.
I said in the round that they won, the first of the 4, they need to hit the switch that they hit on Ancient and start pulling this T side back.
Yeah, they're starting to.
Within that round, it felt like the switch started to go on, yeah.
Yeah, they really have. That was Carrigan opening kill onto Pyjamas. He's stuck behind a Molotov. He wanted a little bit more space, but had to be held back and just drill Pyjamas coming through double doors.
Well, using the second timeout, for ENCE very, very quickly after they just used the previous one.
Yeah, this has got to be feeling tense now, especially after a map like Ancient where you feel like you kind of let it slip away. You start to get a few worrying signs, worrying feelings as this comeback creeps closer and closer. 8-10. And FaZe have been doing this again the hard way because ENCE have made all the right decisions in terms of saving weapons when they can, in terms of saving economy where they can. Finally, in round 19, we get the op out for Pyjamas. It took 7 rounds into the second half. And he wants to go for his peak.
That's the kind of move that you said he likes to do. And we see him go for it, nothing taken from it though. So he'll get back to safety instead. Rops wants to get through A main, but that smoke is going to hold him at bay, or is it?
He don't care.
He doesn't give a shit. He's going in with a flashbang. Here he comes. Rops around the corner with it. Clears out close A main. He's got this position on Raps. He's looking for it. He's looking for the kill. And usually Rops would have got that, no problem. But Vladin duels with him and wins.
Vladin's doing a pretty good job against Rops, all things considered, on this map. You got to be super happy about that if you're ENCE. You're standing delivering against one of the strongest players on the opposing team time and time again. And this time it happens early enough in the round to where they can take the information gained from that. They know Rops can be a lurk, whether passive or aggressive towards A main. So now they feel like the map has shrunk. They have an idea, and Madden is securing the information even further.
Yeah, it's shrinking more and more for FaZe because Madden's around the back, the flank. This could be devastating. Nerds loses the fight in dark, which means this play is even more important for Madden. Oh, he's not getting the shots. He's not getting it done, and he's down. Oh, that is so rough for Madden. He's unable to do it, but Vladin's still here. He made the rotate over to the platform real quick. And 30 seconds left. Brokey going for the bomb plant. Vladin not relieving out, not trying to deny it. And that plant will go through. So FaZe will be allowed to play this post plant, but not with an advantage. Not with the advantage because Vladin has just drive Brokey out of the round. It's down to Sampayas coming back over to help him though. He's still a little while off, but he has got some utility available, and Vladin is starting to consider dark, starting to consider this position. And this could be massive because the molly goes in, that's Karrigan down, and Vladin once again stepping up on the big stage. What a advertisement for his individual ability, but he's gone now, and it's just Twist versus Sampayas in the time.
Twist wins.
It's so limited. Twist has won it already. Sampayas has to go, has to run out of there. Despite all of the heroic antics from Vladin, it is not enough to get the round for ENCE. It's a 9th round for FaZe, and this game is 1 round away from being tied up.
Yeah, it's an incredible round from Vladin, and Sampayas just had hit the one shot. The one shot onto Twist peak. Not an easy one, but a quick kill on the potential diffuser, and Sampayas no longer wants to risk the AWP. Would have had to pick up the kit and stick it.
Wow, this game is crazy. This game is delivering on all fronts, ancient to overtime. Perhaps we'll get the same here on Anubis. This third and deciding map is about to have a heartbreaking finish from one of these sides.
ENCE have burned 2 timeouts trying to figure out exactly what to do on this defensive side, and they haven't gotten it yet.
There's a quick A play. Karrigan at the front of the charge. He often will be fine leading the attack. But once again, it's Vladin from the fountain. Surely gets traded, and he will. Madden doesn't have the weapon to just swing out and fight, though. He's playing from bricks. He's got the XM, and he's taken out through the smoke. It's got to be surely a FaZe's round here at this point.
Yeah, I think it might have to be a save call again. Look at Sampayas' HP. If Snappy doesn't get a kill here, if he doesn't find something on this little track that he's run around the edges of the smoke, he's sticking around as long as possible to try and create an opportunity. Nerds is still very far away. It's all Snappy. It's all on Snappy, and he's got 1.
Yeah, the in-game leader gets that first kill. He's looking for a second. Again, Twist was so low, but the no kill really rules them out of this. Sampayas has to fall away with low health, and Nerds is nowhere near the action.
I think Nerds almost made the save call very, very early, not even to go for it.
Yeah, he was outside of B main when all of that was going down. Finally, they get Twists. Finally, they get Twists. It's consolation prize at this point, though. Yeah. It's 10-10. We're all tied up.
FaZe doesn't care because, as you said, 10-10, and FaZe has tons of money. Twist is at 11,000. Rain is at 10,000 before they buy into this next round. FaZe is flush with cash. And they have won 6 straight. 5 of them bomb plants. ENCE is not able to provide any resistance just yet.
Vladin does what you ask of him. He gets the 1 kill. Weapon for Madden just wasn't good enough. You would love to have got a little closer in time, but that's the Nathan Twist trying to retreat, trying to run away to safety, and gets the opposite. So here's that 3rd timeout burned by ENCE.
They say it's the charm.
Yeah. 3rd map's the charm, perhaps, here for FaZe.
ENCE have another buy. 4 M4s and an AWP. 3 kits. But yet to put themselves in a position, really, where some of these retakes, like a couple rounds ago, that retake was doable. The 1v2 won by Twist. But some of these rounds haven't even been close to contention. 3 or 4 rounds during this stretch, ENCE have just had to back away and let FaZe have it.
Sampayas has the sniper again. In a round like this, you don't feel confident to just take that risk and go for one of the opening moves he wants to run with. So instead, they actually put him inside of the A site.
He's put in a position there to allow this defense to be more mobile with the way FaZe is attacking the bomb sites. He wants those riflers to be able to rotate and support and actually be aggressive on the rotation to defend the bomb site when the smokes are in line. He's meant to be here just as a failsafe to the A site. Aggression from Karrigan, shut down through the smoke.
Did you see that second player? Let's question it, because he would have had a lot of information off the back of that extension. And now the reaction from FaZe is starting to come through. They fail to get mid-control, and now they go back outside of B.
Yeah, but ENCE don't know where they're going. They haven't been able to cheat anyone over. That's a big kill. If Rain gets that, Snappy's on his own with no support.
It disallows the split potential here for FaZe. They can't split from the same position, but Twist, he locks out two. NERTZ and Snappy both gone, and they are 6 shots from Twist.
That's an incredible amount of space that he's been given. In an open space, Twist is going to beat you.
Brokey plants. Gets into dark, now doubled up with Rops. Madden's on the flank around B main. A post plant that could decide the fate of this game, that could decide the fate of both of these teams in this semi-final. It's Madden coming through out of B main. Twist is holding, and what a round he is having. Twist gets another, but it's just onto this. Madden coming back in, pairs up with Flatten, and it's Madden with a headshot. What an important round from Madden again. And it's 11 for ENCE. They'll take the lead.
Finally, they put a stop to it. It took so long. It took everything, and they're not out of the woods just yet. Money is still an issue.
Oh my.
But that time the retake works out. Good job from Madden.
So sick. He's had some really, really important rounds today. You know, a couple of entries on the T side of Ancient, but that clutch on the second map was massive. Now he's got another one here. He just keeps getting them.
And Twist has a great round as well that goes to waste.
Oh, he's got to feel so frustrated about that.
2 entries into the B bomb site, taking down Sunpius' op on the retake, but can't complete things. This one a little bit more straightforward. Looks like FaZe want to hit a faster timing on a split towards the B bomb site. NERTZ and Snappy again to defend.
NERTZ on the platform. It's a good kill on Carrigan. Is there any more here from the FaZe Clan side? Twist is still hitting headshots, still getting work done, creating space further here for his side, and they so desperately need that space. The smokes are blown open. It's pure chaos inside of the site, and in that chaos, Twist climbs the ladder. 2v3, ENCE with the advantage into the retake. They were able to pull it off in the last round thanks to Madden. He's alive. It's the exact same trio again. Can they do it twice? Rops on the platform with Brokey. 2 players you would absolutely say have a great opportunity at closing this one out. Here comes the utility. Here comes the final move. And they haven't detected Rops. And Rops is relentless. 11, FaZe unrelenting. And this game will not end. FaZe will not give up.
That's a disgusting setup. Rops just tucked tight into the corner. A little bait and switch. And you could see Saw chiming in. Another timeout. The final timeout for ENCE. Oh man, these retakes have felt so doable and just ripped out of their hands at the end.
The 4th timeout used for ENCE.
That round is wild.
I cannot believe how chaotic that was, keeping track of everything that happened. The only worst job to be in a caster in that scenario is the observer, keeping track of the action. That was so ridiculous. And Rops and Twist thrive in it.
Rops has just been a dagger since some point on Ancient when he stepped up. He's just been so tough to handle, finding important kills in the big moments. And now you have Twist next to him doing the exact same thing. FaZe is hitting that dangerous point. ENCE couldn't string 2 together, so buys a little bit scrappy. FaMAS on Vladden, MP9 on Snappy. And you touched on it, the B defense has been self-identified as ENCE as a worrying thing that they haven't been able to be as strong at as they would like. And these are back-to-back rounds found at the B bomb site.
Rops close to A main, he's backed up by Brokey. Not only that, but Twist is now making his way there too. But this combo of Vladden and Madden, they've been really solid, but Rops has decided he's going to cleave away. Vladden, Madden's only good for 1. Brokey lasers him through. And now we're looking at a 4v3. This is for series point. This is for grand final point for FaZe.
FaZe can be patient though. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. They can wait for the reaction. They know this defense is going to be under pressure, especially when you consider the low economy situation that it is. Sunpius trying to lure them and bait them in towards this staging area of A main. But Rops ain't budging. Nobody on the map from FaZe is moving anywhere. And ENCE is just going to have to play this round with the positions they're in.
Oh, and Sunpius, perhaps the impatience. The impatience could cost him his life here. He's checking for Rops, but even if he commits to it, he should be traded down. He looks the wrong way. Rops punishes him. There's the kill from Brokey, and it's just NERTZ left alone. FaZe have got it first. They've got map and series point first. And this looks like a team that are destined for the grand final. No matter how many times it looked like ENCE could break them, no matter how many times you thought FaZe were out of this, they always find a way back in. The great procrastinators of Counter-Strike.
It's Rops again with the opening kill. Rops again with the opener, and then this critical watch. And it's such a long time, 1 minute and 20 seconds when that exchange happens. It's such a long time if you're ENCE to have to play around with an MP9, with one smoke, without having information, without being able to cheat or rotate into the correct position. And FaZe just know at a certain point you're going to lose patience.
Is it overtime? The ENCE fight against all odds with this weaker purchase and break FaZe one last time to send us to the bonus rounds. Nerds, that smoke's about to blow open. Rain spams down, he finds Sanctuary in an empty spot with no fire. And Nerds is lucky not to die there.
I'm so surprised. Ooh, the shotgun, that range. Surely it ain't gonna work. Kerrigan, a little bit labored, but he finds the kill on Senpais. I was gonna say, I'm so shocked. I feel like we haven't seen ENCE shift a third player over to the B bomb site in time throughout this half. And now I'm not even sure the options available to them with Senpais going down.
No, they split up 2-2.
Because FaZe have done such a good job of applying pressure to A, making you nervous about Rops lurking there, but it's gonna be this execute, and the B defense have one last chance to stand tall and save them.
A B play to finish for FaZe Clan. It's Rain coming through dark. Tears right through Snappy, and Nerds cannot compete for this. He cannot stay up on the platform. He has to drop back. We've seen a couple of retakes on this B bomb site for ENCE. None more important than this, and none more difficult than this round in front of him.
There's no kit.
That's the problem. No mollies either.
No
you would
smoke.
love a smoke. So many factors going against ENCE, but Nerds has got a shot. Just a shot though. Robs trades it out, and FaZe are moments away from a grand final matchup up against MOUZ. This El Clasico of Counter-Strike will come to a close. And in the last two matchups, it's FaZe Clan that have come up on top. Who better to close it than Kerrigan, leading his team to yet another grand final. This could be another title. This could be another CS2 trophy going in FaZe's cabinet.
It's how the event started for them. A grueling day, overtime, best of one into a long, drawn-out series against MOUZ. Now they get to come back and do it all over again. A huge, exhausting series that in no means was in their grasp. They had to tear it away from ENCE. The clutch factor down the stretch. Rops was incredible in this series.
And we have to say, Vladin, what an incredible stand-in he was. A performance like that up against FaZe Clan in the semifinals. And definitely deserve their plaudits for the performance they were able to put in under these circumstances.
Yeah, in positions to win both maps 2 and 3 and unable to do it. A comeback again from FaZe, a huge T-side on Anubis. Just completely shuts down and ends ENCE's hopes. It's a bittersweet birthday for Madden. But I'm sure he had a good time up on stage.
Had a lot of big moments himself there, but it is FaZe Clan coming out on top, walking past that trophy that they may be picking up later today. But the team in front of them will be MOUZ, and that will be a very exciting matchup for the grand final.
It's crazy the way that we waited so long, it feels like, towards the end of CSGO to see FaZe get back to this point where these comebacks were going to happen, where this kind of like this always in the fight kind of mentality from FaZe was going to be there. And we've got it in CS2 early, and they have a chance for another trophy yet again. Trace, it's all yours, baby.
Thanks, sweetheart. I'll catch you after the show, all right? Not a big deal. Hey, big stuff here from FaZe. Humongous stuff even, Jacob.
Yeah, I don't even know how to describe that, to be completely honest. I'm sat back with a feeling that, first and foremost, you said it in the other segment, it almost feels like FaZe can't lose match here. No matter what they do, how they play, there's always someone that's going to bail them out. Twist, for the vast majority of this series, was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, he comes alive, wins a couple of clutches, then Pokey finds impact, then Kerrigan finds impact. Like, FaZe didn't play well as a unit, as a team, at any point in this game, at least not as well as we'd expect them to do, yet they still won the game. That's a testament to class, that's a testament to how good they are, and it's a scary prospect for MOUZ, because if FaZe turns up for that grand final, we've seen how they're playing, when they're playing at their worst, right? This is the bottom level of FaZe, yet they still made it to the final.
Yeah, they bend, but they don't break. I think that's why it must be so frustrating if you're ENCE, because you feel like you've put your best foot forward in this game. It was your best effort. You were in so many advantageous positions. Even towards the later half of this second half, you could see even Vladin got the best of Robs 2 or 3 rounds in a row. This is supposed to be your win condition. You have that 5v4, you have all the map control, but then when you get down to these last 10 to 15 seconds, it feels like there's going to be someone from FaZe that will step up and will give you the multi-kill that's going to unlock everything. It was Robs at the very beginning, then it became being Twist. He had 2 multiple kills that saved post-plant situations on the B side. And it felt like ENCE got slightly frustrated, maybe. I think they played it safe at the very beginning. They had a lot of save rounds. They had the margin. But then as this margin was thinning, the clutches kept on going for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, if you're If you're ENCE, that has got to be a little deflating, right? Like on the backside of it, yes, you have lost here. Yes, you miss out on the berth into the grand finals, but the fashion in which this last map slipped away.
Yeah, the fashion the last map slipped away, the fashion Ancient slipped away.
Yeah,
as
like
well.
Ancient.
Yeah, it was the exact same thing. It felt like ENCE were the better team. They had the upper hand, so to speak. They could have closed the game. They didn't. And we just got to tip our hat for FaZe Clan. As you said, they break, but they never bend, you know, or the other way around, you know. It's insane to think about that. It almost feels like FaZe is back from what we know them best for doing in CS:GO. Like, they don't have to play well in order to win their games. They don't have to play their in-game in order to go into a grand final. And that's so cool about FaZe Clan right now, that there's an endless potential, which we have seen. They are currently the number one team ranked in the world, but even when they're playing at their C level, they still make it to the final.
Yeah,
I'm an ape of that.
It's a testament to like the quality coast to coast from that roster, because let's not mince words. Brokey was invisible the entire series.
It's true. He very much
really
was.
tried. I put on my sunglasses, my contact lenses, all the lenses. I couldn't see him on the server. Impossible. But still, there's enough quality on the server to compensate for that loss, to compensate for that lack of input. You have an AWP that's been siloed, neutered this entire series, but it doesn't matter. You have other people being able to step up. Not every team can do that.
You did have your Make Brokey Great Again hat on. I did see that.
I tried my very best. I was an avid supporter of Brokey's calls the entire series, but it wasn't meant to be.
But it wasn't meant to be. However, with FaZe and the firepower they have, again, we talk about being problem solvers and them having what they need to get the job done. They did do that.
They did do that, and thanks to Robs as well. I want to highlight him, you know, just one more time, saying that, of course, he was MVP of this entire matchup altogether. He is playing some fantastic Counter-Strike right now. There were certain moments in the game where, as you said, yeah, Vladden got the better of him. On Ancient, he zoned out a little bit as well. But overall, for this series, Robs was absolutely fantastic. He's so clinical. He's so good. And you described it perfectly well, Matthew. He's aware of when to be aggressive, when to fall back, when to not to be a liability for his team. You watch through a game like this that is so tense, so back and forth, and I can't point to one single mistake or two single mistakes that Robs made in this game. It's almost impossible to highlight him and say, you should have done this, you should have done that. He always makes the right decision, and he compensates for maybe sometimes not being the most skilled player on the server, yet he is.
You know, what that's actually funny is I felt like towards the end of that game, he just maybe flirted with the limit. He flirted with the line of being a little too aggressive in his positions, probably because he felt like, hell, like if I'm not going to be doing it, I'm not going to be doing it, nobody is going to be. So you could see him going for these duels time and time again on the A main. It got figured out by ENCE, but still, they were still able to lose the round. I think there are going to be a couple of regrets. I have a situation in mind where it's a 4v3 or a 4v4 and Madden is pushed into middle. He's about to flank FaZe, executing on B, and then, he misses a couple of shots, then suddenly it's a bit of a panic situation. This should have been it. If you look at the 2D overview situation prior to this, you'd say, that's it. ENCE is closing it. And they couldn't really capitalize on few good opportunities they had.
On the backside of that, I think it was the B-bomb site, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I think I do remember that moment.
You were watching the game?
Yeah, weirdly enough.
Damn!
I've been watching every game all the time, every single day. Yeah, it's a brand new thing I'm trying here. Speaking of which, let's hear from Neo.
We've been to China before, but what do you make of that?
I mean, yeah, fans in here are just so passionate about the game. It's incredible. So congratulations, Shanghai, and hopefully to see you here.
刚刚也是说到，我们等一下会聊到比赛。不过第一件要先聊的就是我们刚刚也看到了，上海已经公布为就是明年下半年第2个 Major 的地点。然后呢，Neo是怎么看？他说这里的观众非常非常的热情，也恭喜大家就是在上海能够有一个 Major。
Now, you survived this match against ENCE, but it was in true FaZe fashion. I'm going to come again to Ancient in this overtime. What is going on? Because you guys don't like to make it easy for yourself, Neo.
Yeah, I mean, we just never give up. When it gets close, we just take it to another level and, you know, bring even more fire to the game. So guys did amazing job. Of course, you know, ENCE played amazing game even with a stand-in. So it was a hell of a interesting match for sure.
刚刚这场比赛的确非常不容易，然后刚刚在远古遗迹打的也是非常焦灼。你有刚刚也是聊到，就是这张地图还好，就是他们的队员都非常有韧性，然后能够在关键时刻呢就火力全开，不断的就是努力，然后同时他们队员发挥很好的情况下，也能够很冷静的去应对。
And were you surprised with just considering ENCE had a stand-in? They obviously spoke about some changes they've made on maps to fit him in, but was that why it maybe caught you off guard at times? Was it something that you had to kind of adapt to?
I mean, I think they had a good plan for Nuke. That's when they caught us off guard. Then Ancient was a little bit shaky. So, I mean, they did a really good job with adjusting to having a stand-in and with their game plan.
也是问到是不是因为对方这次是用了个替补，导致说就是准备上来讲的话，就是没有像对于他们的理解可能就没有那么到位。然后也说到就是刚在 Nuke 上面的确对方是让他们有点感到出乎意料的，可随后2张地图像远古以及就没有想象中的那么稳。不过整体来说 ENCE 现在整个队伍觉得打起来还是打得非常好的。
Well, Neil, I'm going to let you get on because you've got a very important grand final just around the corner. So good luck, mate, and we'll see you in a few.
那我们也要感谢 Neil 接受我们采访，他们马上也要去准备去打我们的总决赛了。那我们现在也要稍微休息一下。
All right, so that's Neo, coach over there at FaZe. Seems to be slotting in quite well. I guess goes pretty easy slaying.
I mean, he's had quite a lot of success ever since he came into FaZe Clan. I don't know exactly how much he has in terms of input, strategically speaking, but I think it's the same scenarios with Robin, right? He's more there to be a father figure to help them and to be a guy you can rely on when needed.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is probably going to be needed. Again, for the viewers at home, we're in a very unique situation here. Playing a semifinal, about an hour of a break, and then immediately to a grand final. That's not something any professional is really used to, so they can use all the experience out there to negotiate that the best.
That is not normally, I think, is what CS
check
players would say. Yep, check him PC. It's not normally. But also, I've got something very, very cool. If you are stepping away from the computer, if you have moved away from your television, now's the time to turn back around and watch this. Your eyes do not deceive you. CS2 is taking a major to Shanghai in 2024. Brought to you by Perfect World. Guys, China, it's on the agenda.
That's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yeah, do we get to go here? We get to show to China? That'd be great.
Is this how we officially asked to go? Is like, do we just do it right now?
Is that an application? Can I give my references maybe?
You're doing it right now. Just stare down the one with the red light and tell them your heart soul.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Okay.
In due time.
It is cool. You know, CS2 majors are on the docket. Shanghai's on the docket. I think all three of us have been there. So there's
we
that.
have. It's nice trailer to see all these names with the dates. We sometimes have a tendency to forget the history we already have. It's more than a decade of majors now, different cities all across the world. And now we go to Shanghai.
It's good for Counter-Strike. It's good for Counter-Strike. We once again branch out. It's not only centered within Europe. We had the NA majors. We had a lot of European majors, but going to Shanghai as well. You know, we're branching out, and I was speaking to Blair as well. He's saying that Counter-Strike is picking up in popularity right now in Asia as well. So I think it's a good timing, and I'm excited for it.
So we'll basically call it the perfect storm.
From Perfect World.
The perfect world and the perfect storm of CS
I think
and the
you
rise
just nailed
of
the spot of the major right there, man.
Yeah, I hope that was what it took. No, but seriously, yes, the major in 2024 brought to you by Perfect World coming to Shanghai. That is correct. That is in China. And that is actually where this tournament, the CAC, is going on right now. So, gentlemen, I know that we don't have an entirely lot of time, but we do have two grand finalists on our hands, the size of MOUZ and FaZe. We'll get into that in due time, but anything you could tell them at home to keep them here?
No, I mean, it's going to be a great final. It's the fourth meeting between the two teams. I think FaZe have won 3 in a row now, but MOUZ is looking significantly better than FaZe Clan at this tournament. So maybe tonight, maybe in this grand final would be the first time MOUZ can beat FaZe.
Absolutely. I think we're going to have ample time to talk about the game. So what I would say right now is stay hydrated. Maybe get some food out there, a quick power nap, take your dog out for a little walk, tell your parents you love them, and then come back to the computer for the grand final.
All right, Dr. Minion.
You can probably almost accomplish all of those things at one time, seemingly. But that's okay. We know that multitasking isn't your friend. It's not mine either. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back with a grand final for the CS Asian Championships. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to the 2023 CAC interview segment. We have Kerrigan here. Can you maybe just say hi to your fans?
Hi, and welcome to this interview.
Ah, perfect. So once again, we have to welcome back our defending champion. And what's it like to be back in Shanghai?
It feels super good. I mean, it's good memories from like 4 years ago. I think that was our first big international trophy with MOUZ, and I remember being down in the semifinal against TYLOO 15-7 or something, and came back and win and won some tournaments after. So great memories to be here again.
Yeah. So after like 4 years, you know, like coming back to CAC again, what has changed? And like,
I mean, a lot of stuff have changed, right? COVID hit, everything became online. We came back. I returned to FaZe, took a player with me. So yeah, a lot of things have changed, and now it's kind of a mix of MOUZ and FaZe, you know. So hopefully we can bring some of that vibe to the game and try to win this tournament as well.
So what's it like for you to see this here?
It's fun, you know. Like I don't know why I took this picture. I think I was pretty tilted after a game in Lisbon. I think we lost to Navi, and yeah, just put a lemon on my head and thing went wild.
Right, so can you maybe tell us, like, compared with other teams as of late, it feels like you guys have been really stable. There were also several rumors going around before, like, but you guys have seemingly completely unaffected, and you guys have gone on an 11 win streak basically. Can you maybe share with us, like, how you guys managed to keep the focus on the game?
I think it was obvious that in CSGO it was hard for us to push 200% for motivation. I know we are professionals, we're doing everything we can. Other teams changed and had a huge honeymoon period, right, while we were staying together. And I know everybody in the team is grinding so hard and pushing the limits, right? So you can see that us coming into the first tournament in Sydney, I think we're well prepared, even though we had as much practice as other teams. But we just really crafted together, and you can see like why we were so good in 2022. That once we're on the server, we bring a lot of chemistry and bring a lot of ideas. And yeah, I'm just super proud to be with these teammates, and obviously having 11 games win streak. But I'm not caring so much about that. I'm just caring about us enjoying playing with each other and having some fun, and obviously win tournaments.
Do you think you guys have a lot more prepared for CAC this time around that we'll be able to see?
I think there's always something we prepare. I think there's always a set smoke that someone finds, so we're playing around. But also just think we're understanding the game, how to play it right now, and obviously we're setting the tone with us. I know a lot of teams are looking at us, right? So we have to keep updating and keep improving. When we travel so much and we play so many online and official games, then it's hard to constantly improve, right? So whenever there's time, we'll try to bring more to the table. And right now, people have seen me play 7 maps, and I think that's the biggest surprise coming into Shanghai.
How is it for you guys, like, that you're able to transition from, like, how do you manage to, like, train for, like, say, a certain set of default and being able to switch up, like, at such a crucial point in the tournament?
I think most of my teams the last few years, I think versatile has been the most important thing for me. That we have versatile players. So if we have that, I'm able to adapt on the fly, right? And sometimes we play structure, sometimes we play very explosive, and sometimes a lot of set rounds. All depends on how the team is. Like when I'm in the zone and everybody else is in the zone, I don't need to do much. But sometimes when not everyone is in the zone, I need to kind of lead the team in the right direction and figure out how to adapt or make the right call. But sometimes we just kill people, right? That's part of the game, and that's what I love the most about this team, is that we can adapt at any given moment. Everybody is smart players on the team. Everybody brings something to the table, and yeah, I'm just super proud to lead these guys.
Regular fans that perhaps don't have a lot of time to really dive into all the tactics and whatnot, to really learn to appreciate an in-game leader and an in-game leader's impact in the game.
I mean, there's different in-game leaders, right? First of all, I think it's very important you're leading the team, and especially in the hard moments. Everybody can lead when you're up 8-9-0. It's momentum. It's just everybody can make good calls at that point, but you have to lead by example and trying to push motivation to the guys. And I think most of all, you need to believe every part of the team is doing their best, and you have to show confidence, even though maybe you're not confident coming into the game, but you need to show that to the team. I think everyone knows how to call, but not everyone knows to lead, and I think that's the key difference between.
For a lot of CS players, like, winning a major is a dream. And after Antwerp Major, like, during your interview, you said that there's a possibility that you might not be able to win another major in this life, and that's probably changed by now, right? So have you set new goals?
I think sometimes, like earlier in my career, I was too focused on winning the major or winning the biggest trophy that it actually hurt myself in that sense. Because I just told myself, like the last few years, that I might never win a Katowice, Cologne, or a major, right? And by saying that to yourself, you accept that everybody else, if you win everything else, that's also good. But sometimes you're so focused on the dream itself that you forget, like, part of that dream is like the goals and the small steps you do every day. The second we won the major, nothing of whatever I expected happened, you know? Like, it was, for me, I think at that part of my career, it was a relief instead of like enjoying the moment. Because I think winning Katowice, Cologne came more as like, I finally did it. But the major, I think I had so much pressure for so many years that it was more relief than enjoyable moment. But I think it's a dream for everyone. You really cement your legacy as a player, as a person, right? And yeah, you never know we'll win again. I think that's the most important part of being a sports person. Nothing is guaranteed, nothing is set in stone. You might be the best player today, but tomorrow you may be washed. And I'm not even kidding. It is just how it is in all sports.
Now that you do have a major in the bag, right? Like, do you think the next one, like when you do get it, it will be less of a pressure, you know, so that you don't have to experience that relief? Or do you think you'll be able to enjoy that moment more, like winning a big tournament?
I think it's a really good question because I also think some part of that pressure that I had on me and that focus helped me achieve that. And I remember on the final day in Antwerp, I started having butterflies in my stomach before the game, 8 hours before, and I never really had that before a game. That's many years ago, right? And I think that was, instead of like being scared of like why I'm butterfly and why I'm nervous, like I just more like said, okay, this is because I'm super excited. Like have a final chance to win a major again. I think for the next major, I think it's gonna be easier to enjoy. If you get there, you never know, right? So I'm just gonna try to enjoy more, and I think that's what I've done the last few years is just enjoy being on the stage because you never know when it's over. And I think that goes for every player. We've seen many players come and go, and sometimes we forget to enjoy the moment, and I think that helps me being in the zone and being the best leader is to be there and not think about how it is to win, but just be there and do my best. And if I did that and didn't win, then I'm just unlucky that day.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview section for CAC 2023. We have Frozen here. Can you maybe just say hi to the camera?
Hello guys.
First of all, let's welcome back the defending champion. You know, it's been 4 years. It's been quite a while, right? How does it feel to be back here again?
It feels amazing. Yeah, I've been looking forward coming back to China. I think last time I was here, it was my first time, and I enjoyed it very much. And yeah, I just think now it's gonna be way more enjoyable.
So what has that been like? You know, as long as you've been here like 4 years ago, and then you're here again, but with different teammates. How have things changed for you?
Yeah, I mean, there was few lineups over the time, I think. Yeah, since 4 years ago. I mean, now we have the academy lineup, you know. I'm with the young boys, so I think we're just having a lot of fun. We're a high energy team, and you know, it just feels like a school trip most of the times coming to the tournaments. So yeah, I mean, it's just enjoyable, you know. It's enjoyable to play.
Do you somewhat feel like you're the older parent that has to like take care of like?
Maybe sometimes, but I think I'm pretty goofy myself, so it's
okay.
like I think I can fit in pretty good.
Do you think there's any team here that can match your energy, like your team's energy level?
I don't think so, honestly. I think we are a little ADHD, I would say.
Did you guys get more pumped up on
stage?
Yeah, on stage, or?
Me personally, I think I can feed off the crowd. It just feels good to hear the people in the back. But I think in the end of the day, for me, it doesn't really matter if it's the crowd or not. But I think more for the team environment, I think it helps to get the energy from the crowd.
Among other things, Sui came as like the runner-up of the major, right? Since he joined the team, what kind of changes has he brought about?
I think Shui, when he came, obviously brought a little bit of his system from Gamer Legion. But I think we as well tried to kind of keep the identity that we already had, so some of the stuff stayed. Yeah, he came in, added some new stuff. We got used to how he wants to work, how he's calling in the game. It's not like we deleted everything and started from the scratch. Yeah, I think the type of IGL he is, he just fitted in instantly from the start. It was pretty easy.
So was a lot of systems established from like maybe the MOUZ NXT days, so that maybe like some of the teammates were kind of familiar with it, or like he was able to just come in and be like, he figures out what everyone needs and then he just makes it work for everyone?
I think it's more of the case where he has to figure out people, because I mean, as you said, they had some certain system in academy already, right? But then he went to Gamer Legion, where I don't think he would basically do one-to-one things. You know, he also probably had to figure out people who is acting in what way and like what player needs what. So I think it was kind of the same with MOUZ. You know, it probably made it much easier that he played with the guys already in academy. So for me, it was just getting to know him and just seeing how he is.
Yeah. So how have you guys adapted to like the new version of the game so far? How do you find it personally, actually?
At the start, it was pretty rough. Not gonna lie. Obviously, you miss your love, CS:GO. Yeah. So it was hard to swap. But I think now, the game is going in a very good direction. I find myself lately enjoying the game like a lot. I just wake up and instantly wanna play. So for me, I've been enjoying it, and I hope it continues going this way, where Valve is heading with the game.
In your opinion, what's like the difference between the Chinese teams and like the Western teams? I mean, it's a question that's often asked.
I think one thing is like you sometimes don't really know what to expect from them, right? When they come to a European tournament, it's not usually teams that you would meet on every tournament. So I think for sure there's like a surprise element. I as well think like I don't want to say only Chinese, but I think Asian teams in general as well. Back in the days in 1.6, I think it's always been very. Obviously there's some strats, but I think like they can shoot very well. Like there's headshots going on. So I think it's always interesting to play an Asian team, to be honest, because they just have something that. There's a little spark in them that you don't see with the European teams anymore, I feel like.
To add on a little bit, what do you think are some of the things maybe Chinese teams can improve upon, or like?
It's obviously probably easier said than done, because I think it's kind of a little bit of the same situation with Brazil, for example, where you guys are a little bit forced to, play against the same teams. Obviously, there's options to go bootcamp to Europe here and there, but I think just missing out on actually practicing against the tier 1 competition is something that makes the improvement fast, I feel like. So I mean, for now, I mean, as I said, it's easier said than done, so I cannot really pick up like, get better at this, get better at this. I think from what level the Asian scene is at, I think they're doing very good, to be honest.
Counter-terrorists win.
They have let all the animals out of the cage for this one. That is exactly right. It is grand final, and we've got all of the zoo characters right here with me, guys. How's it going?
Good, Trace, good. What about you?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm feeling thank you, more importantly, man.
What kind of animals would we be if this is a zoo?
Oh, now that's a dangerous territory.
Yeah, go ahead, little bro.
Okay. But anyway, we've got a grand final in our hand. MOUZ versus FaZe. That is just one BO3 separating us from finding out who the winners of the CAC are in 2023. My name is Trace, and I'm welcoming you all back for what is sure to be a barn-burning affair, Blay.
Yeah, it's going to be a barn-burning affair. This is going to be the 4th time these two teams have faced off in CS2, which has just been released for about a month. So a lot of history being very quickly created between these two guys.
Why y'all looking at me?
Because, you know,
you're the keeper.
You're the beacon of light and certainty around here.
I'm still trying to think of animals. You guys got something to do?
Yeah, I was hoping you'd come at it. No, you talk about history. I think what is interesting about this grand final is why none of us, and I can already call it right now, none of us are going to call it MOUZ to win it, in spite of how bad FaZe looked in their semifinal.
Well, hold up now. Whoa,
come on, go ahead. Put your money where your mouth is. You're going to go with the MOUZ prediction.
Look,
it's your time, gentlemen.
You've already lost one bet live on air. Would you like to lose another?
He's about to lose a second. I want to listen to this. What's your pitch?
No, that's not. My pitch is already made.
That's your pitch.
We are not going to risk going against FaZe, even though they've looked so vulnerable in the semifinal. That's because we're in the grand final right here, and that's because we feel like doesn't matter how much they bend, they don't break. They can bleed, but they're still ready to fight. That's something special about a team, right?
Listen, I don't disagree with what you're saying, and I
Thank you. You can just say you agree, right?
But I will argue that my favorite coming into this matchup is MOUZ Sports. I think they played by far the best.
Do you think they're going to win?
Interesting.
I think they're going to win the final. I think right now, the way they're playing, the way they're conducting themselves, and the experiences they've had losing to FaZe already up to this point, I think that's going to come in beneficial for them. MOUZ is going to win this final.
I usually agree with Matthew on a lot of things. You're a logical man, and I see where you're coming from. You like the romance. You like the romance. I'm going to side with the facts. I'm going to side with what I've seen so far. I'm going to side with the fact that MOUZ looked like the better team today. And I think they're going to take the finals.
Is that it? Should we just start the game right now? My God, guys.
Stop talk.
There's still a ton of things to go over here. Let's talk about direct encounters. That's the way it's been labeled, and that's the way we can kind of look at it. And I'm not talking about with, you know, alien spaceships and stuff. That's for a different broadcast and podcast altogether. I'm talking about between MOUZ and FaZe themselves.
Yeah, look, listen, it's been a tumultuous journey, I guess, so to speak, for FaZe. I'm just looking at the players. I'm looking at how they had to just drag, or rather, Robs had to drag their sorry ass through that matchup. It was ugly. It was ugly CS, but I agree with Matthew. They get it done, right? But it was against ENCE with a stand-in. If you're going to apply that caveat to teams like Astralis and NIP, we have to apply it to FaZe as well. They look great initially. They look very, very human today. This guy on his screen right there, Robs, 1.23 rating in the event. You know who the second highest for his team? Twist with a 1.03. No one else is stepping up. It's just him all alone. And the rounds they're winning is just kind of like FaZe magic, so to speak.
Yeah, speaking of magic, you guys ready for one? All right, I got it right here. Ready? Just kidding. Get us on stage.
Shanghai, it's time for your grand finals. Coming out first, Shuhei! Carrigan! Brokey! Exertion! Swiss! Yimfat! Rops! Cyclone! Neo!
好的，我们总决赛的队伍已经全部上到舞台了。那我们要请两边的队伍入座，然后请两边的队长留下来接受采访。
Carrigan, starting with you. Your track record versus MOUZ is very good, even beating him here at this tournament. But once again, with these back-to-back games, how are you guys feeling right now? Because that ENCE one wasn't easy.
I mean, every time FaZe plays, always goes the distance. It never smooth sailing. So just looking forward to play the final. MOUZ is a great team. They have showcased that the last few months. So I think it's gonna be a banging final.
的确也说到，就是他们这一路打上来也是很不容易的嘛。然后不过他们队伍依旧是非常有韧性的。那当然，他们的对手 MOUZ 同样也是非常强的一个队伍。
For Shuhei, you've had a lot of time to rest a bit between your games. Were you watching the FaZe game, and how do you feel to be able to turn this around and what you can do to make it different to what happened earlier this week?
I mean, we're just gonna try and change the game a little bit up. We didn't really watch the game. We tried to keep our heads away from it, focus on different things. So I'm also expecting a really good final.
Okay, so where's your head at?
It's in this game.
刚刚也是问到说，他们有比对方有稍微更多一点的休息时间。那当下他们是否有看刚刚这场比赛？也是说到，其实没有看的很多，他们更加是把重心放在自己身上。然后刚也是问到，那他现在心思在哪儿？然后他也说到了，就是我心思现在放在这场比赛上面。
For you, Carrigan, and for the FaZe boys, how high is the motivation right now to go for 3 consecutive tournaments?
I mean, it's very high. We wanna showcase the world that we are #1, and to do that, we need to beat MOUZ, and that's how it is. And I'm just looking forward to play the game, and hopefully we still have some gas left in the tank. But if I know FaZe, every time we're down, we can somehow find a way to find energy. So let's hope it's not happening this game.
也是说到了，就是他们在这场比赛，就是其实他们刚打也挺累了，不过现在就是他们还是要继续努力，因为队伍里面也是非常有韧性的。然后也是问到他们对于3连冠有多么的渴望，也是说到就是他们这个队伍的韧性十足的情况下，一定会卯足全力。
Shuhei, have you figured it out how to beat him?
We'll see on the server.
也问到是否已经想到怎么击败FaZe这边，然后也说就是在服务器上见。
Shanghai, you ready for a grand final?
好的，我们要请我们两边的队伍进入备战席，稍作备战。Alright, so let's get ready for the match. Please head over to your seats.
Ready.
Yeah.
Let's go, MOUZ!
OK， 那我们要把我们的时间交还给我们的分析席。
Now, I could be mistaken. You know, obviously, I've been wrong before. This wouldn't be the first time, but I think there's one MOUZ fan there, guaranteed.
Next to the mic. There's a very loud MOUZ fan there next to the mic.
Very passionate.
And I do worry for his vocal cords because he's giving it everything.
It's early on now.
In the pregame, too, nonetheless, which is where we find ourselves. If you're just joining us, we are on the cusp of starting this grand final and really putting a bow on what is the CAC. And in doing so, Maniac, MOUZ versus FaZe.
I liked some of the answers we got from Shuhei here as a young IGL, already on the money, and some very important points as far as I'm concerned. One, don't look at the game that's happening right now. Don't look at the FaZe versus ENCE. There's literally nothing you can tailor 10, 20, 30 minutes before a game that's not going to mess with your head. You know your Counter-Strike. You know what matters to you. You know what's important. Relax a little bit. You have 3 to 4 hours. Just allow yourself to go on 0 on the energy scale and then ramp back up into the grand final. I think that's how you're supposed to do it.
Because you have to wait. There is an element of adrenaline dump after playing. So obviously for FaZe, there's a little bit more fresh.
Yeah, for sure. It's about getting back to baseline and then slowly but surely build that up again. I agree with you, Matthew. I like the attitude coming out from Shuhei as well. They're well aware they lost 3 times in a row. They're well aware that FaZe on paper are the favorites, despite them having played better Counter-Strike at this tournament. So I like the fact that he's coming in with this, you know, let's focus on our own game. Let's focus on ourselves. Because if we play up to our best, what we've seen so far in this tournament, then MOUZ and the players for that matter as well are the better ones on the server.
You look so stoic, Play. What's on your mind?
No, I like that. I like the interview from Shuhei. I like the fact that, you know, you're getting concentrated on what you're planning to do. And again, if you want to prep, you have so many games between you and FaZe multiple times throughout. You've also had a game early today, so they're not coming in cold either. They've warmed up, they're prepped, they're ready. And that's also like a huge reason why I think that they should be the favorites here. Because if you look at FaZe, for example, look, I know FaZe always find an extra bit of gas. I don't know where they dig and find that oil. Trace, you might know about it, but you know,
what do I know about digging for oil?
They managed to do that, and but the thing is, I feel like it might be a little too tight after that. That was a grueling series.
It was.
Yeah.
It was an exhausting series for the players in the server. Jacob, you've been in the server once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in games where I was supposed to lose, where FaZe have been so many times. I also do think, though, you know, to speak FaZe's case right here, that they've been there so many times that they don't really care whether or not they had a poor performance leading into a grand final. Matthew brought up a good point, and, you know, that would be the one argument to buy into FaZe winning this grand final. Every single game lives its own life for FaZe Clan. They can play poor in one game, 2 hours afterwards, they can be the best team in the world. We don't really know what's going to come out for FaZe Clan right now, but I have been a little bit disturbed by the way they've found their way in the final.
What game were they going to play?
Counter-Strike, I think.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure. Hey,
very much in Counter-Strike.
Maniac, so let me ask you this. We go into this, we look for Brokey in the last game. Where is he going to be at this game?
Well, I think this is where the team chemistry of FaZe Clan comes very, very handy. Because if you have a team whose quality of the relationship between the members is very bad, you're Brokey, you feel like shit after that semifinal. There's no other way to put it. But because they've been through so much together, they've been together for so long, I really hope that they've reached a point where there is a mutual trust between the players that, hey, it's clear you didn't have a good game, but it's going to be all right. Proof is in the pudding, we got your back. You played bad on the semifinal, we won anyway. Don't get in your own head about it. Just focus on what you got to do now. And this is why I'm very much certain that we're not going to see a Brokey of the semifinal. We're going to see a much higher quality.
And we could see that in Karrigan. As soon as they won the game, they weren't like crazy celebrating. They just got up, Karrigan called everyone together. I couldn't read their lips, Trace, but I could kind of get the vibe. It's like, we got it done. It's fine. It was ugly, it was messy, but we got it done. And now, you know, we just concentrate in the grand finals. They're looking in good spirits. And also a little bit of history as well. You know, a little bit of history when it comes to this particular grand finals. The last time we had the CAC, it was in 2019 before the entire COVID situation and all of that. And it was actually Frozen, Rops, and Karrigan who lifted the trophy back then right here in Shanghai, and now it's going to be Frozen going up against his ex-teammates. That's a little bit of history right there.
Yeah,
it's a cool piece of history as well, considering where Rups are and where Frozen are in their current career. You're looking at Frozen right now. We made the case already. He is one of the best rifle players in the entire world. The way he started off CS2 as well has been absolutely fantastic. And Rups, we've done nothing but praising Rups and his abilities right now on the server. Now, take nothing away from Karrigan. Of course, he is part of that equation as well as an in-game leader, though. But in terms of pound-for-pound, player player for player in terms of the productivity on the server trace, you're looking at Rubs, you're looking at Frozen as the two best and most hard-hitting players, in this grand final. So the fact of the matter is they're going up against each other for the trophy to win it back-to-back. That's kind of
And it's kind of cool that, you're looking at Frozen, his performance so far at CAC. I might just say, he's been the best pure rifler in the tournament thus far. When he's surrounded by players like Jimpat, like Exertion, and everyone else, Robs, for me, the best player overall in CAC. It's a clash. It's just a brilliant clash on paper and in the server.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about discrepancy as well. I feel like Frozen has had much more backup than Robs has done. Like, you look at the numbers, it's right there. Yimpa, can we take a second to acknowledge how reliable he is?
Yeah,
you can. Even though he is that young and fresh to the highest level, I just absolutely love. That's not Yimpa, by the way. You just baited me on that one. I thought it was over there. Now you got me here.
You can still talk about it.
Yeah, listen, the way. No, I want to talk about Yimpa for half a second.
Of course.
Screw that screen. Don't worry about it. Focus on us. The way he plays on his anchor positions, so reliable. Never caught off guard, and even when he does get caught off guard, he always has a way to escape. Always a good contingency plan. How many times did we see on Overpass him getting pop flashed? No panic. Right click smoke in your feet, staying alive, gaining time for the defense to. I love that. I love that quick reaction coming out of him.
And I love the idea of finding out where we're going to play.
This is going to be interesting. Whichever map FaZe doesn't ban, okay, they're going to ban Vertigo, Mirage pick has to come in. And every single time, we've seen FaZe go for this Mirage ban or a Vertigo ban, and whatever map is not banned, MOUZ picks it, and MOUZ wins on it. FaZe going for the Nuke pick again. Sure, they lost today against ENCE, but they've beaten MOUZ on it every single time. And the Overpass decider coming in. This is just shaping up to be another game of FaZe and MOUZ. Nothing too crazy when it comes to the map selection.
It's an interesting pick for MOUZ as well, considering how big they were beaten today on the map of Mirage. They didn't get to do anything whatsoever against Astralis. So maybe it's a case of them saying, listen, we had one bad game on Mirage. We're going into it. We can play it against FaZe Clan. Or it's a sign of worry. Maybe we should be worried on behalf of MOUZ Sports.
I mean, you guys should be worried. You definitely said MOUZ were going to win. I'm not worried at all.
Okay, you're playing us out.
I'm not worried at all. But I laid the trap. I put the cheese over there, and the little mice that you were just, you would gumble that cheese immediately. Who is more likely to beat each other on each other's map? Who is more likely? Do you think MOUZ can take Nuke from FaZe? They've never done it in 3 maps in a row. That's 3 losses in a row.
FaZe looked very, very lackluster today. I'll just give you that.
Yeah, think about the power plays. Think about the power plays.
I do want to say that if there's a day to beat FaZe, it's probably right now.
Why would you say that, Trace?
Well, just some of the same exact reasons we listened to you for about 3 to 4 minutes consecutively talk about how they're tired after playing earlier. Now, of course, they just finished playing, whereas if you look at the other side with MOUZ, that was just a little while ago. So they've had some of that time to decompress.
And one more point you got to point out as well. FaZe are at a 14-match win streak at CS2, which is kind of ridiculous, right? Like, it's very hard. It's not 2013 when some of the players you play against are have a part-time job being a plumber or something. It's not an 87-0 which NIP had. It's a much more high level of competition. And the fact that they made a 14-match win streak across 3 tournaments is already crazy. But it ends here.
Take nothing away from that streak, but I think in a couple of hours it'll be on.
It ends today.
I feel MOUZ have looked solid so far this tournament. I feel MOUZ are coming in with I wouldn't say more motivation to win this grand final, but as a young team, as a team that don't have a lot to play for the rest of the season, this is it for them, right? They're not going to be at all the tournaments remaining for the LAN season this time around. FaZe will be. They have a tournament in Copenhagen in a week or so. There's much more at stake right now for MOUZ. They also get to play with the full lineup now, apart from Sydney where they didn't get to do it. So all these things right now are accumulating to a MOUZ that is on trajectory to be maybe the best team in CS2 as of right now. If they can win this game, there's a case to be made.
I think I definitely see a world in which MOUZ start very hot and spank the head out of FaZe. I can see that coming. I can imagine that happening. We've had a couple of examples here, even in the maps that was won today. Frozen on Overpass, absolutely out of this world. But here is my issue. Could MOUZ come back if they have a deficit at the start? This is where for FaZe, we've already had the answers to that question. If you're answering no to that question, you haven't been watching Counter-Strike. I don't know what rock you were living under.
Hold that thought, boys. Something's going on.
You know what to do. It's time to make some noise! Come on, come on!
大声一点!
Come on, come on!
还是不够!
Keep it going, keep it going! Come on!
好了，我们也成功达成我们的目标。那大家也请看一下大屏，看看到底是自己是有拿到这个神秘掉落。
I'm gonna give you this now, my man.
OK， 那我们也恭喜一下我们的得奖嘉宾。那我们接下来把时间交给 Banks。
Now you guys know these two teams. So we got some FaZe fans in the house. What about MOUZ? FaZe over here. MOUZ. Shanghai, you have been an awesome crowd. You can give yourselves a round of applause, and you've earned yourself a major in 2024. Are you ready for the grand final? Are you ready for some hype? It's time, one last time, to bring the hype! FaZe, MOUZ, let's go!
Are you ready for this? Are you ready?
I think let's do it. Okay, everything's said. We don't got anything to say. Great. Let's go ahead and get to the commentators. It's going to be Henry G and Anders. Go ahead and take it away, boys. It's the CAC Grand Finals. Woo!
That's right, Trace. It is time. The Counter-Strike Asian Championships are upon us 2023. Oh, God. Anders, we're into the action.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's absolutely go.
All right, I'm going to sit down, and it's going to be Mirage to kick things off. The exact same map what we saw in the previous matchup between these two teams. FaZe taking on MOUZ here in the grand final of CAC 2023. A prize pool of $500,000 as FaZe look for their second trophy to add to the cabinet this year. It's an absolute massacre to kick things off, Anders. Nothing but USB headshots coming through, and only Frozen will stand tall here. We're just sitting down, good to go, and there it is. It looks like FaZe have locked this one in.
Yeah, my God, what a start. Like you said, nothing but USB headshots coming through and a beautiful beginning for FaZe. Something that they've been struggling to really pull through on this particular tournament. Just has to be comebacks all the time. They win the pistol round here. That has to be a great sign. The grand finals off to, a little bit of a bump in favor of FaZe here. And they probably do need it. They have been looking a little bit shaky. I mean, it's weird to say because they're in the grand final, but...
Sure, no, it is a really weird thing to say, isn't it? Everyone's saying that they're not in great form right now, like they're struggling. They just won the last big trophy in CS2. They're here in the grand final once again, and now they're winning the pistol as well. It's a fantastic start for the likes of FaZe, as we'll see the second round come through. Bear in mind, no bomb plan there. A bit of a scramble for all of us getting to that pistol.
Truly.
But here we are. It's going to be the full eco with MOUZ. Not really much to speak of here. No armor, no nades. But they have found a kill towards Brokey as well, and we are going to force the issue. Robs, he's been an absolute madman so far today, Anders. Now, I guess beg the question, do you feel like it's a plus or a negative going into this one? You've just played a massive semi-final game. It took everything out of you. What are your thoughts on that?
Really hard to say, isn't it? I do think that what they brought up on the desk is a fair point to say, that we're talking about the overall experience of a team like this and just, the caliber overall for FaZe. I think they're going to be fine with it. I'd rather, I guess, like they had about an hour's break. I think that's probably pretty good. I think if it was longer than that, I'd be more worried. If it's like a 3-hour break, you have like a really hard calm down. Like,
hey, you know what? The fact that FaZe have got a good start for once, we've commentated a lot of their game this tournament. They always seem to go down 4-0 to kick things off every single time. So the fact that they've even won a pistol here, converted the second, we'll see what the first gun round has in store for us here. MOUZ Sports with AKs across the board, no AWPs in play. Rifles for FaZe as well, just one single MP9 in the hands of Carrigan. What a great semi he had as well. Really was doing God's work out there. And for now, a bit of a default. A little bit calm out there. Kansas City, we still have a couple of smokes available for MOUZ. FaZe trying to deny entry towards short. That's going to be Twist. Nice grenade. Doesn't actually do too much damage.
Could have bounced even further. Yeah, he kind of limp-wristed it a little bit there, but if you'd thrown it straight into the wall, that would have been really good. Look at Carrigan. Speaking of which, he did have some good clutches, some good rounds. He also had some really scary rounds in the semi-final that looked like he was going to throw, or actually did throw away a couple of rounds too, but I want somebody to join Robs. He has been a god in this whole tournament.
This is absolutely wild. They've got a player in T-Spawn. They've got the B apartments under lock and key as well. They know this is an A-sided attack.
Yes.
FaZe have got everything they need to win this round, Anders.
Yeah, but they still need the kills. Can't really get there without the kills, and they're going in the way of MOUZ instead. Exertion gets a bullet in the face, but he's still alive. They've lost almost the entire A-bomb site. Still, Twist is here. 30 seconds, and Carrigan, surely no one's going to be checking this. They actually are flashing it, so maybe they will be. Twist, good shot there. Time is running low. Here's Jimpat to come up with a kill, leaving Carrigan alone. And Jimmy will find all of it. 4 kills in the round. He's brand new in the game, Henry, but you can't tell.
I'm flabbergasted at that one, Anders. How does that go down in that sort of manner? You have all the information available to you on FaZe side. A player in T-spawn, Rob's going towards the underpass, and then it all comes down to Jimfat. I think Rain, he maybe oversteps the mark. They're going for the swing. They just need to bide their time, allow those flanks to come through. As soon as he goes down, yeah, Jimmy, he's let off the leash, and he absolutely eviscerates him with the AK-47. That's a disappointing round for FaZe, considering all the great work they did to get complete map control. So, a scout. Some deagles here, Anders. It's not going to be the force buy in response. They've gone for a bit of half buy, a slight investment, and going to try and hold on to the money going forward.
Really important for MOUZ to come back really early on in this game. Don't let FaZe walk away. Again, we know FaZe are good with the comeback, so God only knows what happens if they have a brilliant start. If they go up 5 or 6-0 here, I don't think MOUZ want to find out. So yeah, quickly back into it in spite of the fact that their strategy was pretty much revealed in that last round, which is interesting. This looks like a lot of mid-presence coming out for MOUZ, and they're going to be smoking off to try and dodge exactly what Twist is trying to do here with the scout.
Yeah, absolutely true. Bear in mind as well, this is the exact same map pool we saw. Mirage, of course, will be MOUZ's pick. It was a pretty convincing victory, but then they did give up Nuke and Overpass in a pretty comprehensive manner going forward. But Frozen to find the first kill here in round number 4. That's going to be Rain removed from the equation. Twist, though, with the scouts. Doesn't quite connect just yet, but he does spot a couple of players, but it might be too late. His teammates are dropping like flies across the map here, and his Twist and Robs remain. Bear in mind, not the force buy here. Twist will pull one back. Maybe there is a fighting chance here, but Robs up and towards the pallet. He'll have to be a king at this point to save this round. I don't think there's much left to be said. MOUZ have done a very good job, as they still will make their way in towards the A bomb side. Maybe there's a chance he gets a kill.
It all counts, you know. Try and do a little bit more damage if you can. It'd be great if you could find a rifle too, but the position that he's in, I don't think it's going to be possible at this stage. Only 14 seconds. This is a bit scary, but the bomb is fortunately be planted in a very safe position there. Otherwise, imagine if he could have got the shot and sort of fallen back into the palace, maybe he could have made a little bit more of a ruckus, but it's going to be a good round. MOUZ will be able to time the game pretty quickly. Nothing too crazy yet, but for FaZe, it's going to send them into this weird economic position. They will have enough for the AUG. No AWP in play, though.
Yeah, it's a very good point. This is going to be a difficult round for FaZe. They might struggle to bring out the AWP on the CT side if he keeps going back and forth like this. It's going to be Torchy, though, who's been spectacular this tournament. Huge fan of his gameplay, very aggressive, very assertive as well. Seems to dictate the pace of the rounds on the T side, and we'll see whether Shui can find spacing towards short once again. No smoke towards Connector. That's going to cost him his life there. They were trying to slip the net with a quick play, but Brokey will find the first frag.
Brokey was somebody in the semi-final, if you guys missed it, that was really missing for FaZe. He's normally such an impact player, and to see him not really do that much was a little bit shocking to me. I've got to be honest. I normally love watching Brokey. He's one of the most entertaining players for sure. But maybe he saved it all for the grand final. That's my big hope right now.
I think the majority of FaZe were quite hit or miss there. It seemed like Robs had to drag them over the finish line, kicking and screaming. It was alarming at times, but they got the job done. And do they have enough left in the tank here to get another trophy? Torji answers back, takes down the aforementioned Brokey here. That grenade's got a kill for sure. He gets the double. Robs is dropped as well. So we've got a 4 versus 3, 45 seconds remaining. It's down to Twist. Carrigan's got no idea. Exertion has slipped through the murder hole and causing absolute havoc here. Twist and Rain segregated on the map. Maybe a chance for Twist if he can find a double kill towards the connector. Nice spray down, drops the bomb.
It's not bad. 30 seconds. Rain, though, Molotov out of the position, and Jimvat's on the other side, ready and waiting for him. It's just Twist left. Very tricky. The bomb, maybe he could have been holding that for a while there, but Jimvat's going to be able to find him. Again, negotiating that position very well. What a round for Robs, Henry. He got spammed in the middle in the smoke, right into the ladder room, and then got grenaded. Just nothing he could have done.
Yeah, it's a very convincing round for MOUZ, and that's worrying, because that was a 5-on-4 in favor of FaZe.
Yes.
Brokey got a freebie. It was a 5-on-4 to open things up, and then it starts to fall apart. Bear in mind, we said they had no AWP, and Torji's just exploiting that fact, picking them off left and right. Got that grenade kill as well. Has to be the full eco now for FaZe as we go 3-2, entering round number 6. Is there any sort of interesting stack? It might not matter. Shui, beautiful headshot to crack things open towards middle. It's Carrigan who will try his luck from short as well, but I think he might meet a similar fate. So, goodness gracious, the in-game leader showing Carrigan how it's done. That might be the round in itself.
If those are the mechanics on your in-game leader, you're in a pretty good spot. My God. Used to be a bit of a meme of the past that, you know, you could have your in-game leader be a little bit of an anchor when it comes to the mechanical stuff. That used to be a thing people would say, like, yeah, but he's the in-game leader, it's fine, he doesn't have to get all the kills. I feel like in modern-day Counter-Strike, there's no space for that. You need the in-game leader to still be good. Robs with a nice shot lining up for a second. He really wanted that headshot, but not really going to be allowed.
I'm a little bit worried for FaZe. They look a little bit flat right now, and it's understandably so. That was a huge adrenaline dump against ENCE there. Like,
yeah,
against ENCE was standing as well. It went the full distance as another reverse sweep. They were, what, 10-4 down and had to bring it all the way back.
Crazy, wasn't it?
How many lives have these guys got?
That's what they do all the time.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like, in a way that we shouldn't be worried because it's just their MO. Even when it's a good start, they find a way to fall behind and then they have to claw their way back, and then they usually do anyway, which is a little bit shocking. But yeah, tactical time have been called here, which makes sense, I suppose, when you see sort of losing 4 in a row, you really want a chance to talk things over. And you've got 4 timeouts, so why wouldn't you want to take a little bit more of a break?
Well, we've got the Brokey AWP here. There's definitely some concessions across the board. They couldn't justify a single helmet. Should be absolutely fine. There's no Mac 10s or Galils in the mix here. In terms of kits, Anders, they have 1. That's on the back of Carrigan. So bear that in mind. Carrigan, always an interesting player to watch in Mirage. He does get targeted in that B bomb site. But we'll see if Shui wants to continue his domination towards middle, being so good at finding his opening picks, and Twist is the one to try and shut him down here. Good Molotov to apply the pressure, and here come the rifle frags. Twist and Robs chime in for a couple. Jimpat will answer back here. Now pause the round here, and it's up to Twist to try and negate the smokes as he makes his way towards underpass. Jimmy, he's got his number, Anders. I think he's ready.
He's right on the other side. He's absolutely ready. Just patiently waits him out and takes him down. He's back into the round. A double kill for him brings it into a 3 versus 3. And they still have plenty of time on the clock. They can let FaZe sweat a little bit here. Sui at the center of the map. Good position to be if you're going to be calling this one. Hasn't seen or heard anyone for a while in there, so let's see where they decide to meet up. Bomb is going to be picked up in the middle as well, and we'll get a little bit of a sense of it here. 50 seconds on the clock now. They still have some Molotovs, but they're out of smokes. If they want to go the middle round, Henry, they can't smoke off the window, they can't smoke off the connector. Could be scary.
This is a very important round for FaZe as well. Only winning the pistol and the second round conversion. They lose this one, the money sparring once again. We have got Brokey, like he said, hasn't had the best day in the office today, but if he can start finding frags now, all be forgiven. That's a great shot. Takes down the danger man of Jimmy. 30 seconds here. Shui and Frozen with barely any utility. A couple of Molotovs, no smokes as you mentioned here. And they've got to try and get past Brokey. It looks like he's hitting everything right now. This should be enough to do it. Just Frozen to find.
Yeah, the first kill on Jimmy was the really big one. Frozen. 12 seconds left. I don't think there is enough time. And Brokey, he can't miss any shots in this round. 3 kills to his name and putting FaZe back on the board. That's super, super important.
Well, there we go. They noticed there was an issue with Shui having way too much freedom towards middle. This time, bombarding him with utility. The incendiaries, the flashes, the nades at the top. Double kill from the 2 stars you want to see fragging this game as well. Robson Twist chiming in to open things up there. Sure, got a little bit dangerous towards the end, but that was the round they had to win, Anders. Otherwise, this half is going to spiral for them. We know they're good at the recoveries, but they cannot allow another huge deficit to come through. Round 8. Full buy on either side. Money's still pretty strong, all things considered, for MOUZ. They still have $6,200 on exertion after the full investment here. Torji, AWP. Waiting for any sort of A-ramp aggression here, and they're going to start inquiring about any sort of CT presence towards the steps.
Rain a little bit further back. He does have a potential backup and Rops right next to him. Wide swing coming in from Jimpat, but he's not going to be able to actually pick up the kill. Torshi, on the other hand, will take down Rops, so makes it a pretty even trade with a lot of damage onto Torshi as well. Rain did almost also drop, so I guess it's fine. The middle positioning for Exertion could be the really big one. And he kind of, in a lot of the cases, he is the playmaker for the team. There are a lot of openings that go to his way. Another really exciting player, in my opinion, to watch for MOUZ Sports, definitely Exertion.
Yeah, he's had a great tournament as well. That's the thing. All of MOUZ have looked pretty sharp across the board. We're really only talking about Rops for FaZe. Sure, others have had their moments, their clutches, but in terms of consistent performances, MOUZ have looked fantastic across the board. Here's Shui, though, master of the timings here. We are going to see exertion with the first interaction towards the connector. It's going to be an A finish, and with 30 seconds remaining. I think Rain's got such a strong position. Takes the bomb down, looking for the double kill. Can't quite find it here. It's getting very scrappy. They need to try and get this plant down if possible. No smoke to cover Spawn. How do they recover this?
Bomb's only just being picked up now, so yeah, they're really running the clock down low. 15 seconds of the clock frozen, taken out by Carrigan. That was his first kill of the grand final right there, but it's a huge one, and he's going to step it up again. Torshi doesn't have the space for it, and also is running out of time, so unfortunately for Exertion, he can't even get anything done in the round. Carrigan, huge couple of kills. It's pretty late in the grand final to pick up your opening kill, but you know what? Those 2 kills made all the difference in the world.
Well, there we have it. A solid A defense for FaZe. They tie things up to 4-4. This game isn't going to spiral early for them on their opponent's map pick of Mirage. It's going to be a tactical timeout called by MOUZ Sports at this point, and we'll see what the money looks like. As we mentioned, should be okay for at least one more buy. Good trade from Rain at the start. He managed to do significant damage. Robs went down, but it's the repositioning of Rain, using the fact he's got low HP, hits an off angle, and takes down the in-game leader. And there's just no time to work with here. Torchy, 10 seconds, scrambling to get that bomb planted. Like I said, Carrigan plays it to perfection here, denies the plant, and gets the job done. 4-4, and we will see that full buy come through. Torchy has one more go on the AWP here. He's got Kevlar as well to work with. In terms of utility, they're pretty well equipped here, so the tactical timeout is certainly justified just to juggle around whatever they have to, and it looks like we're sending 3 players towards A to kick things off here in round number 9. Shui, this time not working towards middle. He'll be at the A ramp.
They already had the Molotov down. Grenade on top. A little bit of a crouch in. I can't believe he doesn't win that fight. Looked like he had the spray in. Sui just falling a little bit low on that one. Rain, kind of fortunate to be alive. Half the smoke got blown up, but not the other half. So I think there's like 2 smokes on top of each other in the middle there. So needed more than 1 grenade if that was ever going to work. But the opening kill in favor of FaZe. Absolutely need this round.
Yeah, since the gun rounds have started, they seem to find the opening kill more often than not. Converting them as well now. Right down to 18 points of health once again. It's Exertion trying to sneak through the connector. But Brokey is watching it like a hawk. Flashes in Rain towards A main. That might be a chance for him to sneak through and get towards jungle. This would be absolutely massive. They've got no idea, but Robs, he's on it, looking for the double kill. Significant damage towards Jimmy. They maintain the advantage here. That should be converted by Rain.
Yeah. Robs, like you said, nearly with the double. He did plenty enough to make sure that Jim Fat was going to be going down anyway. Frozen sneaking in, wanted to be a little bit secret with it. But Rain, not only beating Sui at the first outing in the round, but getting 2 more kills, picking up a triple in total so far. Now they're hunting for Torshi as well. They've actually found him. Rain hungry to get that one. It's probably worth it. Well, maybe now it's a little bit tricky. They don't have that much money in the bank, so you're going to be careful about that too. But that AWP would be delicious if they could get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this from FaZe. Quite a calm and controlled CT half. They're not overstepping the mark, and patience is paying with deadly dividends right now, especially for Rain. Like, he keeps going down to 10 points of health, repositioning, complimenting his teammates, setting up those crossfires, and gets himself another epic performance here, and the round's completely confirmed. Torchi has no choice but to save the AWP, and it will be FaZe now to take the lead, 5-4. Their opponent's pick, bear in mind, and that's where the money starts to become a bit of a question mark. You've saved the AWP, but Torchi gets no extra resources. He can't drop anything. So I think it has to be the half buy, and still a deadly round. If you could maybe execute, that would be the best protocol, I think. Go for a full wall of smokes, try and get the bomb plant, and set Torchi up for the clutch. So how many smokes do they have, Anders? 2. So it'll be a B execution by the looks of things here. You either smoke off both pillars, or you go for the door and the window and see what you can make of it. But it's going to be Torch to try and open things up. Looking for that jump peek. We've all seen it so many times, and that's actually pretty nice. Deep incendiary with the follow-up spam as well. Enough to dissuade them.
He wanted to get the wall bang in case anyone was down there. That would have been sick if the Molotov had actually forced him into the underpass and he's ready. Don't know if that was the full plan or if he just improvised, but that's a rare wall bang. It's been known about for years and years, but very, very rarely see it in competitive play.
So it won't be an execution towards the bomb site here. Torchy just leaps into the loving arms of Twist there, ready to mow them down. That's the Aura move. They know that's a chance to pounce. And pounce they shall, Anders. This looks very clean. Brokey, maybe didn't have to commit to that fully, but it should be absolutely fine. They can recover the AWP, as it will be Robs to find himself another very impressive round there. 11-7, 6-4 overall for FaZe. They've got 50% of the rounds available in this first half as we enter Another complicated round for MOUZ. They've got 2 players hovering around $3,000, so might have to be a Galil or 2 in the mix.
I don't think they managed to recover the orb. I think they had to rebuy it. I think Robs ran the wrong way. Maybe they got snatted right at the end, but I think they actually had to. Robs or Rain had to drop it. Either way, they're probably still going to be fine. 6-4 here as a scoreline. Robs not quite getting the jump if he wanted it. Now he's going to be playing the underpass instead. We did see him against Jimfat down in the underpass in a previous outing do some ridiculous dancing here, but this time there's going to be no dancing allowed. Exertion just finding him. That's how you do it. Don't try and shoot him through the smoke.
Yeah, that is more like it. First time in a while, MOUZ have had the 5-on-4 advantage. Can they maintain it though? It's Twists who's looking so strong from the short position, willing to take more and more fights here. Needs to be careful. Players surrounding him. Jimmy's got himself towards the bench as well. 1 minute 10 remaining, and FaZe will be exploring their options towards the B apartments here, trying to hunt for some information, lock them in towards the A side of the map here. Carrigan will continue with that push.
Scary prospect back to be playing up against Robs that's playing as well as he is, and then Twist coming online as well, because mechanically Twist is an absolute magician at times. Sue, that's a nice Molotov forcing. Oh my God! Twist, he's still good for the double. We said it, it's the magnificent Van Dolken back in action. I have no idea how that's even possible. Brokey back here. And Frozen's going to step right on top of him. Instant death is coming. And it's just Torshi left in the middle, 1 versus 2.
Oh my God, Twist, that was a godlike play, and now Torshi will have to go above and beyond for his team to get this round over the line. Bear in mind, it started with their advantage. They got the opening kill on the final boss of Robs, and now Torshi has to deliver here against Rain to kick things off. He can't find the shot, and FaZe, they don't seem like that semi-final affected them whatsoever, Anders. This is impressive.
Not at all. This is think about how often we talk about the concept of peaking in the right time in the tournament, right? You don't want to be absolute gods in the group stage, and then you get to the playoffs, and suddenly it's, you just can't figure it out anymore. If FaZe keep up this way, it's almost like the perfect curve that they're hitting in the grand final, which is so crazy.
And like we said, it's always FaZe that seems to suffer these huge deficits to kick things off. And every single best of 3, it's so labored and arduous. Sure, they get it done. They always seem to find their way out of these sticky situations. But finally, for once in the grand final of all times, they've actually got a convincing lead here on their opponent's map pick. It's 7-4, last round of this first half. And even with maximum loss bonus, MOUZ might be struggling for cash here. It's Twist who keeps defying the odds, but it looks like he's down and out. There's nothing left to do. What an amazing play through the fire, and it's Brokey as well. Helped himself to a bit of a freebie, and Rain, he's always so reliable. That's his sort of round.
Yeah, reliable really is the word for Rain. Like, just the kills that he's getting there. Not necessarily as flashy as we just saw the Twist, but man, it works. Now, speaking of Twist, he's picked up a secondary AWP. What a surprise for MOUZ if they come in here. They're not going to be ready for that, I assume. Brokey's on the one side, and they kind of expect him to be anchoring that B hallway, but we'll see. Really far back is Jimfat. He does not really want to get close to it at the moment. Frozen. Oh, no. The timing's betrayed him. Robs is ready. And yeah, Twist is going to burn, I think, to his own Molotov, but whatever. They still have the lead. 4 versus 3.
Yeah, he would have taken considerable damage from Frozen on route, but still. Final round of this first half. FaZe looking for a very commanding scoreline of 8-4. Carrigan, he can sense some danger in the smoke here. Exertion waits. Will he be found? Carrigan's going to check him out. Oh no, he can't find the kill. All of a sudden, MOUZ are back in the round. Exertion looking for his second, and he connects the second headshot beautifully.
Both players knew. Oh, he's running with the fire. Robs, what a maniac. I can't believe it. He's found the shot, and Brokey's gone down. Jimfat, he's back in action again. 12 kills to his name, and now looking for Robs. Very low on health. He should be dead, and he will be. The spray is good. 7-5 at the end of it. FaZe, they come up with a lead. They have a strong start here. MOUZ, they should consider themselves lucky to get this round.
I think you're right. Oh, it's starting to heat up now. It's been a pretty subdued grand final in the first half. There's been a lot of saving, a lot of pretty convincing rounds. But for FaZe, 7 on the board on their opponent's pick. I think they'll be happy with that. But MOUZ Sports there, they kind of steal it away. Karrigan just using the experience on the stage there. He knew something was up. He could feel the tone of the room shift. And unfortunately, unable to find the frag. And it will be MOUZ to pick up round number 12 there. 7-5 overall. But like I've said, Anders, this is FaZe. They've planted the seeds of victory. Now they need to wait for the harvest. This is the best looking half they've had all tournament long. It seems to be always recovering a 5-0 and just having to grind your way back into it. Again, ENCE in that final map, they were, what, 10-4 down? Yeah. And they're actually looking like they're in the driving seat for once. But a great round to steal away. Exertion finally showing some form here. Lovely little sequence. ropz, again. What a play. Just doing just unspeakable things on the server. A master of Counter-Strike, and the second half begins a very important pistol. I'm sure you're all aware of that. We'll have a look at the buy and see what we're up against, as Karrigan will provide the utility. We've got a P250 in the hands of Twists as well. One smoke, one flash, nothing too technical to come in here. And with the smoke deployed, I assume towards the window position. They might just go for the A split through the connector. They actually smoked towards connector itself. What? And that's not even the P250. That's Rain with a Glock, absolutely destroying Shuey in the window.
Must have been a simultaneous shot from his teammate, because otherwise that's not going to be a kill, right? That's not going to be enough damage for the headshot at range. That's unbelievable. Exertion down here. Look at how lonely he is. ropz is going to find him with a Glock as well. But Glocks are beating the USPs, even at range in this round, which is ridiculous to think about. 5 versus 3, the bomb is being planted swiftly behind this one. And MOUZ, what do you even do here? I mean, you might almost have to call a save for the armor really fast, because they're just so far away.
Yeah, you might be better off saving the Kevlar at this point. Which is not the most exciting approach, but Jimmy's got better ideas. Finds Broke here, Frozen get the killer as well. This round's back on. Bear in mind, there'll be no kits available. Rain, strong position. Takes down Torgy towards the murder hole. Should guarantee things here, but they're being so difficult to deal with. And first defuse attempts coming through as well. So ropz will win the round, presumably, with that kill alone. But still, admirable effort from MOUZ there. Looked like they were absolutely done for in the 5 versus 3, but with no kit available. That 10-second defuse was the only option, and just hoping ropz was nowhere to be seen. But it's going to be FaZe with both pistols in their favor now, Anders. And bear in mind, on the CT side, especially Mirage, you might not force by, like there is in CSGO, getting a scout and the deagle seem to be very popular. At MR12, though, it doesn't seem justified. It feels like it's better to get the rifles out in the 3rd round. Not to say they won't do that, but here we go. Yeah, nothing invested whatsoever. So should be FaZe finding 9 rounds to kick things off here in the second half.
It's going to get really close for MOUZ, isn't it? At 9-5, FaZe are just a couple of steps away from being able to win the first map in the grand final, and I mean that's a scary thought. The buy round for MOUZ, that's going to be coming up. That better be huge if they can't do it with the USPs here. And the grenade around the corner. Oh my god. That was Karrigan throwing that grenade on Exertion and Frozen, and then obviously finishing the job with the MAC-10. Torshi, no, going to be alive for much longer here, you have to assume. Players all around him as the bomb gets planted. Wow, this is a very, very convincing round coming out.
Yeah, they weren't up against much, admittedly, but they got the job done. Barely took any damage en route and keep all 5 players alive as well. 9-5. This is the all-important round, Anders. If MOUZ give this one up convincingly, they might not have much time left on Mirage. Nuke up next, picked by FaZe, and we'll have a look at the overall buy. Certainly no chance for the AWP on the CT side, and now this is a true bonus round in its essence. Galil's, MAC-10s, and as an in-game leader's dream, you can really call out a spawn at this one. You don't really want to run a default, maybe some execution and just cause some chaos on the map. Early smokes going down, and we'll see where they want to end up. Bomb makes its way towards the B apartments by the looks of things here. It's on the back of Brokey for now, so bear that in mind. And the CTs playing on the front foot, hunting for information, a double push in towards the palace, but here comes the Prince, ropz. He's already slipped the net. He's already passed the A ramp. Oh, he's not going to spot Shuey there. That's unfortunate.
What a shame. That really looked like he'd got so much map control just from sticking there, but...
Yeah, right.
Man, I thought that was at least going to give him the 1 kill. Even if he got traded, that would have been sick. Still in the palace, hanging around is Frozen. A little bit of a run-in with the MAC-10. It's Karrigan. He has got a knack for it. I really can't believe it, but sometimes it feels like he's just better with the MAC-10 and the MP9 than he is with anything else. flash high in the sky, but Exertion, right place, right time, through the window, taking down Rain now. Smoke goes up, but Karrigan doesn't care. He keeps it going. It's still versus 3 on the CT side, and they're trying to get this bomb site. So a little bit of a swing there. Got to be careful you don't overextend. If you go down, there might be an opening. This A bomb site, how did they get the bomb down? Yeah, they should fall back because, well, Brokey's here, but also there's a guy in Palace still.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the call. Brokey's confirmed the B bomb site is completely wide open. Jimmy, though, he always seems to be such a nuisance, a flying the ointment each and every time. And once again, he proves that he can hold onto the B bomb site with no information, no map control. He finds 2 frags and keeps MOUZ alive.
I can't believe it. He was swapping out his Galil. I don't even know what he was doing, but...
That's a good point. You're walking around. Why you got the knife? I guess trying to walk a bit faster with the knife out, but it's such an important moment there. Looked like FaZe were dismantling the defense there piece by piece. The backstab from Brokey, and we saw that in Overpass, you remember. It was in this matchup, the first time they met, it was like he had the opportunity to kill someone in the back. He pulls his knife out, pulls his Molotov out. It seems like you just need to keep your gun in your hand, my friend.
That is quite an underrated thing. I do think it's something that more people need to think about, even at a high level, it seems like. Sometimes, something that Maui Snakes like to say, I'm just having your gun out. Just have your gun ready.
That's shocking. Like, amazing from Jimmy, like I said. Like, even when you think he's done, when he's got nothing to say in this round, like, he always seems to find a way. He's absolutely rock solid, playing years above his experience. And once again, keeps MOUZ in the running here. That was a key round for them to pick up. But bear in mind, it was the bonus for FaZe. They still have rifles here. It was Karrigan's heroic with the MAC-10. And once again, trying to push this smoke this time. Not to the same result. It's going to be Shuey that finds him.
This is the huge turnaround opportunity for MOUZ. This is really it. Not a lot of money left on FaZe. If they win this one, they bounce up to 7 and probably straight to 8 afterwards. So a lot is on the line right now. Brokey just up at Tetris, trying to take a little bit of a look over. Good flashbang setup, even if it's not directly flashing Brokey completely. It's enough to make him turn around. Wall bang. All right, Rob's got something figured out. Twist can't really do it with Galil there. Rob's taken over. Is he done? Can he find more? He's already got the double, and he's got the right idea. Rain's walking up behind. He's going to set up a flashbang for Rain to presumably take the swing here, and it works all right. They're going to get the kill. Rob's with another headshot between the two. They have dismantled the defense, and it's just up to Jimmy.
You say just, Anders. This guy, he wins these rounds for fun. This is the walk in the park for this young sensation. He is smoked off for now. Only got the flashbang to work with here, but he can find some footing here. Is he giving it up?
There is a kid there.
Oh, that's a shame. I thought the way he's playing right now, 16 kills, probably be all over that, but the bomb is ticking at some pace. He's going to go for the more conservative approach here and save the M4. It is going to be FaZe fighting their way back into the round, though. It took Rops, as we mentioned, the absolute hero of the semi-final, was just completely pummeling ENCE every single round. It felt like he gets 3 more massive frags here. He will be joined by Rain as they exit the bomb site. It's going to be FaZe looking very, very good here on Mirage.
Robs is playing at such a high... I can't remember the last time I've seen him. He's always been good. But what he's delivering in this tournament has just been above and beyond. It's not just the 3 kills. He is the one, he is the architect of the kill that Rain gets as well from throwing that flashbang.
True.
It is so sick, like the level of communication. As you see, as Rain is getting that one, Robs is doing more work. He's done everything in that round for his team. Unbelievable scenes. MOUZ with a tactical timeout. Down to their last one after this to try and talk it over, see if they can find a way.
Well, in terms of their finances, Anders, I can report they're averaging around $2,500 per player. They've got a saved M4 for Jimmy.
Okay.
There's no real correct decision here. Looks like there's going for the more eco side of things. Barely even a partial buy here. So this is a bit of a gimme round for FaZe. Looking to post 11 after this one. MOUZ won't have much to push back with, but they do have Jimfat, who is an absolute menace. He's got that M4A4 in hand as well. They're going to try and set up a play around him, a flash towards the A ramp, but bear in mind there's no FaZe presence there whatsoever. Opposite ends of the spectrum right now. We've got a 4-man stack from MOUZ towards A. FaZe getting ready to attack the B bomb site. So they've done everything correctly here. Exertion with a Desert Eagle, admittedly, but no Kevlar. See that smoke off towards window.
Look at how aware FaZe are that there could be an aggressive move coming out. They know about the finances on the CT side. They are aware that they could be taking a bit of a risk, so they spend the first 25 seconds, something like that, just waiting around, almost in T-spawn, just sort of looking for any aggression that might be happening now. Only now, at about the minute mark, are they smoking the window and the connector as well. That's a nice counter smoke coming out, though, from MOUZ, just to buy a little bit more time. It's the last one that they have, obviously.
Yeah,
but,
and you're dead on. It does buy some time for the rotations to come through, and Jimmy is the master of the B-bomb side. He's absolutely rock solid here, even up against 4 players. As long as he has some cannon fodder in the form of those USPs, he could actually win this round for MOUZ. It's going to be a difficult journey, but it's Karrigan to open things up, and everyone lying in wait. Jimmy the turret, can he deliver?
He's got it. Good shot on the first one there. He's down to half health. Some grenades are coming in, and they're feeling really uncomfortable. They're almost standing on top of him. Jimmy, how much have you got? One more headshot. But Rain is there to take care of business. They put him out of it. Now it's a 1 versus 1. 18 seconds on the clock, and Rain, rather than planting the bomb, he's hunting for it. He wants it. He almost gave it up. But he's going to find it at the end. That was a really nerve-wracking 1 versus 1.
If that was a 5-7, even a P250, I think Rain might lose that round. He fumbled the movement going through the window a little bit there. The swing could have come through. Thankfully, it's an unarmored USP. Torji the AWPer, of course, can't afford much. He said Jimmy would be strong here. He certainly delivered. He did everything he could and did so much damage. A couple of frags found, and comes down to a 1 versus 1. Rain, a sigh of relief there as he gets it over the line. 11-6, a full buy here. MOUZ need to present a perfect game from here on out. Taking damage, Torji can't find that opening frag. He will retreat back through the connector, and will be left on 47 points of health here.
Okay, just testing the smoke. Torji will get a kill. Exertion on the other side. Good to see Torji having a little bit of a say here. They do need him. Not had the most impactful AWP presence so far on the map. 4 versus 3 though, Henry. This has started to look a little bit more interesting once again. If they can win this round, it's not done yet.
Should be around the can convert here. Jimmy spotted Karrigan. Looking to best him in the duel here if possible. He's come out on top. That is absolutely massive. Now down to the in-game leader. Shui to try and defend, but Karrigan, he's having a monstrous round here. Cracking things open single-handedly. And it looks like that might be enough. Torji already low HP, Anders. Frozen will join him. They're not going for this retake. No. It's going to be map point for FaZe, courtesy of Captain Karrigan's entries on the B-bomb side.
How does he find it? He's playing against some kids that are just, you know, should be way snappier than him. He's meant to be leading the team, but sometimes every once in a while you get around like this from Karrigan. One of the things that makes him presumably such a hard player to play against, because we've definitely seen him with much less presence on the map in the semifinal as well. There were some screw-ups there, but my God.
The quarterfinals, he had a pretty weak showing, but it was those sort of rounds that saved the day. He always seems to find a remarkable entry or a fantastic clutch, and this time, one of the most important rounds of the game so far to get FaZe on map point on their opponent's pick of Mirage here, and it's going to be MOUZ going to have to post 6 rounds in a row just to take us to overtime. Stranger things have happened at this tournament alone. Bear in mind, overtime seems to plague us here at CAC 2023. But this is going to be an uphill battle, to say the very least, after a couple of opening frags as well. A 5 versus 3. Karrigan takes matters into his own hands here. What a beautiful second shot that was as well, to maybe secure the map here. We know the money's going to be low, as they're averaging, Anders, around $3,000 per player on the CT sub. But bear in mind, they did save a couple of weapons there, so not all is lost.
I mean, if it was FaZe that was down 12-6 here, we'd say, well, they can probably they make comebacks. It's what they do. The fact that they're leading like this, what a sign of trouble for MOUZ. Again, if you were watching today, and Des talked about it, MOUZ just looked like the stronger, more sharp team coming into this grand final. What we're seeing instead is that FaZe are absolutely ready to try and take this opening map at the very least. They're setting up on the other side. Frozen, he's got the right idea, bit of a lineup, and he's going to get the double. 5 versus 3 on this one.
Nice work from Frozen. Another 5 versus 3. FaZe wanted to set up the full execution towards the A side. The grenades still go down. Can they recover this one? Brokey seems to think so. Takes down the danger man in the form of Frozen. Rob's waiting for his opportunity to strike here. Bomb to be planted. Oh, it can't be denied. Exertion's fumbling it somewhat, but Shui saved the day. Just Twist remaining, and they've done enough here. It was David versus Goliath at that ramp, and Frozen finds 2 amazing kills there to open things up there. The 5-on-3, and they managed to win a very difficult round. I like the idea from FaZe, the fact they're going for the A execution there, the knockout punch, just when the utility will be low. They probably don't have the orb, but there, Frozen denies absolutely everything before they even get in towards the bomb site. 12-7, 5 to go, Anders.
Beautiful stuff. 12-7. I'd love to see overtime. I think MOUZ have got more than they're showing right now. Yeah, Frozen. So I like that as well. David versus Goliath.
Do you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good research you've been doing.
Yeah, I'm aware his name is David. That's all I've got for him.
Listen, that's what it's all about, you know? That's what it's all about. Round number 20 is in. We've got Torshi back on that all. Torshi, we were singing his praises. We haven't seen it yet, but I'm not giving up hope yet. We know what this guy can do.
Might have to.
Yeah, maybe. That could have been it right there. It's the kind of shot you'd love to hit to try and get the team back online. Smoke in the connector. Sue setting up. Good position to take a couple of shots over and blow it open. Oh, he's going to be able to see everything here. An easy kill onto Rain. And actually, he's coming back for more. No way. Flashing himself through, running into the flames and running into Twist as well. It might have backfired. Brokey gets a headshot on Torshi, and just like that, it's a 4 versus 3, and this one could be for the map right here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. They know exactly where that player towards Jordan is residing. Frozen takes considerable damage on Roots as well. 4 versus 2. FaZe might have done enough here. They definitely have now. Even Jimmy can't save MOUZ. 13-7. Surely locked in. He has got a kit and a flash. It would be one of the clutches of the tournament if he pulls this one off, Anders.
Oh, no question about it. But they are already putting shots through. It's not that they don't necessarily know that he's exactly here, but they've checked everything else. They don't actually need to know. If he had a smoke, it would be different. Anything more to work with here, but he's been found out already, and there's the kill for Twist. 13-7. FaZe to pick up the opening map of the grand final.
Well, there we have it, and their opponent's pick as well, Anders. And a good team effort. Finally, they get a good start. They win both pistols this time. They're not trailing 5-0. And Carrigan stepping up with one of the most impressive rounds he's had all tournament long to find them map points as well. Really enjoyable first map there. But yeah, MOUZ Sports, I have to say, that's the flattest they've looked all tournament long. Like, they couldn't come online. You said it. Torshi didn't really seem to have any impact whatsoever.
No.
Exertion looking quiet by his standards, and FaZe is continuing with that momentum from the semi-final. A very convincing scoreline indeed, and I feel like with Nuke coming up next, MOUZ Sports are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Unbelievable stuff. What a time for FaZe to be peaking in the tournament. Now, we do have a whole desk ready to talk us through all of it. I'm excited.
And we are here excited with you, Anders. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, first map done and dusted of the CAC Grand Finals in a best-of-3 fashion. This was not the start you wanted unless you were FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that was more like it from FaZe. I think we made the argument coming into the tournament that MOUZ have looked like the better team so far in the tournament, but FaZe have somewhat, found their footing on this Mirage game. I think they played exceptionally well. I think they were in control. I think MOUZ looked a little bit of a shadow of themselves without being too poor, to be completely honest. So for me, it's more FaZe playing well than it's MOUZ necessarily playing poor.
And also the fact that this is what we get to see when FaZe have a good start, right? Looking super aggressive. You look at the way they're playing the CT side, we have a player pushing into B apartments, 2 players getting control there. We have a player holding aggressively towards CAD, that's Twist. And then you have Rob just pushing in towards Palace. That's a sort of like disrespect style of play FaZe where giving the direction of MOUZ. And I agree with you, Pim. I don't think MOUZ necessarily played a bad game overall, even though a couple of individuals, which you'll talk about, kind of went a little missing. But FaZe, everyone was switched on.
FaZe learned from that first Mirage they played against MOUZ here at CAC. That's my takeaway from this game. In their first iteration, you had seen a FaZe that was very passive, that was giving leeway and freedom to exertion towards middle, that was waiting on bomb sites, letting MOUZ execute. None of that BS in that very game. None of that at all. Much more aggressive. Would it be towards the middle with double flick-flap rifle setup, with Twist being very aggressive? Or if they give away middle, make sure that you have an AWP deep angled into B apps. Have Robs push either A or B. Never really let MOUZ get into that comfortable position. And gentlemen, we did say it. How MOUZ would react if being put on the back foot. We have our answer. They didn't have the spine.
Yeah, there wasn't a reaction.
throw your mind back just a couple of days, right? When we were praising MOUZ's T-side executes, where we're like, they slow it down, the CTs are giving them too much respect, and when they explode, it's like 3-4 kills happening almost simultaneously. We didn't have one single round from MOUZ this time around where they were able to pull off something like that off. The T rounds are winning were based off individuals clutching, you know, having Jim Hat, for example, again, going above and beyond, having to kind of drag a few rounds of direction, but that was an emphatic win by FaZe.
Yeah, and you know, Jacob, or Pimp, if I can call you that. Can I call you that?
Both works.
All right, cool. Well, dude, listen, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a Rops is still activated from the last series. That's got to feel good.
That's got to feel good, you know, but I see more so a FaZe Clan lineup all showing up. Kerrigan, bottom of the scoreboard, had a couple of huge impact rounds on that T side as well, closing out the game. Brokey more alive in this game. Maybe not his best showing still, but as Matthew said, he was being proactive with the AWP, shutting down certain areas and allowing for Rain, Robs, and Twist to get the work done with the rifle. And then Twist picked it up where he left it up against that semifinal. He was nowhere to be seen the first 2.5 map. Then on Anubis found impact. Here on Mirage, by far the best and most impactful player. The double kill he got from short, you know, tucked inside that ladder room, getting a double kill with a Molotov on his feet. That was outstandingly well played by Twist. At the score, 5-4, that could have changed the game and the tide of the game completely. So all these things we were lacking, I guess, from FaZe Clan in the semifinal win, we got it right here.
Now, for MOUZ, you go to rebuild in this series. Yes, you want the idea. You have to run it all the way back now. If you think about MOUZ and the quality and the caliber of Counter-Strike you got on map 1, Maniac, where does it lead you to believe? What are your conclusions?
I mean, from now on, in terms of credible players, there's only really Yimpa and Frozen that have convinced me that no matter what happens, they will show up massively and they will deliver. I think, incredibly enough, Yimpa is already becoming a player that I can always believe in. My eyes closed. No matter what happened, I haven't really seen him miss the mark. Frozen, timid, average, pedestrian, but not gold. Where is Torzy? Where is Torzy?
Can't see him. Can't see him. It's nowhere to be
found. I mean, if we're going to be so critical of Brokey the last series, if we're going to say Brokey is missing the mark, if we're going to say Brokey is not having the impact, all that money that's invested towards him, we have to do the same with Torji here. That was basically a phantom on that first map, and if they're going to start on the CT side of Nuke, this is going to be a much more of an input from his side.
Getting off the right foot, like that's something we keep saying about all these teams, and I feel like for MOUZ, it's the demons that might come and haunt them again, right? It's happened again and again and again. In all the way back in Sydney, it was in the semifinals. Sure, you had a stand in there. Jimmy wasn't there. You look at it online, they lost in the quarterfinals there against FaZe. Sure, again, it was online. You lost in a group stage in which you had a real chance to pull off a 2-1 win on Overpass, and now suddenly you're staring down a barrel of getting taken on by FaZe once more, but this time in the grand finals. That's when, you know, things might seep in, and the only antidote to that, Trace, is just starting to dictate the pace from the get-go, from the pistol. Win the bloody pistol.
At a certain point, I start to wonder if it's Kryptonite that is the antidote for FaZe, but that's only because they seemingly find a way in these impossible scenarios to come back and win the game, right? But not in this scenario, not in this series so far. That's what we got previously. We look at Nuke now, and I look at you, Jacob, for some guidance.
Yeah, I think FaZe and then Nuke have been, historically speaking, a strong map for them, even in CS2 from what we've seen so far. So I'm not worried on behalf of FaZe and their level. More so if MOUZ can keep up with what they're supposed to do. I agree with Blair right here. It's slow learning sometimes for a team. We had it with Astralis as well back in the day when they were called TSM. Got into the semifinals, would choke all the time. Got into the finals, would choke all the time. It took one final where they want to get over that hurdle. Maybe the same case can be made for MOUZ Sports. They're good enough to be in the semifinals. They're good enough to be in the finals, but perhaps they're not good enough to win them just yet. And as you said, now again losing to FaZe Clan, maybe there's a bit of a kryptonite playing into that one. I don't think Nuke is going to be the map where MOUZ ends the streak. I'm going to flip-flop it all and say FaZe is going to win this final.
Well,
that's too easy.
Imagine that.
Well, that's
too
it.
easy.
So
that's too easy.
Keep crying over there, so boy.
Hey,
everywhere.
let them cry. Go ahead and shut their mics off so I can get us to a break. So we can keep this match going. You all typed so much in chat, something about analyst stop talk, start game again, that we just damn sure did the thing, didn't we? So we go to a break. We come back. We're going to see if MOUZ has a response.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the grand final here at CAC 2023. It's FaZe that are on track to pick up their second Tier 1 trophy, Anders, as we go into Nuke, their map pick, a convincing victory on Mirage, and MOUZ Sports not looking their usual selves there. We were missing key players like Torji. Jimmy could keep up and provide some sort of fragging, but it feels like a very flat MOUZ in the first map.
It wasn't what we were hoping. They've been looking so sharp throughout the tournament, and FaZe, on the other hand, I mean, they made it to the grand final, but that semi-final was a little bit questionable. But here, everything was working. It was wild. Robs continuing his form. I don't even know how it's possible. He was playing so well all throughout, and he's just keeping it up. But now he's got Carrigan joining him. Like, the whole thing is working.
That's a good point there. Carrigan had some really impactful moments there, like thinking back to the MAC-10 through the smoke, the B-bomb side entries, and yeah, this is looking great for a 2-0 here for FaZe. What a day they've had. What a week they've had. So many starts to these series where they're on the back foot, that is trailing 0-5, can't seem to win a pistol to save their lives, but to open things up just when they needed most, they win both pistols on Mirage, and that's where they lost to MOUZ Sports in the previous encounter of this tournament. They moved on to Nuke in the previous matchup as well, and that's where they dominated them and won the series overall, and it looks like we're on track to do just that once again, unless MOUZ can wake up here across the board, because no one was really shining bright apart from Jimmy, and he's supposed to be your rookie.
He is. It's so ridiculous. Like, I almost feel like it's almost a problem that there isn't even like a story to build around his, up and coming thing. He just showed up on the spot, was great from like the first game. How stupid is that? Normally, you have to find someone you say, this guy has a little bit of, there's some prospect there. Like, if you work on him, if we train him, he could be good. Like, none of that. He's just good already. Obviously, it's amazing, but you're sort of missing almost a little bit of the history behind it. It's just so insane. I still want to believe MOUZ Sports, like they must have more to show. I think mechanically, Suhei had, in the beginning, it looked good,
The semis were electrifying. It was so much fun. That first map for a grand final, a little bit underwhelming. In terms of MOUZ, just like, at one point, we said it in the previous matchup as well, their T-sides on Mirage, it was the best I've ever commentated in CS2. It was like beautiful. Their executions, they were finding 3-4 kills on entry after the execution. We didn't see any of that in the first map. It looked like the coordination was off. I don't want to say they were choking it, but it definitely wasn't the same team we saw previously. So we'll see what they've got left in the tank here, if anything. I guess one thing they have going in their favor is they'll get the CT starts here on Nuke. Whether that's their detriment, I don't know, because FaZe are hitting very hard right now. They build up that momentum once again and get another good start here. It could be curtains for MOUZ Sports in the grand final. Done a great job to make it this far as well, but I think they'll be disappointed if it goes down in another convincing manner for FaZe, because I think a lot of people have said, like, sure, FaZe are considered the #1 team right now, but as a unit, tactically, MOUZ have looked like one of the best teams in this tournament. So we need to start seeing that right here, right now.
Yeah, there's no more time for them to really wait. They need to step it up at a big level. Somebody has to be able to match Robs in his output. Gotta say, the other problem, we mentioned Carrigan, but Twist, obviously, mechanically on that Mirage map was just out of control.
Yeah.
Classic Twist performance, one of the reasons why he is such a scary player. So just the trifecta between the three of them.
And Brokey as well.
And Brokey,
he was solid with the AWP. Nothing too flashy, nothing too unthinkable with the rifle itself, but he was just hitting the shots that really counted, and we couldn't say that in the semifinals about himself. Torji on your screen there, he needs to wake up. He was an unstoppable force throughout this tournament, carrying MOUZ Sports with the AWP. Just didn't have any impact whatsoever on Mirage, and that's going to have to change. The problem is it's Nuke and his T side. He won't really get much of a chance to use it too often. So he'll start on the CT forces here. If you can put up a solid outside defense, maybe it will be enough here. But up against this hard-hitting FaZe Clan, I feel like 2-0 is likely, but I would love to be proven wrong. It's just historically FaZe always beat MOUZ on this particular map.
Yes. That is a good point to bring up. It's what we've seen time and time again. I mean, I was ready. I think there was a little bit of a discussion on the desk, right? I was ready to throw my lot in with MOUZ at the start of this. I don't know if I said so, but I really thought, just looking at the form of FaZe coming into it, I was fooled as well. I was tricked into thinking, you know what, they're a little bit weak today, but they show up in the grand final like an hour after winning the semifinal. They're in the grand final, and boom, they just look so good.
Yeah, and bear in mind, MOUZ did have to play a semifinal today as well against Astralis. They got the job done. It was a 2-1, a long game as well, but they had that, what, like 3-4 hour window. I was thinking, like, is that a good thing? Do you get to kind of refuel, re-energize yourself, or are you just waiting and having to warm back up again into the game?
Yeah.
So it's an interesting conversation there. Looks like it didn't affect FaZe whatsoever. I thought the adrenaline dump and a 3-mapper against ENCE would be too much to recover from, but they're looking stronger than ever. It's the first time they actually got a good start on a map. It was after that series.
And they didn't let go of it. They just powered on through.
Yeah, there was no moment there. Like, all the rounds were pretty, like, comprehensive, right? There wasn't like any insane clutches or any 3v1 slipping away. Every round they did win, it was just like business as usual. Get the opening kills, execute, bomb down, and then you're forcing MOUZ to save each and every time. Now, no one seemed to want to take much of a risk there. Like that Jimmy 2 versus 1 as well. I was building him up. I said, these are the sort of rounds he wins. The bomb was ticking away, but he didn't want to take the chance. He wanted to conserve the money, which is understandable. But in the grand final, if you're going to win these trophies, I think you have to make some of those superstar plays.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think at the end, they just, they ran out of rounds. Maybe those are some of the rounds. It is risky, but there maybe was a chance. I don't disagree. My God, I mean, how do you, like, winning the pistol here is going to be huge for MOUZ just to get the momentum going their way. Starting on the CT side, it's possible, but it's such an elusive map. It's my favorite map, Nuke, so I'll look forward to it.
It is your favorite map, and as I can see, it looks like we are good to go. We don't have to run to our computers this time. We are ready for the freeze time itself, as we will see FaZe, as mentioned, starting on the T side here. They've got an HE Anders. That suggests maybe an upper rush at this point. You're nading open towards the squeaky door, smoke towards main, Molotov heaven. That would be amazing. We'll see if Robs wants to go for it. There's the nade and the Molotov coming through as Julies of exertion to defend. No initial rush. We're going towards the ramp room now. It's Jimmy to defend, a solid anchor. We've seen it time and time again. It goes to a bit of a standstill. Smoke down towards main this time. Shui with the first kill.
Look at this exertion, just being shot in the toes. They actually saw him, Brokey. That's a great pickoff. Still a chance here to bring it back now. 4 versus 3. Torshi going to get the headshot, and Knife is out. He wants to stab someone coming down the stairs. Well, the ladder's already frozen there, getting a kill. 2 versus 4. This is looking interesting.
It's a bit of a mess of a round here from FaZe. Whatever they had in mind, the wheels have fallen off. There was knifing going on in the vents, and now you're right, it is a 4 versus 2. It's going to have to be brute force to try and save the day. Rain and Brokey, if they can get a plant Anders, that's a victory in its own right. That'll be extra money going forward for those Galils, and I don't think the CTs can justify a full-on swing. Bomb should be planted, so it will be MOUZ winning this pistol almost certainly. If they can take care of Rain, okay, I was about to say there's a chance against a few headshots there. Pretty nice victory there from MOUZ, but the bomb gets planted, so that means they will be up against the rifles going forward. Fortunately, 3 players survived for MOUZ as well, and it was interesting for FaZe. Like, it didn't seem like they could really work out what they wanted to do with that, with the nade and the Molotov towards main, and the opening frag on the huts as well. I thought they'd just continue off the back of it, but it was kind of a slow and labored limp in towards that ramp.
Almost felt like they were expecting for there to be an aggressive push on the CTs on the ramp, which maybe could have been triggered by the initial shots there towards the squeak door, but yeah, just looked very strange. I agree, they didn't really get much out of the grenades, so yeah, bomb plant will help them out a tiny bit here. You're right.
I would say a lot. Look at all this. We've got Mac 10s as well, so it suggests something quite quick, but Carrigan will get himself towards the hut. Lark smoke has been deployed, so Exertion trying to deal with that and jump in the smoke himself, deny entry towards the vents. And we have got pretty much all the FaZe members ready to breach in towards the upper bomb site here. Carrigan so good with his Mac 10 usually, but completely blind. Robs will find the trade, and Exertion lying in wait. This was his moment. He's done so much damage. Frozen will chime in as well, and they fend them off. Just Brokey remains, and this is the star MOUZ we're looking for. 4 versus 1. 0 chance he can win this round, but maybe he can cause some financial issues. But Jimmy, he'll be patrolling towards that ramp room. Very convincing from MOUZ there, and FaZe get nothing done in round number 2.
That is so close. If they get the kill on the anchor on the bomb site itself, I think that was Carrigan leading that charge with the Mac 10. If he could have landed 1 or 2 more bullets, they probably at least had a bomb plant, and they could have been a little bit more interesting, but they just couldn't get the opening. I think it was Frozen holding back there. Either way, 2-0. And some upgraded pistols on this one, at least for FaZe, but this is the kind of dream start that MOUZ have really been hoping for, right? You lose that opening map, you want to get into the second one with a little bit more passion, and so far so good.
Indeed. Oh, okay, that's not bad either. Carrigan might get a second one here. He lined up for it. Finds that first Eagle headshot, but frags starting to fall out of their grasp. Now, bear in mind, they don't have the Kevlar, so they're very squishy out there on the battlefield. And Brokey will find a second kill. Looks like they are probably done here, as it will be 3-0 for MOUZ. Lost bonus accumulating. They do have another buy available to them. Brokey probably doesn't need the AWP on the T side of Nuke, but MOUZ, as you mentioned, pretty much the best start they could probably hope for here. First gun round will be indicative as to which way this half is going. At least they were kept modest with a couple of frags. There's Carrigan opening things up. Oh my God. I didn't realize Frozen was actually jumping en route towards credit card there. Beautiful shot. Not known for them, but we'll take that all day long. And here we go. First gun round, first smoke deployed as well. T-side looking to maybe just make their way towards Secret. An old school setup here. The classic wall of smokes. Carrigan to provide the third.
Yeah, going to be put in right at the end. We'll see. They're going to try and blow it up. No, it's going to be a Molotov on the other side with the spray coming through. Actually, that could have been a lot more damage.
Yeah.
But they're down. They're down below. And this is interesting. They got the bomb with them. Torchy flexing that AWP, but he wants a second kill. And he's going to walk into the shot instead. Brokey taking him down. 4 versus 4. And a late kill out here for Carrigan. That's huge.
He is looking extra crispy right now. Hitting shots you might not expect from the old boy. Jimmy's in trouble. He's found Rops, and it's going to be a 4 versus 2 now. Nice smoke from Exertion to provide a little bit of breathing room, I suppose, because they are now in a world of trouble. Shui will join him. They'll control the lobby as FaZe coordinate their final play here. Should be their round all day long. Exertion, though, like I said, with that smoke down, gives them a chance to get ready for potential heaven flank.
It's going to be Shui down below. If there was less time on the clock, this I think would be a lot more exciting. But the fact that it's still 35 seconds, they should have time to set up and sort of block everything out, cover the bomb. If this was about 15 seconds less on the clock, I think Sui has a chance to stop the bomb plant, but it's very unlikely at the moment. Although FaZe are moving slowly, so we'll see if I have to eat my words here. A little bit of a kill on the Carrigan. It's a start at least. 19 seconds. Bomb not quite being planted. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of delay. 2 versus 3.
I got a feeling MOUZ might be able to pull this one off. This kill might decide it. Exertion brings it down to a 2 versus 1 now. Low HP on these FaZe players. Admirable attempt, I have to say. The fact they even bring it down to a close scenario there. Looked like they were done and dusted in the round, but it's going to be the first for FaZe here on their T-side campaign. Now, what's the money looking like for MOUZ? Some of these rounds have been very close indeed. All 5 players went down there. They've got $2,000 on a couple. So they are going to purchase up. They've got enough for an AWP and a couple of rifles here as well. And as I said, Carrigan's hitting some absolute bangers out there, Anders.
Yeah, he is.
Like that Deagle shot towards credit card. Long-range AK tap as well. Yeah, more of that, please. Absolutely. It's going to be the 4 spy for MOUZ, though. And you're going to have to rely on Torchy. As we mentioned, he didn't really step up in Mirage, but he's had an amazing tournament up against Brokey here. An interesting position as well, but it's going to be Exertion with the first frag. I dare say Torchy's got the second, but through the smoke, Brokey will find him. He gets tagged on route. Oh, God, what is that? Through the smoke, he finds Frozen. I have no idea how.
Nobody does, Henry. Nobody does. I can't believe it. I need to see a replay. Something must have given it away.
Was he spamming through the smoke? Maybe there was a few bullet holes shown, but still, that is remarkable. Exertion now. He's down towards lower. He managed to find Rops at the start. But this is like a one and done position. There's the one, and it's done as well. He's the only player down towards lower, so a good attempt. He might want to consider the save here. Might be the operative word. Shui's got past, but he gives a sound cue away. Carrigan continues to play very well in this grand final. And Jimmy, I'm afraid he is done in this round once again. He'll have no choice but to save.
Yeah, I think he was. If they could have got a kill on the other side there, it would have been interesting. Maybe they could have made it a 2-on-2 and gone for the eventual defuse. But 1 versus 3, bit of a different calculation. Not really going to be worth it. So FaZe finding a second round. That leg shot onto Brokey. That was a huge difference maker. If instead Torchy gets the kill outside on Brokey, then they just probably win the round right then and there. The fact that he got the kill for the smoke, though, I still can't really comprehend how that works.
We've got to see that on the replay. I think we need slow motion, zoom in, enhance, just to see what the hell happened there, because he gets tagged and you think, okay, his round's done. He got the trade. So this is the first kill. You think, wow, amazing awareness here. But speak about awareness on this second flick down. There was nothing, no indication that Frozen was there.
Unbelievable.
My
That's
God.
a disgusting kill.
Yeah, and it might cost MOUZ everything here. They save an M4, sure, but it's USPs otherwise. 3-3, looking incredibly likely here. They'll nade off the door. Brokey go for the pick towards A main. Takes a little bit of damage from the nade itself, but it's okay. Where is Jimmy positioned? Off on the anchor, normally towards the ramp room. He's down in the window room right now. I think he's going to head towards Secret.
I like that. I much prefer people to be active if you have this 1 M4. I think you need to go look for something to create some of the openings for your team, rather than just hanging out in ramp and sort of hoping that people show up. But
it's all come down to the timing here. Rain's got a great bit of insights. He seems to know the potential of Jimmy. But if he goes down with nothing here, yeah, he does. He wasn't in a great position there to deal with the repeak, so they're going to have to go towards upper and try and plant before those weapons are recovered, Anders. Knowing that Jimmy's down towards Secret, they have to capitalize upon that. Now he gets his second of the round. This is a full eco with one saved M4. They've got a 5 versus 3 now, and the bomb is going to be denied. Oh no, this is an absolute disaster for FaZe. The round is crumbling before their very eyes. Robs to save the day once again. Brings it back into at least a feasible situation for them. Great shot from Twist. 2-on-2. Are they stabilizing?
It feels like it. Nobody had checked the site. They didn't know about the USP. What a disastrous mistake there for FaZe. Looks like they are recovering ever so slightly. Torshi showing up with a AK in hand, stolen from outside, but it's Robs and Twist to save the day. And Twist there with the first 2 kills of the second map for himself. So good to see him announce himself a little bit here in the server.
Just when it needed him most as well, Anders. I can't believe the USP almost denied absolutely everything there. Shout out to Jimmy once again. An absolute nuisance. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile every goddamn time. It comes down to an absolute scramble in the upper bomb side, but it will be 3-3. 3 in a row for FaZe now on their T side of their map pick. Money stabilizing, as we do have the Torshi AWP once again. In terms of grenades, though, they have everything they need. They're just addressing that situation now, taking the timeout. Already a map down. It was a convincing victory for FaZe on Mirage. The pick of MOUZ, 13-7. In terms of kits, I don't think we have one available. They've barely got utility here, Anders.
Yeah, they're going to be lacking some of that for sure. Lacking a couple of grenades as well on the CAC side. But round number 7 is live.
The good news is they can just win one of these rounds. FaZe haven't got a huge bankroll in reserve. So, sure, they've got nice momentum behind them. 3 rounds in a row, but they've all been very close, especially against those pistols as well. That should have been a great chance for a cash injection, but it doesn't happen. Round number 7 underway here. Back outside we go. Bear in mind the Torshi AWP is time up towards the air conditioning unit.
They're going to smoke it off. Let's see. Molotov on the other side. Frozen has an HE as well. If they wanted to blow it open, he could. Torshi missing a shot, but Frozen will get one anyway. That's on Carrigan on the other side. And there's the shot through the smoke. That seems like justice from the previous round. It's Rain to receive, though. And a 5 versus 3. And for FaZe, it makes it a very, very hard round to come back into.
Yeah, that can be the issue with these new school smokes. Like if it was a player, an AWP specifically towards Heaven or the AC units, they will have vision. As Jimmy, solid as ever towards the ramp, confirms the round here. 5-on-2. A minute to work with, though. And bear in mind, it's Robs and Twist, 2 of the deadliest players in all of Counter-Strike with these rifles. They will give this their best shot and see if they can make at least a dent here against MOUZ.
Yeah, make it expensive, right? Even if you're not going to be able to win the round, or unlikely to be winning the round here, still just trying to even take a little bit more away. There's Robs. Oh my God! He just deleted. Oh shit! It's unbelievable! He will get taken down. I don't even know what just happened. Twist gets into the kill. Still a 1 versus 2. About 20 seconds left. They're already out. Jim Hat's already up on the rafters. Good movement, and they're going to be able to clear out the round. But my God, he just tore open space-time for that kill, Henry.
Seldom am I lost for words, Anders, but that shot was a thing of beauty. We said these 2 players were dangerous, but good Lord. Those opening kills and toward the upper bomb site, that's ungodly. We'll see them take a tactical pause. We know the money's low, but they're keeping MOUZ modest with those few frags they find. And like we said, these new school smokes allows Torchi to have some vision over the top. It was Carrigan that tried to beat the smoke once again, blowing those smokes open. That's a nice alley-oop set up there as Torchi took down Rain, but this second shot, oh my God. Stunning.
That has to be somehow faster than even he realizes. Like, he himself must be surprised when that happens. Like, oh yeah, that happened. The rifle just with a mind of its own. 4-3 the scoreline, but that suddenly became a lot more expensive than MOUZ would have wanted. Ending up with a 3-person loss there after practically winning the round already. Exertion, the spray is good. The grenade would have helped out, but either way, he was going to get the kill there on Carrigan. Now they can slow it down. Don't have to be so aggressive there. It's a 4 versus 5 once again. Still on the Mac 10. Fair enough.
They've done very well to find these opening kills, MOUZ. And oh, Zoshan, I never like seeing this one. It always scares me when someone goes with a knife in the vent, but looks like no one will be trying to dive down there for now at least. 1 minute 20. This was a force buy from FaZe. You can see it operating with a couple of pistols here, a couple of rifles. Already lost Carrigan en route. Have to do this without their captain. Very strong smoke down towards the squeaky door position just as they were getting ready to pop out towards upper. So we'll have to sit back and wait. It's rain on the roof. I assume he's going to Molotov the huts.
Yeah,
and then they're just going to make their way through. That's all they really can do at this stage. Hope for the best. There's a double stack towards Squeaky, though. Here comes the Molotov. Exertion to take the bait and set up Shui.
Rops has to get the double, otherwise this is really going to fall apart. 35 seconds, he's going to get none of it. Exertion hunting him down with the SMG. He's going to get that one. They're out on the site, and they might get the bomb plant, but they're locked into it. That's not where you want to be. They're in a dreadful position back here. Just twists on his own, and he is going to get overwhelmed. That's actually such a great round for MOUZ. Just giving up the bomb plant, not necessarily a big deal in this particular round. I just feel like having them locked in that position, you knew they were never going to get out.
Lovely stuff. You're dead on. Really good setup as well. Exertion looking strong as you like with the MP9 towards the squeaky door. The perfect weapon for the job, really. Continues to deny access towards the vents. Smoke utilization has been spot on. And this is looking much better for MOUZ, operating as a 5-man unit rather than relying on their star players. That was the force buy, bear in mind, as well. So at least the bomb got planted, but it's more of the same. This time, Deagles, some Kevlar, mainly an Eco there. They've got 4 smokes, so maybe just a wall of smokes towards outside. Send everyone down there, try and get the bomb planted with rain towards the silo as well. It's Torji patrolling the outside area. He will lose vision momentarily.
Yeah, I think especially sick if you can actually get the bomb plant. You could leave one player, you know, hunting with the Deagles outside. But so far, they're not getting down at all. The hard stoppage on the Rops must be a delight right now to MOUZ every time they find a kill on Rops, no matter which round it's in. Sui with a potential, a little bit of a lineup here, and he will get a double. A little bit labored at the start of it, but who really cares? Torshi handling this in rain. Looked like he didn't even stop for that shot. Okay, so it's still a little bit expensive here. One more kill would make a huge difference to Rain. He's got about a minute to try and find it in.
Yeah, he's just hoping Exertion maybe plays himself here. And that MP9 comes back the horn that once again, he is such a menace with the weapon. And MOUZ actually posting a few rounds in a row here. 3 to be exact. And just 3 more to go as we go 6-3. Money should be stable enough for a full buy here on FaZe side now. They need a couple more rounds, though. I'd say 4 or 5 would be fine on their map pick. But it's MOUZ that are looking like a real solid unit here. Torji finding some good form as well. As we get into round number 10, ladies and gentlemen, it's your second map at the grand final here at CAC 2023. He's taking on MOUZ, number 1 and number 2 in the world right now.
That's a lot more respectable. MOUZ, what a wake-up call it must have been in that opening map to run into that caliber of FaZe. But now they're matching that energy a little bit.
Okay, that's a good call. So the fact that Rops is now identified, Torji is towards the ramp of the AWP right now. They might start to swinging themselves towards Secret, and that's exactly the call here, Anders. Molotov down to deny access, and Carrigan to leap through the smoke once again. Oh, God, it doesn't work out whatsoever. The wheels are falling off here. Exertion sprays 2 of them down. They got the information the AWP was towards the ramp, but they had no idea Exertion was lying in wait. Jimmy should have the advantage here against Rops. Waiting for the smoke to fade. He seems to know exactly what's going on here. He's going to take him down, no questions asked, and gets him before the smoke even drops. It's too easy. He's got a big smile on his face.
Again, not a player with big stage experience, but certainly understood what was happening there. Brokey in a 1 versus 4, so he's maybe going to try and find another kill if somebody walks into it, but apart from that, getting the bomb plant down in a round like this could be very, very tricky. It would be nice, though, in terms of the round loss bonus and the overall lack of cash that they have on that side, so going to set up a little bit.
Oh, no.
Absolutely called out. That's pretty sick. Jim Fan with a good couple of kills in this one, too.
So the script's been reversed here. No one thought MOUZ would be able to touch FaZe on a map like Nuke. They've got them on the ropes now, though. After winning the pistol, getting that 3-0 start, they offered 3 rounds in return, but now it's 4 straight for MOUZ. Just 2 rounds left of play. Money's not great, Anders. They've got $2,900 in terms of the loss bonus, so that's $3K across the FaZe unit here. So they can justify Tech-9s and armor once again, but they're looking to steal one of these rounds away. They need a shot in the arm right now. Need to be picked up because this one is starting to slip away from them. 3 will do. 3 is fine on T side of Nuke. 4 at this stage, I think, would be pretty massive for them. If they can find on this round, that would be impressive. Have a look back at this shot from Jimmy as well, just straight through the smoke. Robs hasn't really had a chance to get going here.
Yeah, in the olden days, maybe you could get that bomb plant just sitting inside of it.
Right.
With the HEs alive, not so much.
It's a mechanic we're still getting used to.
It is. Yeah, I think that we're not even seeing like the tip of the iceberg of what's possible with this kind of stuff. Everyone is obviously theory crafting around it, but...
So here are the Tech-9s, Anders. Once again, trying to take advantage of the fact that Torgy's being quite mobile right now. He's moving himself around the map. If they can get down towards Secret, that would be great. That's a very powerful incentive. They just have to run the gauntlet. They got to take damage on route here, and it will be Rain to take the majority of it. But the good news is they've got a player in towards the vents. This is actually quite a powerful spot. Jimmy rotating through, AK-47 getting towards the silo. Zertion to back him up as well. First frag will be absolutely everything here, and it will be MOUZ to pick it up.
He got dinked as well, Exertion. He could have been dead if another bullet had connected, so pretty scary stuff, but you're absolutely right. That first kill really changing this round. MOUZ have a good read still. They have 2 people down here. We'll see if Exertion falls. It's going to get real spicy for Jimmy, who's on the other side of the bomb site, and alone, he might have to do a lot more work than he wants to here. Nice pre-fire, but it's not quite enough. And now, Jimfat's on his own.
Yeah, but he's the rock of Counter-Strike. So difficult to remove him when he's set up as the anchor. 30 seconds remaining. They have to go down towards lower. There's no 2 ways about it. And it's such a strong position that Jimmy's got himself set up with. He thrives in these sort of scenarios, chomping at the bit to find his first kill. There it is, looking for the second. Robs will find him, and the bomb will be planted here. There's Karrigan on a famous lurk of his. Finds the AWP Torgy. Is this the round they can steal away, Anders?
And they will now. Broky getting the shot. You're absolutely right. What a timing there for Karrigan, just as the rotation was coming in. So a 1 versus 3. He's got only the kit right now to work with. That's his only tool in the arsenal to try and get onto the site, and he's already been spotted out. Shot twice by Karrigan at that range. And again, it's the captain of FaZe coming in with a pretty big round right there. 7-4. They really badly needed this one.
Oh, they absolutely did. They needed a miracle round, and it's delivered. Pretty standard stuff, though. Like we said, Tech-9's armor, a few smokes. You could do the outside wall of smokes there, and hopefully get players down towards Secret. And it was quite a slow rotation. They had Robs in towards event, meaning that CTs had to come through ramp. Jimmy only good for the 1 frag there, and Karrigan with the most important kill of them all, finding Torgy on the rotation with that P250. Ignites FaZe once again. The final round of this first half. Broky taking matters into his own hands. The first time he's had a T-side AWP here. And Torgy, like we said, he's been nimble, agile across the map. This time aggressive towards T-Red. Looking to make that first incision once more. Pretty heavily committed position.
Bit of a Molotov landing there behind Torgy somewhere. Nobody really knows that he's here, and Frozen is going to be the main distraction, so we'll see. Oh my god, they line up! 2 for 1! Taking down Karrigan and Twiston. This is going to be blowing up in the FaZe for FaZe. There's nothing they can do about it. Robs and Broky, 2 versus 4 now, as Broky's trying to somehow flick them back into the round, looking for the kill against Frozen. But he's hard to find, and the more time that passes, the worse it's going to get. Backup started to get here, 8-4 at the end of it. MOUZ with a really impressive first half. And look at Exertion, he's got 14 kills.
Yeah, he's back, baby. Exertion looking strong. Torgy showing some great form as well. He's second in the scoreboard. Everyone turning up from MOUZ, and that's what we asked for. After Mirage, it was a pretty flat, underwhelming performance. We had a couple of exciting moments from Jimmy. That was about it. Otherwise, the rest of MOUZ looked very, very underwhelming indeed. So the fact they've got 8 rounds now on their opponent's map pick, everyone's contributing. They've had a solid understanding of what they were up against there, winning the clutches. I feel like they're in good stead here to take us to the 3rd map of Overpass. You can see FaZe starting to shrink. A lot of pressure now. 4 rounds, like I said, it will do, but it's certainly not ideal, Anders. Just look at the scoreboard as well. We've got Rain 2-12. He died every single round, didn't really get going there at all. Twist 5-10. The top is Broky with 10 frags, but it's moving on to the CT side now. They win the pistol. Bear in mind, if you get the follow-up conversions, then say a 3-0, all of a sudden it's 8-7. So this game is far from over in MR12, but Torji sets himself up the collateral to open things up there. A beautiful display. That's more like it from him. Frozen as well. Little crossfire setup. Rops denied entry towards ramp once again. This pistol could mean everything for MOUZ. They win this one, we're likely going to Overpass.
Feels like so much of the first half was Jimfat and Rops as well fighting towards the ramp room, just one versus
Anders.
one. Oh yeah, they are going for it straight away. Rain has had a terrible nuke map so far, and he gets blown up, but the dualies are coming back into it, and look who's hunting Brokey, relentlessly trying to chase them down. He wants to stop the bomb plant, but he's getting shot at the back of the head. It's just 2A left, 1 versus 3, and he does get that first kill. Has the bomb in his back pocket, so he could go wherever he wants at this point.
Yeah, a bit of panic there from FaZe, I have to say, and Shui's got a fighting chance of only 6 bullets in the Glock. USP doesn't connect, and now he does get that reload in. This is chaotic to say the very least. It's unclear who takes it.
They don't know that he's back here. He closed the door. They have no idea. I think, did they spot him now? I think they maybe did. He's hunting for it. He's looking for it. At least he could maybe open up a space for the bomb plant here. What an elusive play from Sui so far.
Yeah, the fact he gets the bomb down, we said it before, it does guarantee Galil's going forward. Maybe he can still win this. It would be unthinkable to think that he finds all the headshots required, but it's now down to a 1 versus 1. Karrigan needs to try and best him with no kit as well. Low HP for Shui, to 36 points of health. He needs to duck and weave his way out of this situation. Biding his time, Karrigan, oh, he does hit the shot. Does he have time for the defuse? I think it's absolutely fine. I didn't have quite the audio cue there, but it will be a 1v1 victory. But there was every world that he hits that last headshot and Karrigan goes down. He leaves the round with 19 points of health. A sigh of relief for FaZe there. That should have been theirs all day long. Absolute pandemonium ensues once they start jumping down the vent, trying to just force out those frags to deny the plant. It was an absolute upper rush. You could see that, but the opening frag suggests he didn't really have to chase after them in this sort of sense. And Twist, he got himself caught in a really rough spot, and fair play to Shu. He brought it right down to the 1 versus 1. He doesn't win the round, but he went above and beyond for his teammates there. Gets that plant through. They definitely have the Galils coming out in round number 2 here. So, a tactical timeout called by MOUZ Sports. They know this round is everything. If you lose this, Anders, that's the 3-0 I spoke of, and that's when we get back to 8-7. So it's 8-5 right now. They'll have maybe even the advantage in terms of firepower here, but they need to work out how they're going to operate with the Galils, with the basic utility, and maybe they just need to go for the haymaker, maybe another fast-paced strategy, something unexpected, maybe a few MAC-10s in the mix.
Whatever it takes. See if you can knock FaZe out really early on. I'm waiting patiently right now for Rain to get back into this game. He's 2-13 at the moment. He was great on the opening map, so we know he's got it, but yeah, just maybe, you know, a round of flex on them, get himself activated on this one. That'd be huge. Twist. I got this glimpse of someone there. Not that many nades either on the CT side, so not around where they can Molotov and smoke things off wherever here. Rob's holding the ramp with just an MP9 and no backup. What a prospect. Now, with the right timing, you can obviously get the jump off, you get the straight headshot, you fall back down. But he is sticking around. Looks like he's all in committed to it. Brokey, I don't know if he can even get here in time. He's the closest player by. They're going to be walking around the corner. Instant shutdown. What an opening. I mean, FaZe might almost have to save this quicker than they want.
I think so. The fact they've got 2 players down the vents quickly, it's promising at least. But Shui's almost certainly got Karrigan looking for one more as well. Twist is going to be done for. I think they have to save at this point. 4 versus 2. Rain and Brokey not fancying it. Back up the ladder they go. And it's all down to that nice, slow, calculated ramp play there. Knowing the tendencies of Robs to pre-fire towards the first boxes and exertion. He's not going to let them save a damn thing here. He wants to go on the hunt. Finds Brokey. Looking for the double spray down. Rain will survive for now. The bomb's planted. This is a massive round for MOUZ to win. As we stated before, if they could do this, after getting the bomb planted, sure, Shui didn't win the 1 versus 3, but it enabled them success here in round number 2.
Yeah, absolutely did. My God. The clean of that ramp position, I'm a little bit surprised, but I mean, I'm not going to be questioning Robs. He's been playing some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen in a long time throughout this whole tournament.
It's a pretty committed position. If he gets like 1.5 there, great, job done. If he was playing more of a position, like you said, just to get the information, drop down, that might have been more welcome in this particular situation, but he just didn't anticipate the 5-man pounce towards the ramp, and of course the pre-fire as well. And that's going to be a huge round for MOUZ to find. Only 3 players survive as well, so that's going to be interesting going forward. We've got a rifle in the hands of Rain. But in terms of the cash, I think they have to force buy back themselves now. So pressure onto FaZe once again. 9-5. Lose this one, you're full eco. And then just a couple of rounds away from defeat. This is the clear from Shuey. Like I said, he's probably aware of the tendencies of Rops. They've already played Nuke against his team once. Exertion. Worthwhile hunt. Sure, he goes down at the end. The fact he denies a rifle for Brokey, that is absolutely massive. So it is the force buy.
They've been playing Nuke, but they have not been able to win Nuke against FaZe. That's the reason why going into this one, everyone's a little bit nervous for MOUZ, but they are putting it together very nicely at the moment. Decent grenade outside there. Exertion, he is the main man to take down at the moment on the MOUZ side of things. Still taking some liberties inside, just with the MAC-10 washing through, and Rain unable to do anything right now. He's still only got 3 kills. It's Brogy with the Deagle. And that M4 is lost outside for the minute. Rops, how much could you really do sitting inside of the flames? It turns out it's absolutely nothing. One headshot would have maybe given them a little bit to work with, but this is again MOUZ just powering through the map and making it a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, just a matter of time before MOUZ pick this round up, I'm afraid. Twists with the CZ down towards Secret. Brokey, Desert Eagle already found a kill in towards ramp, but this would be a complete fumble if MOUZ gave this one up somehow. Torgy, M4, patrolling the vents. And just biding their time. It's absolutely okay. Want to make sure they get everything covered.
I respect this a lot for MOUZ. Why give it up? Why not just play it super safely? Don't make any real assumptions. You can lose these rounds. You're
Definitely
up against some really, really hard-hitting players.
Both CTs down towards lower, though, so that bomb will be planted. Round done. Double digits. And FaZe might just be better off saving the CZ and the Deagle, because like I said, it's full eco going to the next round. They'll be getting $1,900 per player, and the scoreline will be 10-5. This would be another historic FaZe comeback if they can do it, because the chips are down now.
Is the M4 still in the yard, or did they actually throw it away? All right, there we go. So nobody picked that up on the MOUZ side of things. That's probably what FaZe are thinking about, just hoping to see if they could catch that at the end of the round, perhaps. Although MOUZ are aware that that is a potential play. Frozen is nearby to try and stop it, so doubt if they're going to be allowed. Yeah, there we go. All right, he's going to steal it for himself. And I guess FaZe, they've heard the footsteps. They're realizing we're not going to make it up those stairs really ever, so... What a brilliant second map for MOUZ after they look so defeated on that first one.
Yeah, displaying great character.
Absolutely.
Bouncing back as a unit as well, not relying on an individual member. Everyone looking strong across the board here. Exactly what the doctor ordered. This might be another tactical timeout, you never know, but as mentioned, FaZe can only really bring a CZ and a Deagle saved in the previous round. 11-5 looking very likely here. They have a couple of pieces of utility, a flash and a smoke, most notably. 2 players towards main. Nothing giving away the starts here. MOUZ is going to be smoking off the choke points, then Shuey opening things up. Nice shot towards Brokey.
One of the main themes we've been talking about in CS2 so far has really been how many, back and forth rounds there have been. I must say, both teams, when they have the lead right now, they seem to be doing a great job at holding on to it and not giving up too many things.
Right.
CSAM will do a little bit of work here, but...
It's not a bad frag, to be honest with you. If they can recover that rifle, they might be onto something here, because how many resources can you invest into patrolling an AK-47? I'm not sure you can provide too many, but Carrigan, just at the USP here, had to take the full eco. His money was bottom of the barrel. He had $50 before he came into this round. Smoke's going down. They'll cross towards Secret. There is no CT presence down towards lower currently. Carrigan would do very well to even do any damage at this point. Even if he connects, only does about 6 damage, but there's the AK Anders.
Okay.
Do they want to save it, or maybe try and pull the rug on MOUZ Sports here and rotate down towards lower? It's very telegraphed where they're going. But where is Twist? He stayed towards upper for now. It might just be better to save the rifle going forward. Carrigan, the solo hold, 1v4, USP no armor. Good luck, my friend.
Maybe some really quick headshots on this one. He did open the door at the right time, but the USP is just not the kind of weapon to get a multi-kill in that position, unfortunately. Okay, well, they're kind of showing up to the spot. There's a C-set from the one side. The AK's down on the ground again. So a little bit of an attempt. You look at the clock, there's only about 6 seconds left. So I guess if they had done more of an impact here, maybe they could have just bled the clock out. Would have been maybe possible.
It was certainly worth it. With like the 15 seconds left there, they pounce and get a couple of kills, and there's no chance to plant. Yeah, they maybe steal the round, but very well handled once again from MOUZ, 11-5. As we will see FaZe limping into the next one here. They won the pistol and lost that second round. It's like a death sentence on the CT side in MR12. Your money just gets absolutely wrecked. So 3 in a row now, and they will have a bye, but not much of one. You can see they've had to sacrifice helmets pretty much across the board. Barely any utility. Not a single defuse kit out on the field right now. And this is MOUZ looking to post map point.
Compare the two scoreboards right now. It's such a discrepancy between MOUZ and FaZe. Just Brokey is doing a little bit of work, but everyone else from FaZe is way further behind. And MOUZ are absolutely coming together as a unit, so that tells a bit of a story just on its own. They're 2 rounds away from taking us to a 3rd map in the grand final.
It feels like it's locked in. This is the way grand finals go sometimes, Anders. Yeah, you have 2 pretty quiet maps, pretty one-sided affairs, and you get a banger in the 3rd. Because, yeah, MOUZ looked weak on Mirage. Now FaZe haven't really showed up to Nuke thus far, but they are the masters of the comeback. Bear that in mind.
That is something we've been crediting with as well, so yeah, maybe we could see something like that.
Like, that's when this grand final really starts to heat up. If FaZe can win this round and start to claw their way back in, you never know. Karrigan, the first to be tested in towards lower. Passes the first test, and I don't think he can get away. Didn't reposition, low HP in the open. He'll be dropped. 4-4 technically favors MOUZ, especially when there's no utility to speak of on the CT side. Literally no grenades, Anders.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue.
It's a massive issue.
Smoke up on the one side so we can focus on this, and I think Rain knows that as soon as he sees the smoke, he's realizing it. They're going to be peeking right at me. We're down to 30 seconds. That is not a lot of time, and that is a player spotted out there. The bomb is coming up into the yard, and it's dropped on the ground with only 20 seconds. Rain, quiet performance from you on this particular map, but that double kill, I think it gives them the round. There's only 17 seconds. I don't think they can get the bomb and plant it at the stage. They're trying their best to open it up, but there's so little time to get in the kills. What on earth is happening? But the bomb is just so far away. Robs, just stay hidden, and you're going to be fine.
Oh my God, they almost gave it up, Anders. They will win the round there, but what cost? The money's going to be so brittle going forward. That's a hollow victory if ever I've seen one.
Yes.
Like Jimmy come out and spanks you with a couple of headshots there. He kind of feels like, yeah, you know I really won that round. If we had the bomb, you know I'm winning this round. And yeah, it was great stuff from Rain.
17-4 and
great patience, manages to find those 2 kills. They overlooked the garage position. FaZe needed that desperately, but now they've got an auto shotgun and MP9. This is another must-win round. It's a fully equipped MOUZ Sports here.
Let's go. Auto shotgun in play. I know, Henry, you're not a fan, but
hey, in this sort of situation, desperate times call for desperate measures.
That is true.
I know there's one map the shotgun does do some serious work on. It might be Nuke.
Well, it's Jim Fat through the smoke, taking down Twists. I'm assuming there was a little bit of an action on the other side. He's got it in the vent, so we'll see if he can find something. He's going to be notified by Rain that there's someone coming up behind him, so maybe he could reposition in time. Yeah, he's already good for it here.
All right, Anders. This is the true test of the auto shotgun. If you can find both of these kills, save the day. I take it all back.
Okay, well, he set it up for himself. The slate has been wiped clean. We'll see if he's going to be good for it. Brokey setting up for the first one. Exertion instantly blown up. Torshi's next in line, but he's going to beat it. A good and even trade there, and I think they'll take it. 4 versus 3 still, and about 55 seconds. Rain checking the yard and calling in. They're not falling back, so they've got plenty of time, though, MOUZ.
Yeah.
This is still looking solid.
There's no CT presence down towards lower whatsoever. Is that shotgun enough to dissuade them from going to a lower bomb site? Do they sense it's a setup here? Time will tell. Time's of the essence as well. We've got 30 seconds. If they go up the vents here, it could be very problematic for them. The fact that the solo door is clear, they've got this smoke down now, I think that's round done. Because Jimmy's got the ramp as well. They've got all the extremities of the map covered.
Yeah.
And they're going to find Rain, no problem. So yeah, that's going to be map point locked in. FaZe starting to shrink here on the CT side of Nuke, only posting a couple of rounds. It was the pistol, and then the round they should have had a real comprehensive victory on. They ended up giving up 2 kills away, just winning it by virtue of the clock.
It's such a mystery to me how Jimfat's able to walk into, like, that is the quintessential Jimfat kill right there.
Yeah.
Just slowly walking in, crosshair in the perfect position, enemy looking the other way. Every single time. It's so wild. Your game sense has to be off the charts, because if it happens every once in a while, that's fine. That could be a random factor, but it happens that much, yeah, you have some sense for how the game is played. That's hard to describe. My God. They're really doing it, Henry. MOUZ on a comeback. I think they haven't taken down FaZe or Nuke before.
I think they've already done it. FaZe are the ones looking very flat now. Bear in mind, these teams are going to be exhausted. They've both played arduous games today, especially FaZe, just off the back of a 3-map banger against ENCE. They went the full distance. They already had to provide an amazing comeback. And you can see them starting to falter here on Nuke. Some of their stars dropping off here. We've got no one really in the fragging department looking too scary. We've got Brokey at the top with 13 kills, but then it's everyone else single digits. Rain's recovering his game, 7 and 17 now, but it's Twist 8 and 15. We just need to see a bit more out of them. But they're going to need 6 rounds in a row. And if ever there was a map to do it on, CT side of Nuke, it's possible.
Was that a Rain voodoo doll that he was?
I think I missed it. I was looking at the scoreboard. I just caught a little figurine and I came back. Maybe it was.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's in the rulebook. I think if you can use voodoo to make one of the best players on the other team worse, then go for it.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working, Anders. See what he can do. Normally patrolling towards outside, and he's had a rough run of it so far. Exertion with assertion out here. Gets himself towards T-Red. There isn't much of a pushback. The CTs haven't provided any aggressive stance towards outside. It's just going to be Rain trying to find them through the smokes, delay them with the utility. Got that M4A4. One of the few they have. It's SMGs otherwise. Twist, Carrigan, and Brokey operating with the MP9s. Grenade does no damage. As MOUZ just trying to bleed FaZe dry here. Get rid of all their grenades. They know the money's tight. It's a bit of a desperate position from Rops as well. Commonly checked, commonly pre-fired. If he gets away with it, what a play it will be, but...
Ooh. Torshi, if he hadn't swapped the gun out there, I think he just probably has that kill. You're right, it is commonly checked. Rops had a really hard time on his Nuke map. Everywhere he's gone, he's run into either Jimfat to just beat him over at the ramp, or like this, running into Exertion, who's the other top performer on the MOUZ side for this particular map. So, first kill, 4 more to go here, and MOUZ can see a 3rd map in the grand final. I'm so impressed. They really did get beat up a lot on Mirage, but it didn't deter them. They're right back in, full energy and full steam ahead at the moment. 28 seconds. That maybe is the only problem here. They're running the clock a little bit low, but there's nobody down below from the CT side. Rain's going to get a kill on Frozen. Oh, but here we go. We're back. Sniped by the MP9. 16 seconds on the clock. They need to find this bomb plant right now.
Yeah, here we go. The plant will come through almost certainly, but the CTs are hunting. I think they've done enough here. Twitch, you better finish things off. There's Torchi with the Desert Eagle. There was a chance. If he gets that kill, you never know. Maybe he can clutch it out, guarantee the map, but it will be FaZe hanging on by a thread. As they post round number 7 here, 3 players survive. That's the best looking round they've had on the CT side so far, Anders, and it was with 3 SMGs, yeah. They get the job done, though. MP9's prevailing.
Yeah, the first guy on the bomb side was so low on health that the MP9 was able to burst him down at range. This kill here doesn't, I think it's fine for Rain, but obviously, and then Carrigan, I don't know where he found the kill on Jimfat, but he did.
Wow,
tremendous.
The campaign starts here. 5 required from FaZe. Finally, a bit of firepower behind their setup as well. Got AKs, orbs, everything they need. It's their map pick. Just got to take it 1 round at a time.
Give him credit to Rain as well. He started to come alive. He really had a bad start to this map. I hate to say, but it's true. But he's up to 9 now. He's playing such a pivotal position out in that yard and towards Mini, so, you know, having him play well is essential to this defense. All right, yard smoke, a little bit late being set up, that's fine. We were running low on time in the last round, but got plenty of it now. It's going to be Rob's put to the test once again.
Difficult position to find multiple frags from here, Anders. Good to get the 1. But now you're out in the open, surrounded by T's. And he's done very well indeed. This is more like it from Robs. steals away the hat trick. Leaves Chewy in a 5 versus 1 here. A solid ramp hold and a clean sweep for FaZe as they start to stand tall here on Nuke. This is more like it. They've sabotaged the finances as well. We're not done here. 2-0 is still on the cards.
Fighting for overtime is FaZe. And you're absolutely right. Getting a multi-kill on that one. You're so exposed. The right-hand side of the box was being held by an AWP. The AK was chasing him down on the other side, but he still found it, and he got some backup right at the end. Finds the triple. It must be a real sigh of relief there for Ops, because, again, it's been a tough game for him as well.
That might light the fire beneath him, though, Anders. Like, he needs these sort of rounds just to get in the zone, get himself fired up. Leading by example, Rain starting to chime in as well. This is a beautiful kill through the vent. No celebrations just yet for FaZe. They're not feeling it until they get to double digits. But now they're starting to get stronger and stronger. This is the Royal Flush setup. You got 4 AK-47s and the AWP on the CT side. If ever you're going to bring this game back, this is the start of that campaign.
And they finally have money for actually all the grenades. I don't think they've had that yet on the CT side.
So we're not done here yet.
Miserable.
We are not done by a long shot.
Let's find out. This one especially should be a lot easier. Tech-9 and an AK and not that much else to work with. Especially with an upgraded pistols, but otherwise should be one of the easier rounds for FaZe to pick up. Timing, smokes outside. They're going to be coming through the hut with 3 people. That's a good spray. That's just timing alone. They don't lose a single player, and Brokey gets to warm up the AWP, gets a double kill for himself. 12-9. You can almost feel it coming. This is FaZe specialty.
Yeah, you can see their body language changing. Starting to sit upright. The fist bumps coming through.
You know, something that the analyst desk brought up earlier in the tournament is one of the cool things about FaZe, because they do so many of these comebacks, is the fact that it's not a question, it's not a conversation. Do you think we can come back? I know we've proven it 10 times already that we can. So of course we can do it, right? You don't have that doubt in your brain. You just know we are the team that could do it. So that must be an interesting way to play the game for sure. Not many teams are going to be able to do any kind of comeback like the ones that FaZe are, but they're trying for it one more time.
This is how they like it, Anders. 12-6 down. And now with 3 rounds in a row. Absolutely everything they need to make this comeback a reality. Rob's starting to feel it. They've got the AK-47s. The perfect weapon for the job for the one-taps. Rain patrolling outside once again. It's a Galil for Frozen. Bear in mind, he went for the hero AK in that previous round. Didn't do much for them, didn't get the plant, so has to make do with the lesser of the rifles here. Great job from Rain. Good disciplined re-peek there. Didn't overstep the mark. Confirms the 5-on-4.
That's exactly what they wanted. And of all the players they could have taken down, it's Exertion as well to fall, the real playmaker.
Yeah.
Who's been opening up so many rounds on this map for MOUZ. Getting rid of him is going to be a huge deal. Twist, does he see it? He does see the hit, and Suhei's in a lot of trouble. The Molotov as well, forcing him back. They can't really do anything about it. Down to 40 seconds, and Rops. It's just, I don't know how, think of how many times Rob's lost the fight over at the secret position, and all of a sudden, they're winning every single one. And it's just a save. They can't do anything.
It just goes back to that fact, like I said, like, yeah, FaZe won the pistol, but in MR12, without any sort of economic adjustments in CS2, if you lose the CT pistol and then you lose that to the second round force buy, you're just spiraling at that point. You have to force buy. You're at the bottom of the barrel. That's $1,400 loss bonus, and then you can't really get online, like financially. You can't bring the ore power. You don't have the grenades on a map like Nuke. You need the incendiaries. You need the AWP, and yeah, as soon as they get all the resources online, finally, they start showing us why they picked this map. And now that 12-6 lead's been cut down to 12-10. 2 more rounds, and the money, it should be in a questionable spot. They'll save some weapons here, but this might be for everything. If MOUZ give this one up, in terms of their loss bonus going forward, and they'll have maximum loss bonus. So if they at least get the bomb down, they'll have money going to round number 24. But this is another great resurgence from FaZe.
I wonder if the fact that they weren't really hunting, apart from Rain, is a real reflection of the fact that they didn't want to give up the AKs.
I think so.
Plenty of money, right?
Because they're dominating right now. In terms of the one-on-one duels, having an AK-47 on a map like Nuke on the CT side is a massive asset, especially towards positions like ramp for Rob, so you can actually play the railings, you actually take some challenges. Instead of getting the dink with the M4 and having the drop off, you actually get straight-up kills. Same for Rain outside as well. He has the range to work with now. This is where Brokey can really show us his dynamic play as well. If he wants to start moving around and tag out with Rain towards outside, start dominating that area. That would be very interesting. It's going to be the Force. Tech 9 for Frozen. Get a little for Xerxon.
You know, it's got to be in the back of the MOUZ Sports players' brains as well. This feeling of it's another FaZe comeback. It's happening to us now again. Why are they doing it? You must be wondering, how are they able to find these rounds? All it takes is one mistake from FaZe here, and it's a third map, and the grand final continues, and you're going to have to put in even more work on Overpass, but we'll see. Rain, can he find it again outside? They are setting up the wall. He's combining with Brokey, who's not going to be able to see that much out here. Oh, but they go before the smoke is up, and that's a big mistake. 2 kills, and now the HEs to blow the smoke wide open. It's an absolute disaster in the yard for the MOUZ side of things. Shui, the last one left. They went early, and they went down.
Yeah, that's a good point. It was a prime setup as well. You had Brokey taking all the aggro for Rain, and he gets the information. They cross before the smokes bloom. A double kill upon arrival. MOUZ will pull one back, but it leaves Shui in-game lead up in a pretty much impossible scenario. And as you mentioned, trying to hold on to those AK-47s is absolutely vital here. They've looked so deadly. Can Shui get the palm, though? Oh my God, he might be able to do something with this one. Going for it. Twist. He might get a bit more, as he will be taken down in the end. Great attempt there from Shui, but unable to get that plant down. As I mentioned, that leaves them with just the maximum loss bonus. If you see, they've got $3,500 per player going forward here. It's round number 24. They might actually do it, Anders. 6 rounds in a row was required, and now they're just 1 away. A beautiful spray from Rain. He was 2-12 at one point, but now he is roaring into life in this grand final. And Twist make sure the bomb doesn't get planted, and that is absolutely crucial. Can they do it? Can they bring us to overtime and reset everything? And look for a 2-0 in the grand final.
Speaks to the caliber of a player like Rain. If there was any doubt about what he's all about, then those doubts have been extinguished here.
We're going towards ramp. They get a test dropped.
Is he just playing in the corner? Yeah, he's not even boosted up. Oh, this is really interesting, but there's Twist firing a couple of shots. Good headshot. There's Jimfat on the ground.
Oh, no.
He's ready for more. They put him to
no.
the test, and he's passing with flying colors. Torshi getting it back finally, but he might have been too late here.
Yo, Brokey's here with the Deagle as well. This is kind of insane. This could still fall apart. There's a chance for MOUZ to win this one, even though in this 3 versus 2. Torshi and Exertion have got enough to work with here, enough wiggle room. 1 minute remaining. They've got a smoke and a flash. You thought Rops' efforts there would be enough, but maybe it's not. They could still come crashing down in the final hurdle here. Good nade.
Yeah. Frustrating when you're stealing yourself ready to try and win a 2 versus 3. You don't really want to be down to 66 health there. 35 seconds. The clock is running low, and Carrigan up close and personal. He just barely misses the timing. 30 seconds on the clock here. They're walking in, but Torchi gets shut down. And Exertion, he's alone. 1 versus 3. There's no way he can bring this one home. 20 seconds now, looking for more. He gets a second one, and he picks up the bomb. He's running down below. Oh, this is a great move. 1 versus 1, but Brokey, he's already read it. He sees it coming. He's looking for that. Oh, overtime. What a headshot to do it with.
An absolute masterclass from Brokey, 1 step ahead. And it looked like the 1v3 was possible. Dives down the vents, trying to cross towards the bomb side. Ice cold. As he denies absolutely everything on the cross towards the bomb side there. They've done it, Anders. From 12-6 down, the reverse sweep. Everything's reset now. FaZe remain on the CT side as we go into overtime here. $10,000 per player, and FaZe are cooking here in the grand final.
Unbelievable. We talked about the personal comeback for Rain, but Rops was just as bad in the first half, or nearly just as bad. He wasn't doing that much towards the ramp either.
What a shot.
So sick, isn't it? Look at this. Not that long ago, Brokey was the only one that was doing real work in that first half. But the second half, it's been very, very different.
Gonna say something, Anders. We've been singing Frozen's praises throughout this tournament. He's currently set at 8-14. Everyone else in his team has got like 15+ kills. Like Frozen, I was getting ready to big him up. I thought he'd have some massive impact here. But we need to see if he can start to come to life as MOUZ have given their lead up. It's going to be very difficult to recover this one from a mental point of view, right? They're going to have to show some real tenacity now, similar to FaZe Clan. Round number 1 of overtime is underway. Now, bear in mind, like I said, 10K star money. Lose 2 rounds here. The third is pretty much guaranteed. We're going for the rush. It's Brokey to be tested. Doesn't hit the first shot. Jimmy certainly will. Twist. Absolutely mauling them from the hut position here. It looks like they've got themselves to lead once again. A 4 versus 2. Damage being inflicted towards the squeaky door. It's just Torshi and Shui remain. This upper rush has done nothing for them.
It's a cool idea. You come out into the overtime and you just try and put some speed behind it. You change the pace, but somehow FaZe were ready. Good couple of kills coming out there right at the start. And that is a huge difference. Now, they didn't get to steal too many AKs in this one. They had the AUG on Rops, I believe, but that's, I guess, another thing that overtime changes. Now you don't have the AKs to play around with like they had at the beginning or the end of regulation.
You can see there's a reason why every team, like Molotov's the hut on these sort of rounds, right?
Yes.
So Twist doesn't have a shooting gallery like that. It looked way too comfortable for him. I think that's more of a Hail Mary call from MOUZ Sports there, trying to change the pacing up going into overtime, but they've now given up that huge lead, 12-6 in their favor. And now 13-12 in favor of FaZe. Rain changing his position here. Changing the stance. He's been very passive, defensive towards the garage, towards credit card. Now playing in towards that glaive position, and Brokey's going to set him up as well with the orb towards Secret. This could be absolutely everything. If he gets flashed in especially, this could be very difficult for MOUZ to recover. He's going to spot one, but Rain with that covering fire now, looking for the double kill. Robs will help him out, and FaZe are looking impeccable. But still, a couple of kills are found. We bring it back to a 3-on-3.
Recovery for MOUZ. This round was practically lost. I think they heard Brokey running and they wanted to hunt him down, and nobody ever checked Rain in that position. That's so crazy, but still, 3 versus 3. 55 seconds, the bomb. It's on Torshi. He's making his way through the yard at the moment. Sui is opening up the map on the other side, but Rob sees all of this coming. I don't know how early you have to wake up to try and catch Robs off guard, but he's well aware that this is one of the few positions right now that's not being covered by anybody else. If they come up the ladder, they might be dead, Henry. This is going to be very hard to defeat Robs in this one. And setting up for it, Suhe wants to be up for it. Oh, the spray's not anything but perfect, but still gets the job done. 25 seconds.
Yeah, and now that means you can't really be too tricky with this one, MOUZ. You just have to work it out. Brute force required, and Jimmy cracks open the upper bomb side once again. That might be enough to win the round in itself. It's the AWP of Brokey that was down towards lower, makes himself known, and Jimmy with the hat trick delivers the goods once again for MOUZ.
My God, what a time to go alive. He just ran onto the bomb site and picked up the double kill to begin with. I think he ended at 4 kills in that round to complete it with 13-13. Now looking for the first team to hit 16 on this one.
Oh, this is such a done deal. There's an opening 5-on-3 for FaZe as well. And Jimfat just absolutely destroys them. Look at the confidence. Look at the awareness. As we get into the final round of this first half of overtime, MOUZ are back online here. Their first round in some time. Courtesy of another impressive Jimmy sequence here. Exertion not wasting any time to get down towards Secret. Makes it there. Brokey waiting for him though. Should be his frag, but Exertion hits very hard indeed with this AK-47. Does he dare swing any further? Brokey might get caught out here. Rob's calling for some backup towards the ramp. Needs to try and mow them down with that AUG. An absolute master with the weapon. That should do it. Does he need to re-peek? He seems to think so. Going for more, and it cost him his life.
That's probably too much. Brokey still, he didn't get caught off guard. You're right. There was a real chance for Exertion to find him there. A team kill onto Jimfat. Not that I think it really matters. I think Robs might have had the spray down no matter what there. They lined up on top of each other. That's a labeled spray. Oh my God.
I think if he dies it, that might have even cost him the round.
It could.
That was really scary for him.
But they're solid. They're doing fine. I'm surprised to see Robs re-peeking that one. Usually the last player to try and do something like that, but at the end of it, it's going to be absolutely fine here. Frozen looking for a 1 versus 4. Like we said, he's not had the best game here on Nuke so far. This would be redemption if he could do it. They know where he is, and he's only got 30 seconds left. Oh, a little bit too quick for Brokey. I don't know why. The bomb isn't even planted. It's not even been attempted yet. Silent drop down. He's set up for it. He wants to find another kill, try and make it a 1 versus 1. He slipped the net. He's just walked past. I don't think they realize, but Carrigan, he is moving back and he's looking for the spray. It's going to be good for it. My God, that got closer than you would have wanted. But FaZe, they take 2 out of 3 rounds in the first half of overtime. They are on their way for the full comeback.
Frozen, as mentioned, hasn't had the second map in this grand final he would have liked. If he wins that 1v4 though, good God. That would have been fantastic, but it is Carrigan finding a couple of key frags there. Yes, a labored spray, but they all count. He gets a final frag as well as we switch things over. It's 2-1 in favor of FaZe. As Anders mentioned as well, first 16 here. They can just get one round on their T side. They guarantee at least double overtime. It's another sensational comeback here from FaZe. 12-6 down. Here they are with the lead in overtime here. Arguably should be 3-0 in their favor considering the round they gave up.
Yeah. This has just become part of the DNA of the team, is making these comebacks. What a frustrating experience to play against. Even with the lead that MOUZ had, it looked rock solid for them. They were locked in regulation right up until the point when they weren't. We'll see what happens now. No A. Oh, there is one on Torchi. I thought Lynn bought one. I was getting real confused, but he does have it. See if he could find some kills here now that he's back on the CT side. Very deep in the garage, so if they forget to throw the smokes or go early like we saw MOUZ themselves do, maybe there is a way. They're going to be coming through the smoke, and actually Suez just hiding in the corner. That's a nice kill onto Robs.
Great opening frag, but Twist has got one in response.
And they saw Carrigan. They're going to be calling it surely that someone has to rotate back down. Twist will get blown up by Frozen. Exertion, they're going to drop down, but they're well aware. I can't believe he wins the fight. He couldn't see through the smoke. I don't think so. He should be dead right now, Henry.
He absolutely should be. The walking wounded, though, will retreat back in towards the upper bomb side. Now it's down to Carrigan.
Did they really not see him? I'm so shocked that nobody moved.
Well, he's the master of the flank here, but is there anything even to be found over in this ramp position? I don't think so. Maybe he can find the orb. He's been spotted now. Torchi will fire off a shot. It looks like MOUZ has done enough here. Xerxon will confirm the round. They know exactly where Carrigan is. Don't think he has it in him to win this 1 versus 4. Jimmy will take him down, and it's going to be all tied up. 14-14. 1-0 for MOUZ in the second half of overtime here. A CT campaign continues. They're looking much happier now. Tactical pause.
Can't believe they have one.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well, to be honest with you. But this is more like it. This grand final starting to deliver now. It's on a knife's edge. Overtime in the second map. FaZe are going to put it to bed. Get the 2-0 after an arduous tournament. Bear in mind, it opened things up. Their game against NIP Anders was 28-25, the longest recorded CS2 game on LAN, on Ancient. That was the way they opened things up here. Didn't look good for their campaign here.
No, it didn't.
At CAC, but here they are fighting back once again. And they were down, I think, in that game, 11-4 as well. So they've just had so many of these disappointing scorelines, but somehow, some way, they find that the tenacity, the mental fortitude, whatever you want to call it, they get it done. And here they are in overtime. But it is MOUZ answering back as they tie things up 14-14. What's up next here for FaZe?
This next round's going to give you a little bit of a mental break too. If you win it, as you said, you at least secure double OT.
True.
AK is across the board for that T side. They are really far back on the map. Nobody really wants to even get close to the yard at the moment. Sneaking their way in. In regulation, we did see Torchi play aggressive out on that yard. He got the cool 2-for-1 shot with the AWP, so I'm not really blaming FaZe for being really, really careful about this one, although you can tell Torchi's quite far away from the action. Gonna set up a Molotov. This seems to be sort of the go-to play at the moment. Molotov, then HE just to try and create an opening. But there's nobody out there yet.
Oh my goodness, CT's on high alert, and Carrigan, Rob spraying them down. They've been on Earth, and it's the AWP that had to find a kill there to stand a chance of this retake. Rob's patrolling the vent, smoke down towards the hub, bomb to be planted, no problem. 5 versus 3. The round comes crumbling down here. MOUZ Sports, I think they might just have to save like it's overtime, sure, but I just don't see a world they get back into this one. Torji, he'll be found as well, and that pretty much signals the end of it. Brain doesn't have to challenge this fight, but he'll take Jimmy on regardless, trying to remove the AK-47 out of his grip. And they'll give this their best possible go.
You have a smoke in a kit, there's always a way, but it's very unlikely. Frozen and Jimmy coming back into it, they're trying! Oh my god, that got a lot closer than I was expecting, but Carrigan and Twisted will hold on to it. It's 15-14, and we are 1 round away from FaZe winning this grand final. If they could do it in overtime here, what a shock, what a slap in the face to beat MOUZ Sports.
Championship points. There was Carrigan coming in from main as well. Just as they went off in that smoke, it's been such a nuisance for FaZe, but they get a double kill on entry. Fair play to MOUZ. I thought they would save the AK-47s. That didn't look winnable whatsoever, but their money's fine. It wasn't a financial thing, but we'll see if FaZe can close things out right here, right now, or we go into double overtime. One more round will do it for FaZe. Torgy going for the big play here. Tucks himself in towards the hut. Scary position for the Orba to be in.
Very much an exposed position if you miss the shot. But again, what a big play it would be if he could open it up and make it a 4 versus 5. Those opening frags are worth so much. It also means he's not in the yard to take any kind of a fight, so it's interesting to see how this will play out. So far, he's found absolutely nothing. Instead, it's exertion. Found the kill on Robs, but they are going to make their way down. Not with the bomb yet. That's still in the yard. That's actually going to be running out now. So they have a weird round here, FaZe. A little bit of a spray for Jim Vat. He's going to be able to take down Rain. Should be dead. Grenade around the corner to find him. I can't believe he's still alive. An exertion to save him. Oh my god. We might see double overtime here. 2 versus 5. Certainly Jimmy should have been dead in that corner, but somehow the chair blocked most of the damage. And it's going to be an almost impossible round here, Henry.
Yeah, they've got Torshi though. First kill, no problem. Bomb to be planted, smoke down towards main. There might be something to be said about this. If they can close things out in this manner, it would be absolutely astonishing. It's now down to Brokey, 1 versus 4. Master of the clutch himself, but he's got nothing to say here. And it is going to be double overtime. MOUZ Sports hold on. They'll stay on the CT side as well. Disappointing round there from FaZe, never really got going. Their chance to close things out in 2-0. They'll remain on the T side now. Sigh of relief for MOUZ.
You know as well, for both teams, like you said, it's already been a long day. Now you're playing double overtime on the second map. If it goes to a third, I mean, that's where you're going to get tested to the absolute limit. Even if you're an experienced player, it's hard to play this much and at this high of a level and just keep the focus all throughout. And Exertion finding some of these kills, absolutely huge as well.
Well, here we go. Getting back into the action. I don't think there's any more timeouts available. You get 30 seconds in between as we get ready for the carnage to get underway once again.
You know, if they wanted to change the pace themselves, FaZe, which is what I think MOUZ trying to do, that 1 round rushing the hut, you can try and rush A main, but from the silo. Which is I love that strategy where you just try and you slide off the roof, you try and get there really quickly, and you throw a lot of the same grenades anyway that you would for sort of a squeak rush, but you're just coming in from the other side. We'll see what FaZe come up with here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the grand final of CAC 2023 continues here. Double overtime. FaZe looking to find that 2-0. A prize pool here of $500,000. It's MOUZ a bit of a hell of a fight. Normally, FaZe are the absolute favorites here on Nuke. There's a chance they still give it up here. We've gone the full distance. Good flashbang to avert the gaze of Torji. Twists or dismount from the silo. These lurk smokes been such a nuisance on either side. And Frozen once again, positioning himself towards the secret steps.
Exchanging some Molotovs here, but nobody really crossing yet, so they're starting to cash on FaZe that every time they throw those double smokes, there's going to be a Molotov and an HE to follow, and you just don't want to be caught behind it. It's such a deadly combo. Already used a couple of times from really both teams. So they're going to re-smoke it once again, hoping that there are no more HEs.
Yeah. Pretty smart stuff here, actually. That's the kind of benefit, I suppose, of now having to have the 2 smoke wall of execution, but it's going to be Torji to find Carragher, who's trying to sneak towards that garage position. 5 versus 4. In-game leader dropped. 40 seconds remain here. They haven't got much to speak of in terms of control of the map otherwise. It's Robs who will have to try and make his way out of the hut. His teammates trying to provide some sort of aggro towards the squeaky door. It's Rain A key jewel here, one he won't be coming out on top of. I say that, he somehow recovers the first shot. Exertion on top of the huts here. They're starting to drop. They know there's a player on top. If they find him, ropz might be onto something now. The AWP in towards upper. Torji will drop down, and they've got the man advantage. They're going down towards the lower bomb side. I think they are, Anders.
Yes.
They're really onto something now.
This forward position is so hard to read. Yeah, you know the bomb's back there, but you have no idea that there's already a player up close. It's Rain sneaking through. He won that fight. Oh my God, I thought he was dead as well to Frozen. Maybe he should have been. And ropz coming out of the hut. There wasn't the Molotov on the hut once again, so Exertion had every chance to get a couple of kills there, but they're going to lose the round. Jimpat going down. FaZe, they win the first round here in the second overtime.
I can't believe Rain hits that shot.
Yeah,
he misses the first couple, and you think with Frozen's position there, the fact he has such an advantage with the angle, he can duck and weave and only present his head. The recovery was remarkable. It gives ropz a window of opportunity to make his way out of the hut, and you can see Exertion had no idea, and Rain to close things out as well. It's the first round of double overtime going in favor of FaZe. And if they can get the 2-0 here in terms of 17-15, the money will be very weak for MOUZ. A 3-0 could be available to them.
That is so worth pointing out. We saw that
as you can see, $50 on Torji, 800 for Exertion.
Yeah.
Like, they'll have nothing. Oh no! How has Swiss hit that shot? He has no business winning that duel, Anders. He takes the dink, and with lightning fast reactions, he adjusts his aim, takes down Exertion. That might be enough to win this round for them.
I can't believe it. I absolutely can't believe it. All of the element of surprise with the Exertion, but it wasn't enough somehow.
There's no way he should be winning that.
Well, listen, they're down below with the bomb, Henry, and they've got this lobby ramp position. So, Sui, if he pushes up and gets this kill, maybe there's a way back. He might even get the double at this range. Good spray. He will get the double, and that's going to bring it back 4 versus 3. Now, they're probably going to get the bomb plant here. This round is not done for, but Sui, he just gave them a chance to maybe win it. There's a little bit of a duel being set up. This is dangerous. Jimpat actually taking a bit of a risk here. Grenade around the corner. Carrigan and Brokey, 2 versus 4 with a bomb planted, and it's early in this plant. They have time, MOUZ, to get this retake on. They have smokes and Molotovs and everything else you could possibly want. FaZe, I don't know how you win this round. Surely this is going to be a retake coming through. Yeah, Brokey needs to hit every single one of those. The bomb is ticked a little bit further now. Playing with the door on both sides. Smoke is up, and they are getting the defuse on the other side. They just can't break through. Oh my God, it is close at the end of it, and still going to be the round coming through for MOUZ. They had to struggle to get, if not for Suhei, I don't know if they win it.
That is remarkable. It looked like FaZe had that one under lock and key, Anders. The opening frag, the pounce down towards lower, no CT presence, but you're right, Shui taking matters into his own hands there, finding the double kill. FaZe were caught with their pants around their ankles at this point here. Flashes out, no one watching towards the squeaky door. And all of a sudden, Jimpat arrives at the scene of the crime as well. Now, I don't think they had a kid in play as well. And if Brokey just hit one of those AWP shots, Anders,
yes,
I think he saves the day. One of them had to connect. He had 3 opportunities, and they all narrowly missed. It's got MOUZ Sports back into this one now. As I said, if they got that 2-0 on FaZe, there'd be no money. They would have been broken. A very disappointing finish there for FaZe. So much going in their favor. And look at the confidence now. Jimmy.
I love it.
He's got full lobby control. So early on, this is massive. I don't think anyone will be anticipating this sort of position. Baited in by Torji as well. FaZe might be done for here.
Why not do it? He's winning every single fight you get him into. He's got 30 kills. Why not just put him at the forefront and try and see if you could cut FaZe in half? Although, speaking of which, they're cutting the map in half. This is a huge tactical advantage for FaZe on the T side. They've got such deep control. One good kill here could actually break this defense wide open. Exertion, he's got the smoke down in front, but when it fades, yeah, he's so exposed. Good on him to get the kill, to be honest.
The fact he even gets one is impressive. It's down to ropz now. Didn't expose himself, was aware of the potential danger on the other side here towards the lobby. Bear in mind it's the AWP of Torji, which he's going to find. A player still towards Squeaky. So aware, though. He just bails on the situation. That's the correct call here. Doesn't want to go down alone. Keep them on high alert towards the lobby. 30 seconds remaining. Final rounds here of the first half of double overtime.
There's only 26 seconds. They're checking it from the other. They're looking for Jimpat. They know that he's here somewhere. They just can't really find him. Finally, they do. And I think ropz, he faked the sound running away. They come back to find Jimpat. They're going to find Frozen as well. 15 seconds on the clock. And down below Sui, he's just so far away. Bomb is going to get planted here. And FaZe, I don't know how they can possibly screw up this round. So
I don't know. There's been a couple of interesting moments, Anders, but I think you might be onto something. This one should be absolutely fine. Robs goes down early, though. Great pre-fire, but it won't be quite enough. 2-1 on their T-side campaign here and double overtime. Sounds like enough to me.
It could well be. First team to 19 is what we're looking for now. Just in case you lost track with the new format and everything else. I think they spent maybe 40 seconds, maybe more, looking for Jim